Hello and welcome back to this coverage of Bazaar of Moxen, Madrid. First stop of this European tour. I'm Raphaël Levy alongside Joe Larsson. We are covering the Legacy main event and we saw round one.
That's correct.
Round one we had the matchup between
Show and mode.
Show and Moat, okay. Quite
Versus,
unorthodox.
Yeah, quite unorthodox. And we had some John Loam deck. Something I know you're a big advocate of in modern. Splashing white for Knighted Reliquary. That finished the first match there.
So we are heading to the feature match pretty soon. I've been walking around the table. I've seen the usual Legacy decks.
Yeah.
I've seen Delvers. I've seen Miracles. I've seen some Painter Servant decks.
Yep.
I've seen also some less orthodox strategies. High Tides, Food Chain.
Food Chain?
Yeah, I'm interested in that. Hopefully that can do well, so we see them on the feature match. Some Eldrazi. I think we're gonna have one in the feature match area right now.
Glad to hear it. Glad to hear that the invasion spread this far into Legacy too. And here we have our players. We have Amaral Fabio
against Nieto Gomez David. Probably David Nieto Gomez, I don't know. And Fabio Amaral.
Most likely. And we shall see what they are shuffling up here currently.
I've seen one of the two players playing. I sent one of the two players in the feature match area.
Ooh.
I think he won. The player I thought won. So let's see if that's the one I thought.
It's gonna be interesting to see what you have brewed up for yours.
I don't know if what I said made sense, but
I
hope the player I saw that I sent into the feature match is the one I thought he was.
All right.
Still know if that makes sense.
We shall see in a moment's notice here whether Raphael knows what the hell he's doing or not.
Either way, both players won their first round.
Yep.
And they're about to start. I think the round started for everyone else. They're waiting for the go from the judge.
Yeah. As some of you might have noticed, and Raphael also said earlier that round has already started, but in the feature match you have your own clock. So they start whenever the judge tells them to start, to set up the feature match table a little bit.
So how do you feel at that moment? Is it the stress of the runner in the starting blocks, or just like chilling and waiting to see your starting hand?
To be honest, I'm kind of a weird person, so I don't mind. I mean, I don't really get stressed in the feature match in the same way. Can I get bored when I have to wait a little bit? If I'm to be completely honest. But I don't think a lot goes through my mind. How about yourself?
I'm excited. I want to get started.
Yeah. Ooh, and we can see turnabouts. So this has to be some kind of high tide.
This is high tide. This is the deck I've seen in the when I was walking around the tables. High tide was a very successful strategies like some time ago. We haven't seen much high tide lately.
No, I haven't seen. I haven't seen that either. It seems like it's been since it's Tiny Top and Flusterstorm in his high tide list. So a bit more of a not all out combo, more restricted to trying to play a more solid game plan, I presume, with some reactive cards as well.
What I've seen was the reason why I sent it here was because I saw counterbalance in play.
Ooh.
So he had, like, when I passed by and I saw the game, he had a counterbalance and he was resolving a time spiral. So it's like, wait, what have I missed?
That's some very different cards.
So
counterbalance, I think we can see mostly in the Miracles deck. Trying to control their opponent, obviously with sensitive Tiny Top, adjusting your top of your library with the help of counterbalance. And it seems like we have a mulligan down to 5 here from David. So we'll see if he can keep up with the pace Fabio will be putting on him, having 7 cards in this opening.
Do you have any knowledge about high tides, the history of high tides throughout the ages? Do you know when it started?
I wouldn't say I'm as good as you. I think it was printed in Is
So
it
it's
Fallen
spe-
Kingdoms
no.
or no, no, I mean no, sorry, like alliances or homelands or
So
something like that.
Fallen Kingdoms. That's
Oh, that's a
that's
new
not-
set.
that's
I
not-
haven't
yeah,
heard
that's-
about that set before. No.
So you have
Fallen
information we
Empire.
don't have.
Fallen
Yeah,
Empires
Fallen
is what I'm
Empires,
trying
yeah.
to say. So where's it from?
Yeah, Fallen Empires.
Oh, so I was
it was
kind of correct. Half correct.
almost, but it was first played really in extended. It was in '99, I think.
Oh,
First, it was with Throwing Glaciers.
Ooh.
Throwing Glaciers, you would play a Frantic Search.
Yep.
And tap Throwing Glaciers before it was like changed a little bit, because you could throw for lands, like 2 or 3 lands a turn. You wouldn't tap them with a Frantic Search.
And Foreign Glaciers was banned in that format, right?
In
Or
Legacy?
in Standard? No, not in Legacy.
In Standard,
but
I don't
back
think
in those
I
days.
don't think so.
I-
Well, it was in
I have some
Alliance, so
recollection of-
it was not played in Standard.
Sure, fair enough. But oh well. So we see Polluted Delta being fetched on turn 1 here from David. It's kind of interesting to see what he has stored up for us. Underground Sea. So this might be a bug deck or some kind of storm deck potentially. We see a turn 1 Death Threat Shaman, so might be some kind of bug Delver Shell. That's what we're gonna see here. Fabio picking up a Force of Will to his grip here, playing
Is
what
it
I
an island?
believe
Is
is
it
an
an
island, a very
I wouldn't see a
cluttered island.
I wouldn't see an Underground Sea drawn
Yeah.
on like this.
Seems like we have a lot of. Oh, and we
Okay,
have an
so
Ancestral Visions.
So it might be a
Shardless.
Shardless BUG.
Yeah, I believe so. Usually, what they're trying to assemble is they have Shardless Agent, and while trying to manipulate their library, they can cast Ancestral Visions without using the suspend ability of it, if they cascade into it with Shardless Agent.
Yeah, David's start is not exceptional. Like having a turn 2 suspend.
Yeah.
Suspend Ancestral Vision is not a great start.
For sure not. And we can also see him missing land drops here.
Yeah.
So it's pretty.
So Merchant Scroll. Do you know what when Merchant Scroll was printed?
I believe it's Homelands.
It is Homelands.
I know some cards, my
You
friend.
know them. I know. Just to get some talking.
So Merchant Scroll is usually we see it sometimes in Vintage. Trying to get another blue instant for 1 mana, because it can only get blue instants.
Is it restricted? I think it's restricted.
It is restricted because it usually gets Ancestral.
Yeah, it's
In Vintage. But here we can see it fetching High Tide, being kind of a tutor for their main resource to try to combo off. So we see 1 High Tide.
so he
here
can actually
already.
win next turn. Like there's a way he can win, but there's no real pressure. So I don't know if it's.
It's no rush. He also has quite a reactive hand. He has Flusterstorm, Force of Will, Turnabout, 2 lands, 2 fetch lands, and then a High Tide in his hand. So it doesn't really have anything to do with his massive amount of mana that he could produce with the help of Turnabout
Yeah,
and
no, I think he
additional
needs
cards.
another turn. Yeah.
He needs something like a Time Spiral to really go off, I believe. And here we see David also hitting his land drop, effectively producing 3 mana this turn, casting the Shardless Agent we talked about earlier. So we shall see what it cascades
Him
into
to
here.
Turak would be good here.
Yes, very much so. We hit a Brainstorm instead. Not
as
bad
good.
either.
Not as good.
Not as good, but there's a lot of misses here too, I believe.
Yeah.
He can hit Abrupt Decay or something like that. That, of course, can target the Senses Divine top, but not to great effect, since he can just tap the Senses Divine top to draw a card off of his library. Essentially just putting him down 1 mana, so that's not a huge worry there. Right.
I like the fact that the best cards being played are Merchant Scroll, Him to Turak, and High Tides. From
Yeah.
sets that are not supposed to have a lot of very good cards. Like
Yeah.
Fallen Empires, Homelands, not very exciting. But
But-
in that case, it has some good cards.
Yeah, it has some pluses. For sure. Alright, so we
Time Spiral.
do see a Time Spiral. We
Yeah.
do see a Senses Divine top activation in the upkeep to net that Time Spiral. Playing a fetch land, being able to shuffle away those cards that he saw on the top of his library if he so wishes.
I think the top card is Meditate as well.
Yeah.
But meditate is not. That's not gonna do much. It is a blue card in case he needs a blue card to exile to cast his Force of Will, but he has that already. So
Yeah.
let's not forget as well that High Tides gives the ability to all islands in play.
Yes.
That
Definitely correct.
means David could have like tapped his Bayou instead and have 4 blue mana. I don't know if it's relevant, but it might be relevant after Time Spiral, for example. Like he can float some mana, brainstorm,
You
have
mean
another
his,
blue.
you mean his Underground Sea?
Yeah, he's in the
Yeah.
Grand Sea. Yeah.
So here we see Fabio picking up another turnabout. So I think there's a high chance here he can almost go off.
No, he's. I
definitely-
think he's going off now.
Yeah.
There's enough.
He also had the backup of both Flusterstorm and Force of Will. So casting a High Tide here, plus the turnabouts will net him quite a lot of mana. He will have 4 islands play, so he can tap those remaining 3 islands from casting High Tide for 6 mana, untapping all of them with turnabout, leaving 2 mana in the pool, and netting another 8, getting up to 10. Then he can play another turnabout, having 6 in the pool and another 8, so that's 14 plus the Time Spiral.
And draw 7.
And draw 7 after the Time Spiral, obviously. And then he will have 8 more mana at least if he doesn't draw another High Tide. So we're gonna see a lot of mana going on here. We shall see if David has something to stop this massive amount of action that's gonna occur here.
He has the blue card. He has no card in hand, so
this
now,
is
now Fabio can just Force of Will. He does not have to keep his Flusterstorm.
no, there's no reason to keep this Flusterstorm because, as Raphaël very nicely pointed out, David is just
Very
outdoors.
nice. Yeah, very nicely pointed that out. You're right.
All right. So time to get the storm counter up, and it's currently at 3. So I believe what Fabio is looking for here is a brain freeze at the end of the turn to finish off.
So float 2 mana.
Float 6 mana, cast turnabout.
Yeah, float 2 then.
Yeah, exactly.
And then float, like tap everything again. Have up to 10 mana.
Yes.
Turnabout again. Have 6 and 8 and 4 islands untapped.
Yeah. So up to what did I say? 14, 16? I don't remember.
I think it's more than that.
So it's gonna be 10 now. Then it's gonna cast a turnabout. Have
So
6
six.
mana left in his pool. Untapping all these
So
islands.
he's gonna have 8 extra.
So 14.
8 plus all the mana untapped.
Yeah. So
Yeah.
this is 14. Mana.
Well, unless he has another High Tides.
Yeah.
So now it's
coming after the time
it's
spiral.
4. It's 4 in pool. No, it's 8 in the pool, and that's it.
Yes, you are correct. After the time spiral.
Oh, does he have 8 mana? Did I miss something?
Yeah, he should have 8 mana. That's what you said.
Oh, that's yeah, 8. Yeah, that's right. 8
He
mana.
should have 8
and-
blue floating here. And
That's right.
8 blue floating with every island doing 2 blue with 7 fresh cards.
So he has access to a lot of cards, to 7 cards, a lot of mana, and a top. And as he played land this turn, right? He played a fetch.
I believe it.
So he can just. So he would need to blank the next 10 cards because he doesn't have a fetch to have access to 3 new cards. He cannot play land to.
Alright, so we have
That's
Preordained, Brainstorm, Sensitive Vine top,
Another
time
time
stone,
spiral. Okay, so
another
that's
top, another High Tide, and I believe this is kind of all that it needs.
Well,
to
he
do.
would have liked another counter here because he's
Definitely.
giving his opponent 7 more cards, and he doesn't want him to play another
Force of Will.
Fourth of Will.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's completely right.
So now,
So-
since David tapped his Underground Sea, he's not able to hard cast his Force of Will.
Very true. Very true. His island that David has untapped here is after High Tide's result number 2. It's gonna produce 3 mana, so he only has access to 4 this turn. So probably wish that he tapped his Bayou there
Yeah.
for his Defra Chain the turn earlier.
But this is not something that's like for us. We've been playing this game for a long time.
Very
I've
true.
been playing High Tides when it was in Extended, so
Yeah.
a long time ago. this is something you see, but when you're not used to play against high tide, it's not something you notice quite easily. Like it's not like, oh, high tide, oh, I know this deck. This guy just goes off with a lot of mana.
Yeah.
He makes his island make a lot of mana.
Exactly. This
And you don't really see that it's both ways. So
for sure, it's a weird interaction. It does seem like he. Oh, since he actually has a Death Threat Shaman untapped here, he does actually have 5 mana available. So we were wrong about that earlier. Seems like he tapped his island and pitched a Baleful Strix. I'm not really sure what's happening here. So he has 3 blue in his pool. And Force of Will.
okay. Well, I'm not sure why he tapped his blue here, but
Me neither.
oh, maybe yeah, there's one reason. I could see one reason.
Days, maybe?
Well, he could use the days anytime he wants.
That's true.
But he could. The one thing is, okay, I tap my mana. This could be a trick. Say, okay, I have 3 in pool. What do? Do you attack step? Oh yeah. Well,
okay.
you pull. You meta will just go away.
Could be.
I've seen that quite often.
So you, as a advocate of high tide since long ago, what do you think the chances of Fabio fizzling here?
No,
I think it's close to 0.
I don't think there's a way he fizzles.
Especially with that Merchant Scroll and Time Spell, right?
Like now he's another high tides. Okay. He has a million lands already. But I think like now the setup to win is mostly having Brain Freeze and the Flusterstorm. Like or having that's what he needs.
Yeah.
Because he can't Brain Freeze with his opponent having like a blue mana up and a Flusterstorm up.
Sure.
Because that would counter most of the Brain Freezes.
Yeah. Wonder if he can. Yeah, he can. But now he can probably add that much mana that he might be able to pay for all these Flusterstorms.
That's true. That's true.
Because he has a lot of mana now.
Yeah, that's true.
So it seems like he's gonna get another high tide, which it seems like a cunning wish.
Yeah, now David like tapped out. Tapped out his.
And get another high tide. Interesting.
Yeah, I think he's gonna do the time spiral again.
Yes. But
not the time warp again, the time spiral again.
Do you think it might have been correct to get, if he has it in his deck, which they usually do, to get a meditate with the Merchant Scroll there?
Merchant Scroll? What did he get? He get intuition? You got intuition?
No, he got a high tide, I think.
Oh yeah.
He already had the intuition in hand.
So 15, 20. I think it's about 20 mana.
Something along those lines. Well, a lot of mana, that is.
Yeah, mucho mana.
Mucho mana.
Is he playing? Yeah, he's playing the tops. Okay, now second top. So only 8 mana. I would imagine there were more.
Yeah. Alright. There's a lot of things that has happened this turn.
And the lands are going to untap.
And obviously the reason why he can go for more than 4 high ties in a single turn is because he keeps reshuffling those into his deck. So he can have an obscene amount of mana. Might be the most highest producing mana deck in this format. And you can play mono blue too. What's not to love? Alright. Let's see where
there's a way to go infinite in high tides as well. But I don't think he runs that. You can go with Candelabra of Taunos.
Yep.
And Capsize. So as soon as you have enough, as soon as you've played enough high tides, you can. Can we have the text of a Candelabra?
Yeah.
It's coming up. You can untap your lands, but you can untap more lands that you actually used to pay to untap your lands. You produce more than 6 mana. You capsize your Candelabra. You play it again and do the same thing again. So you get infinite mana.
That's completely right.
So yeah, the text is not really easy to read if you're new to Magic or if you don't really know what happened before. Mono artifact means that you have to tap it. You can only use it once a turn.
Yeah.
Back in the days, that's how they say that.
Calabra, not the newest kid on the block.
Yeah, that's an old card.
It's been around for quite some time. Here we have a newer version of the actual Oracle text of
Okay.
Candelabra of Tavnos, and it seems like Fabio found a Merchant Scroll to fetch a Cunning Wish, and he also has Preordain, Force of Will in hand, Polluted Delta, and an unknown card. So he starts with his Preordain, puts 2 cards on the bottom, one of them being Ponder. Quite interesting, I would say.
One of the things I notice here is that Fabio is actually taking a long time to win.
Yes.
This is
It
well,
feels
when you're watching and you have the clock, you're like, yeah, this is taking a while. When
Yeah.
he actually like scooped up the game long ago. Okay, it took 18 minutes in a very one-sided game.
Yes.
So I don't know if he particularly played slow or if he just was very careful, which is also possible.
Yes, for sure. Might be we don't know the players. Oh, and here we have the Eldrazi Menace that I talked about earlier. Eldrazi showing up in Legacy.
So yeah, we've seen that in Modern. We've seen
quite a lot.
Quite a lot in Modern.
And the reason being that Eldrazi can pose a threat here in Legacy too is that you don't only have the Eldrazi Temple in the Eye of Ugin that I talked about earlier, but you also have the addition of Ancient Tomb and City of Traders. So you have effectively the chance of playing 16 2-mana lands. And here we have the good old Fortune Seer. And this looks like a game of Modern if you don't look at lands.
Yeah, except for Wasteland and the Ancient Tube, that's a game of Modern. Just a little.
I actually said that if you don't look
Yeah.
at the lands.
Yeah.
And we should see if Javier has any responses. The player on the left here, of course. Seems like he's playing a Storm deck.
No, he's playing a Reanimator.
Oh, he's playing Reanimator.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, with Tendrils in the deck.
No, he doesn't have Tendrils.
I think I saw both.
No, I think it's Glorious Vengeance.
Oh yeah, but that does play Tendrils.
They play Tendrils?
I
No, I
believe
think
so.
it's Shallow Grave.
No, I think it was Tendrils.
No, I don't see a reason why they would play Tendrils.
I think the way they're winning is that they reanimate
It might
Grayson
be-
Brand,
it might be-
obviously,
It
and
might
they
be Entomb.
might be. We shall see here. We have Tendrils.
Yeah, right.
Vanguard,
Yeah, you're right. Never
Lotus
mind.
Vengeance, Lotus Petal.
Never mind. That's Tendrils.
I think the way that the Reanimator list in this case is trying to win is that it reanimates Grisenbrand, and after it has done that, it has assembled quite the card drawing power, as we all know.
Oh yeah, and then you
And
draw
then
everything
you-
with the
yeah, exactly.
Moxes and the Lotus
and then you try to
when
combo them off in a way that Storm usually does.
yeah, I see. And you can also discard your play Cabal Therapy.
Yes,
Yeah, I see.
on yourself and so on. And here we have the Shallow Grave that Raphaël talked about earlier. Basically being a Gorish Vengeance that we have seen some of in Modern.
But there's no creature in the graveyard yet, so he needs
No.
an Entomb or like pretty much anything. Does he have a Cabal Therapy in hand?
I believe he has Cabal Therapy.
So he can therapy himself, right? You can do that, right?
I hope so. I'm not 100% sure. We'll get that card up on the screen here in just a second.
I'm pretty sure you can.
Yeah,
think
I
it's
would
starting
assume
player.
so as well. I'm not 100%, so I don't want to go out on a
Cabal
stretch
Therapy.
here.
We're asking for a text
But I
right
think
now.
that's one of the more important interactions in this deck.
I'm pretty sure
to
you
do.
cannot duress yourself, but I think you can Cabal Therapy or something.
Yeah, you can also Fossis yourself, if I'm not
Thoughts
mistaken.
yeah. That's pretty relevant when you choose the discard spells in your deck, especially in Legacy when the misdirection is
It's
is a
such a
thing.
thing. Alright, so target
Target
player
player, yeah.
reveals his end. So that's no problem here to be able to Cabal Therapy yourself, on this case being Griselbrand. But we don't have any Griselbrand yet, or Entomb. So we gotta have
I
that
think
first.
he also plays the Ifrit, the water. Is it water? No, not water.
Oh
spout,
yeah. The free the
The
I think
5,
it's called
6 for 8.
Water Sprout Tyrant.
Water spout tyrant.
I believe
Yeah,
so.
water something tyrant. Yeah, I think he plays that too.
Yeah, the 5/5/4/8 or that okay. So we have a concession here.
Oh
Real
yeah, he
Smasher
was
smashed one more game of Magic.
he was up a game. Eldrazi won that match.
Yes.
All right, so I guess we're gonna see more Eldrazi in the. I'm not sure if you guys are.
I told you. I
Yeah,
told
oh,
you.
I knew there was gonna be Eldrazi. I don't
Yeah.
know if you guys are into the Eldrazi menace, but he's 2-0. I've seen I've seen other decks, other people playing that as well.
Mm-hmm.
So we'll see how they fare, and maybe we'll have more of them.
So here we're gonna see the continuation of the High Tide game versus Shardless BUG. We're gonna see if David can put up more of a fight this game, if mulliganing to 5 the first game.
What other cards do you board in against the High Tides? Usually the really good cards against High Tides are like Arcane Laboratory, but that's nothing. Like if you play
Yeah.
blue, but that's nothing you can really play if you play Cascade
Or Rule of Law.
or Rule of Law. But you can't play that if you play Cascade. Oh, he's mulliganing
yeah,
again.
that's true. I can see him. I can see him boarding in Flusterstorm, even though it's not great with Shardless Agent. Shardless Agent might be a little bit slow in this matchup.
Yeah.
So you might even board that. I'm not sure. I think there's a high chance that we will see Thoughtseize or
Yeah.
Dress. I think that's the best kind of cards he can bring in here is Shardless BUG.
That sounds like a very hard matchup for him. Like even though he's
Yeah.
mulliganing, I don't know. Like can he put enough very good pressure with him to Turak and
Yeah, he needs to find some kind of early pressure in Death Shaman and Tarmogoyf and similar stuff and keep up his discard spells. Then he always has obviously the Force of Wills here. So we shall see what he has. Here we have a Force of Will, Tarmogoyf.
and there's no land.
There's no lands. Not what I can see.
Is that land or Spell Pierce?
Yeah, very good spells, as it often is when there is no lands. And Fabio's grip seems very solid here as well. It seems like we have a keep here, and we have a Brainstorm in his hand.
Oh, does he have
And,
land? Maybe he just.
I don't think so.
Oh, that's
I
right.
think-
It's just a go. Oh.
Oh. And Fabio on the other hand has Island and into Sunset Divine Top, and he also has Counterbalance in his hand. So he has assembled the soft lock in his starting hand at least. We'll see if it will have
Oh,
great
he
impact
he
on this
did
match.
draw the land. That's.
Yeah, he kept a card on top,
Yeah.
so I believe that was land, and I believe we're gonna see a Spell Pierce here, or some kind of interaction. Maybe it doesn't have Spell Pierce.
Didn't he have a brainstorm?
He did have a Brainstorm.
He didn't want to. Because now the brainstorm is a dead card in his hand.
That's very true. A Brainstorm in response
To the counterbalance.
doesn't
yeah.
feel great when you only are at one land, but I'm not sure if you have a option here, really.
Yeah.
Like I guess since it's Divine Top, being able to put that on top in response to the counterbalance triggers means that any card that costs 1 mana is going to be really hard to cast here.
Pretty hard, as in pretty much impossible.
Pretty much impossible.
He needs to play 2, but he only
Yeah.
has 1 land, so.
Exactly. Alright, so once more David's back is backed up against the wall here. His opponent has developed his game plan very finely in a very controlling fashion. You might not see that this was the same deck as
Yeah.
last match, but
Maybe I think like I didn't see the counterbalances in game 1.
no.
So that might be a way to just go from like, full combo to more controlling deck.
Definitely. Because against High Tide, that doesn't really play that many permanents besides from lands. You don't really want to keep cards like Abrupt Decay. You don't want to board
Yeah.
in Cross and Grip. I mean, Sense Divining Top is a good card and all, but it's not worth paying 3 mana to kill usually. So I believe that's where Counterbalance comes in here. Being quite a strong player post-board games. In the same sense that control decks can board in creatures in other formats. Here we have a Tarmogoyf.
Is he going to top here? Yeah.
It seems that way. He also has a Brainstorm.
But he
so
doesn't have a.
do you think it might be correct to force a will this Brainstorm in response? because there is a very high chance that Fabio might have a 2-mana cost spell to put on top with the counterbalance trigger on the stack
I
to
don't
counter
think
this.
he doesn't have a lot of them.
No, he most likely only
He
has
has like
Merchant Scroll,
Merchant
right?
Scroll and
More counterbalance, maybe?
yeah.
That's about it. Doesn't seem like he found anything, though. It seems like Tarmogoyf has resolved, or is he gonna top as well in responses? Right, so
However,
does
I
seem
think I
like
like
Tarmogoyf got through.
having. Do you like having Force of Will on top of your deck?
Yep.
I like having. I like,
I like
not having Force of Will in my hand. I like
Yeah.
having it in my deck.
So you can counter your
So you
opposing.
can without
Force
having
Wills.
to discard.
No, I kind of like that myself. It's very true what you're trying to say here. So we have a ponder to shuffle our deck, to find some fresh cards out of the top. And also, it was very important for David to get this Tarmogoyf onto the battlefield because
Yeah, no, he
needs to put pressure
He
on
needs
this
the pressure.
spell.
Yeah.
Because all of a sudden, Fabio might just win with High Tide. Because that's his actual game plan here.
So here's another brainstorm to just like protect his time spiral from a potential disruption.
Yeah.
But he just needs the high tides now.
Yeah, pretty much. Then it's all set to go off. Right, what do we have here?
Another
Yet
Tarmogoyf.
Not bad, right?
Yeah,
It's
like
one of the better
that's
cards
quite
you can have here.
that's quite the pressure here.
Yeah, for sure.
Another brainstorm.
So response with Brainstorm, which is an interesting choice since he doesn't have any 2-mana casting spells in his hand.
Yes. No, he doesn't know what's up on the. Oh, he goes the.
Okay, so he does
Counterbalance.
find a counterbalance to counter this. I would have actually liked just spin my top there
Yeah.
in response.
First, and then spin the top, then fetch, and then either brainstorm and just top again.
Exactly. I agree. I completely agree. And I think he can do all three things since he has 3 mana untapped. So he's definitely gonna put counterbalance on the top. That's no questions asked. So we can counter this Tarmogoyf. And he's most likely gonna spend his top at the end of the turn as well. Just not to draw this counterbalance. Because it's quite good to have a 2-mana spell on the top at all times.
Yeah, or just in the deck, like
Aye.
in the first 2 or 3 cards.
Yeah, exactly. So you can counter all the 2-mana spells since David only has 2 lands here.
But he's looking for a high tide here.
That's true
So
as well.
he's gonna fetch and
And try to find some of those.
Yeah.
Spinning the top. Yeah. So we shall see if he finds any here. He kind of only needs 1 or 2 of them. And we know he already has a Cunning Wish in his hand, so if he has any in his sideboard, he can go and fetch
turnabout.
another.
Turnabout doesn't do much
No.
yet.
Seems like he chooses to draw a Ponder. A way to
Ponder.
shuffle his library. Alright, so he's most likely gonna
Nothing.
shuffle here. Still trying to find those high tides. Here we have the Cunning Wish on the screen, which is you can choose an instant card you own from outside the game, which is a little bit weirdly worded, but it mostly means you can find a card in your sideboard.
Yeah, now it's only sideboard. It used
Yeah.
to be from the exiled zone,
Yeah,
but now it's only sideboard.
now it's only sideboard. That's correct.
I don't know what's the actual oracle text on this card, because for the casual games I don't know how it works.
I'm not sure either, I'm afraid. We should basically read, get an instant card from your sideboard.
Yeah,
and put
now
it into your hand.
in competitive tournaments that's what
Yes.
it reads.
Yes, definitely. And he also has, Fabio also has intuition in his hand, so he should probably try to get some high tides here.
I'm not sure why he's doing it during attack step though.
He's doing it at the end of David's turn, I believe.
Is it? Oh,
Yeah.
sorry. No, maybe I missed something then.
Doesn't pose any sense to do it now, since I don't believe high tide will inflict the situation regarding on whether he will take damage or not.
Alright, that's the end of turn.
Yeah. Also a good way to shuffle your library with Sensitive Vines up. Fabio is playing quite a lot of cards that are good with Sensitive Vines up. He has Intuition, Merchant Scroll, Ponder, Fetch lands, obviously. So Sensitive Vines up is quite
I like
good
how he
at
takes the
tuning
one
up.
with the little shells and the little fish. I
Yeah,
like that picture a lot.
Yeah, it's
I don't
nice.
like the merfolk with the I don't know what it's
No,
doing.
I like that. I like that one.
I
like the merfolk
I
with
like
the
the one
like
that
sand dunes or whatever, or is it on the sea bottom or something?
I like the fishes.
All right.
The fishes and the shells. I like that one.
All right. So we have a brainstorm at end of the turn for David here, and Fabio is gonna have a peek at the top 3 cards of his library to see if he can find something to counter this brainstorm with. But he does already have Senses Divine Top. I do like casting this brainstorm in response to intuition.
Yeah.
Because if he
Ooh.
chooses to
Yeah, but he has what?
not bad.
That's
clever.
If he has a Force of Will in hand, he's actually out of the woods.
And I do believe actually Fabio here has a Force Will on the top of his library. So that if Fabio Force Wills the
Like-
surgical extraction on high tide.
He has to do that.
Yeah, he will for sure. And
Oh, wow,
David
he's
will
back in
respond
the
with Force
game.
Will.
That's
But
really
I do
cool.
believe that Fabio has a Force Will on the top of his library. I think I saw it on the top 3 cards at least. So we shall see if that happens.
But doesn't matter.
Yeah, it does matter because it
Oh.
counters David's Force Will.
Oh
Boom.
yeah, that's right. There, yeah. That's good.
So
That's right.
David did a very nice play here.
Yeah.
The thing he did, he cast Brainstorm, not in response to Intuition, because he wanted his opponent to use his Sense Divine Top. By doing so, he could cast Surgical Extraction on the high tide, so he couldn't counter that with the Senses Divine Top going on the top of Fabio's library with Force of Will backup. But unfortunately, Fabio put a Force of Will on top of his library, so not only could he Force of Will the Surgical Extraction, but could also counter the Force of Will that David cast from the top of his library.
That was great.
Yeah,
I liked
great
it.
turn.
I liked
Great
it.
turn. Great.
I liked it.
That's the kind of plays you love to see in Legacy. That was
That's the kind of play. If you don't pay enough attention, you just miss it. Just like I did.
Yeah, definitely.
You have to admit it sometimes. I just missed it.
No,
Like
that
Force
was
of Will,
great.
what does it do? Does it counter the extraction? Oh yeah, never mind.
Oh yeah, it does.
Never mind.
Right, so here we have a try to go off, since Fabio successfully was able to keep his high tide. He casted it, tapped all of his lands, cast Time Spiral with a little bit of mana floating. He has 2 mana floating.
Bit like the.
2 mana floating right now.
Is it one? I think it's one.
It's only 1?
Yeah.
Ooh.
He cast High Tides. He had 7 mana. He had 8. He played the top, and then he played.
He played the top first as well. Okay, so he only has 1 mana. Never mind. But untapping 5 fresh lands, which means another at least 10 mana.
At least 10 mana, yeah.
If he doesn't find any more high tides, that is. So finds Brainstorm, Delta, Flooded Strand, Ponder, Cunning Wish, and Flusterstorm, as well as an island. So he does have counter backup, which is quite important here, and he has some cantrips to be able to find Speak Flashy spells.
Still not great.
It's not great. He has Cunning Wish to get a high tide, and then he can try to get to another Time Spiral, Meditate, or something of that sort. And it doesn't seem like he has played land either, which means another 2 mana at the very least.
He didn't play a line? I don't know. I don't remember.
No, they're trying to figure it out here, I would assume. And he chooses Fetch right away here, which is interesting.
Yeah, why wouldn't you top first?
Yeah, maybe he thinks he's restricted on mana. But
He has a lot of mana. He has more than 10.
True, but it depends
mean-
on whether he wants to Cunning Wish for another high tide. Then he has to use some of his mana this turn, and then he also needs to play his cantrips to find this Time Spiral.
How can you Cunning Wish for another High Tide?
It's an instant, right?
Huh? Yeah,
Is
but
it-
he doesn't have a... Oh, does he have a high tide in his sideboard?
Might be that it does.
Yeah, okay.
Maybe it doesn't. I mean, he
I
does
don't
play
think
intuition too,
Yeah,
so
I
it
don't. I
might be
don't
tough
think.
to
Yeah.
only have 3.
If you play one, then you can't play your intuition on the.
That's very true. He might not have any high tides in the sideboard.
No,
He does
here
find
is-
the time spiral right away with his
R-
first brainstorm.
Yeah.
So problem solved. But he would like some more high tides, I think.
Well,
he
now
defi-
it's still like the time spiral produces 6 mana.
Yeah.
So
effectively 6 mana from that time spiral, untapping all the 6 lands that he does have. Since it costs 6 mana to cast, he gets another mana for each land. Or he floats 6 mana when he casts it, rather. And then he untaps his land, so it's even more in the end, in the long run.
turnabout, that's an extra 8 mana.
Yes. Alright, so there's a very high chance here that Fabio will be quite unopposed into sealing the deal here. He has all the mana in the world. He also has Cunning Wish to get any cards out of his sideboard. And he does have Time Spiral to get 7 fresh new cards. He's going to start
So
with the
what do you
Cunning
get
Wish.
here?
Now, I believe...
he does. He did have the high tide
in-
inside.
He does have a high tide in sideboard.
So do you intuition. Huh.
This is interesting.
That's not what I would have
Fetched.
thought of.
Maybe if he thinks he has enough mana that he can get the remaining 3 high tides in his deck, just to get another storm counter.
I see.
Maybe. Right, so he casts Intuition. See what he gets here. So effectively spent 3 extra mana to get a storm counter.
Yeah. Oh. Is he gonna get the fish again? Please.
That's the question.
I like the fish.
But that's David's choice, isn't it?
Yeah, no. Not the Drew Tucker one. Just the fish. Some.
Oh,
yeah,
and
see,
he
he always gets.
he gets the shells. That's why it's
I
there.
think there's a pattern here. He has the two ugly ones, the fish, and the chick. The chick is in the sideboard.
Fair enough.
He can get the Cunning Wish, so he knows it belongs to the sideboard.
yeah.
Oh, the fish and the octopus. That's the best one.
Yeah, this is actually pretty nice art.
I mean, Weber.
I'm gonna agree with you here.
She also drew a Time Walk.
What?
Yeah, I think so.
Oh yeah, you mean the artist?
The artist,
with
yeah.
you. Now with you. Alright, so he casts his High Tide, casts another turnabout, floating some mana, untapping all of his lands. Now his islands, Fabius that is producing 3 mana apiece. So he's gonna use one of his islands to cast a Cunning Wish, getting a Brain Freeze.
Some very irrelevant piece of information. The Tomograph is a little more than 1/2.
Yes.
That's very relevant here, but just you know.
Yeah, I have a feeling
And,
that
the
this
Cunning Wish
Tarmogoyf
should be-
will
should
never
be
attack
exiled, but that's-
anymore.
Cunning Wish should be exiled. If he plays another Time Spiral, make sure
We'll make
they
sure he
know
shuffles
about
that
it.
in.
Yeah. Okay,
Yes.
just
Alright, so we have to stop.
yeah. Well,
This-
they'll probably figure it out. Well, hopefully they will.
Hopefully they will.
There's a This should be a. The
We
Cunning
should
Wish
have-
should be shuffled. Should be exiled.
Yes. So he has to the way maybe to repent his mistake is taking a Cunning Wish out of his library and put it into the exile zone instead. Because whenever he casts Cunning Wish, it always gets exiled. Here we go.
All right, here we go.
Alright,
That's
so
been
problem
fixed.
fixed. This is relevant because it lowers the chance of him drawing
Yeah, the
Cunning
Cunning
Wish
yeah, of
on his
course,
time
this is
spells.
very
So
relevant.
It's very relevant.
Well,
So I
didn't he have lethal already? How many days? 11?
11 storm.
Not yet.
So this was the 11th spell. So if he would cast Time Spiral and in response to that cast Brain Freeze, it would be 12 copies plus the Brain
No,
Freeze.
so it's 13 brain freezes.
Pretty much.
So it's 39. Not enough.
Yeah, not enough.
It's pretty tough to blank after a Canning Wish, but still.
Yeah, so here's another High Tide to start off with. So now he has approximately 1 million mana. He has 2 Merchant Scrolls in his hand and 2 Intuition, so he kinda can get whatever he wants here. Or he can get instance with his Merchant Scroll, but you all know what I mean.
Yeah,
It's very likely that he will just find the things he needs.
it's been a while since David played anything.
He doesn't even care about topping
Yeah.
before using the cannonballs because he knows he has yet another Merchant Scroll in his hand, so he
Oh, it's
will not run out of
that's
gas.
also another spell.
Yes. Yeah, the Force Will also always helps him here
Yeah.
because he has everything he needs.
No, the Force of Full helps the storm count.
That's what I'm trying to say. Yeah, it helps Fabio, and he gets a High Tide. Wow.
Did they have enough spells to?
I believe he only has spells in his hand. Maybe 1 land, and
Yeah.
15 storm
Wasn't Brain
counts has
Freeze enough?
already been happening.
How many cards is
14,
David playing? That's the question. Is it 60?
Yeah, I'm starting to wonder myself here.
Because he had enough intuition. He had enough stuff.
Yeah,
He had enough spells. I don't know. I don't understand why.
he's going out with a bang, that's for sure. He's trying to make the grandest win ever here by producing the maximum amount of mana he can with the silence.
So what is he getting here?
I don't know.
Blue
Sun
Sun Zenith.
Zenith.
That's that. Okay.
Alright, that draws a lot of cards at this point, since every island is producing at least 5 mana. So he wants to produce more mana. It's very interesting.
Yeah, I'm a little confused here.
Yeah, so am I.
Like, didn't he have enough already?
I said that he had all the mana in the world when he
Yeah.
had 3 High Tides resolved already.
Yeah.
Uh,
He wants to play the octopus more. And I see that. Let's play the octopus.
it has to be something you agree with, right? Your love for the octopus is higher than anybody else, I presume. Maybe not higher than Fabio's, but it's up there
Okay,
somewhere.
so more octopus.
More
that's-
octopus
that's
coming in.
nice.
Alright. So, High Tide once more.
Just in case he needs more mana. Who knows?
Who knows? So just play the High Tide first. Up to 18 spell count. Every island producing 6 mana. With that, he casts
Blue Suns-
another
what's he
Intuition.
gonna get now?
I'm not even sure, actually.
Like, that's actually a way to lose the game.
Yeah.
Like, if he blanks, well, that would be that's still pretty unlikely. Oh, okay, still pretty unlikely, but okay, no, he can't do that.
He needs his
Yeah.
Brain Freeze
And
here. And what more? A Meditate?
what,
maybe?
meditate?
Yeah, and also something you gotta remember is that he could have spin this up every time he
Yeah,
shuffled
yeah,
his
every time.
library.
Yeah, so to
So
just
you
do the
that's
brain
like
freeze.
looking at 9 or 12 extra cards. Just that. Is gonna get a Force Will? No.
A
he
meditate,
can't, right?
okay. Yeah, why don't he? Like, he has enough mana to top every time. He
Yeah.
doesn't have to to tutor it. He can just top, shuffle, top.
Yeah.
Maybe he
also-
just likes the camera time.
Could be. Basking glory while playing on camera.
Yeah.
It's not bad. Alright. So
So
it's gonna tap 1 island for 6
3
mana.
floating,
Just meditate.
meditación.
And he doesn't really care about this skipping his next turn part, I believe.
Yeah, as
I
long
don't
as
think
not
there's
the
gonna be
turn of,
another turn.
like,
Okay, he
the
finds another
next
time
round's
spiral.
turn. There were some cards in Unglued like this. You start next game with
One
like
less turn or something.
five more life or something like that.
It's pretty nice. I remember the card Ass Whipping, I believe it was called. It removes a creature on the board or on the table.
You have it next.
So you could remove a creature from your friend's game on like beside you. I remember. I think I played a seal event at my local store, and there was so many backstabs with that card. It's like, oh no, that creature is too good for you. Like 2 tables away. Yeah, but this is more of a competitive scene, so I don't think we'll
Preordain.
gonna see any ass whippings here. We have Preordain, we have Brainstorm, we have Time Spiral, and another Brainstormer, I believe. So
And David is like, okay, what am I supposed to
yeah,
do here?
the F6 is very close here. All right,
Okay, sure. It's
another
very,
counterbalance. Why not?
sure, this is very also very useful.
It's another Storm count.
Yeah, well,
So you can
he
mill
has
him
enough.
for
You can mill the guy
100.
behind. Yeah.
Soon he will be able to mill the Battle Wit stick, no problem.
Yeah, fizzling seems hard here, but it is more than 0%.
Yes,
It
it's
is
more than
probably
0%.
probably around between 0 and 1,
Yes,
but the chance still exists.
exactly. Which might have been
So
eliminated a few turns ago.
So let's not rule it out. Well, I think he had the win already a couple turns
Yeah,
ago.
that's what I'm trying to say is that. All right, so he just puts the
He's
cards
got
back
time
very
spiral
quickly.
again.
That's 7 random cards. Once more. All right.
Jeez. Now I have 1 million mana and time spiral.
Yes. I'm not even sure if they need the dice anymore.
Yeah. So let's see. What is he?
So
in
cash
the
floating.
Are there? Yeah,
20 mana.
there are probably 10 cards, 10 lands left in his deck.
Yes.
So if the next 10 cards are 10 lands,
He's bust.
or like a mix between counters, counterbalance, and lands.
Yep. And Sunset Divine is up as well. He can draw some high tides as well.
Some high tides, yeah. There is. Well, this is still
top,
likely,
high
but
tide, Force of Will, Fluster Storm, Counterbalance.
or just like one Blue Sun Zenith, and no, he still has the.
There is a lot of hits though.
Okay,
But there's definitely a chance.
so 1 hit,
Turnabout is missed
2
too.
hits,
3 hits.
3 hits.
4 hits.
That should be enough. I hope he's not going into the intuition again,
Oh,
because that would delay the round for no reason.
that's true. And there's only actually 50 seconds left on the clock here.
Yeah, I think he's gonna make it.
I think, yeah.
Well, David has the next 2 turns, so he would probably win with the Tarmogoyf.
Fair enough.
Okay, here we go.
Here we go, Brain Freeze. Do you have an Emrakul or any kind of old Eldrazi in your deck? That is the question. Fabio will ask David here. And we have a handshake. We finally have a handshake, I would say. That was a long turn. Alright. We shall see whether there is any more matches going on with each match. But I don't believe so.
No,
there was
that's
50
over.
seconds left on the clock, and this was the last
Runs
match.
over.
Yes.
So Eldrazi won, High Tides won. We've seen quite a few different decks so far.
Yes, for sure. All different archetypes.
We know that our Australian friend, Riley
Yeah.
Knight, he was he was walking around. He probably got some cool matches for next round.
Mm-hmm.
So we're gonna have a little break, very short break, because the round is over. And as soon as we have more matches, we're coming back.
Are we going straight down? Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to live coverage of Bazaar of Moxen, Madrid, the first stop on our European tour, and it's in your company right now, Riley Knight, alongside me, the French Hall of Famer, Captain France himself. No, not me, it's you, mate. It's you. It's Raphaël Levy. There you go, the Hall of Famer. And, as I learnt very recently, the all-time world record holder of pro points in the game Magic the Gathering. You kept that one quiet.
Yeah.
Yeah, you don't like talking about it, mate. Gee, you should hear him off camera. Gee, he doesn't shut up about it. Oh, Hall of Fame this, pro points that. That's all he says.
I talked too much before now.
That's it. Yeah, you're all out.
Talking.
It's time, my friends, to head down to the feature match area for our first match of Legacy here in round number 3. These guys are already off to the races. You can see on the left-hand side of your screen we have Miracles in the hands of Sergei Reshetnikov and Lambide Jorge, which I'm sure I'm again saying incorrectly, seems to be on a more traditional Sultai bug plan, as it's known in the industry.
Oh wow!
Quiet start here
see
for Sergei.
What's in Sergei's hand?
I did not. What do we got? What do we got going on?
We got a spicy card.
Oh, a spicy meatball. Here's Tarmogoyf. Anything but.
Is it the Blood Moon? Yes, it is a Blood Moon.
Oh, I love it. I love it. I love this card.
Blood Moon.
I think it's honestly like oh man, I love that card. There is nothing greater than a salty concession after a turn 3 Blood Moon.
It's salty.
Oh mate. Because the thing is, there's no reason to be salty about it. Like the thing I really like about Blood Moon is that you can play around it, right? And if you come to a tournament prepared for it, you can beat it. And people who go out on a limb and complain about losing to Blood Moon, it's not a card you ever have to lose to. I don't think. Deathrite Shaman's going to add a mana, and we're going to see an suspension of Ancestral Visions. Okay, so not hitting it off our Shardless Asian here. We're going to draw 3 cards in a minute.
Deathrite Shaman is a good way to work around Blood Moon.
Mm-hmm.
A little bit, not
too
much.
Yeah, it gives you a little bit of leverage, but I love this Blood Moon. I'm really hoping to see. Yeah, look at this. I want to see Volcanic Plains and Blood Moon here.
Volcanic Plains.
Volcanic. Going to search up a Volcanic. I was shortcutting.
Volcanic Plains.
It was out of order sequencing, mate.
Yeah, okay. In the next set, the Volcanic Plains.
Look at this. Double fetch.
The new plateau.
Look at this. Double fetch. Oh, Fearless. No, we're not going to see a Plains. And a basic mountain. All right, okay.
Yeah, I think I've seen...
playing Red Wasteland, of course, yeah.
Counterbalance in Sergei's hand, so that's
Ah,
why he
sure.
would need double blow.
He needs that one there. Okay, that makes good sense. And of course, yeah, Sergei. I think the writing on the wall here for Jorge, he knows what's up. Well, he definitely knows what's up now. It's Blood Moon. Oh no, but Force of Will can take care of that. And I'm sure he's very happy to have an answer to what otherwise would have been a crippling play there. Ancestral Vision's coming down. Tarmogoyf, a 3/4.
Yeah, it's going to be a tough one for Sergei to come back into. I think he mulliganed this. So 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, and that's turn 3. So he did mulligan.
Misty Rainforest hitting the bin. Big fan of this Blood Moon, even though it hasn't done a huge amount just yet. And it looks like Jorge's on that Shardless Sultai, popularized by...
We've seen one last round that was paired against High Tides.
Oh, for sure.
Did not do too well. It's not great against combo decks that don't have permanents.
Yeah, and especially decks that can sort of go over the top.
Yeah.
I really like this Sultai deck, though. I know Jerry Thompson was fiddling around with the list for a long time last year, and he was in a very good spot with it at one point. Liliana of the Veil. We're going to see... Is that That's Volcanic Fallout being discarded here.
Is it?
Yeah.
Is it Fallout main deck?
Yeah, main deck Volcanic Fallout. So a wealth of very powerful cards on the right-hand side of your screen. And on the left, Reshetnikov is going to have to find something here.
Well, that's a lot of stuff he needs to find. He needs to find a white source. He needs to find a Terminus.
Yeah.
And then deal with Liliana.
And then deal with Liliana and
Ancestral Vision.
the visions that's coming down.
Oh, that's
Before very much longer, only 3 turns away, really. So maybe getting a little bit too excited about that Blood Moon there, because Sergei certainly has his back against the wall here.
so people are telling me it's a lightning bolt, but I'm pretty sure it's red, and 1.
It's red, and 1. It's a
it
volcanic
is-
fallout.
it
I
is
saw.
volcanic fallout,
I saw this wizard playing it in the last round, and so yeah, it is it's the uncounterable pyroclasm,
Yeah.
or the earthquake for 2, if you like.
Yeah, with two flyers too.
Oh yeah, it hits the flyers as well. There you
Yeah.
go. Yeah, so you can see that's the conspiracy version of it there, but the fallout, the player rewards version in the bin of Reshetnikov. Looks like he is a bit heavier on the red when it comes to miracles. Often we see the
so
red.
That's the card.
There we go. Sudden Shock, Keranos, and Force of Will.
Okay, so this is not the miracles we know. This
No.
is not the. It's not the classic.
No, it's Miracles 3.0 with heavy red. I like this, but I think at this stage we may be a little bit too far behind. Vendilion Click and Jace the Mind Sculpt in hand for Sergei here, and he's sort of brainstorm locked himself a little bit in that he doesn't have any lands coming.
Yeah.
And
I've never seen this deck before. The Miracle Red, I don't know. Sudden Shock, that's the card I haven't seen in a very long time. I think he's just like, for this game, he's just going through the motion, because I don't think there's a good way to come back from this.
No.
If you don't have Terminus, and like most of his cards just not 1-for-1, but they don't really sweep the board. They just Sudden Shock is not very good against Tarmogoyf or Ancestral Vision
No,
or Liliana.
no. Take care of Deathrite Shaman, but I think the cat's that particular cat is out of that particular bag at this stage.
Split Second Miracle.
Yeah, and okay, away goes the Deathrite Shaman. Yes, more or less the only worthwhile target here.
It's always the same. It's so this Split Second is so counterintuitive.
Yeah.
Every day we're like, I would like to. But no,
Yeah.
I cannot. Wait, I'm going to.
No, you're not going to. In fact, it's sort of. I enjoyed the way that Jorge there, like, sort of passed
He
passed
could
priority
actually
there.
done something. I think you'd have tapped it to remove a land, to exile a land.
He could have, because it's a mana
could have
ability.
done that, yeah.
Oh, is it? No. It's one of those
It's
things. I don't know.
not? You can't do
I'm
that?
not sure. It's one of those. There is very. It's a huge. I'm not to judges or the well informed, but someone like me, like Zertar Druid, you can't activate because it does 1 damage to them as well.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm not sure if Deathrite Shaman falls under that particular one there, but in any case, it is dead. No, because as part of the resolution of the ability involves something other than just adding a mana. So I don't think you can actually do it. Tamograph goes to a 5/6 now.
Yeah, you can't do that.
Yeah, it has to basically everything after the colon has to just involve
Okay.
adding mana, and then you can activate it. That's my
Not even an extra coma. Extra common.
extra common. No.
Not-
Any other punctuation, and that's it, mate. And that is also it for Reshetnikov. He's had enough. He packs it up. So this is an interesting take on Miracles. We didn't see any white cards.
Yeah, does he have any?
I don't know if he even has any white cards. So Miracles may not be the best. It may just be miracleless Miracles, and we might see a Bonfire or maybe a Devastation Tide.
Or just blue-red.
Yeah, blue-red Legacy. Here we have Elves on the back
so
table.
that's a totally different twist here.
Yeah, look at this. So Elves versus what looks like it's a deck that can create a huge amount of colourless mana. I can see Grim Monolith there. Good to see this fellow out and about. Ancient Tomb, Cloud Post is there as well. But right now it's the Elvish Beatdown.
It's probably just turn 3 as well.
I saw Alex Johnson absolutely crushing his Eldrazi opponent on the top tables at the end of last round. Eldrazi, I think, poised to make a bit of a standard legacy. I know Yol Larsson, your friend and mine, was talking about how...
Your friend.
Sorry. my friend. Not your friend. All right, sorry, I didn't know what was going on there. And also another Pro Tour champion, Jeremy Dazani, who's sitting just across from us the way here.
Your friend.
Again, my friend,
Yeah.
Yes, of course. Hang on, I just need to pick up the names that I've dropped. Hang on a second. And these two are both in agreement that the Eldrazi decks with 12 Soul Lands, 16 Soul Lands are in a great spot here. Let's have a look at what's been cast here.
So this is a conspiracy card. Is it the Hulling Mine just for you?
The portal.
The portal, yeah.
Mm.
Is it what it does? You choose whatever, and then you draw 2 cards.
You choose whatever and then draw 2 cards. Yeah,
Then you draw 2
yeah,
cards,
yeah,
okay.
yeah. Well, let's have a look. I think it costs 6. It's called Prototype Portal. No, not Prototype Portal, but something like that.
Something portal.
Yeah. These newfangled cards these kids are playing with.
Is it in Japanese? Okay.
Coercive Portal. There you go. So at
Okay.
the beginning of your upkeep, you can vote. You either you either destroy all non-land permanents, or you draw an extra card. So it's a personal Howling Mine for 4, which is pretty tight. And then also you can blow up everything when you need to. So not so bad. Not so
you draw a
bad.
card, pretty much.
Mm.
Unless he wants to vote for everything dies.
Yeah, which is not a bad spot against an army of elves.
Yeah, well, he will need to survive next turn.
So
That's-
that Coercive Portal
that's
not
gonna
entering
be
the
a tough
battlefield
one.
tapped. It's not a mono artifact. And Alec Johnson with the cool confidence of
We've seen mono
someone.
artifacts.
Hmm?
We've seen a mono artifact.
We have?
Oh, on camera. No,
Yeah.
it was not in play.
No?
It was like a Cartex, Candelabra of Taunos.
Oh, of course, yeah.
Mono artifact.
No, we saw one of them in game number 1.
Oh yeah.
In round number 1, I should
Okay.
say. But
I
here we
was
go. Let's
there.
have a look at what's going on. It's Deathrite Shaman. And that's going to
Get him to life.
go to life for Alec Johnson. He's in a good spot here.
Well,
Nettle Sentinel. And-
he has a reclamation.
And a reclamation stage. That's going to do some work.
Yeah.
So, Gaze
that-
Cradle also.
Oh,
Maybe
yeah, no,
has-
he bounced it with the
Yeah.
symbiote,
Mm-hmm.
so that's why he has it.
Yeah.
It's
So,
like, wow, he has a second one.
so tight.
No, it's the same one.
Yeah, Reclamation Sage. I know a card when it was first printed there, you can see there the commander printing version of it. When it was first printed, I know elf players around the world rejoiced at having a main deckable answer to, many of the artifacts or enchantments that are running around Legacy. You've got your counterbalances
Yep.
if you can get it through the lock.
Octavio Orangutan is not quite enough.
No, not quite there. No.
It's soon. In the it would need a couple million years to get to an elf.
A couple of million. Yeah. It's a few. It's a few million years of natural selection away from the reclamation
I
set.
don't know. We need to.
I mean, they're working on it. In that picture, they are working on that natural selection.
I don't know.
They're getting it going.
Are the elves like descents from apes? Do they?
I don't
they-
know. I don't know the taxonomical lines that
Yeah.
sort of that evolution took place in this fantasy realm. I'll have to study up on it. Here's Elvish Visionary. Let's draw a card. What can we find? It's Green Sun Zenith. Okay, now we're cooking with gas. Here we go. Nettle
he's
Sentinels
gonna
on the
get,
board as well.
Regal Force.
Regal Force might be nice. A Hoof could be pretty
Hoof.
tight. Probably not the mana to do it this turn, however.
Yeah, because we need to untap.
But here's Zenith.
Is there a Heritage Druid somewhere?
There is.
There's
No, I don't think so. No, I can see a Quirion Ranger. All is dust on the screen here.
okay.
A card that
Oh, he's in his hand?
Eniko
Okay.
Mendiva is going to perhaps be able to leverage a fair bit of value out of.
That's good enough.
But
He
it
had the
is-
guest cradle.
it is
so
the
he
hoof
could-
with
he could
1,000
bring the
million
hoof
billion
and
mana.
attack.
And that's going to do it for game number 1. Alec Johnson, again, a seasoned Legacy vet. I saw him play earlier on, and he was not mucking around. He's not here to make friends. Let's just put it that way. Back to our first table here. We have an Izzet monstrosity with a countertop, the countertop combination in it. I don't know if we've got miracles, but it looks like Reshetnikov is going to try a mulligan. Jorge Larambida, though, looks happy with his 7. And we're going to the 3-pile shuffle here on the left-hand side of your screen.
So what exactly is in Sergei's deck? I'm not sure what's...
Well, Volcanic Fallout seems very strong.
is it?
I think so. Can't be counted. It cleans up Delvers, Young Pyromancers, kills...
In a very specific format then.
Sure, maybe
Elves.
main deck inclusion
Elves,
is...
but then it's also
Elves.
3 mana.
Yeah, I think...
Sometimes 3 mana is on the draw against against elves. It's,
Sometimes not
I
enough.
don't know. Yeah.
Okay.
Well, Sudden Shock would definitely help.
Sudden Shock's a nice one. I like the Blood Moon, obviously. That goes without saying. And I saw V-Click. We saw obviously Countertop.
Mm-hmm.
And a Keranos to finish things off. A nice that one. I like that. It's a difficult card to interact with.
Oh, with Counterbalance.
Yeah.
Counterbalance. What else can he play? He's still 3 short, right? To activate it?
Oh, to turn it into a thing.
yeah.
Oh, no, you just bolt them. You just bolt them to death.
Come on.
Oh no, down to 5 now for our hero here. No, Keranos is such a beater, man. Keranos is such a
No, you have
baller.
to attack, man.
Nah, he's an absolute
to
gangster.
attack.
No. That's the thing. That's why he's good. It's just a 5-mana enchantment that either bolts or draws a card.
Play some. What can you play?
You're
Frostburn Weirds, man.
Yeah, Frostburn Weird. Yeah, that's we're gonna see it take Legacy by storm. Frostburn Weird. Yeah, in they come.
What else can you play?
You're out of your mind.
I'm out of. Okay.
Storm Chaser Mage.
Storm
Storm Chaser Mage is a nice one.
Cool.
Yeah.
There was a blue red spell. Like it was a horse stuff.
1/1. There's the
It was a 2/4.
There's the one from Lorwyn. Yeah.
Yeah, none lower in the Eventide or.
Yeah, that's what I mean. Yeah,
One of these.
Yeah, the hybrid cards there like that.
It was a horse, right? A 2/4 that can switch power.
Oh, the
Something
hippocamp. Yeah.
No, that was a donkey. I think that
It's the donkey camp.
the donkey.
The donkey camp. I don't know.
I think
Sorry.
it looked like a donkey.
No. Storm Chaser Mage, man. I'm high on that. You know how heavily I've had my face kicked in by that card.
Oh, that's cool.
Oh, jeez, it's a monster, man. Here we go, down to 5 for Reshetnikov. Let's see if he can find something he likes here. He looks at the
Hopefully
top.
the donkey.
Look at the
I'd
2.
love
Look at
to see
this.
the donkey here.
He's going to keep it. Okay. This is Scry. Let's see what he finds.
Well, it's.
And it stays on top. All right. We're off to the races. Here we go. Pyroblast in hand.
Ooh.
Any lands?
What?
That looks like a mountain in the middle. Okay. Going to lead off with Mountain.
Oh, it's Scalding Tarn.
And a Scalding Tunnel also in hand. Okay, so Reshetnikov still in the game after the Sultai Menace has taken care of that one. Okay. Oh, and we see the tap of the fetch land. Not a thing we often see here. I like that. I like that technically precise play. Technically precise play indicates a technically precise mind, Raphaël Levy, as I'm sure you know. Underground Sea here.
Okay, I'll start doing that more often.
Definitely.
I usually take my deck before I even sacrifice.
Usually tap your...
No, I just take my deck to fetch and like,
yeah.
by the way.
Oh, by the way, that's in the bin. Yeah.
That's
Crag Puka, thank you so much. There it is. It does look like a donkey, yeah. Crag Puka. So thank you there to your friend and mine, Jean-Julien Zil. He's on the 1s and 2s. Relica Progenitor's going to get things started for Reshetnikov. So we might see do you reckon we're going to see the Puka come in?
I don't think so.
No?
Even though it works really well.
It's very mighty.
I don't think we're going to see that guy.
Yeah, you get 2 Pukas out and you'll smash it for 6, man.
For 6? Oh,
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Plus 8.
Plus the Pukas.
Plus the plus the
We've just
3
broken
up.
Legacy. Here's Pithing Needle as well. We're going to find out what that's naming. I imagine Sensei's Divining Top would be a pretty hot name there.
Or Relic.
Relic also.
But I think he's going to go for the...
I mean, what does the Relic
What
do
the-
here? It
doesn't do much.
It doesn't do a whole lot.
And even with 3 cards in hand, that's okay. Like he doesn't really need
So Pithing Needle, the source of a long-standing debate about how to pronounce it, whether it's Pithing or Pithing Needle.
you tell me.
I mean, you tell me.
In French, pitting needle.
Yeah, Pithing Needle.
Pitting needle in
Yeah.
French, yeah.
What would it be in German? Pithing Needle. Needle. Needle.
Okay.
Needle. Maybe that'd be better. Just do the whole thing talking like that.
So pitting needle, I don't know what it's calling yet.
What it's calling. Good, here we go. Alright, so it looks like there's a little bit of confusion on the stack right now, seeing as we have a Death Rat activation in response to the activation of the Relic as the Pithing Needle came down. And it all seems fine. So we're gonna name the Relic. Okay. Oh, whoa, back up. Whoa. Okay, buddy. Hey. Let's just take a step back here. A lot of stuff going on, a lot of stuff to process here.
You. Okay.
I'll name you. Pithing Needle, target you. Okay. Did you get a look at Reshetnikov's hand there? I can see Pyroblast.
It's True Name Nemesis.
True Name Nemesis as well. Okay.
And I don't know the last one. Is it a Snapcaster Mage?
A blue card of some description. Away goes the Scalding Tansky. Here's Relic. So a nice little way to shut off someone's graveyard while still cycling. Often favoured above Scrabbling Claws. Although we did see Frank Lepore playing both in his processing deck at the Pro Tour. And it's Island here for Reshetnikov. Off that Scalding Tarn.
You haven't seen a lot of Wastelands so far.
No, that's true. I mean, I'm not sure that is the Salto deck playing Wastelands?
I don't know. Is it Snapcaster Mage?
And activation of Relic
So-
as well.
What?
Okay, I think this is all with the Pithing Needle still in the stack. That makes the
Okay,
most sense.
that's-
Yeah, okay. Because of course you want to get that Scalding Ton
I
out the
see.
way
I
as
think
well.
I think confusion was about him cannering or not.
Yeah, right.
Or maybe he was like, okay, so you play it, that's fine.
Mm.
So he said, Relic. No, I mean, it's fine, I don't canner. Comes into play. Stack the ability.
No, the ability doesn't
Sounds
trigger.
pro-
It's as it enters the battlefield. If it enters the battlefield,
so
it's
that's
too
why
late.
There was some confusion.
I learnt that the hard way against Slaughter Games. My friend of mine played Slaughter Games. I'm like, yep, no worries. And he goes, naming Restoration Angel. I'm like, I play my Restoration Angel in
No,
response.
that's
He's like,
different.
that doesn't
That's
doesn't work that way. So yeah.
That's a little different.
So the Pithing Needle has named Relic. Even after all that, and here's a swamp for Jorge.
For George.
George, just going with that, and Tamagotchi.
It's Jorge, but George sounds...
The biggest, baddest thumper. Tamagotchi, a measly 1-2 at this stage. Not sure how it's a 1-2 actually. Both the graveyards are empty?
Everything is
Everything is empty, I
Is
think.
exiled, yeah.
Yeah, I think it's a 0-1.
Well, not for long.
Not for
Oh,
long.
No play here. No brainstorm. He doesn't want to. I'm not sure why he didn't play brainstorm here.
And we're going to see Pyroblast here, targeting Brainstorm.
Yeah, on the left side of Jorge's, you see.
Oh, I see, yeah.
His
Yeah, there's a
graveyard
Marsh
and his
Flats.
exile.
Yeah. Marsh Flats, Pluto, Delta, and Brainstorm. So the
The
Tamagotchi
first
for
Pluto
2-3.
Delta is exiled.
Alright. Keener eyes than mine. And it's Tropical Island now for Jorge. Can I tell you something, Raph? I've been walking around the top tables here. Not a lot of blue decks going around.
No.
No. A lot of Sylvan Library decks, a lot of Tamagotchi
Okay.
decks. I've seen Elves. We've got Eldrazi making an appearance.
Blue's not good, man.
Punishing Fire. I mean, this is the consensus.
No, blue's
No.
Blue sucks.
Yeah, blue's just traditionally speaking,
Yeah.
blue generally the weakest. This is why all the vintage decks, there's there's stacks, there's
Yeah.
combo, and then the white green,
And Dread
like white
Return-
green aggro.
Yeah, Dread Return.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Blue,
like-
I don't know. I think it's very overrated.
I know you think that. The thing is, I'm speaking with huge irony, and you're not. That's the difference between you and me, mate. That and 500 pro points. Here's Brainstorm. But no, I think today was really it's a field full of Punishing Fire.
Yeah.
Yeah, I saw a Goblin deck as well, Goblin Rabble Master, that was just all seemed about getting Goblin Rabble Master out on turn 2. Ancient Tombs, Simian Spirit Guides.
Rabble Masters.
Yeah, man.
The 2/2 guy for 3.
The 2/2 for 3. Yeah,
Okay.
probably a couple of Goblin Kings in there, Goblin Chieftains as well. But no, I saw there was a pretty significant beatdown going on with the Rabble Masters. And now Reshetnikov, after fiddling around a little bit, it looks like he's putting the True Name Nemesis back on top and an island on top of that.
Is that... What's this card?
Like at least Sensei's Divining
Is-
Top.
Not
Is
the
that
red card.
Smash to Smithereens?
It looks like it.
And we're going to pick up the island here.
Why would he play Smash Muse? No,
Kills the... Is it Smash?
I don't know. A Dragon Fodder, maybe?
Dragon Fodder, probably. Maybe it's Krenko's command.
Yeah, I think it might be Smash, but I don't know. Why would you board in Smash?
Interesting. Sensei's Divining Top to kick things off, and it is a Snapcaster Mage in hand. There goes the Brainstorm. It's going to cost Reshetnikov 2 life. And Ancestral Visions goes down to 3. So the refuel care package is inbound here.
Yeah, that's...
Yeah, looks like
that's a
Smash to Smithereens.
Yeah, okay.
Recently reprinted in Origins, and of course as the Friday Night promo. FNM
Okay.
promo came out recently. Here's Tamagotchi coming in for 2. Instant land at the moment in the graveyards. And Jorge in the driver's seat here, I think it's fair to say.
Yeah, after Sergei's mulligan to 5, it's It's yeah, and
Who-
he plays some quite suboptimal cards. It feels.
It feels.
Yeah. Like
Yeah, I'm not sure about Smash to
Smithereens,
Smithereens.
I'm not sure.
In this matchup as well?
Yeah.
What are you killing? Shardless Agent. Bam! Getcha!
Yeah. I don't know. In
No.
Burn maybe. When you play Burn, you
Yeah.
like any good extra stuff with your Burn.
Yeah.
Would I get you some artifact removal with your Burn? Okay. I'll take that.
Would you like an extra lightning bolt on top of your smell? Your smelt? Yes.
On
Oh,
your
thank you.
shutter? On your shatter?
Yeah.
A little lightning bolt? Okay.
We're just checking the condition of some of these sleeves here. It looks like Jorge's going to replace one of them. Got to have those extra sleeves
For
the gunk and the grime. Most recent time this happened to me, I had to replace a sleeve. Opening hand, I was playing Sam Black's list from the last Standard Pro Tour,
Mhm.
the Bant retreat to Emiria deck,
Okay.
and I sat down across Ivan Flock, who is a very
One of your friends?
no Florian Koch, sorry, Florian
Okay.
Koch. I always mess them up. I sat down across from him, and he's obviously a very cool and intimidating guy. I sit down, I'm shuffling up, and I bust a sleeve, right? I'm like, okay, no. So get the sleeve, I'm like, I've got a replacement. It's alright, I'll just do it. I'll do it face down. Is that alright? He's like, yep. So I go pull it out. It's Nissa, obviously. It's obviously Nissa, and he's like, you just like that. So that was good. That was good. He wrote about that in his tournament report. I'm glad he outed me. I deserved it. Let's have a look at what's on top here for
Yes.
Reshetnikov.
Yeah, what do you do then? Like, oh yeah, I have to go. Like, I have to turn.
I was shuffling, so I just
no,
kept
I
shuffling.
have to go away to change my sleeve.
Yeah.
That's not shady at all. Why can't you do it in front of me?
Yeah.
I'd
Yeah.
rather not.
Yeah. It's my fault for not using checklist cards. Here comes True Name Nemesis now. That's the sort of tap out haymaker that Reshetnikov's hoping is going to stem the bleeding here.
Yeah, I think the name Miracle Red is a little.
Little misleading.
Yeah.
Although Reshetnikov may need something of a miracle to get himself back into this game here, because he's in a bit of a problem here. What should we call it?
Or, yeah, not Miracle.
Is it a good deck?
As it. Is that would be better.
Not Miracle.
Not
Perfect.
Miracle, yeah.
I think that's very good. I prefer the way that.
Yeah, True Name Nemesis. I thought this card would have a bigger impact. on
Yeah,
the
I
legacy.
remember everyone thought it was just it was going to be the end of times. This 3-1
It was,
that
at
was.
that point, like when it came out, it was I think that was the first bomb I was covering.
Mm.
I was like, man, we're gonna see this card all over.
Yeah.
And it just came out, so people didn't really have many of them. Like it came out a couple of days before. Oh, what's this card?
Thoughtseize.
Is that a snaring bridge?
I think it might be.
So yeah, it
Yeah.
didn't really have. That
Yeah, it's a
many.
blackboarded ensnaring bridge. It's a foil. It's reprinted in 8th edition with a white border, but the
Yeah,
black
yeah,
borders
yeah.
have foils.
Is it snaring bridge? Yeah, I don't quite follow. I have
Seems like an odd card. So Smash to Smithereens, and I think it is ensnaring bridge.
Is it?
I don't
It
know.
looks.
Yeah, no, look, the look at the flavor text and the flavor text on the thinger. They line up. They've got the same number of like words per line.
It looks like the log is vertical,
Yeah.
and this is not vertical on the one we see. I don't know. It looks
Well, this debate will rage on. In any case, it's not in his hand, so he's probably not casting it. Smash to Smithereens and Snapcaster Mage in the hand of Reshetnikov.
Yeah, a snaring bridge not the best combo with a True Name Nemesis.
No. Well, maybe that's why he's got the Smash to Smithereens.
Oh yeah, okay. That makes total sense.
So, double mini progenitors here. But I do remember this. Legacy players predicting the end times, this unbeatable 3-1 that could,
Yeah.
hold a sword or a jitte or something. And that was the end of the world. But,
Well,
Yeah.
now it holds the ground.
yeah.
Pretty
so
badly.
Not
Oh, pretty well.
pretty badly. It's doing a pretty good job.
Yeah.
Time goes down to a 3-4 thanks to that Death Rat Shaman, continually pecking away.
Hold on.
Hold on one second. And it's Vendilion click on the draw step. See that fantastic new art from the Modern Masters most recent edition there.
Yeah.
And we'll see if Reshetnikov has anything to say about this. Snapcaster Mage could come down, although not for a particularly huge amount of value there. There you can see the new art
Means
on the Vendilion Click.
Smash would not get a lot of.
No, what's Smash doing? Getting rid of the relic? No, he just says that's okay. And so it's Flooded Strand, Smash to Smithereens, and Snapcaster Mage. Tiago Chan himself making an appearance in Reshetnikov's hand here. And it's up to Larambide to decide what he wants to get rid of, if anything. There's no greater feeling, Raphaël Levy, than casting Vendilion Click, targeting your opponent, and then saying, that's fine. Pick
There
him
are a
up.
few better feelings.
No, name one. Attacking with gold Gary Brown Scale?
Oh yeah, that's the best. That's much better.
Or dredging it, gain 2.
No,
Thanks.
no, attacking with
Attacking with it's better than dredging it? Alright. Ladies and gentlemen, you may be interested to learn that Raphaël Levy has a Golgari Brown Scale taped to the back of his computer.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's my little.
It's your invitational card, isn't it?
It's my pet.
Yeah, that's you. That lizard is just is you.
It's my avatar.
Yeah. Oh, look at this. We'd all forgotten about the ancestral
That's
visions.
a better feeling.
Yeah, that's true actually. Yeah, resolving ancestral visions. All right, I'll cede that to you. So, Larambide is just living that high life. He's just clicked his opponent, taken nothing, and has now drawn 3 cards for 0 mana.
Still facing double true name Nemesis. What about little
Oh, he's got a clock now. He's got a clock with the click.
nausea?
Hmm?
How about nausea?
Nausea.
Yeah, you know that card.
I don't know what the card is.
It was in
Brainstorm underway with Larambide here. Hmm?
1 black and 1.
Yeah.
All creatures get -1/-1.
Okay. I don't know it.
But that's pretty good against true name Nemesis.
That is pretty good. Yes. Zealous Persecution. We saw the Minister of Pain make an appearance in a round previously like that.
I can't remember in which set nausea was. I think it was with a light. I'm not sure.
But I think at this stage, I think Jorge is going to just peck away with this Vendilion Click and maybe the Deathrite Shamans as well. This timer goes 4/5s now, if I'm not mistaken.
Oh, it has
Instant sorcery, land, artifact.
artifacts.
Yeah, there's Minister of Pain, another nice
Minister of
answer.
Pain, yeah. I think
nice
nausea
answer.
is a little more funky.
Yeah. So Larambide continuing to develop his board and also develop his opponent's lack of a life total. He's not doing too badly in that score either. He's only 2 attacks away from taking this one home for Team Rock and Roll.
14 life. 14 is a lot of life.
It's not a lot.
It is quite a lot. 14?
Oh, 4 is not a lot.
4 is not as much as 14.
No, it's not. It's
that's
actually 10. It's 10
yeah,
units
it's 10
less.
less, yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
in most books.
Yes, traditionally speaking, at least. I mean, I don't want to brag too much. I'm a bit of an authority on the matter. I do, in fact, teach primary school mathematics, so
So you know what you're talking
I know what I'm talking about when it
Okay.
comes to this sort of thing.
Yeah, and with the double Deathrite Shaman.
Yeah.
It's
Could be all over Red Rover, especially as Sergei is now dead to 1 swing from the Vendilion Click. He's going to have to dig deep here, and blue and red not known for their life gain abilities.
well,
What could we see here?
like double price of I saw price of progress.
Price of progress.
Yeah.
Woo. Okay,
Like
so
double price of progress stacked with both.
that gets
that could
there.
have worked.
That'll
But he
get
fetched
there.
the wrong land if that was the plan.
Well, and also price of progress also not fantastic against the open wasteland that Jorge has there.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. So it'd be 4 less. So it'd be 4 and 4 and 6. Almost. That would
Almost.
have been close.
Lightning Bolt, Keranos, and the Brainstorm there on the top as Reshetnikov spins the top.
It would have been on 2 life.
Which is less than 3.
Yeah.
It's 1 less, in fact.
Actually.
But still more than 0.
Nah. Yeah,
do you-
because he would have been on. Sergei would have been on 2 because he would have fetched. He would have been on 3 since he would have fetched a volcanic island.
Mm-hmm.
Play price of progress, and the first one would have killed him
Ah, yes.
because he would have been on 1 and that Deathrite Shaman.
Yeah,
would
and
have
that's
killed
enough.
him.
There you go.
So that-
Reshetnikov has seen enough. He packs up his cards, and Larambide takes that out handily. Rather effortlessly, it must be said. And we're going to check back in with our other match here. And We're in halfway through. Alec Johnson resolving a
Is it game 2 or
Green
3?
Sun
It might
Zenith.
be game 3.
We'll check if it's game 2 or game 3 shortly, but as we update our score counters at the top there. But Alec Johnson...
Swan one, okay. Yeah, I like the Warping Well. Warping Well is a card that I was looking forward to seeing.
Yeah?
Yeah. I didn't expect it in Legacy,
Hmm.
but I like it as a way to deal with Delver,
Yeah.
deal with Heritage Druid.
And Nika Mendibe unfortunately playing lands in front of spells. Ancient Tomb's going to hit him down for 2, and it's another Mind Stone. Look at this, I love it. An Expedition map.
Okay, and probably getting a Cloud Post.
Seems decent. No, it's
Whoa.
Tabernacle. Yeah, there you go. How about that?
Against Dread Harbors. That's
Yeah.
Dread Harbors. That's
Ooh, mate. So Tabernacle at Pendrell Vale. The Tabernacle at Pendrell Vale. It's the Tabernacle.
It's
Just the one. There's only one Tabernacle, and you can see it there on your screen. And what it does is gives all creatures an upkeep cost of 1. And look at that. We have an absolute superstar judge on the floor, making sure that your viewing pleasure, ladies and gentlemen, is as streamlined as possible. Look at that. Spells in front of lands, as Richard Garfield intended. So Alec Johnson more or less getting...
So is he
having
able
to
to
tap
cast
all of his creatures.
Primal Order here?
Natural Order.
Natural Order, yeah. Primal Order is not a card.
Primal Order?
Oh,
It
Primal
could-
Order is a homeland card. That's not as good.
Primal Order it is it?
Yeah.
It could be.
Primal Order is one. It's a little press progress enchantment.
I see.
So that can he play Natural Order? Okay, I think he's
Phyrexian
gonna
Negator.
fetch and
Phyrexian
response.
Revoker, I should say.
Fetch and response. So
Yeah.
how many lands does he have? So he untaps the Dread Arbor. Yeah.
Yeah, that Tabernacle wreaking havoc
He
with...
doesn't need the Sentinel. So but maybe the Revoker is on the Kirin Ranger, or the Needle is on the Ranger.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, okay. So he cannot use the Kirin Ranger.
And Mindstone's going to make a Ratchet Bomb. Ugh. Okay. Alec Johnson with his back against the wall here. Tabernacle is a very tidy one.
Oh, and the Wretched Bomb.
Yeah, Ratchet Bomb's going to make things very difficult for the elf play on the left hand of your screen. Oh, that and the Nettle Sentinel stays untapped. Stays tapped, of course. So
Oh, that's
oh, that is tight. There you go.
that's 4 mana.
Yeah.
That's the one card. I was looking
Yeah.
for the card that would.
How about that? How
Yeah.
about this one off the top?
Oof.
And Natural Order going to sacrifice my Dried Arbor there.
I'm gonna get.
What say you, sir?
Arnhem No,
Get an Arnhem
something
Djinn?
a little better.
Yeah. Get a Crawl Worm.
Crow Worm.
Yeah. Gonna get a Terror Stomper.
Yeah, I think.
What are we
Progenitus
going to
is a
see
little
here? We
better.
could see Progenitus. No, but it's going to be Hoof. There it is. And
Oh,
a
wow.
handshake. Just
That was
like
a nice
that, ladies
draw.
and gentlemen. There you
That
go.
was a
Yeah, that
nice
was a
draw.
tight one. A Gaze Cradle off the top, putting the Elvish player right back in it. In the face of so much heat, of course. Just being able to casually slip the old legendary land off the top, and no worries at all. As we bring it back to the booth, ladies and gentlemen, you're lucky enough to see the very handsome face of Raphaël Levy, and the slightly less handsome face, it must be said, of Riley Knight as well. My friend,
Yes.
it's a shame we didn't get to see more Elves. Hopefully we get to see... Alec Johnson seems to be... Like I mentioned before, he seems to be very much on top of things. He plays with smooth, casual confidence. He seems to know what he's doing. Deck is inside out. Draws like an absolute pro. This is, I think, the thing that a lot of people don't understand. If there's a card in your deck that's going to win you the game on the spot,
You have to draw it.
it's generally better to draw it than
Okay.
something that is, for example, not going to do that.
Yeah.
Would you say that? I mean,
Yeah,
you've
that
got a little
makes
bit more
sense.
experience
Makes
than me.
sense,
So I think Alec Johnson really showing his mettle there by doing that. There you go. So we do have a couple of minutes left before the end of the round, before the players get seated for round number 4. I did mention earlier, Raphaël Levy, I know you're a fan of the cube format.
Yeah.
We may get a chance to actually broadcast some Cube, but in preparation for that, for those people who may not be intimately acquainted with the format, we actually do have a couple of cubes pack right here. And what we're going to do, we're going to bust them open. So essentially, for those of you who don't know what a cube is just a collection of generally the best cards in that Magic has ever printed, and you turn them into little packs of 15 like this, and then you draft them as normal like this. It's one of my absolute favourite formats, and I'm very, very glad that Bazaar of Moxen is getting on the cube train and offering it as an event here at their
Side events,
at the side events. That's right. So let's get to it.
All right, let's do it.
All right. So we're gonna bust open this pack. We've got 15 cards here like that. We've got 4 minutes left, so maybe we can have a look at a.
We'll make our pick. We'll make our pick. Maybe next round.
Well, maybe we can have a look at it. Throw it open to discussion. Okay, so I'm gonna hit you with this Zealous Conscripts.
Yeah. Can we have the?
We're gonna have it up on the screen.
Yeah. Okay.
We're gonna have it up on the screen. We're gonna have Zealous Conscripts put up on the screen there. So it's an act of treason on a 3/3 with haste. There it is. This one here.
Maybe we can show the pack like this.
Well, the pack is laid out like this. Here you go. It's gonna be difficult. I'm gonna hold it up like this and lean across the top of it like that.
That's good.
What do we can see? Oh, I can see both Jaces. How about that?
Okay.
Okay, so let's have it. Let's just go through them very quickly. We've got Zealous Conscripts. We've got Edric, Spymaster of Trent, the 3-mana 2/2 that Ophidians all your creatures. We've got Jace, Vryn's Prodigy, current hottest thing in Standard. Memory Lapse, of course, putting a spell on top of the library. Nice little printing as well there. We've got Sacred Foundry, okay, not a nice little bit of fixing. Animate Dead, which goes very well with the next card. Massacre Worm, right? We've got Vindicar, which in French is called Justification, unless I'm much mistaken. Colligan's Command is also up and amongst it, the little modern darling at the moment like this. We've got Whisperwood Elemental. You're doing a really good job here, my goodness.
I'm going to need another hit.
I'd expect no less from the Karate Master of France. Whisperwood Elemental is a nice one as well, a nice little sort of mid-range card. Jace of the Mind Sculptor. So I think we're going to have a hard time going past that. Lightning Berserker if we want to be the fun police. We've got Baleful Strix, or Sinister Strix as it's called in French. Riftwing Cloudsgate and Basalt Monolith. And look at that, you're doing a very good job. Can I take some of that weight?
Okay.
So let's immediately sort of talk about the stuff that we like here. I mean, for me, I'm already leaning towards
Jace is a tough one to pass.
But which Jace is it? This is something that Yoel and I were discussing. The argument is being made, and rather convincingly by quite a number of people, that Jace Vryn's Prodigy is actually as powerful, if not more powerful, than Jace the Mind Sculptor. What are your thoughts?
Yeah, not really.
Yeah, not really.
No.
Okay, so straight away rejecting that?
No. I think there are a couple of options here. You can, I think, well, that's probably not what you should do.
Mm-hmm.
But the other options are Lightning Berserker.
Lightning Berserkers, yeah, immediately standing your ground, yeah.
It's mono-red aggressive strategies are usually pretty good in Cube. So if you say, okay, well, that's the only, cheap red card in the pack, I'm going to force that. Going for that is pretty good. Like, your left neighbor is probably going for Jace.
Yeah.
So not really the cards, you're not going to fight over the same cards.
Mm-hmm.
So that might be an option. Then what else? I could see animate that.
If you really want to again force an archetype, yeah.
Yeah, but maybe not first pick.
One of my favorite things about the cube is you can just decide that. Like the individual power level of all the cards is so high that even though you're passing one of the best cards ever printed, Jace, which I think a lot of people are going to have a hard time passing, you can still make a very, very powerful deck regardless of which direction you go.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I think there are a lot of defensible first picks in there, but for me it's got to be Jace.
Okay, just for the sake of it, I will take the Berserker.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. This is interesting. So you can take your mono red fun police.
So we have some discussion.
And we can have some discussion. So I'm going to take Jace. You're going to take the fun police, and we're going to continue with this little saga later on. Another thing I want to point out about the decision you've made is that most people, when they sit down to draft cube, they sit down and have fun, draft some kind of weird, janky combo deck like that. Well, I know you don't, but
fun.
Yeah, fun. I know you don't. That's the thing. If you want to crush a draft in a cube, if you really want to win. And a cube draft, sitting down and just forcing mono red is not the worst position to be in.
That's an okay.
It's genuinely good. You also don't have to think as much, which is always a nice thing.
That's better.
I've got this card. I'll put it into play and I'll attack with it. Easy. So round number 3 has almost more or less come to an end. We're going to be back with round number 4, but for too much longer. And of course, Raph, once we get back in the booth together, we'll continue with our little cube draft journey here. So I'm looking forward to your company too, joining us here in Madrid, Bazaar of Moxen 2016. The tour is well and truly kicked off, and we'll see you back here before very much longer for more Legacy action. Take care, we'll see you soon. Welcome back to live coverage of Bazaar of Moxen Madrid. Coming at you, Cleopatra, hot and fresh out the kitchen. Riley Knight alongside Joel Larsson. A great pleasure to have your company once again. The Pro Tour champion, the man out of Sweden. We all know who he is, of course. Heading down to the feature match area before very much longer. But Joel, I understand you've gone and you've circled the playing area like a hawk.
That is correct.
And what have you found for us?
I found an Eldrazi list that I really liked.
Mm-hmm.
It plays Transfer in the main deck.
Yeah, this is a card that you were mentioning before you liked. Yeah.
Yes, exactly. And I kind of like the list. I saw him cast Kozilek, the Great Distortion.
The Great Distortion. Yeah.
Yeah, against Miracles.
How many cards did you draw?
I believe 6.
6 cards. Not bad.
Not bad.
Not bad.
And later in game he started searching things with Aya Vugin.
Yeah.
So the deck has some late power.
Yeah, of course. Yeah, it can really go over the top.
So I believe that's what we're gonna see here in the first match in the later main
now,
event.
Let's head down to the feature match area right now and have a look at things how things are going to turn out here. But I did mention actually that you thought that Eldrazi is in a good spot to move into Legacy as well.
Yes,
Yeah.
I believe so. I think
Why
the
is that?
invasion is spreading everywhere.
The interest, you can't get rid of it. All will be one. Why is that? What do we have in Legacy?
The biggest reason in Legacy is that you don't only have to play, you have Eldrazi Temple and Ivy, but you also have Ancient Tomb and City of Traders.
And you can see Ancient Tomb on your screen right now. So
exactly.
these are called soul lands
Yeah.
a lot of the time because they produce 2 colorless mana and 16 of them now.
Yeah, so you have a lot of ways to play your Fatness here on turn 2, your Shardless on 1 at turn 1, and you can also play Trinisphere on turn 1 with the help of some Spirit Guides, which there are 8 of in this format.
Yeah, Trinisphere can be absolutely brutal. We see Wasteland taking care of that Ancient Tomb, but the damage may have already been done here because you can see, look, Eldrazi Mimic coming down after a Chalice of the Void.
Yes.
Had a Mother of Runes sneak in underneath the Chalice, but look at this. This is what you were mentioning, Joel. We just have Soul Land after Soul Land, yeah.
And here's an interesting interaction. We have Mother Runes against the colorless.
Not very good.
Doesn't do anything.
No.
It doesn't. I mean, it can trade against Eldrazi Mimic maybe when you're attacking with it, but this Eldrazi list is playing Warping Whale as well. So there's very easy ways to just kill off your opponent's creature, and it's colorless, obviously. Mother Runes doesn't help there at all.
Yeah, Raphaël Levy was mentioning the power of Warping Whale in Legacy.
Yes.
There are lots of creatures running around. You can
Yes.
see 2 of them already that
Exactly.
get exiled by it. And we see Stoneforge Mystic, a mainstay of the Legacy format, since its printing, has just been cast off a Plains and some kind of special land there. I don't recognize that printing. It's a new printing.
Yeah, I think it might be a Richland port. Can it be that?
No, there's no printing of Richardson Port that looks like that.
We'll get this card up on
We'll
the
find out what that
screen
is. Yeah, let's have a look, because that's a new printing. You can see the new border down there.
And we're gonna see here in a moment. It feels like the Eldrazi deck doesn't have any other lands besides that Wasteland he just played. Otherwise, he would most likely play some kind of a threat here.
There's Caracas, we know that one.
Caracas, good card. Here we have Cavern of Souls, also a main staple in the Eldrazi decks.
Naming probably what? Sarpadian Empires Volume 7?
Yeah, I don't think so.
Probably not, no.
Yeah, most likely Eldrazi, obviously. But his back is definitely on the wall here, because now the Death and Taxes player has an active Stoneforge Mystic with Batterskull in his hand.
Yeah.
Which is, as we all know, quite good.
Yes.
Yeah.
Just a little bit.
Especially in these kind of creature matchups.
Yeah, and to be honest, this start from the Eldrazi player has not been the sort of, enormously explosive beginning that we've all come to expect here. Here comes the Batterskull.
Yes. That Wasteland really put a hole into the mana base of the Eldrazi deck here. He needs another Soland, as Riley earlier talked about, and then he could actually play a Reality Smasher of some sort. And if he casts Reality Smasher, he actually has a good blocker against the Batterskull and the rest, because Chalice is on 1, so he can't Sorcery Plowshares anything here. And since Aid the Vial is not in play, he can't cast it either, so it's gonna be hard. Death Taxes has a lot of really bad draws here, that's for sure. Alright. So
the classic
we
attack
have a
with
Mangara of the Corondor.
Oh, here we go. Mangara of Corondor. This is the classic combo with Caracas. So what happens here? You the ability of Mangara goes on the stack, and in response, you can bounce your own Mangara, meaning that it exiles the other permanent, but not Mangara itself. Let's get Mangara up on the screen to have a look at exactly what this fellow can do. Here is the Reality Smasher, that you warned us about, Yol.
A little bit worse now that Mangara is on the board.
Mm-hmm.
Because earlier unopposed.
There's no real answer to it there for Sergio there.
Here I'm quite surprised that Martinez doesn't attack with his Eldrazi Mimic, that this turn becomes a 5/5. It's got to be a mere 2/2, or I mean a 2/1 in his turn. So if he wants to attack with a creature here, I would have liked him to attack with a Mimic instead, to at least be able to block if his opponent doesn't choose to use his Mangara.
Yeah.
So I mean the 5 damage he would probably not jump, so the 5 damage would most likely be the same regardless.
Yeah, I'm not sure about that one, but in come the team. Here we go.
Yes, and the Mother Runes keeps on attacking.
Yeah,
because
just the old 1/1 for 1, and the Mimic kept back to chump the Batterskull there. But that is the classic attack, isn't it? It's get in the Batterskull and then attack for 5, 4 of it lifelinking. That's the classic legacy attack there. I love it. And we're going to see here, this is the trick. So Mangara of Condor, exile another target creature and Mangara.
Yes, exactly.
But
so the thing with Mangara here is that the only cost of using the ability is actually tapping it, and then it exiles target non-land permanent, or sorry, target permanent.
Oh, jeez. There you go.
And also itself. But if you respond to the trigger by bouncing it or blinking it in any sort of sense, Mangara gets saved. Because then it's a new instance of the same card.
Yeah, that's right. And if you can return it to your hand in response to that ability, then you're going to get your opponent a little bit of a lock. And I think that the Eldrazi player there, Martinez Arguelles, realised that the writing was on the wall, and so he packed him up for game number 2.
So here we have what we seem to be Elves against the Shardless BUG that we have seen some amount of here.
Not a lot of
quite popular here in Spain.
Yeah, not a lot of blue decks hugely represented at this tournament, but the Shardless Sultai has been something that I think a lot of people have sort of gotten behind today. And Julian Knab on the left-hand side of your screen, a famous German streamer, of course, with many followers watching him play Legacy week in and week out. He's playing Elves. You can see here the
very interesting card.
GODDIK.
No, I was actually thinking on the card in the middle.
Oh, sure.
The Ren's. I'm not sure of the exact name of the card, but it's a 5/5 and it champions an elf when it comes to play. Then you can pay mana to make wolves. We're gonna get that card up on the screen here in just a second. It's Ren's Run Huntmaster, maybe?
Yeah.
I'm not sure.
Your encyclopedic knowledge continues to impress.
Well, thank you very much. And it kind of blocks the entire team of the Shardless BUG opponent here. It's called Ren's Run Packmaster.
There you go.
And as it enters the battlefield, you champion an elf. Like Mistbind Click. It's from the same kind of cycle there in Lorvin. And for 3 mana, you can put a 2/2 green wolf onto the battlefield, a token of that, and all wolves have that touch that you control.
So a 2/2 death touch for the cost of 3 mana. In addition to this rather considerable body as well. Let's not forget about that. A 5/5 for 4. Yeah. There you can see the art up on the screen there. Another donkey, looks like.
It's a donkey fest.
There you go. It's a donkey fest here today, Bazaar Of Moxen, Madrid.
Yeah.
All donkeys, all days, as away goes the Dryad Arbor by the look of things here.
So it's going to be quite difficult for Roman here to deal with his 5/5. There's not many cards in the color combination that you usually play in BUG that deals with a 5/5 that costs 4.
And you can see here
the doesn't deal with it.
No, of course not. This is something that you have the added advantage of playing expensive cards. You play around that. Definitely. But this attack here, what's it representing here? Is it?
I'm not sure, actually.
Could be anything. Giant growth. Unholy strength?
Most likely not either of those.
No,
I'm
probably not.
Actually sure what's happening here. He might just want an artifact in his graveyard for his Tarmogoyf.
That's a very good thing.
Because Charlotte Age is an artifact. Yeah. So, but the card that can deal with it is potentially Dismember. But not all of the decks actually runs that. So
Quirion Dryad coming down.
Quirion Dryad makes it a bit closer to be able
Quirion Ranger, sorry.
Ranger,
this isn't Miracle Grow. My apologies.
That was a long time ago, my friend. But it makes it so he's much closer to start making wolves, 2/2 wolves, which are quite threatening here. Wow, and we
Oh,
have
there we go.
a making of a wolf here as
There
we
we go.
speak, because of course, Ren's
Ren's Run Packmaster.
Ren's Run Packmaster
Rolls off
Tried
the
to
tongue, doesn't it?
Yeah, exactly. Tried
Ren's
to
Run
say that
Packmaster.
quick 10 times over.
There it is again. So that's been untapped thanks to the Quirion Ranger here.
Yes.
And so we've still got a 5/5 in addition to that 2/2 on defense.
Mm.
And Julian Knab looks to be in a position. He's battening down the hatches. He is facing down a 5/6, which is handily answered, it must be said, by the wolf.
Yeah, for sure, for sure. The race really is upon. Like, we have Death Rit Shaman here that can exile instants and sorceries to deal 2 damage unblockable, and we also have a Creeping Tar Pit. So Roman has some kind of defense here, and but we'll see if the overly advantage of making wolves a return will take over the game, or whether the already pressure that Roman has here is going to prevail. It's going to be interesting.
Double
to see.
Death Throat is a nice spot to be in if there are cards
Definitely.
being cycled around. Here's the
here's the attack.
oh,
of,
and the
I wonder
snap
if
block.
I wonder if he has read that last text.
yeah.
We shall see.
We'll see. Block there.
I have a feeling.
Oh no, he has
hasn't.
not. No,
He has
he
not.
hasn't. No, point that out to you there. Sorry, it's got Death Touch, my man.
He got that.
Oh, that's
touch.
also dead. Let's not forget about that.
Yeah.
There it is.
Well,
Ren Run's
I believe
Packmaster.
that Knob is fine with this.
Yeah, probably. He probably envisaged the death of that wolf.
Right, and the problem with this attack is, sure, he lost his Tarmogoyf, which is a bad thing, obviously. But now Knob can actually start attacking, because his 5/5 can't be blocked in any good way by the only 4 power on the other side of the board. So here we see an attack.
Yeah.
And the race has, or the tables has kind of turned from being close to quite an overwhelming advantage.
And I
for
think
Knob.
this sort of shows a few different angles that we can approach the situation
Yes.
from. Playing a card like Ren's Run Packmaster, where even someone like you who has a huge amount of familiarity with these old cards, and you were able to more or less describe what the card did just by seeing it. But we're talking about someone who was at the very, very top of their game in Joel Larsson.
Well, thank you.
Well, mate, come on. But it's interesting to see that this. Playing these sort of unknown cards that sort of come at the format, you get an advantage not just from the card itself and the stuff that it does, but the unfamiliarity
Definitely.
that people have. The fact that they don't. Oh, I've played against this before. I know how to resolve a brainstorm. I know what to
Yes.
do. Da 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 da. This 5/5 here has presented a problem and gained a card from Michael de San Roman purely because he didn't read the last line of text. That's a huge advantage.
I think so too. And this is also a card to. I mean, we gotta remember that this wasn't really played even in standard.
No.
So this is like a weird card
Mhm.
to just see in constructed play overall, and it's definitely making its way in there.
Well, I mean, already it's killed a Tamago for 3 mana.
Not bad.
Not bad at all.
And
that's
it's a 5/5.
and it's a 5/5 still.
And it's
So
gonna produce some more Tarmogoyf killers, as we can call them from now.
yeah, there you go. The 2/2 Tamago Slayers. But we've seen this previously, y'all. We've seen this with cards like like the Centaur Vine Lasher, cards that are newer and unfamiliar, in the Commander supplements, and are sort of taking people by surprise. You don't play around them. You don't expect them. If you don't come equipped to deal with Delver of Secrets, if you
Yes.
don't come with a plan against Countertop, I
Yes.
mean, what are you doing turning up to a Legacy tournament? But are
Exactly.
you really planning to play against Ren Run Packmaster?
Probably not.
No.
And that's why it's so effective.
Yeah, exactly. It's another way to approach these legacy tournaments. I think it's a really interesting angle that Julian Knapp, a legacy veteran.
I agree. And we saw a lot of these Eldrazi decks, right,
Mm.
at the high tables. And Renstrand Packmaster is another card that
It's
that
a nice,
deck
it's a neat
will have
little
a hard time
solution to
dealing
them.
with.
Yeah,
Yeah.
for sure.
because Warping Whale obviously doesn't kill it.
Mhm.
It doesn't care about Transfer.
Nope.
It blocks Fortnasir.
Mhm.
And when you start creating these 2/2 Death Touch wolves, it's really hard to get through with Eldrazi.
Yeah,
So
a really nice little
Quite
call
nice,
here. A little
yeah.
diamond in the rough that Julian Knapp has sort of picked up on here.
definitely.
And here we see a very aggressive attack. And I think Knapp is wanting this game all over Red Rover.
Yes, and he this attack is great. I
Yeah.
mean, Roman is kind of forced to block at some point here,
Yeah.
and this Wolves is going to turn out more and more as like overwhelming an advantage as the more he trades here. So that's definitely problematic. Taking 9 here.
And we're
down
going
to
to
5.
see. Oh, so Sunraman floating a mana
I'm gonna probably remove a creature to gain 2 life here.
and removing GODDIK,
Yeah.
just as you say. Go back up to 7.
Kind of like the interaction between Dried Arbor and the first Shaman.
The Shaman, yeah. Just
You
a
can
wel-
use it for
a wealth of
whatever
options.
you want.
What do you want? You want 2 life? You want a mana? I got
Yeah,
you sorted out.
exactly.
I got you sorted out, my man.
We actually saw that funny interaction before with the Diamond and Scavenging Ooze.
Oh, of
Remember
course,
that?
yeah.
Pretty
Yeah.
sweet. And here we have Jace.
Jace the Mind Sculptor, not a bad
Made
one.
an appearance as soon as that GODDIK T left the battlefield.
Uh-huh.
And what are we going to see here, you think? A bounce on the Pack Master,
I think it's got to be an unsummon, really, to just sort of take some of the pressure off, right?
Yeah. Then he's going to get his Elf back that is championed in the first time. And I think Knob
Yeah.
is very much fine with this. He's just going to make a wolf in
Make a wolf.
response.
Yeah.
He's going to untap his Packmaster once more, return a land, make another wolf. And he just has a horde of creatures here.
Yeah, just like that. So there you go. All of a sudden, that unsummon has been responded to very effectively. And Julian Knapp not missing a trick here. This Sunraman is in hot water.
And the Elf that was champion should come back. Here it is, Special Rangers. Alright, so I suppose we're gonna see a huge attack here.
Yeah,
coming down.
I don't know. Do Sunraman, even after playing Jace, which, you know, slices and dices and does it all, he's not going to be able to protect that Jace, but more sort of to the point, he's not going to be able to protect his own life total.
No, exactly.
He's facing down, what, 11 power?
Yeah,
12 power?
I don't even think that Knob cares about Jace.
No.
Like, he has such an overwhelming force on the battlefield already, and if he can attack Roman in such a way that he has to block with his creatures too, Roman doesn't really have anything left. So we're gonna see what he does here. He might attack Jace here just because of the reason that he's not gonna kill his opponent in this turn.
Yeah.
So Roman can't find any sort of trickery card that can get him out of this, you know. So we're gonna see what happens here. If we're gonna see a Packmaster pre-combat maybe to get those wolves death touch, or if we're gonna wait. Alright,
No,
so
just
here's an attack.
Just the swing.
Just a swing.
And we'll see where all these are going. Knubb's still, I think, having a think about it, counting up the numbers and seeing what his options are.
And you might think that this attack is a little bit weird here with the 1/1s, but he does have a Pendelhaven to make them 2/3 potentially, or one of them at least. So Roman can block both 1/1s and remove a land and a creature, but that means he goes down to 1 in this attack. So I actually like attacking with the Heritage Druid as well here, because that means he has to put one of the Death Achievements on one of the wolves.
That's a good point there. So that Heritage Druid that's at the very top of your screen there, next to the timer, is not attacking, and
No.
you think perhaps should be.
I think it should be, definitely, because then right now, if he blocks both of the 1/1s, and then he gains 2 life with the Shamans, he goes down to 1, right?
Mm-hmm.
And he doesn't seem to be doing that anyways.
Okay, here we go with the Chump
try
Block Arena.
Chump block first here.
Yeah,
Hopefully has some kind of Damnation or Wrath of God effect here.
that'd be tight.
Yeah, because then this block definitely makes sense. If he has some of that in his deck at least.
There we go. Judge
Very
keeping things
true.
orderly. Thank you very much for that.
Adjust
The unsung
discipline.
heroes.
Yes,
The
for
unsung
sure,
heroes.
For sure.
Yeah. We're the sung heroes. Oh, I mean, fairly. Let's be fair. The players are probably the sung heroes. We're the singing heroes.
Exactly.
It's all manner of singing going on here at Bazaar Of Moxen Madrid today, as we see away goes the 2 creatures there. It's going to buffer Disunraman's life total up to 11, but he's still slated to take a fair bit of damage here. Look at this.
I believe he's going to go up to 9. He removed the land with the first.
Oh, the
first
land, of
shaman
course.
to-
Did the
to
second
get
one.
the
Sorry,
mana
not
to-
the creature. Yeah,
to
my
gain
mistake.
Alright,
And it's
so
Llanowar Elves. Ooh,
he
look at
did
that.
attack his
Yeah,
opponent.
beautiful old Llanowar Elves there.
Very much so. Is that
Mm.
better? Maybe.
It's either alpha or beta, or
I'm not
or
sure.
our opponent is very, Julian Nub is very, very handy with a Sharpie.
Funny thing is that the champion effect here actually works a little bit like some kind of anti-wrath effect, but it doesn't seem like Roman has any of that kind of cards in his deck, so he's just gonna take this game home.
There you
We're
go,
gonna-
Julian Nub taking things out handily on the back of a card that I don't think anyone anticipated we'd be talking about, Your Larsson.
No, me neither. I didn't even know the full name of it.
No, there you go.
And here
Okay.
we're back with the Eldrazi versus Shardless. No, we have Death and Taxes.
No, Death and Taxes, of course.
And we have All Is Dust on the battlefield, about to
Ooh.
resolve, and it did resolve. Removing Oblivion Ring and Sunforce Mystic, I believe. And a Germ Token, perhaps.
Yeah, looks like it's
Letting
already happened. There you
Reality
go.
Smasher attack. Jirin is in play, also a great card against Death Taxes.
Death and Taxes.
Not
Any,
sure what that Phyrexian Revoker is on, though. It's a little bit unclear.
You know what I'm going to say.
I think it's on Jitty.
Might be on Jide.
Most likely.
That would make sense.
Defetexes usually doesn't like Jitty roaming around.
No.
It's not a favorite card to play.
No, I don't think so. No, I think it's right up there with sort of Supreme Verdict as being one of the cards I don't want to see.
Yes, definitely. All right, so
Marco Sergio with
we have an
Eldrazi
untap
on
here from Perez.
3.
And he has 2 social plouches in hand, so he has definitely ways to deal with this Reality Smasher, and additional cards to pitch to the ability of the Eldrazi.
Yeah, this is the really crippling thing about it, isn't it? You draw your swords, you're like, brilliant, but it's still gonna get you for a 2-for-1.
And we have a Relic Water taking care of that Jitty.
Lean and Relic Water, of course, acting as an Oblivion Ring for just artifacts, isn't it? Or is it enchantments as well? Enchantments as well.
Enchantments.
Mm-hmm.
So we're gonna see what
Yeah, it named Jide.
Oh, right.
Sorry,
Right.
saw Marco Sergio there pointing at the Jide he's just nicked.
A lot of dislike for Jitty here, I think.
Yeah, generally he's just doesn't truck with this at all. It's gonna be Wasteland to get rid of that.
Right, so he takes
Carapace.
the mana, and then he plays his Wasteland,
Mhm.
because City of Treasure obviously dies when you play that.
So 2 mana in pool for Arguelles.
And I believe he has a Ratchet Bomb and a Matter Reshaper here. Playing Matter Reshaper for 1 mana, and possibly playing the Ratchet Bomb additionally to this.
What are your thoughts on Matter Reshaper?
It's a tough one.
Yeah,
because it's kind of low impact
I'm
in
just
Legacy.
not sold. Yeah, I'm just not sold. I mean, even in Modern, it's sort of. I'm always relieved to see that instead of like a Thought Not Seer or a Reality Smasher.
Sure. But
Like,
you have
I
all
need
of those anyways, whatever
Yeah,
you do.
exactly. Yeah.
I mean, if I could play 8 Photos here and like
Mm.
8 Smashers, I would.
Mhm.
But that's unfortunately not the case. And we'll see whether
Yeah,
this...
it's so unfortunate that's not the case, isn't it? Yeah, it's terrible.
Okay.
It's really terrible.
Let me rephrase that. It's not very fortunate
No.
that that is the case, but we'll see if this is enough for Martinez to actually get back into this game with this Ratchet Bomb. Going up to 2 with Ratchet Bomb, not bad. It kills both Revoker and Arbiter. I mean, sorry, Linen Relic Water.
Yeah, which turns the Jite back online.
Exactly.
Yeah.
In 2 ways, but Surrey here, he has 2 Sorcery Plowshares, so should be able to deal with his opponent's creatures. I'm a little bit surprised that he doesn't go for that right away. And here we have a
That is a Mirrored Crusader. So
Well,
2/2 protection from black and green
and Double Strike.
and double strike.
Not great with protections, as we mentioned earlier against
Mhm.
Eldrazi.
Yep.
And here we're gonna have the. Let's see if he remembers to. Okay, so
So he bins the second swords here.
he
So he's
bins the second sword. All right, fair enough.
confident that Matter Reshaper is not going to be an issue.
It does seem that way. Well, Mirror Crusader doesn't really care that much about it.
No, that's what I was gonna say.
It does have double strike, so it can't efficiently block there.
Although a favourable interaction between swords and the Reshaper, because of course the Reshaper only triggers when it dies, not when it leaves the battlefield.
Yes.
So, alright, in they come.
In they come.
In come the 2/2. Well, I was going to say 2/2s. That was going to be so neat and clean, but the Revoker just
Here,
hustling.
this is an interesting attack.
This
I
was
kind of
not
like
bad.
it because Ratchet Bomb is already going up to 2, potentially blowing up both 2 drops. So this is why he blocks the
Yeah.
Mirrored Crusader. Block up some damage because the other creature is still gonna die off that Ratchet Bomb. Netting himself a card or a card in play. Seems like he draws Dismember.
Dismember. Yeah. So
And that's a card that actually can target Mirror Crusader, so
Mm.
the protection part does actually come into play.
very
here.
slightly. Yeah, we talked about Mother of Runes being more or less just a blank ski, but it's a little bit more because obviously, yeah, the Dismember protects
Yes.
against that.
Definitely.
What's the white 1/1 for 1?
Mother Runes?
No, just the Goblin Piker. What is it like the flying men? You know, what's the generic name? The hill
Oh,
cone. What do you
sure.
call it?
Suntail Hawk, maybe?
Suntail Hawk. There you
Yeah.
go. That's got flying. Okay.
Yeah, I'm not sure if there's probably is a 1/1 for
Almost
one.
certainly.
I mean, the closest thing I can remember is Tundra Wolves, but that actually has first strike. So, oh well. And it seems like Sergio also drew a Flicker Wisp to his hand here, which is not bad.
Especially with the
Edelweiss on 3.
yeah, the Eldervile's going to do some
So I
work.
think we're gonna see a return of this Battle Skull and Flicker Wisp enter the battlefield. Most likely in response to this Yeah, well, this is a little bit surprising. He's paying mana. No, wait, hold on. Never mind. Excuse me there for a second. Thought he was casting Eldrazi Mimic here for a second. But Phyrexian Revoker is going to come into play. We'll see. Yep. So he does respond with flickering the Battle Skull.
Makes sense.
To create a new germ token.
Yep.
And we're going to see what Martinez is going to name post that. It's going to be very difficult to come back here, though.
Yeah.
I think the only choices Martinez really has here, or it's going to be really tough. Does he want to cast Dismember this turn? It's not great. I think he might not have any choice. And then he's going to have to jump. Doesn't seem great.
So the Revoker currently naming Ethervile, but that piece of paper being put on the on the Umazawa's Jite, which I quite like. I'll cast Umazawa's Jite.
Oh, yeah.
I'll name Ethervile.
And 2 counters.
That's 2 counters.
Alright, so Battle Skull is coming to come back. So the choice is between equipping or having mana up for Dismember. And I believe he kind of has to keep up mana for Dismember. Otherwise he has to... Wait, hold on. So then he needs to jump the Mirror Crusader, lose 2 life of Dismember, killing the Battle Skull because he can't obviously kill Mirror Crusader, having protection from black, and take 3 more going down to 3.
Yeah, this is a tough spot.
Yeah, the other choice is equipping this Phyrexian Revoker with Jita, block Battle Skull, get 2 counters on Jita,
Yeah,
and go down to 1.
Yeah.
And that's not great either. That doesn't really accomplish much either. So I would like killing Battle Skull here more than equipping, but he goes with the equip.
Okay, equipping. In comes the Battle Skull, in comes the Germ.
Right.
So I think pretty clear that Marco Sergio Perez has sort of got the ball in his court here. We can see 2 mana, and it is a Phyrexian Negator of his own. Phyrexian Revoker. One time, y'all, I will say it correctly. Before this weekend is through, I will name that card correctly when it is played. Here we go.
Sounds great, right? So, Phyrexian Revoker, most likely named Jita here, meaning that the jump will be quite meaningless here. He will get his 2 counters, but won't be able to use them. No. Alright, so Martinez is really... His back is against the wall here.
Yeah.
And we know his last card is Dismember, so I don't really see many ways of getting out of this.
See what he can find on the top. He can find... Ooh, he's had a... slammed those cards on the table.
Ooh. What he can do, he can kill the Revoker here. And then he can use his Jita to kill the Flickerwisp. And, like, gaining 2 life, but that's not really enough. He can also kill the Mirror Crusader. Then it will most likely be dead to Flickwisp. His last card has to be something really good.
Yeah, even all his dust doesn't quite do it in this spot.
He doesn't even have enough mana for that either. It's no, wait. Yeah, he has 6 mana for all his dust.
Not quite enough,
you could say.
Nope, there is a concession. So the Eldrazi Menace is taken down by death and taxes. There you go. 2 things are certain in life, death and taxes. And of course, White Weenie getting it done in Legacy tournaments. So well done indeed to Marco Sergio Perez. It was an excellent effort from him. I really think that with his, I think very forthright and careful play, he was able to sort of maneuver himself into a position of victory there. And well done indeed to him.
Exactly. Sergio definitely seemed to know what he was doing there. Taking care of the cards that we really care about. Like
and we've talked about a few things when it's come to approaching Legacy, which I'd like to come back to. But the experience of playing a deck over and over again, Eldrazi, a new deck, maybe you don't know all the lines. If you've been playing Death and Taxes for 3-4 years, you're going to know what's going on. Anyway, what are we looking at here? We're back at Elves versus our Shardless BUG.
Yes, correct. And Elves doesn't seem to have any creatures in play.
No.
Which is usually not a great thing.
It's not a great sign for Elves, no. It is a creature-based deck, some would say.
Some would say.
I don't want to go too far out on a limb here, but it is a creature-based deck.
You can see instance in it there in the graveyard.
Yeah?
Don't go out too much of a limb here.
Okay, there you go. We got a couple of things going on. 3 cards in hand for Knub here.
I have a feeling this game it's very close to be over.
It seems it's game number 2 here,
Yeah.
yes, and there you go, just in time, just in time to see the
Excellent.
German pack 'em up, and Shardless BUG takes it down in game number 2. So these guys hitting the sideboards for game number 3. We did miss out on that second game, unfortunately, but game 3, of course, coming at you live.
So what do you
wherever
think
are
is
around
going
the
to
world.
board in? I don't know its exact 15 in the sideboard, but do you think there's a possibility for any cards like Golgari maybe? He might have. Do you think he might have Knights of Soul's Betrayal, stuff like that will just demolish Elves?
Yeah, there's a wealth of options available to the Bug player. Obviously, having those, having that in that combination of colours. But I think this is the sorts of cards you're looking towards. Cards that cheap, effective answers that really have a huge impact on Elves. Because I think it's fair to say Elves can be a bit of a glass cannon. You know, it makes cards look like Abrupt Decay look embarrassing, but then stuff like Golgari Charm, as you say, Knight of Soul's Betrayal, obviously not in this particular list, but things like Zealous Persecution, you know, out of perhaps an Esper list or something, just really can be a huge nail in the coffin.
It can demolish them for sure.
Yeah.
The good thing for the Elves players, though, is that you usually can't find room to fit too many of those cards into your sideboard. I mean, Golgari Charm is quite... You would say it's quite well-rounded out.
Yeah, it's very versatile, of course.
But still, you usually just don't see just more than 1 or 2 of those in the sideboards.
That's right, and I think we've come from a place where everyone was running scared of True Name Nemesis, and it was a very hard time for to be an Elf player there because people came very ready for that.
Sure.
But I think today Elves is facing a much less hostile field.
Yeah,
because of
that
how
totally makes sense. I agree with you. I think the new kid on the block is getting the most attention.
Yeah, for sure.
Eldrazi,
people are very worried about it.
Question is how they deal with it. That's the interesting part. Do we have a good matchup, or is there any good hate cards? That's what we're gonna find out from this tournament, I believe.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see the way that the Legacy sort of format is. Because as we mentioned at the beginning of this broadcast, Yol, it is a format that is slow to adapt. It's slow to evolve. It's slow to pick up on cards. I mean, Painful Truth was out for 9 months before it was given its real run around by Patrick Chapin.
Definitely.
And it took a long while for people to sort of settle into what True Name Nemesis was going to do in the format.
Yeah.
And that might have been an example of the format overcompensating for a card.
Yeah, for sure. And then it's just boomed. So we have a Death Threat Shaman here, also being an elf, of course, an elf shaman.
It's like a little planeswalker, really.
Yeah,
it does it all. It kind of does it all, really.
Pretty much. Land of Elves with some other stuff going on. And let's see.
And no play for Desan
No
Roman.
play,
So I'm sure he would have preferred to have an Ancestral Vision to suspend or something like that. But
or a Death Threat Shaman of his own.
That'd probably be even better.
And it seems like the Elves player has the Knob has quite a good hand there.
Yeah.
He doesn't seem to have too many lands. But as we all know, Elves are pretty good at producing mana on their own. So there might not be a big problem. He seems to be facing down quite a choice here. Do he want to deploy 2 Elves? Or does he want to play Sylvan Library to try to go further with his mana base here? I mean, he wants to find lands.
Yeah.
And Sylvan Library definitely helps him do that. But it's kind of risky too, because we know that Roman has Abrupt Decay
in hand, so Desan Roman could choose to pounce here.
Definitely.
Opponent.
And I think we'll see him do just that, but because if there's a way, because Roman wants to win on his cards being overall better. Like Roman has better cards on their own, so he wants to try to dismantle his opponent as much as possible, and if he wants to do that, he can't be losing on card advantage.
Yeah, and Sylvan Library really threatens to put Knub in the driver's seat there, whereas, as you say, Desan Roman can rely on raw card quality. I mean, that is the nature of the Shardless BUG deck.
Yes, definitely.
Liliana of the Veil, Hymn to Turak, all of these sort of built-in 2-for-1s,
Yeah, definitely. I agree. And it seems like Knub picked up a glimpse of nature here.
So why would Symbiote?
Why wouldn't Symbiote,
Nettle Sentinel, there's a
Green Sun
Zenith.
Glimpse of Nature, Abrupt Decay, and another Death Threat Shaman, I believe.
Nettle Sentinel here.
So she's just playing another Sentinel for now, and we might see a Green Sun Zenith for 0, fetching Dryad Armor.
Yeah.
And if this board is not dealt with, we might see a quite explosive Glimpse of Nature
Yeah,
turn next turn.
next turn could be absolutely huge. I mean, Joel, it was only a few hours ago that you demolished me with the Glimpse of Nature while playing Vintage Mental.
Couldn't help myself.
After very, very rudely red blasting my time walk. I was not impressed.
Oh no.
I was not
Okay.
impressed by that.
I mean, here we have one of those cards I spoke of.
Oh,
earlier.
look.
Toxic Deluge.
Toxic Deluge is one of these new cards out of the Commander
One of the
2014.
might be true. One of the first ones, at least, I believe.
Yes, it was one of the ones that actually it came out at the same time as True Name Nemesis.
And this is what we were talking about earlier. Toxic Deluge just blew
Yeah.
Knob out of the
Absolutely
waters and
huge there.
killed 3 manas or 2 mana sources and a potential one
Mhm.
for Heritage Druid, and just 3 for 1 them downright. And now Roman will have the breathing root he was looking for to deploy threats and try to ground his opponent out with his better card quality.
And also a Wasteland, which I think could be pretty key if Knub naturally draws a Bayou or a Gaia's Cradle or something like that. He can't rely on developing his mana smoothly.
Definitely, and for sure. Especially if this Death Threat Shaman dies as
Yeah.
well. Because we know that Knob has a Abrupt Decay in his hand, and without cards like Death Threat Shaman to produce any color, his Elves has a quite hard time producing black. So if he ever wants to cast that, he might be quite scared of that Wasteland at the same time.
So Toxic Deluge there, a really big swing. It's got to be said. I mean, we're actually understating it. That was disgusting.
Huge.
It was enormous. That
Yeah.
card there. I mean, getting a 2-for-1 in Legacy, and you're running around the room high-fiving all your friends. You get a 3-for-1, and I mean, you're gonna drop your decks.
You're gonna
and-
throw a
and
party.
That's
afterwards.
it, mate. That's it. Yeah, that's it. You're inviting all your mates around to come and get drunk.
Something along those lines.
Underground Sea. Now look at that. What do you think of them?
Well,
Nice.
I like them better than Revised Lands,
Yeah,
but
That's
it's
it.
not much that can beat the better ones.
it's a nice one to. It's a nice way to hide the white border. Yeah.
That's kind of what I think about it.
Yeah,
So
that's it.
we do see an Abrupt Decay,
Yeah, look
as
at
we
this.
spoke about earlier.
Yeah. So Knub really getting trashed. This is unfortunate for the Elves player here as Dusan Roman moves closer and closer into a strongly commanding position here.
Definitely.
Tamagro
And now we see the pressure
Yeah.
gonna be piled on. And we might see a him to
and him to Turak as well. So look at this.
Another 2-for-1.
Another 2-for-1, just like
so he's
that.
gonna have a party, and he's gonna have a lot of high fives.
Yeah, that's it. It's just a high five party. Off we come. So and look at this. That is the Glimpse and the Abrupt Decay hitting the bin. So Dusan Roman is really putting the screws here.
Definitely. He's very much fine about Abrupt Decay. That was gone, but Glimpse of Nature not so much. I think that was one of the ways to come back into this game. Just Glimpse of Nature, drawing a land, playing Heritage Druid, and drawing a lot of cards the same turn. It's the way you get back here, and with that removed from his hand, it doesn't look as great.
It's going to be very
anymore.
difficult, yeah. And look, Knub is expecting the worst. His opponent taps mana and he gets ready to pick up his cards to put them in the bin. But it's just a brainstorm. Just a brainstorm.
Just a brainstorm.
Just the most format-defining card in the format.
There's nothing just about the brainstorm.
No.
Nothing just. And this Abrupt Decay in his hand, while they are good when his opponent is so low on resources, not great against the symbiote here. That can potentially return his elves to save them, like a protection. So there's definitely that.
So brainstorm resolved.
Yep.
And we're going to see Creeping Tar Pit here.
So we're gonna have an attack, and we're gonna block with the elf and return it
Block
with the symbiote.
unsummon. All right.
Which leaves it open soon to... If he's going to do this every turn, it's going to leave him up to removal spells for the symbiote. Because you can only use the symbiote once a turn.
Once per turn, yeah. And again,
One time on your own turn and one time on your opponent's. And
Knub completely and utterly failing to draw lands here.
yeah, this is... The writings is
Ah,
on the walls,
concession.
is what
There you
I was
go.
supposed to say, and there we go.
Yes, indeed. Knub puts his hand up, and indeed, he knows exactly what's up here.
And what we're going to see coming up here, Riley.
Yeah.
What is that?
Well, right now we've just we were having a bit of a chat as we bring it back to the booth here. Riley Knight alongside the Pro Tour champion, Joel Larsson. You never get sick of hearing that. Down in the feature match area, we've laid out some cube packs as well. We were talking about the Bazaar Of Moxen cube, which is one of the side events that's being run at this event, and all of the events I think coming up on this European tour. Absolutely super sweet. It's always fantastic to play some cube. Always fantastic to crush some skulls. And we've got some cube packs laid out down in the feature match area, so we can go down and have a look at these and debate over which cards that we should or shouldn't take. Now, I'm interested to see if you are a disgusting pedestrian like our friend Raph Levy, who will always take the most aggressive card in the pack, passing up the Jaces.
Not as much as old Raph.
No?
I mean, he played Valid Dash at Worlds.
Yeah, he's
really he's down deep.
He's a breed of his own. Yeah, that's it. Yeah, he can't really see the daylight anymore.
Yeah.
Is it?
I mean, I played a little bit of Mono Red in my days, or I won a Pro Tour with it. So yeah.
Just quietly. Yeah.
But not much more than that. If I'm gonna be completely honest.
Yeah.
I'm not a huge Mono Red player or whatever you say, and we're gonna see. I usually like Jace.
Yeah.
And his friends.
Which one? Jace 4 or Jace 2? Baby Jace? Big
Which
Jace.
one don't I like?
Yeah,
That's
exactly.
a real question.
The living guild pack. So here we go. So we've got these packs. There we are. We're going to get them laid out on the table, and we'll have a look at exactly how they go. My next question for you, though, is when approaching a format like Cube, we were talking about the merits of playing Mono Red. It is actually, I mean, often Cube, Mental, these sort of casual formats, if you like,
Yes.
right? When they're actually on offer at a competitive level with real prizes and that sort of stuff, you're not just sort of knocking back drinks at your mate's place and drafting some ridiculous prison deck,
Yeah, sure.
Mono Red is actually a really good way to win.
No, I agree. I think Mono Red is great in the Cube, and as long as there's not too many players on the same archetype, I think Mono Red can usually feed two players.
I agree.
At the same table.
That's what I was going to say. Yeah, often maybe a splash for some black cards or some white cards or something.
Something similar or aggressive. But I definitely think it's good. Like if you get a loan on Mono Red, which happens, it's just so good.
It's so good. And but the thing is, there are people there who are just ready to be punished. There are people there who are looking at stuff like, recurring nightmare, blah blah blah, whatever, doing this sort of stuff, and you're just like, Goblin Goji, bro. Pick up that land, discard. Yeah, so here we go. You can see the cards laid out. So this is the pack. This is the pack. We thought we'd do the same pack that Raph and I looked at because I want to get your perspectives. I'm obviously locked in on a card here. You can see we're going to get them turned all the way around so you can see it here. But have a quick look and tell us exactly. So which card would you pick from this pack and why is it Jace the Mind Sculptor?
I agree. I believe it is Jace the Mind Sculptor from this pack. I've been rambling on about an argument which Jace is the best Jace in Magic, and I do believe from Constructed it might be Jace Rinse Prodigy.
Yeah.
Because I think it's being played more. I mean, obviously Jace Mind Sculptor is banned in several formats, but there's never been a Planeswalker-ish card that has been played as much as this.
It just does everything. It slices, it dices, it gets you back from when you're behind, it puts you further ahead.
And I love both of them.
Yeah.
But I do believe that Jace Mind Sculptor and Planeswalkers overall are just better in Cube than they are in Constructed.
Yeah, for sure.
That's why I like Jace Mind Sculptor.
Yeah, it's funny, we can sort of try to artificially create a conversation here where we talk about it being other things. And this isn't just sort of us sitting here and, showing off about how wonderful we think these cards, whatever else. This is actually, it is just more or less strictly correct to take. It is the most powerful card, by a long way. It does everything you need it to do, and so it is Jace. There we go. Okay, so you can see the very handsome hands of Jeremy Desani, also a Pro Tour champion, surrounded by the damn things
Player
here today.
Of the Year as well, right?
So again, Player of the Year as well. That's right. Pipped Reed Duke at the post there after a very strong showing at GP Milan at the end of 2014. Let's have a look at what we're going in here. So Jace is safe. Jace is in the bank. Look at this. This is not a good pack for blue cards.
It is not. I do like Phantasmal Image though. I do like it quite a lot. I also like picking up lands kind of early.
I agree. Yeah, Bloodstained Mire here is certainly already well shown on my radar.
But I was thinking more of Hallow Fountain.
I just think fetches are just that much better than the
fetches are much better. That I agree with. But red and black usually is not the type. Depends. You can get into blue black or Grixis maybe.
Yeah.
In this control deck with Jace. So I don't know.
I would take
This is quite a pack.
I would take the Bloodstained Mire above the Hallowed Fountain here. If we were choosing just between those two. But I mean, let's broaden our search a lot. We've got a few options here. Some pretty powerful planeswalkers. I like Sarkhan again in the red deck, but maybe with Jace,
not so much.
Not so much. Phantasmal Image also a very strong option, as you mentioned. Not a lot else is. I'm not intelligent enough to draft a Winter Orb deck, unfortunately.
Yeah, I don't usually do that either.
I
have an advocate at home that always tries to do that. But
yeah.
He wins sometimes.
Oh, I mean, I've been crushed by Winter Orb and just general prison shenanigans all the time. But no, for me here, I think it is one of the lands, and I'm leaning toward Bloodstained Mire.
Yeah, I could see that. I think my top 4 cards here are definitely Hallowed Fountain, Bloodstained Mire, and Image, and maybe Sulfur Grandmaster.
Yeah.
And I think I will have to agree with you.
All right.
Bloodstained Mire.
Bloodstained Mire.
I'm gonna give it to you.
All right. Okay, there we go. I talked you into it. So Bloodstained Mire the pick. Let's see if we can lay out the next cards. And we've got our next pack coming up.
I can see a Storm Chaser Mage already.
Oh, look at that Storm Chaser Mage. So Giralf's Messenger's in there as well. We've got a Wrath of God and an Ugin and a Pack Rat. Pack Rat is a card that I was very happy to include in my cube. I think it's a really, really good cube card.
Yeah, it is definitely good. It turns all of your cards into rats.
Yeah, it does pretty well.
So,
what are you taking here?
This is really tough, I think. How I like my cubes to usually go is I want to round up a lot of artifacts, artifact acceleration, to cast these powerful planeswalkers such as Jace on turn 3, possibly turn 2, and the cards that really goes into that plan is in this pack is definitely Wrath of God. There's Ugin the Spirit Dragon, a card I really like. Wormcoil Engine, great finisher too, and then I'm not interested in too many of the other cards. I mean, Pack Rat's good and all, but
no, it's not
I'm
really
not
what
sure
we're looking
if
at. I
I
mean,
wanna pair it with
I'm immediately
Jace.
looking towards the removal. I'm looking at Searing Spear. I'm looking at Wrath of God, and I'm thinking, I'm wanting to obviously hedge myself into a pretty firm control deck.
definitely. I think there is a chance that you can wield Searing Spear or Pyroclasm out of this pack, though.
That's true. That is true. I mean, they're not necessarily coming all the way back around. So
Yeah. I think there is also merit to if you really like the black decks here, you can pick the Pack Rat and try to wield this Geralf's Messenger. There's also that choice. But I don't think I want to go that deep when I already have a good fetch land for other colors.
yeah.
I have a Jace. So I think the pick for me here would be Wormcoil Engine.
Wormcoil Engine. I like this pick. It's a very, very strong, aggressive early pick that it just goes in every deck. I mean, it's sort of right up there with these these colorless cards that you can take very early on the draft and feel good about. So let's take the Wormcoil Engine and see what we've got in our next pack. Wormcoil Engine is again one of those cards that in pick number 1, it's just you open your first pack and you get a Wormcoil Engine. You're like I don't even have to think about it. Oh man, I can delay worrying about what I'm going to take. But yeah, I think again this is very good. Okay, Hornet Queen, Ashen Rider. Oh, look at this.
Upheaval.
Upheaval though. I mean, come on. That's a late upheaval.
If there is a card
Yeah.
that is good with the cards I'd like to draft, which is, as I said, acceleration from artifacts, it is Upheaval.
Yeah.
That card is bonkers.
Yeah, it is insane. I mean, I mean,
It
come
like
on.
The games where you're ahead, it seals the game.
Yeah.
And the games where you're behind,
Yeah.
it kind of is the only card that could ever save you in the format.
Yeah.
So I think Upheaval. I saw Hangback Walker first, and I kind of like Hangback Walker
Come on, man.
with Planeswalkers, but Upheaval is just
we've got to take
far too
Upheaval.
much
The power level on
powerful.
that card is just bananas. Like this card is just too good. I think.
And there's also a sweet interaction here. Before I saw Upheaval, of course. I saw the Trinket Mage before Hangback Walker, and Trinket Mage is not a very high pick, I believe. There's not too many one-mana acceleration without
power, yeah.
Without power.
Yeah.
So there's a nice interaction there between Hangback Walker and Trinket Mage.
And Trinket Mage, you can snag that bad boy out.
So you could actually wield that if you take Hangback Walker.
But
it's going to be
Upheaval. I mean, it's going to be Upheaval. Yeah, this is a card that, I mean, it took me a while to actually figure out exactly how it worked. But I mean, essentially...
No.
Oh, no. Oh, no.
Jeremy,
he's not
crazy.
He's not letting us take... He's letting... We want the Upheaval.
We want the Upheaval.
Oh, no, Jeremy Dazani is just... Oh, mate, he's raining on our parade. But Upheaval is just one of those cards that once you play with it, you realise what it does. Pick everything up, you've got a bunch of mana floating, you replay half your board, they go land,
Yes.
discard 4 cards.
And here's once more an insane pack.
Mm.
We have Stoneforge Mystic.
Stoneforge Mystic, obviously.
We have Is It Signet,
Is it Signet?
which
I think.
believe is the best
I'm-
Signet.
You think it's the best Signet overall? Nah, see, I'm going to say
I
it's
think
a
it
rare
is.
Signet.
No, I think
I'm
it's
just
definitely-
I'm loyal to my guild, man.
Oh, I'm sorry, man.
Yeah.
I can't help you there.
Can't help me there. But I think, I mean,
I think you have to take it.
it's got to be the Signet.
Like, I love Stoneforge Mystic, but the way that Is It Signet fixes all of our
Yeah.
problems here,
Yeah.
casting Jason turn 3, casting Vermicle earlier, being able to do these busted things that we talked about with upheaval,
with upheaval.
it
for sure.
definitely has to be Is It Signet.
Yeah,
Is
I
It
don't
Signet is
think
one
it's-
of the most easiest card to first pick for me.
Yeah, I don't
in
think
Cube.
it's close. I don't think it's close
No,
here, really.
no,
I mean,
I
I'd
don't
love to
think
pick
it's
up
close
a Sophie, maybe. But then again, like, I just like that card. It draws a card, you know.
Sword of Fire Knight is definitely a nice card too.
But no, I think Is
definitely
It Signet pretty
there.
clear here. Yeah, there you go.
Bitter Blossom also a nice card.
I don't like
In
it.
the- No, it's,
I don't like
it's
it,
quite,
man.
quite nice in the right archetype,
Yeah.
I believe.
All right, what do we got? A Condescended,
Remand.
Remand's not
We
too...
can have Verdant Catacombs too.
Verdant Catacombs, yeah, I'm less excited about that, but I think, I mean, if we pick up an Underground Sea, we're going to feel like an absolute genius for taking the Verdant
Definitely.
Catacombs there. What are your thoughts?
Uh,
Condescend is
that's
not really on the,
difficult.
it's
I
not
mean,
really on the
we're-
picture for me.
We're only set into being blue here.
Yeah.
So we can definitely bleed like blue-green or whatever. So
Mhm.
the Verdant or blue-black. So the Verdant Catacombs then definitely come in handy. Uh,
How highly do you value Remand in Cube? I don't like it that much.
no, I actually like it a little bit less than Constructed, obviously.
yeah.
I do think that Condescend might be a better pick here.
Is it really in the conversation for you?
Condescend?
Yeah.
Yeah, I
yeah.
think so.
Okay. All right.
What
Interesting.
do you like here?
I think I mean, I'm leaning towards the lands again. I do tend to take lands pretty highly.
Yeah.
But I mean,
I think the way Cube usually works for me is if you're trying to play a kind of control deck, the only way you can really control your opponent is by playing a lot of counter spells.
yeah.
And Condescend helps you do that.
All right.
Because all the Cube players are trying to assemble this insane thing that they're trying to do, you know. And by playing removals and like stuff, discard and whatever, it's very hard to control all of these kind of archetypes.
Alright.
And it's only really counter spells actually.
Counter
does
spells
all
actually.
of
So
that.
yeah. So Condescend
So that's why I like it so much.
is a pretty handy one. All right. Well, let's take the Condescend. There you go. Condescend is the pick.
Condescend we go.
I don't think Verdant Catacombs. I think Verdant Catacombs is a defensible pick there as well. An off color. I mean, even though it is an
No,
off
I
colour
definitely
fetch.
agree. I think that's in between those two.
Mm.
Then it's third is definitely Remand.
Oh,
Liliana.
Liliana. That's
Hello,
a
buddy.
nice one. Oh, double Liliana. Here we go. Okay,
All
so
the Lilianas in
what
the
have we
world.
got here? Yeah, I don't think we're looking at anything much here apart from that Liliana. I mean, the Fleshback Marauder. Nah, I mean, Inquisition maybe.
I think it's actually close.
Between the
And Burning of Sinju, which is
Burning of Sinju, yeah.
efficiently a wildfire. Look at this deck. It's almost turning up to be. It could be a blue-red Burning of Sinju deck. Artifacts, acceleration,
yeah,
planeswalkers, big threats.
blow up, blow up all your stuff. All right,
blow
I
up
can
all
see
your
that.
lands.
So
I
should we
think
go
it's actually
deep?
close.
Should we go deep?
I mean, I don't actually think it's that deep.
No?
We already have a signet that produces
That's
the
true.
right colors.
That's true.
And,
And we got an
and the
on-color
Bloodsin
fetch as
Mire
well.
can also.
I would
get
just take
red lands.
Liliana just due to pure sort of
Yeah,
power
I
and
mean,
efficiency, but
I
yeah,
think-
Burning
I
of
think
Chin, yeah.
No, but I seriously think it's close. I
Alright.
don't know. If I could, I would roll a dice.
Yeah.
But like, Magic usually doesn't like that.
Yeah. All right, let's take the Wildfire. The Wildfire it is.
I think we should take
Yeah.
the Wildfire.
Yeah.
Go a little bit wild.
Yeah. Go,
See what
that's
I
it.
did
Go
there?
wild or go home. That's what I say. Absolutely. Wildfire is the pick. All right.
All right.
We've only got a couple more to get through here. You can see that time has been called on the round, so we'll be back with another round before very much longer. But let's round out our first 8 picks, shall we say? We'll just do one more here. Oh, Ral Zarek.
And Damnation.
Oh, and
too. Or
Damnation.
Collision Relic.
Oh, but Coalition Relic
Yeah,
is it. I
Coalition.
mean, that's such a shame. It was going to be a night. We're gonna sit here and have a really good discussion about it, and then it was just like,
and
oh,
then
Coalition
the last
Relic.
card
Okay, never
is
mind.
Okay, whatever.
Okay, let's obviously Coalition Relic is a given, but
Yes.
let's say it's not there.
But it's interesting because if we picked Liliana, we would have had a great Damnation here.
Yeah.
And we picked the Burning of Sinju, then we have the Ral Zarek, which
Yeah.
is also great.
I would
in
have
this kind
taken.
of
I
deck.
think the Ral Zarek is where I would have gone.
Yeah.
To be honest, Damnation is.
And this start is just great.
It's very good. Yeah, it's very
It's
good.
very
I mean,
good.
I like how 6-drop slot. I think that
Yep.
I think probably pick up a few more. Only
Yep.
3 this early on the draft.
Sounds good.
But no, I think. I mean, obviously, look at this. We're going hard in the paint straight away, getting out of the gates with some early
Yep.
artifact mana.
So you want all the artifact mana in the world here, and the other Wildfire. and yeah,
And
try
I
to build a control deck around
I
it.
think it's in a good spot. Hopefully, wheeling some stuff like the Searing Spear. Maybe wheeling some of that black removal. We can perhaps slash it. Pyroclasm would be a really good pick up there. Much better than Searing Spear, of course.
Definitely.
And I'd be looking, especially with the mana as it is so far, to maybe include black, maybe that Murderous Cut, or something along those lines.
Could be.
Doomblades, go for the throat, whatever. Because otherwise, we're going to get walked over by the fun police, the red deck. That the person to our left is.
We don't want to be fun police out of this time.
Not this time.
No,
that's it. Well, there you go. All right, so my friends, stick around. Because of course we have round 5 coming your way before very much longer. Players already getting ready to get themselves seated and start. So another feature match coming your way before too long. Don't go anywhere. We'll see you back here at Bazaar of Moxen, Madrid before very much longer.
Hello, welcome back to the live coverage of the Bazaar of Moxen Madrid. Raphaël Levy alongside Joe Larsson, and we're going straight to the feature match, where we'll be covering one of the 9 undefeated players after 4 rounds.
That's right.
Iñaki Jimenez against David Lopez de las Asas. And Iñaki is playing, Eldrazi.
Eldrazi, the invasion is here. With the addition of Simian Spirit Guides, it seems like, so quite the aggressive version, I would assume. And he can actually play Reality Smash on turn 2 here, I think.
Ready Smash? Oh yeah.
He has Eldrazi Temple for Mimic on turn 1. And he's probably gonna cast Realis, or is that an endless one? Not sure. His opponent, David, seems to be playing some kind of burn deck. That's usually designed from Monastery Mentor.
Yeah, basic Mountain Monastery Mentor. We're gonna be set very soon.
And
Fire Blast, Flame Rift,
Price of Progress.
Price
of Progress might be good in this matchup, but David's back is already against the wall here, because not only is Fotonsir gonna remove a card, but a 4/4 is so hard to deal with as a burn player. Most of the burn.
Yeah, he has Fire Blast.
He does have Fire Blast, but
Like
it means he has to sacrifice 2 lands as well.
Well, he has another one, and Fire Blast is probably gonna be taken out. I could see Fire Blast being taken out.
Or Price of Progress.
Okay,
I
probably
could see
the
that
most
too.
the most damage.
Yeah, I think he's kind of happy if he Fire Blasts his Fotonsir.
I don't know. I mean, that's still a lot of damage. This turn he can go Flame Rift, Fire Blast the Thought-Knot Seer,
Sure.
draw a card,
Sure.
and attack for like it's 7 damage this turn.
That's very true.
So
The problem is though that Inaki is gonna have quite the follow-ups to block that Monastery Mentor next turn. He's just gonna
well,
go down
he doesn't
to 12.
know that,
That he doesn't know.
but he can't really let the. If he leaves the Thought-Knot Seer around too long, well, too long is 1 extra turn.
Exactly. It seems like he's gonna do just that. If he didn't draw 2 points of burn here, seems to be deciding
Bolt would be the best, but I
Yeah.
don't think he.
Bolt Chain Lightning, the Thought-Knot Seer attack for
Shock.
3.
No,
Shock.
probably not shock.
Gotcha. Works too.
Flame. What's this card's name?
Geist Flame?
Death Spark.
Yeah.
Just for 1 damage.
And instead he opts to kill the Mimic in the fear for it copying other things the next turn.
Oh.
And goes for the
Yeah.
Flame Blast as well on the Thought-Knot Seer. A reasonable play, I think.
Yeah.
I
Draw a
definitely can
card
see that.
and no, he
Already
he
played a
his
land, I
already.
believe,
Yeah.
and he can see that himself.
Yeah, with the extra, he had extra mana.
And definitely had extra mana, so he drew a Lava Spike, I believe, from the Thought-Knot Seer. Being able to
Attack
cast it
4.
right away. It's quite the turn here.
Yeah.
There's a lot of spells being
So
cast this turn. And he went down to 12, as we talked about.
Yeah.
And
So now it's 12 damage to 12 burn damage, pretty much.
yes, because it's gonna be hard to get through here after the dust settles, so to say. He has Matter Shaper in hand. I believe he has an endless one, a Wasteland, and a Simian Spirit Guide. So he can potentially play.
5/5. No, 5/5. Yeah.
Yeah, he can definitely play a 5/5 here if he so chooses to, and then play the Matter Shaper next turn potentially. A 5/5, obviously even harder than a 4/4 to kill for burn. So I think we're gonna see him doing that here.
So what's David's cards left in hand? A Flame
He has
Rift.
Flame Rift,
A
a
mountain.
mountain.
And what's the last one?
That I'm not sure about. And he opts to go with the 4/4 instead.
Okay.
Potentially if he draws something else that he needs that Simian Spirit Guide for. I kind of like casting it as a 5/5 here, but I guess it doesn't really change the clock too much with his opponent on 16.
It does change if he has a Reality Smasher.
It does.
That-
It does for sure. That's very true. Or I guess he attacks for 9. And yeah.
I don't know if he's running it, but I can imagine.
I believe he does. So 4/4 is coming in here with the follow-up of a Matter Shaper, and Inaki draws an Ugin this turn. And I believe this is just a preemptive block because it's not gonna get anything in with Monastery's Swift Spear anyways.
He wants to keep some life as well for the... Because Flame Wreath is also 4 damage to his own face.
Yeah, wow.
So
You
now...
just go with the Flame Rift.
12 to 8.
And he has 7 damage on the board. A Reality Smasher here would have been game.
Yeah.
But we know Inaki doesn't have it if he didn't draw it this turn. And since he's about to move to combat, I presume he didn't draw one either.
Most of David's spell actually deal 4 damage. Between 3 and 4. It's
Yeah.
4. It's probably 4 Fire Blasts, 4 Flame Rifts,
Yes.
4...
Maybe not 4 Flame Rifts, but it might be.
uh,
But definitely 3. I don't think he plays anything that deals 2 damage at least. If it's not a creature, that is.
I think it's at least
He
3.
probably plays Goblin Guide
Lava Spike is...
and Flame Rift. That's only 7.
It's only 7.
And that's the game. Close one. Has his opponent at 1.
Yeah. That's why... Yeah, Eldrazi is good. One of the reasons Eldrazi is good is that it doesn't fetch.
Yeah.
The only pain lands Eldrazi has is Ancient Tomb.
Yep. That's correct.
So yeah, the game would have been much different if instead of Temple, Eldrazi Temple was the Ancient Tomb.
Definitely. And they also have the option of, because they run Uborg, right?
Urborg, yeah.
So they don't always have to take damage from that Ancient Tube either, which is nice.
That's right.
Alright, so this is our second feature match, and they seem to be underway in their sideboard in between game 1. And it does seem like he's playing Ancestral versions and Melee Mage in the sideboard. I think I saw Tropical Island there too. Might be some kind of bug deck that is splashing
You've
white for
seen-
Melee Mage.
I've seen a lot of bug decks in the
Yeah,
top tables now. They're walking around.
definitely. Me too. We have had some of them on the
Well,
feature match too.
it's the same tournament, so
Oh, wow.
it actually makes sense that we
that
see the
does
same
make.
deck.
You're so clever sometimes. Do you know that?
Yeah,
Yeah.
kind of do.
Of course you do. Alright, so we're gonna see what we have here. Marcin playing Bug. It seems like I think I saw Abratoke and Baleful Strix there as well. It's gonna be interesting to see what... I think we have had Rodrigo on the camera before, haven't we?
It was yesterday in the cube.
Was it?
Yeah, we had
Oh yeah, that doesn't say much
covered-
about this Legacy choice.
yeah, we covered just as a test stream yesterday to make sure you had the right amount of action today, not too many technical problems, which well, sometimes you have to deal with that. So we
Yep.
tried to deal with that yesterday, and well, I don't want to talk too much, but so far so good.
Yeah, I concur. Don't
So-
jinx it though.
No, what? I'm not even saying that. I'm not even talking about it. No,
Did you say anything?
yesterday we saw him play, and that's where the name come from. That's why it sounds familiar.
Yeah, that makes total sense. Alright, so players are shuffling up, and we'll see what's gonna come around here. Alright, so we have some shuffling of their opponent's decks. We're gonna see what they're gonna be playing in just a second here.
So we're watching table 1 and table 2 of the tournament.
Yes, I believe so. Alright, so it seems to be a hand with a lot of lands from the Bug player, and he decides to ship it. And it seems that Rodrigo is playing Storm. And so we have a good old matchup between the mid-range / control deck, and Togoris is playing Storm. And we have our first mulligan of the second game, and it's Martin who takes it, which is quite unfortunate for him, obviously, but also since he's down a game against the Storm player. And
Do we know for
Storm
sure
is a
he's
very good-
Storm?
yep, for sure.
Okay.
And we know that usually Storm is a much better game 1 deck than a game 2 deck. In Legacy, it doesn't get that much worse than in other formats, but usually the control deck gets a little bit of an edge post board. So we're gonna see what our Bug player has.
So it depends what kind of Storm deck it is. Do you have different versions of Storm in Legacy? You have the
Definitely.
Burning Wish, no Burning Wish.
Yep.
Different ways to win.
You have the Gory's Vengeance version. You have High Tide. It's kind of a storm deck, I would say.
Well, not. I'm pretty sure it's not the storm we are.
I think it's as close as it gets.
Okay.
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 Okay. I think we're gonna have a duress here in turn 1. It's a classic turn 1 for Storm. And quite a good hand for the Bug player. Unfortunate for him that he was duress on turn 1. Otherwise,
is it a
it
good
kind of has
hand?
everything it needs.
I don't think it's a very good hand. It doesn't have blue mana. It
That's
doesn't
true.
have
It doesn't have blue mana.
doesn't have like a fetch land, so the
It's true.
no,
Seems like a Jewish blue mana here and Creeping Tarpet. But I like having... It's quite important to have some kind of threat on turn 2, especially Tarmogoyf. You need that to put
then
pressure
he
on the
doesn't
Storm
have
player.
the second blue card for
No, not
Force
after
of
the
Will.
duress. So he definitely needs to draw that if he wants to be able to interact at all with the Storm player, besides attacking him with a Tarmogoyf.
so fetch for island.
For Island, some nice unhinged lands coming in here. Nice polluted Delta too. Look at that.
All right, so
So
now if he drew a blue card, that would have been
great.
pretty bad for Rodrigo. But
Yeah.
since he doesn't have any kind of like backup to
We're gonna see
to-
ad nauseam here.
yeah, as he didn't have any backup, any extra duress, any extra hand disruption, there was no reason for him to wait. He had to go for it.
Definitely, I agree. It's definitely the correct choice here, and
So
he
it's
does go for
4,
ad nauseam,
5,
having
6, 7,
1 mana in the pool.
8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Ooh, that's it.
And we stop. But he did get
Yeah, he got
two
two
Lotus
mana.
Petals.
Tulips,
believe.
but he has 1 mana left.
That's
What is he
definitely-
doing with that? He doesn't have.
He needs a Dark Ritual or Cabal
He doesn't
Ritual or
have
something.
anything.
No.
Oh, he might have to go for one more.
Yeah, that's
How many-
dangerous. It's dangerous.
How many does
but
he? Like, can
but
he win
usually
like
they only
this?
play 1 ad nauseam, right? And 1
Yeah,
Pass
I
and
think
Flame,
he
so-
can actually go for one more.
Yeah, it's the fear of
Well, he
getting hit
probably-
by tendrils and stuff like
He
that.
probably knows. Oh yeah, he has a tendril.
Oh, he said
Oh,
2.
he's on 2. He's on
Okay,
2.
that makes way more sense. It's a little bit hard to follow the exact life totals after ad nauseam, definitely. And here we have a brainstorm to try to find these rituals that we were talking about to add some more
Doesn't
mana
have
into
a
his
dark
pool.
ritual. That's terrible. Even a
Yeah.
cabal ritual wouldn't do much.
He has 1 mana from his,
Yeah, but
but it's still he needs to find tendrils
Yeah.
too, or some way to get red mana. Seems like the way he's laying up the cards, it seems like he's
yeah, he might have a plan. We might have missed a card or two, but. Or
he can
maybe
definitely-
I
did
saw a
find
dark ritual.
Yeah, me too.
But
Definitely found one.
is it good enough?
He should have 1 mana in the pool, right?
No, not
Uh,
anymore, because he played the.
But he used a Lotus Petal to cast a Brainstorm.
Okay.
So
How many?
there
Lotus
is a
Petals do you
chance that he can cast his Abrupticate this turn. That we knew he drew. If he just wants to survive,
that
if he
sounds
can't kill his
terrible.
opponent. I mean, you
That-
do what you gotta do.
have? That sounds terrible. On 2 life, that sounds bad.
Oh yeah, I mean, we can't have everything, can we?
We
If he's not killing his opponent this turn,
Okay.
I rather want to cast Abrupticate not to die.
Yeah, instead of losing, that's a better plan. I agree. It's a better plan.
Well, thank you.
You're welcome.
So,
So like he would lose. He would not be dead. Okay, so that's 1 black mana. Is that?
Yeah.
is that-
yeah, definitely seems that way. So he does have 1 black mana in the pool, so he could go for casting Lotus Petal, and in that way he can Abrupticate the Tarmogoyf this very turn.
It's not every day that you actually see the Storm player playing Ad Nauseam and not getting anywhere, especially when
18
he was
life.
18. Yeah,
At
18
18.
life
With two Lionside Diamond.
and 2 Lions item, and his hand was very good.
Yeah.
And he didn't draw any rituals in the first like 15 or 20 cards.
Yeah, that's quite unfortunate for him. But it does happen. So
Yeah, there's still a brainstorm in the stack, so
yeah.
he just drew 3 cards and he has to put 2 back. And he's I think he realized he cannot win this turn.
Yeah. And
he has to
find a way to survive and most likely take in the option that we just discussed. But next turn, however, there's a pretty high chance he might win.
Yeah. And now if Alain draws a blue card, that's a totally different ball game.
Definitely.
Because then he won't be able. Rodrigo is not going to be able to cast Past in Flames or whatever he plans to cast, and Alain is going to have another Tarmogoyf ready to attack.
Next turn, yeah.
Next turn, yeah.
Definitely. This game is quite close, to say the very least. Especially since Rodrigo didn't really find what he was looking for, as we talked about earlier, with Ad Nauseam. And still deciding on the Brainstorm here.
Okay,
I think he finally decided what to do. And it seems like he's trying to separate the piles in which way he wants to play his game and what he wants to discard.
Yeah. Because he has too many cards now.
Yes, for
and
sure.
And Alain's like, oh, okay, well, that's okay. Abrupt Decay, that's fine.
Yeah, Gitaxian Probe obviously not great here, with him at 2 life.
2 life.
That's did not draw a
blue card.
That's a life from loam, if I'm not mistaken.
No, that's
Is it another Tower Wave?
Yeah, I think so. Yeah.
Yeah, seems
I don't think he plays life from loam.
And it seems like Rodrigo draws another Dark Ritual here.
I think that was the one he had in hand.
No, I think he drew it.
Well, that's the one he put back with Brainstorm.
Oh yeah, of course.
So yeah, he had it in hand at some point.
He had it in hand
It's just the same one he drew now.
Fair enough. I'll give you that.
So
it was a little bit confusing with all the piles on the table.
Oh, he might have. No, oh yeah, he might have to. Yeah, he does have to.
Maybe drew.
But now he doesn't have the red mana.
He does have Volcanic Island in hand.
Oh, so then he's probably fine.
Here's Dark
Double
Ritual.
Dark Ritual. Play the red mana. Past in Flames. What is that?
Ooh.
Rain of Filth.
Wow, that's a card.
Is it Rain of? Is that the card? Like you can sacrifice a land to get a black mana. Is that the card?
Something along those lines. Let's see here. So he sacrifices this swamp as well. Cast a Dark Ritual. Play
each land you control gain.
Sacrifice it, and then he searches up another Dark Ritual with his Infernal Tutor. Not really netting any mana, but going up a storm count here. Since he has multiple Infernal Tutors in his hand.
It does net him. No, it does not.
It
Plus
does
2,
not.
minus 2. No, never mind. It doesnn't.
But he gets rid of his card in his hand and then nets him another storm counter.
No, but that's also no. It helps with Pest and Flame. So he has more Dark Rituals in his graveyard.
That is also true. So
the
there is
red
definitely
mana.
some advantages to doing
Pest and
this.
Flames.
Pest and Flame as the last card. I can cast these cards.
Yeah, he
is
can
what it
cast
is.
all the.
Question is,
That was
yeah,
very
he does have
that
a
was very
Infernal
well played.
Tutor.
And he has the Tendril in the graveyard.
Yeah, I think this is Martin is gonna see the writings on the wall here, and he's gonna concede the game. And
Yeah, that was very well played.
I think so
he
too.
he knew exactly what he was doing. I liked how we
piled up his cards on
yeah.
the table.
like
and
it actually didn't take him that long. Considering he had 20 cards in hand, it only took him like 2 or 3 minutes to figure out what to put on top, what to keep in hand, and what the exact plan was. So I think it was actually like really well played.
Yeah, me too. Very impressive here.
I liked the tutor to get the like when he finally figured out he was gonna win. He like played the tutor. Like okay, this is my plan. Tutor for another ritual. Tutor for another ritual. Discard you even like having the extra mana for the rest to make sure he doesn't have the.
And it's also very important to. Yeah, you need to get the most out of your storm count.
Yeah.
And that's definitely what he did to cast his Senders. So.
No, that was actually impressive. I'm actually quite impressed.
Yeah, good job. And it seems like while we have been looking at Storm playing against Bug, Eldrazi has equalized. And there's
Burn
1-1.
one. No, Burn.
Oh, sorry, Burn
tied
has
the game.
equalized.
Yeah.
So there's 1-1 here, and we're gonna. So Eldrazi is gonna be on the play, which I imagine being quite important in this matchup, with threats that are very hard to kill. You want to get them out of the board before your opponent has developed their game plan as fast as possible. So we're gonna see if that is enough for Eldrazi to take home this, or if the Fun Police is gonna do the job.
The burn play. The thing is, It's pretty much how much mana can you spend into damaging your opponent. Yeah.
Yes.
The race is okay. I have 1 mana 3 damage. 2 mana is 4 damage.
Yeah. Something along those
Can you
lines.
raise that? And Eldrazi under play is quite well positioned to raise that.
I think so too. I think you're completely
Especially
right.
if they have cards like the one card I saw.
Yeah, Sphere of Amethyst,
Yeah,
Sphere of Resistance,
Thorn of Amethyst.
Form of Amethyst, Sphere of Resistance. He can definitely make his opponents, but he only has one land, which was a City of Traders. So I think that's the biggest reason why
Or
he.
Chalice. I think like
Oh yeah, yes, Chalice.
Eldrazi
too.
has Chalice.
Chalice,
Or
great.
maybe not his version has Chalice, but Chalice is a
Another great card here.
yeah.
For sure.
It's something
Uh,
I have Chinese Sphere as well. Chinese Sphere is pretty good against burn.
Good luck casting all of those spells inside.
So you tap 3 mana to deal 4. Okay, well I'll
Okay,
tap 4
that's
mana
fine.
to have 4/4 go.
oh,
And
so you're
like,
gonna tap 3 mana, sacrifice 2 mountains, deal 4? Oh yeah,
Yeah.
that's fine.
your
You
Fire
may go
Blast.
ahead.
Yeah, your Fire Blasts are not as good. Your Flame
Enemy
Rifts are
card.
really unimpressive.
Your Goblin Guide.
Yeah, you got
Like a hasted Grey Ogre with downside.
yeah,
not
it's
great.
not as good.
No, I completely agree. There's a lot of haymakers in Naki's deck that will make the burn player play really slow in this matchup. And there's also creatures that are very hard to deal with. And here we see a very unusual hand for Naki, where he doesn't have any of the so-called Sol Ring lands.
Yeah. No,
decides to
I
keep
think he
it.
does have one. No, he has an
Oh
Eldrazi
yeah,
temple.
yeah. There is
But his hand is very unimpressive.
yeah.
He can play turn 1 Reshaper, but that's it. Like that's what he has.
Pretty much. Seems
And
like
that's it. That's his pressure. And Burn, I think Burn can raise that.
Yeah, it's just it's kind of like a Wildland color, right? So only deals 3 damage from turn 1. Alright, so let's see what.
Oh, is
Levy
that a
can cook
Searing
up
Blood?
here. I think so.
Oh, that.
I love that
sweet.
card.
That's sweet.
I've had
Okay.
fun with that card before.
1 mana, 3 damage. We know that one.
And it seems like Inaki draws a Photnos here. Not a bad card. And he has a Mimic. I wonder why he didn't cast that on turn 1. I'm fairly surprised that he just doesn't tap his Eldrazi Temple and play it on turn 1.
Yeah.
Save his Spirit Guide for potential
Isn't it what he just drew?
Reality Smashers and Photnoseers, which he actually drew. And it seems like David has a Monastery Swift Spirit that he wants supposedly to combine with a 1 mana spell, or he just wants to trade. Alright, he's getting in for 1.
Oh, he wouldn't have traded. Like, I'm sure Iñaki would not have just
Oh, no,
blocked.
no. Definitely not block. I was more thinking of a
Yeah.
1 mana spell to trigger the prowess.
Like, if Iñaki wanted to block, that would have been an extra damage to the face.
And here we have a Chalice. So now there's a hard question here. Do you want to cast a Photnos here first or the Chalice? I think you want to cast a Photnos here first. Because then you can remove the
Yeah.
whatever card that has a
It's
different
also
mana
extra-
cost from what you're gonna cast Chalice
It's
on.
also extra pressure, so.
Yeah, that as well. And it seems like everything here costs 2. Eidolon, I don't like this card in this matchup.
Yeah. It's 2/2 for 2 that damages you.
Pretty
So
much.
not so good.
There's
Price of Progress is very good here.
very good. I think that's what it's gonna take
Yeah.
as well,
Yeah.
for sure. And if Inaki draws another card, you can just shut off the other 2 cards, and he will never be able to cast them again. So it looks like Inaki's definitely in like good place here, for sure.
Yeah.
He seems to be
Price
thinking of taking
Progress.
this Searing Blood here.
Nah,
Maybe
that's- I don't
scared
think
about
that's-
like a block, if he can't block the Photon Searing Zone, but he decides to
Too
take
much
Price of
damage, yeah.
Progress. 6 damage is just too much.
Yeah.
That's one of those cards that we talked about, like that 1 mana is 3 damage and some spells are 4 damage, but that actually deals even more damage. Ooh,
That's pretty sweet.
that's quite a card to draw.
That's actually pretty good.
Yeah. So
Uh,
he can.
He's going to kill the Shaper, Fire Blast the Thought-Knot Seer, attack for 3, so it would be 6
Yeah.
damage.
Important here to kill the Matter Reshaper after blocks. Before,
Mhm.
since
Yeah,
Matter
yeah,
Reshaper
yeah.
can hit another Matter
Of
Reshaper
course.
or another creature, you don't want that to block the Monastery Sweet Spear here. So you want to attack, declare no blocks.
No blocks. Okay. Well,
Searing
that's actually
Blood
not so bad.
or Fire Blast. He might cast Eidolon here, but I think Searing Blood is more
Searing
correct.
Blood is fine.
Yep, that happens. And we're gonna have the trigger off of Matter Reshaper. Finds an endless one.
0/0.
He can actually draw that. So that was definitely not a great line. He can choose to draw it instead of putting it into play.
Yeah. He doesn't have the fourth mana either, so he cannot cast the.
No.
So that's
No,
actually he wants to draw the.
Definitely. Then he has something to play at least. Yeah,
Is that land? Oh, that's not gonna do it.
That's not great at all, because then it means he's even one extra turn away from casting his Chalice for 2.
I don't know about that attack.
Yeah, I guess he's gonna cast this for 1 then.
Yeah, that doesn't do anything.
Yeah, he has no choice, I think, here in that.
Well,
matter.
no, like not attacking would have been. What do you think? Yeah, the.
I'm not sure about the attacking
Sphere?
part, but I kind of like
I
casting
think
the
Sphere
Chalice
was a
on
little
1.
better. Oof.
What a draw!
Oh, smash the smithereens.
Jeez.
Is that game? I think that's game.
Yeah, he goes down to 7.
He
Fire
attacks,
Blast the
Fire Blast
face.
his face.
Attack for 3 with the extra prowess triggers.
I think I would have blocked last turn.
Yeah.
Like David
Me too.
had the opportunity, like left the opportunity to Iñaki to block, and that's game.
That is game.
Burn and David Lopez de las Casas gets to 5-0, and he's one of the few players still undefeated.
Yep.
In pretty good shape for
Definitely.
top 8.
After this round, there's gonna be 4 or 5 players undefeated, I
Yep.
believe.
Yeah.
And you could really see how it made the decision different there, that he didn't draw the endless one.
Okay, so now we have we're gonna have a deck tech lined up in 2 minutes. So I guess we're just gonna be chatting for a little bit while waiting for and I think Jeremy's setting up something.
Sounds good. Sounds good.
Yeah, that was that line of play, like attacking. I don't know, like
No.
not blocking with the
It doesn't
Thought-Knot
make
Seer.
it. Oh, yeah. Not staying home. At least
no,
forcing
like
him
the turn
to.
before. Remember when he attacked with the Monastery Swift Spear
Mhm.
and he didn't block with the 4/4. I think
Oh,
he was
right.
scared of the Searing Blood.
Yeah.
He could have killed the Thought-Knot Seer with Searing Blood, but it wasn't actually so bad.
No, I don't think so.
The
either.
Searing Blood would have actually dealt the 3 damage anyway, because he would have killed the
For sure.
Reshaper.
For sure.
But taking the 2 or 3 damage from the Swift Spear.
Yeah, that's a very classic way to lose against Burn, is when their creatures gets to deal too much repetitive damage. And because not all of the time the burn player has enough burn to kill their opponent straight from burn.
Mhm.
They have to get some repetitive damage in there, otherwise it's going to take too many turns to draw into that incremental amount of burn to kill your opponent. So that was a classic problem of Burn's players 1-drops dealing too much damage.
That's actually the best hands of burn. It's not for all the burn. It's
No.
a lot of creatures and then
And
drawing the burn spells afterwards.
Exactly.
That's the best way
Exactly.
to win with mono red.
It's kind of
That's-
like the finishers, the reach.
Yeah,
of the
that's
deck.
what when you play mono red. Like I see a lot of players opening their hands with only burn spells.
Yeah.
I'm like, oh yeah, well this game I'm only missing like 3 damage or 6 damage.
Sure.
So it's usually more 8 or 9, but
Yeah.
I'm only missing 9 damage.
Yeah.
But it's just like when you think of it, when you do burn play, you're like, okay, well 9, it's okay, it's only 3 or 4 cards.
Yeah.
But when you actually like playing the game, like no, I'm not gonna miss 9 because my opponent is gonna race, and I'm gonna use these burn spells to kill things.
Yeah. And also something is gonna get spell pierced.
Yeah, and one
Something's
is
gonna be
yeah.
Inquisition or whatever.
So it's not exactly gonna go the
Yeah.
way you want. Like not with burn spells. I see a lot of burn players, not burn, like mono red players keeping like hands with only burn spells, and that's just actually one of the the worst hands you could actually keep.
Definitely, I agree.
So
Your
this
opponent
is
can
a
gain some
classic
life as
mistake of
well,
mono red.
For sure. So we're gonna see if we're gonna have deck tech here
I
coming in.
think Jeremy's oh no. Oh, we're having someone over.
All right. Sure. Right. So he's coming in right now.
All right. Please have a seat.
Hi.
How are you?
I'm fine.
Congratulations. Do you have your deck with you? That would be preferable.
It's on
Oh, he's okay. He's
it's on the table.
he's
How,
laying it out? Okay.
Well, why not? It's
Yeah, put it up. Put it
the
on.
left side.
How are you? Oh,
Oh, yeah, trying.
yeah, it's good. It's
Okay.
good. How are you?
Well, I'm fine, Steven.
Yes. So you're playing.
Born.
Burn.
Pass. Sí.
Okay. Have you played the deck before?
That is my second tournament with Born.
Okay. How did it go the first time?
The first time the tournament,
Yeah,
the other.
other, yeah.
Well, the other tournament, I started trying the deck versus a Charberger.
Okay.
So I don't have more chance on my first time playing Born.
Okay.
But well, today I do some change very interesting and. Yesterday I did 9-1 in trials.
Okay, with burn.
I won the
Okay.
first trial 5-0 and
Okay.
the other trial 4-1, and it's not 5-0 because I don't draw the land to.
Okay.
Oh wow.
Okay,
Nice.
so I think
Yeah.
Jeremy's laying out your deck. So what are your good and bad matchups? Do you have
Well, I have two buys
okay,
after I play versus Elves.
okay,
Kill one of the of the rounds, well, las partidas, uno de los
Okay.
juegos in the third turn.
you on turn 3.
Yeah, the
Okay.
one. So the deck is amazing. I am very very happy with that.
Okay, so here we go. So
Here
you
we go.
have 4/1 drops, Goblin Guide, Monastery Spear. Did you have any other option? Did you think you needed more 1-drops or
More
like
1
8 is
drops.
fine?
What do you mean? Cards from cost
Yeah,
1.
like no, the Goblin Guide, the creatures.
The creatures is fucking perfect.
Okay.
I love it.
Okay, so you have 12 creatures.
12. No.
You have more? Oh, ball. Yeah, sorry, ball lightning.
Ball lightning. Por favor, Steve, ball lightning.
We haven't seen ball lightning in a very long time, I have to say. So
Yeah.
How good is ball lightning?
I am all the day thinking, please, I need to go to future match and the people seeing the lightning, the ball lightning. Wow, sí, son buenísimas, muy
Okay.
buenas, very good,
So 4 lightning bolts, 4
Mhm.
chain lightnings, pretty classic.
very classic.
4 fire blast, classic
Yeah.
too. This looks very much like a deck.
Yeah.
I saw someone play in '98. Well,
Uh-huh.
not '98, but like very long ago.
Yeah,
Like lightning bolts, fire blasts, ball lightnings. The only
Yeah.
thing that's changed are the better 1-drops, because we didn't have that back then. Back then we had the Goblin Balloon Brigades, which were not as good.
it's fucking faster the creatures.
Oh, we had Jackal Pup.
Yeah,
Jackal Pup was okay. So you have 1 Sulfuric Vortex.
yeah.
Searing Blood is. Are you happy with Searing Blood?
It's infinite better than the other. You
Yeah.
know, the land with the land. You know, the other costs 2, 3, and 3 when
Oh,
you
Searing Blaze. Searing
landfall.
Blaze. Yeah.
Is more better.
Do you
Infinite.
have like some matchup like against Miracles? You don't really get to play it much, right?
I don't play versus Miracles yet.
Okay.
So Miracles, if you thinking, is very probably half empty, empate.
Okay.
You know,
Mm-hmm.
don't win. So this deck versus, control, so until reanimator, you are very fucking so. But if you started winning games,
Okay.
you are versus Eldrazi or blue with a lot of dual lands and combos, and
Okay. So you have relics. Relics, okay. Relics, you can cycle it to get to your burn spells.
relics versus threshold or reanimator, or I don't know.
Okay. Let's see. You have needle,
Yeah.
pillars. I like pillars in the
Yeah.
in mono reds. It's just like
6.
six Eidolons.
Yeah, 6.
One Blood Moon, random Blood Moon, just in case. Pyroclasm. Smash me. Okay. Well, that seems interesting.
Well, the more interesting is that card.
The Flame Rifts. Yeah.
The Flame Rift and the Lightning Ball.
Lightnings.
You change Rift Ball because if the other player is at 1 and you draw Rift Ball and don't have 3 lands, you're fucking, no? You draw this and this better and do more damage.
Okay.
¿Sabes?
Oh, that's
He's
cool.
the
Yeah,
more
price of
power.
progress
It's more
is very-
powerful. It's
Yeah,
more
Price of Progress is very powerful
yeah.
in
Price of progress. All the people are
in
playing
Legacy.
dual lands and it's fucking awesome.
All right.
It's the reason. Another point is I have no fetch land, and it's so important. No fetch land.
Okay. Let's see. Pyroclasm. Do you really need to like against elves? Against elves, I can imagine it's great.
Pyroclams is against elves, against death and taxes, and against goblins deck, but
Okay.
especially
yeah,
goblin decks. You know the goblin decks win storm.
Yeah, okay.
Salverter or ant. Your only chance is or pyroclams, or if you are versus goblin charverter, have beaten needle and have you need a lot of cyber versus combo decks.
Mhm.
Maybe rogue, no?
So what are the like the burn spells you're not playing? Now Riftbolt is not good enough.
Ripple? I am thinking a lot about don't have any card stifle have sense.
Mm-hmm.
If you don't, it hit them.
Yeah, you have to.
So no problem. Have Fetchland. That is one of the most important point of the deck because all the people is how no Fetchland. Fetchland if you are versus other burn is bad.
Okay.
If
yeah.
you are playing versus Armor Goef is bad because
Yeah,
you
you give-
do the land versus Stifle versus Shaman. I won one game because I don't have Fetchland and need one more mana for
Mhm.
that natural order. So if don't have
And with
Fetchland is fucking awesome.
And
It's
with Flame Rifts, with Eidolon, you already take a lot of damage yourself,
yeah,
and you don't want like
I'm
burning
more-
is a lot about racing.
it's
You race a
racing,
lot.
Yeah,
Like you can't.
It's a
you're,
combo. You kill
yeah.
the if you have chance.
Your
You kill-
defense pretty much your life totals. You have 20 life. You have 20 points of life, and that's all you get. You don't have walls. You don't kill creatures. It's all to the face.
No, but you have you have
Searing
8,
Blood, yeah.
8, 11, 50 of versus creatures if you
Yeah.
need it.
But you also need that to win.
Yeah,
burn-
you well, the creatures maybe can give you problems and you need have response versus. So, but no Green Lava Martyr is necessarily because Fetchland is not, so Green Lava Mancer don't have sense. The deck is very stronger. You can start with Monastery, after other Monastery, 3 damage to your face, you go to 11 to
Yeah, I can
12, and the next turn 4 to each player and 2 more.
Okay, so
It's
you are
crazy.
so you have so you played 10 runs yesterday, 5 runs today. You are 14-1, including 2 buys. Is that right?
Well, yesterday I did 5-0 at morning,
Okay.
4-1 and
Okay.
at,
So that's 14.
at evening. Maybe I need to have 3 buys, but well,
So you're 14-1,
have a
including 2
limit.
buys. So you played. Okay, you played 12 matches and you won 11 of them. Okay.
yeah, it's this. Yeah.
Oh, that's good. That's good. That's a good start.
And then at this tournament, I lose only one game, only one.
Well, you have 3 rounds to go. Is that right? Yeah, you have
I
3
don't
rounds to
understand
go.
the 3.
Huh?
I can. No.
Okay.
No
you,
what?
you have 3 rounds to go.
3 rounds to go to
Yes.
the top 8.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So it's like 1 or 2 more wins, and then
Yeah.
3 more wins. So we'll be following you.
I play it all the time. Threshold. I have a pimp threshold with my beta style, but how is the meta game? It's all is blue or lands versus blue, or Eldrazi is with Chalice of the Void and versus blue or aggro control with blue. So
Okay. Well,
price 11 damage, ball lightning, you are dead. With
So-
3 or 4 cards you can win. It's amazing.
okay, we'll be following you.
Okay, nice.
Good luck,
Good
and
luck.
see you around.
See ya.
And we'll.
Me voy o-
You can stay for
Ah,
one
can
more
stay.
minute if
Okay,
you want, and we'll be back in just a few minutes when everybody's wrapping up and we settle the feature
Bueno,
matches.
un saludo a todos los españoles que me vean y la burn es increíble, copiarla.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to live coverage of a Bazaar of Moxen Madrid. It's a great pleasure to have your company. Once again, Riley Knight in the booth with the Pro Tour Hall of Famer and lifetime Pro Point record holder for Magic the Gathering. It is, of course, Raphaël Levy, a man who needs no introduction, but still gets a pretty long one, my friends. We're going to head down to the feature match area because we've got some more stuff to bring you. We've checked in with Death and Taxes already once today, Raph, but it's time to do it again, because we've got some very, very strong results being put up by the White Weenie Menace, one of the oldest and most honest decks in the format, Raph.
Oldest. It's not that old.
It's been around quite a while, I would say.
It's been a while, but the mono white version, not so much.
No?
I think it was like he first started to do really well in Strasbourg.
Okay.
Was the Danish player Thomas Enevoldsen.
So that
Who
was
actually won. I think it was
6 years ago.
2012.
Okay, so not quite so long. Okay,
I think he advocated this deck for a long time, but really, like shone. Is that the word?
Yeah, shone. Yeah, shone. Like a shining star.
Shannon.
Shinend is another way of saying that. Yes, of course.
I think it really shone in 2012. Before that, I don't think he was that popular.
Oh, okay. All right, there you go. We've all learned something today.
The green-white version was...
Well, this is what it came out of, the sort of Maverick-like decks,
yeah,
right?
the Maverick kind of evolved into that mono-white deck. I think that's the story behind the deck.
Yeah.
I'm not 100% sure, but I'm pretty confident that's what happened.
I think your effortless confidence has certainly convinced many, including me. Let's head down to the feature match area in just a little bit to see how things are going to go, because we've got things lined up once again for some more Legacy action. It's been fantastic to get stuck into one of the Eternal formats today. It's great to see, it's sort of taking a centre stage here at the Bazaar of Moxen event. It's good to see, support for the format still very, very much alive.
And with... Eternal Masters.
Eternal Masters coming up as well. Very excited about that.
Maybe some more stuff.
Yeah, we got Force of Will.
Not new cards,
in
but
the pipeline.
No.
Well, I mean, it's
support the format. Maybe more players coming.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, really excited about that. I think most anyone who has even the slightest interest in that sort of stuff will be amped to crack some Eternal Masters packs, get their hands on those new Forces of Will. One thing I really liked, I don't know if you noticed this, the Wasteland, right, was actually a crumbling city of brass. Did you see that?
No.
The art for the new Wasteland in Eternal Masters is actually City of Brass. After something pretty rubbish has happened, I don't know that.
Which was in Modern Masters.
Which is in Modern Masters. So there you go. So a nice little sort of bit of synergy over there between the two things. But yeah, I think we're all pretty happy, pretty excited to bust open some packs here. Hopefully it'll be a sick draft format as well.
Yeah.
Sit on some of them for a late night draft one night would be fantastic.
There's no GP though.
No GP, unfortunately, no.
Format.
No, I understand this. I think they're being cautious about how these sorts of things go, because I think it's sort of one of these sort of softly catchy monkey type situations. To use some pretty
I have no idea what
advanced
that means, okay.
business technology. That's right. It's
slow
very
monkeys.
Yeah, it's slow. That's what it's all about. But right here and right now, we are of course living in this eternal world, the world of Force of Will and Wasteland and all the rest of it. Death and Taxes, of course, not known for playing Force of Will, but they certainly are on that mana denial plan. Richardon Port, Wasteland, Thalia, all of these cards coming together to be a source of proactive disruption against the opponent's plan.
And we're going to the table now.
Let's head down to the table and see how things are going to go here at Bazaar of Moxen for Madrid. Round 6, of course. You can see both of these players have picked up a loss somewhere along the way, but still sitting at X and 1. They're in strong contention for top 8, and it's Marcos Perez Sergio who's going to kick things off now with basic planes, a bit of a tell.
It's not the best. Ooh, that's not the best start for Sergio.
And Tom Kellick here.
Mana Bond.
With a Mana Bond.
Mana Bond. So this card you have to read it if you don't know the card, because that's a pretty surprising effect.
All right.
At the end of turn, you can play as many lands you want, but you discard your hand.
And our opponent, our player here has dumped 5 lands and a Punching Fire into the bin.
Ahead.
So not so bad.
A Maze of Ith, Scythian stage.
Yeah.
So the win condition of lands.
Yeah.
Is
well, there are a couple actually. Really.
Yeah, one of them.
The main one.
Well, we see one with the Burn Willow, Grove the Burn Willows, and Punishing Fire. And the other one of the other ones is Thespian Stage. It's hard to say.
Thespian Stage.
Can you say that like 10 times in a row?
No, easy game for me.
And Dark Depth.
Dark Depths.
Depths. So
Yeah.
you copy the Dark Depth. So
Yeah, with a Thespian I think
the stage becomes a depth.
with no counters. Yeah, so immediately going to snag a 20/20 flying indestructible token. So Phyrexian Revoker is coming down on the side of Marcos Sergio Perez.
Unfortunately, you can say whatever you want. Oh, does it work on the Punishing Fire?
So here's the mana bond that we saw. So this is an enchantment. It sticks around. You can discard. You can put all of your lands in your hand into play, and if you do, then you discard everything else.
But then end of turn, he's gonna bring back the Punishing Fire. Get 1 red, you gain 1 life. I get Punishing Fire back.
And so really an exceptionally strong start for Tom Kelleck here. Really, really, really good. I mean, this is what Lands is all about. More than half the deck are land cards, and playing cards like Crop Rotation, Gamble, Life from the Loam. Huge amounts of built-in redundancy here. And so Marco Sergio Perez is certainly in a bit of trouble here. So the Revoker naming Mox Diamond here, another card that you see sometimes out of lands as an extra source of acceleration in the early turns of the game. But I like Tom Kelleck's spot, to be honest. He's sort of had a Frank Karsten-like affinity start here, dumping his hand on turn 1. I'm sure he's happy with that.
Yeah, but then he has potentially two removal with the Mesa 5th and Stage.
Yeah.
I'm not even trying anymore.
No, I think it was just one of those words. It's just It's like the word fifth.
Yeah, the fifth is
the fifth Thespian's stage is going to copy that Dark Depths.
And I think is it a wasteland? Is
no,
it
the
Rishon Port? One of the two. I think it's an expedition or DCI.
It's a DCI promo of some kind. It's a new one.
I don't know which one that is.
No, it seems to be very, very new indeed. You can see a little holographic circle at the bottom there, or oval, indicating that it is a new printing.
I think it's a Rishon Port.
You think it's Richard Port?
Yeah.
Yeah? Might be a Judge promo Richard Port there. Can I get that up on the screen? And here is the port.
We can see that.
Yeah, it's going to tap down the stage.
You're not even trying anymore.
The Thespian stage, sorry.
Okay.
That, of course, is the 6th land in that row there. It went from being the 5th to the 6th Thespian stage that's been played.
Yeah, okay. So now Tom is probably just waiting for a... Ooh, so what's up his sleeve now?
So Crop Rotation. So there is the Richardson Port. That must be that's a Judge promo.
Dark Depth maybe, yeah.
Judge promo. So Dark Depths. So in response to the Richardson Port, Kelleck is seeking to activate the Dark Depths here. And we'll see what Perez Sergio has to say about this.
So either pass to exile or bust.
Or unsummon.
Not with double white.
Well, never say never.
Well, not with double white.
Okay.
That's not double white. So I copy the Dark Depth with my Thespian stage.
Mm-hmm. Oh, and look at that.
Decide to keep the stage. And then sacrifice it because it has 0 counter.
Mm-hmm. And so Dark Depths, you can see there, normally you're chipping through an enormous amount of ice there, 30 mana worth, but the Thespian stage is going to, that play there is just,
in the summer.
Yeah.
It's been,
it's all melted away. No, that's it. The Dark Depths, it's light shallows now, and out comes Marit Large.
It's no longer.
Icy, very good. That was a solid B- effort there, I think.
Thank you.
What do we got here? Sarah Avenger.
Yeah, just a chump blocker for Marit Lage.
Marit Lage, Marit Lager. One of them. One of those things. Here's Richard and Port.
Mary.
Mary L. All right. So we've got Richard and Port, which is going to power out an Umazawa's Jitte here. But
that's not.
Yeah, Perez Sergio facing down.
He doesn't have. He actually doesn't. Oh yeah. He does have to chump block because he's on 20. So now he has to block.
So the old punishing fire there. Going to do a bit of punishing.
Just to make him go down to 20.
Yeah.
Just a hit away from Mary.
Here she comes. And we're going to see the old Chumperoony. There it is.
Champy.
Oh, but
Or
it's
what? Oh yeah, you can, now it works now. Like before that, you couldn't do it. You couldn't do it after damage.
but now,
Now
yeah.
you can.
So to untap the
Back in the days
2020.
wouldn't have worked. Now it can.
So the Maze of Ith removing Merit Lage from combat after damage had been dealt there, in the end combat step, and its Mother of Runes. And here's a Wasteland. So Marco Sergio Perez holding onto an Aven Mind Sensor, which he's hoping is going to buy him another turn here.
I don't think it will, because now Tom is gonna take back the
The Punishing Fire.
punishing fire.
Yeah.
End of turn.
Well, again, it's always better to give your opponent a chance to make a mistake. And there's always the chance that Tom Keller could have a brain fart and F6 through his combat step. And I think that at this stage is Marco Sergio Perez's best out, but we'll see. Yep, there's the token. Indestructible Flying 2020. And here
Okay.
is the Aven Mind Sensor, which of course eats it to the... And you can see Marco Sergio Perez leaving his hand on the table, ready to concede.
Yeah, that's not gonna help.
No.
That's
Not going to do a lot here. He's going to have his head smashed in no short order.
Yeah, I don't think there's anything he can do.
No, needing a Swords to Plowshares here in a big way. But Tom Kellick with a backup as well, a backup Dark Depths, and the Punishing Fire to recur the
So what happened to the ice canners?
ice count. I think they're on there. Rather unwieldy to have 20 of them on there though.
Isn't it 10?
Oh, sorry, 10. Excuse me.
10 inches of snow.
It's not very much.
Yeah.
It shouldn't take 30 mana to do that. So, Punishing Fire, in
Okay.
response Wasteland,
That's okay.
and then take 20. Tom Kellick thinking about how this could possibly go wrong for him.
Yeah. Is that, and I take 20.
And I take
Oh, he's
20.
on 21. Oh, he was probably on 21.
He must be on 21, so
Yeah.
he's going to 1 here. Yeah, on 1 life. There you go. So, slight misread of the life totals there.
So the dark depth still have because depth.
Still has. No.
No.
The Dark Depths still have, yeah.
Still. The land still has.
You're just tying yourself in knots here, aren't you?
Yeah.
Oh, jeez. All right, so this is the way that we're going to stay
Yeah, that's.
alive, are we?
that-
Okay.
That's not gonna do it. 20 damage is a little more than.
Okay. Mother of Runes comes in for 1 and charges up the Jito.
A Pass to Exile would have actually been good. Would
Yeah.
have been fine here. But yeah.
So there's Rishton Port as well on Tom Kellock's side of things.
And smash for 20.
In comes
Buff.
the 2020, and Marco Sergio goes, yep, that'll do it. There you go. So surviving an onslaught from the 2020 for a few turns, but Merit Lage too strong. Very strong.
Marie, very good.
Yes, as they say in Italy. Here is the here are the two players here, and you can see he's a rueful smile on his face. There's no shame in losing to Dark Depths, as Tom Kellick also seems rather happy with his performance there, and of course, why wouldn't you be? So these two are going to hit the sideboards, and we'll be back with game number 2 from these guys before very much longer. But let's check in with our other table. We do have some other guys sitting at X and 1. You can see them here on your screen. It looks like we've got another Punishing Fire deck. This has really been the talk of the town this weekend on the left-hand side of your screen, and it looks like a traditional Miracles build on the right.
Is it the snow? Oh, it's talking about snow. Is that a snow-covered plains?
I don't believe so.
What's the regular plains? Which is very, very relevant.
It's very
like,
important, yeah, of course, absolutely.
And you can't thaw it. Like
No, you can't
this-
thaw those
the
bad
snow
boys.
from
No, they're all snowed up.
Oh, there are actually cards that do that. Yeah,
Remove.
there are artifacts that remove snow from lands.
Oh, really?
Yeah, in Ice
Oh,
Age, yeah.
Jeez, all right. Here's a brainstorm.
The weather stick.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's
no,
a weather stick that removes snow from
it
lands.
it removes the snow subtype.
Yeah.
Oh, how important. Okay, so Damia Pera Samzo here with another Sensei's Dividing Top, and in comes Tiago Chan for 2. Giulio Medici seems to be on 58. I'm going to have confirmation that life total is correct. 58 life for Giulio Medici. 56 now, sorry.
Oh, yeah.
56 thanks to Tiago. So he's
How
gained...
do you get that much life?
That's a lot of life.
How do you get that much life?
Potentially a Swords to Plowshares and a Merit Lag.
Oh yeah, okay.
Twice.
Two of them, okay.
That would be my guess. I can see a Thespian Stage and a Dark Depths in the bin. I think I can see two of them as well. Here comes Life from the Loam. Oh, look at that.
Back in the days, you only had to do it once. Get a 2020, you attack, and it's over.
Yeah.
They have to do it many
You'll have
times.
to do it many times, and Life from the Loam's going to certainly help him do that. Back comes the... Oh, here comes the 3 lands here. And we're going to see a spin of the top. See if Perazamzo can come up with something here. Just had to confirm that Medici did indeed gain 40 life from 2 Swords to Plowshares. So Force of Will is going to take care of that life from the loam, but only for this turn. Because, of course, dredging that bad boy back is going to mean that Perazamzo is going to have to do something to keep his head above water here. Rishton Port tapping down a Plains.
I think it's Angels away from winning. He's Angels away.
Yeah, that's very true. And then treat
But like
the
40,
Angels.
if he doesn't hit it like fairly soon, it's gonna be too late because it will keep coming back. The
Dredge Life from the Loam. Play Life from the Loam. 1, 2, 3 lands back.
Mary's gonna come back.
Please and thank you. And we're going to see
every second
the top
turn.
spin again. 3 cards. I think I saw a Terminus there as well, so that's another neat little answer.
Yeah,
And a Council's Judgment will also do it. So it puts them back on top. And we're going to see... Oh, actual literal counterspell. Good to see there.
Yeah, counter spell. Pretty much like mills 2 lands. Mill 3 cards.
Yeah, mill 3 cards. Yeah. Tap 2 lands, mill 3. Yeah. Maze of Ith.
Yeah.
Ugh, that's a problem. So Perazamzo having to find something here. He knows the top 3 cards of his
Julian's
library.
like, okay, I'm not
Draws.
gonna go all in on the attack plan. I'm going to tap his lands for 20 turns, and then I'll kill him.
So we see Loam is dredged once again. I imagine we're going to see that cast very soon.
He has
And there it is. And
He has Punishing Fire in the graveyard, and Grove Willows. So maybe that's gonna be the plan.
let's see another way out of here. So Terminus being floated on the top of Perazamzo's library here. Another white card and a card I didn't quite see. Puts them back on top, and I think this time the Loam's going to get there. And it does indeed. So those 3 back. However, Perazamzo with a wealth of options to deal with this incoming 2020.
I don't think it's coming down anytime soon.
No.
I think. Oh, more lands. Okay.
Alright. So Verdant Catacombs hitting the bin.
What are these bloodghasts when you want them?
Where are those
Where are the
bloodghasts?
bloodghasts?
Where are the bloodghasts? Where are all the terrible 2-power creatures that Raphaël Levy loves to play so much? Where are the squeeze?
Squeeze.
You love squee. Alright. Fertile Thickets is...
I think he just wants. I think he's gonna just
Cycle
draw
in?
now.
yeah?
I think what he wants now either a mana bond or exploration.
Mm-hmm.
Like he's not in any kind of under any kind of pressure.
No, especially with that Maze of Ith sort of preventing Tiago Chan's best effort. Snapcaster Mizage isn't doing anything here. I love that little dance. I really, really do. It's so good.
Alright,
Here's some
that's
action.
the trouble.
Here's some action. Jace TMC. Here he is. Jace the Mind Sculptor, always a welcome guest to the party for Blue-White Miracles. Immediately brainstorming, you can see Samso still floating this Terminus. I like that. Doesn't want it in his hand. And there's the Maze of Ith that's preventing that Snapcaster from getting any work done here.
What's that card? Is it what's that symbol? Is that Time Spiral?
No, that is Masters Edition from the when it was released on Magic Online.
Well done. Looks like a Time Spiral.
It does, yeah. It does look a little bit like
little
that.
Hourglass.
Yeah, I think Wizards of the Coast are really going very deep in that design space for the sets, the expansions, or for the Masters set symbols. It's always 2 semicircles in some sort of figuration. Think about Modern Masters, Eternal Masters, Modern Masters 2, all the Vintage Masters wasn't really, but all the other the Masters editions online, they're all some combination of semicircles.
Yeah, I don't have that level of observation.
No, well, see, the thing is, you're actually good at the game.
Yeah,
That's the difference.
I care about what matters.
Yeah, well, exactly. There you go. Here's Glacial Chasm. You can see again a card from the Masters editions. There's prominently featuring the semicircles once again.
Oh, that's an envelope.
It's a
love letter.
You can see it. You can see it. It's a love letter saying, "Please don't attack me." Oh dear.
Okay, so Jace is going to.
Jace's
to
gonna
leave.
go. Yeah, Jace's gonna leave. He's done his part. Yeah, Punishing Fire. What a card, huh?
Yeah, I think this is not going well for Miracles.
Yeah.
This is
No, not the position you want to be in. A snapcaster, or you know.
No, he stopped. Yeah, Julien just stopped playing with the stage. Like, yeah, well, he probably think he has Terminus like somewhere. So it's gonna delay him 2 or 3 more turns. Delay him 3 cards for no real reason.
Yeah.
And he can just win with
Punishing Fire.
Punishing Fire.
So we see Terminus again being floated 3 down.
So with 2 Punishing Fires in the graveyard, he can make his opponent gain 1, get the 2 of them back, and then fire them. So it's 3 damage every time instead of 1.
Counterbalance might have something to say about that.
All right, that's something a little better.
Oh, Medici is just not missing a trick, is he? Every turn, he remembers that Maze of Ith. Here's Punishing Fire, of course, from Zendikar. One of the.
So how is counterbalance for 2 here? Does it blocks everything? Does it block everything?
It does a pretty decent job of shutting down a lot of what.
Because it shuts down Punishing Fire, it shuts down Life from the Loam. Is that good enough?
We'll see. Samso has certainly had enough time to sculpt the top of his library to find what he needs
Every time
here.
I say it's almost finished, then he finds something that's good.
Yeah.
Well, I guess it's not finished. Because he's definitely not taking him.
I really love seeing the way that these miracle decks, blue-white decks, they're so and they're always in it. I think, not always, but I'm living very optimistically.
Okay.
They've always got something to say. You know what I mean? They've always got a statement to make in this situation.
Okay, so what now? Oh, now
Like
play by hand, like de-ice the snow.
Yeah.
De-ice the land.
Yeah, defrosted that bad boy.
Defrost
That sucker.
by hand. So is there gonna be a top?
But who has the inevitability here? Raphaël Levy. That's my question to you.
I think Damien has it.
You think the miracle player is?
Yeah, if he has a 2-drop.
Yeah.
Then I think I'm gonna say something very bold here.
Oh, that's very unlike you. Tell me what.
I think if he has the 2-drop on Telfish Library, I think he's very favorable.
Yeah.
He's a big favorite.
He's going to win the tournament.
This game.
Yeah. The next Legacy Pro Tour will be his.
Yeah,
Yeah?
definitely next
Okay.
Legacy PT.
Okay.
Now he's fine if he hits a 2-drop.
All right.
If not, then it's until he gets it.
Well, here we go.
If
Spin
he
the
can
wheel.
survive as long.
Top on top. What is it? Terminus again. Is there a 2-drop?
No, there's no.
A Legacy Pro Tour title on the line here. Wow. Bad luck. So there comes the loam, and it's back to Julian Medici now to figure out how he's going to deal with the 9 or so cards in his hand. It may come down to decking here.
I think Julien he's just breathing now.
Yeah.
Now that he knows that there's no 2-drop
Yeah.
anywhere close.
Yeah, I would say he is breathing. Natural, sort of necessary precondition to maintaining his body's
also
health.
to play in the tournament.
Yeah. You sort of need to do that.
Yeah.
It's an unwritten rule.
Yeah. Now they tell you to hydrate.
Yeah.
They don't
Well, that's not in the rules.
That they don't remind you to actually breathe.
In the rules, actually, I'm sure many people are already aware of one of the rules. One of the actual rules in the comprehensive rules is that players may use electronic devices to search for local tournaments in their area using the Wizards store locator.
Okay.
So if you mindslaver someone, goodbye data plan. hello international roaming charges for you, sir.
Okay, so does he have back to the game, okay? Back
Oh, well, is that what we're here to
I
talk
think
about? Sorry.
That's what he's here for.
There we go. And we're going to
So
see some
these-
more. There is Mindslaver. Yes, thank you very much for that one. You control target players next turn. I would like to use your phone, please, to look up local tournaments in my area. I hope you have an unlimited data plan, my friend, because otherwise you are in big trouble.
So it's still game 1, and these players already picked up a draw.
Yeah, unsurprising, considering Miracle's often in that draw bracket. But the pace of play here you can see speeding up just a little bit. You're Julian Medici with more than half his deck actually, and quite a number of cycle things. So he's gonna have to find something special here. Dummy Para Samso.
He can just like 3/3/3 every turn.
Is it?
But now it's more.
And now it's
He
more
just
with
needs
another
to play
punishing
his
fire.
lands from his hand.
Yeah.
Well, until Damien find a 2-drop.
Here's another Richton Port. I don't know. I just feel like
It's complicated.
Julian
yeah.
Medici needs to be on the front foot. He needs to be doing something. I don't think the approach is taking is a good one. So here's Life from the Loam. Targeting Wasteland. Nope. Okay, targeting the Fertile Thickets. 3 of them. No, and a
I
Richton
don't
Port
get
here.
it. Why is he taking the thickets?
He's digging for something, obviously.
Yeah.
We'll see what Para Samso has to say about this. Terminus
is it
again, you can see it
Bloodgast?
there. Bloodgast.
No, still no Bloodgast. Yeah, that wouldn't do much here because they would get sorted. They would go back home and
Yeah.
blow some shares.
So about 15 million cards in Medici's hand here.
I think it's Medici. I'm pretty sure he's French.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
I was sort of picturing him as a Venetian banker. You know,
Okay.
pulling the strings of a seedy Italian underworld. But sure, French. How do you say it?
Medici.
Medici. All right, Monsieur Medici here. He's going to tap down that plains, keeping Samso off his white mana. And it looks like we're going to draw a card in upkeep, and it's Entreat the Angels. Here we go. Okay, so floating this mana, so we're going to make 3 angels.
Okay.
Yeah, that seems decent. So finally we're seeing some action here. Para Samso getting on the front foot, wanting to pick up a win with the round already half over. And it looks like we've got 1, 2, 3 angels. Oh, choosing mismatch angels. Wow, bad choice. You see those angels on the top of your screen. They're the ones from Avison Restored, of course.
Okay, now is the time to go wild for Julien. He can pretty much kill all the tokens.
So we're going to cycle Fertile
What is
Thicket
it- what's-
and Dredge Life from the Loam.
What is he looking for exactly? I'm just missing. He probably has a card I'm missing.
All right. Well, let's see if he can find it. Untap. He's going to hit the top of the library here, and he finds a.
Probably a land.
I think it's.
What? It's like
Probably. He's
Yeah.
playing lands. Yeah, he
Yeah,
probably drew a
probably
land.
land.
Oh, he's looking. Oh, I'm so flooded. Playing 36 lands. What are the odds? Oh, jeez. You can see. Look at the Dark Depths hiding away there with 10 counters on it. He hasn't been hitting the pickaxes, has he?
no, not yet.
No, not just yet. There's Glacial Chasm once again. Maybe he's looking for that Glacial Chasm. He's got a.
No, he has them. He has them in the graveyard.
Oh, there. Okay, sure.
I think he has most of what
So
he needs. I'm not
double
sure.
maze and a
Does he
Fertile
have a
Thicket.
stage in hand? Oh man, I think it's gonna come down to being decked.
Yeah, it may indeed, and we've seen some very, very aggressive cycling going on. Lots of dredging as well. But 12 power flyers here, and against 2 mazes of Ith, third one in hand for Julien. Julien,
Julien, hein? Pardon?
Julien.
Julien, oui, bien sûr.
bien sûr, dis donc. I've been learning all sorts of French today, surrounded as I am with my wonderful French colleagues, and Raph. So let's have a look at the top 3, says Para Samso here. And that looks to me to be that Terminus there, stalwartly floating away, 2 cards under the top. And we draw a Polluted Delta
Is that a Swords to Plowshares?
and a Swords to Plowshares.
Yeah, I think David now is just. I think he plans to deck Julien. I don't see any other outcome to this matchup.
Alright, take 6. 2 of the Angels get untapped.
Going down to 47.
We may see some punishing fire here. So punishing. Yes, indeed. Look at this. No. Yes, no, maybe. Very carefully tapping some lands, and away goes Tiago Chan. Let's check if we have a 2-drop. 1,
Is there a
2,
two-drop?
3 cards.
There's actually not a lot of 2-drops.
And
They're just
ooh,
counterbalances.
shuffling away.
And Snapcaster Mages.
And Snapcaster Mage.
we
Actual
can
literal counterspell as well as in there.
And other.
Yeah. Well, at least one usually these lists play.
Okay. Well, let's see how many. If we can see. So one counterbalance, 2 counterbalances.
Okay, so fetching with the Polluted Delta for another island here. Interesting to see the way this game is played out, really. I think that, this stall was more or less mutually decided upon by both players, who just kind of sat there and looked at each other across the table with misty eyes. And now...
Yeah.
Oh, look at that. Look at that.
That's a Snapcaster.
That's
That's
tight.
snappy.
Snippy snap. So the Punishing Fire is countered by the counterbalance, thanks to the Snip Snap on top, and I'm sure that Parasamso is in no hurry to draw that Snapcaster Mage.
So what's the plan here for Julien? Is he hard locked?
There aren't a lot of ways out of it here. I think
There are?
there aren't. I don't
there
think.
are not.
With especially with the Terminus has been shuffled away, but now Parasamso has the swords in hand.
Yeah, I think he has 2.
Does he really?
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, that's gonna put Julien at about
Oh,
80 or 90 life, but that's not gonna.
dig, dig, dig. We're chipping away one one load of ice there. Look at that. Just just tap, tap, tap. Oh, and let's draw another card. You may be wondering how the
Russian ports.
you may be wondering how the Dark Depths tapped for mana there.
Oh,
There is,
I'm
of
not
course-
wondering.
You're not
because
wondering?
I know what happened.
I was referring to the viewer.
Yeah, okay.
They're probably
There's-
not wondering either.
Because there's a Riftstone portal.
Riftstone Portal in the
graveyard.
graveyard, of course, allowing all of the lands that Julian Medici, I'm sticking with it, Medici controls to tap for green or white. I'm sure most of our viewers, enlightened as they are, would have known that already. People of great taste and refinement, I'd like to thank you, of course, for choosing to join us here, watching live coverage of our Legacy tournament out of Madrid. Great pleasure to have you along.
Tell your friends.
Tell your friends. Tell your enemies. Tell people that you haven't really made up your mind about yet.
Tell your parents.
Tell your parents.
and their relatives.
Yeah, yeah. Here's a gamble. So gamble has been described by many lands players as more or less just demonic tutor for 1 mana. Given that they don't really mind too much, land players aren't too concerned if a card's in the hand or in the graveyard. But Sensei's Divining Chop has something to say about that. No thanks. And we're going to see some pretty speedy play here from the Miracles player, looking to keep that Snapcaster on pretty close to the top, I would imagine. Looks like they're drawing a white-bordered land. I do hope it's a Tundra and not a basic. I'm already unimpressed by the mismatched basics as it
Oh,
is.
it's a
It's volcanic.
volcanic
That's
island.
fine. That's fine. That's fine. That's fine.
It's a summer edition.
That's perfectly acceptable. Summer edition. Sure. All right. In we come. And the 1, 2, 3 Angels. So that's Snapcaster Mage. Jeez. It's beats by Tiago today rather than beats by Dre.
Yeah, I don't know what's. What's is on the
That's
out?
the plan. Oh dear. So digging away at the ice here, hoping to see what lurks
I
within.
could see like the actual mage like going. Okay, wait, end of your turn. I'm going to
Yeah.
my backyard like.
Yeah.
Take out the snow off my. Off
Well, it's
my lawn.
ice, isn't it? It's more than snow.
Oh, like,
It's
with the-
actual
with the
ice.
pick,
They're with the
ice
pickaxe,
pick.
I imagine.
Oh,
Yeah.
Man.
Yeah, maybe like a diamond-tipped drill, like the Russians trying to drill through the Earth's crust. Made it
Wait,
12
end of your
kilometers.
turn. End of your turn. I'm gonna do that.
End of
Just
your
a little
turn.
bit.
Yeah. End of your turn. I'm going to try to penetrate several kilometers of ice. Is there any reason here that they don't that Medici isn't activating the Thespian stage?
What?
Isn't that the way to go? Just make the Thespian stage.
End of turn.
But he's had that in hand for quite a while.
Yeah, but he knew. I think he knew about Terminus.
Okay.
I don't know. I don't think that
Yeah.
that plan is gonna work.
Yeah, I don't think anything is going to work here for good friend Giulio Medici. I can't get it.
But it's okay. They have 2 more games to play.
Yeah.
I'm sure that's gonna go into their games.
Yeah. Yeah, it's going to work out real smooth from here. So
the Thespian as an actual S. Oh,
Thespian's stage.
I think they did it on purpose.
I think they did. Dark Depths and Thespian stage. They put them together. Okay, so one of the angels seems to have been untapped here. And we're going to see Snapcaster Mage untapped as well, with Maze of Ith. Okay, it looks as though Julien is keeping some mana up for the Dark Depths. This is mystifying. This is mystifying to me, to be honest. Richardon Port to tap down the Volcanic.
No, I think the fetch land.
The flooded strand.
He's okay. Are you shuffling your deck? Are you shuffling your
No way.
Snapcaster Mage away?
Nope.
That's what he wants to do.
Oh, he's okay. Draw it and then shuffle.
What?
So we saw the fetch line activation. Oh, sorry, we saw the Sensei's Divining Top activated, and then the flooded strand. There's a plateau.
Wait, what? I think I missed something.
So
What would he shuffle the?
I think he drew the Snapcaster Mage.
Why?
And we see Richardon Port again here on
What he drew the
Plains.
Snapcaster Mage? Because he has the swords in hand. I think I missed something.
Okay, something's going on there, and it's going to be on the plateau. We're going to see another Richardon Port activation.
Because he's stepping all his white mana, so he can't swords.
Mm-hmm.
All right, I'm starting to catch up here.
Yeah, so that Plains hasn't yet been tapped, and now the Richardon Port on the Plains. Yep.
He still has one extra white mana.
And it's
Oh, I see what he
crop
wants to do.
rotation here.
For another Rishon Port. Does he have enough mana to do all? Yes, he does. But what is he gonna do about the? Oh yeah, he might have enough to kill the angel.
Okay, we're going to see a blind
Oh,
counterbalance
yeah,
trigger
yeah,
as
yeah.
well, and it is flooded strand off the top, so that's no good.
Wow, what happened this game?
Something very curious has just taken
Yeah,
place.
why did he attack with the angels? I don't get it. Like the mistake here is attacking with the angels. There was no reason to attack because he's gonna win on. He's gonna deck him.
Yeah.
He tried to attack, and now he's facing a lethal 2020 flyer. So now what's gonna happen? I don't know. I don't know if that's working.
So you think just leave the angels back to block the?
Yeah. There's
the
no
thing
reason
further.
to attack because he's decking him.
Yeah.
And so I don't know.
Okay,
'Cause
we'll
now,
see.
If he can tap the plateau, he can like Damien does not have any white mana to swords.
Yeah.
The
The Merit
Merit
Lage.
Lage, yeah.
And so if that angel can be taken off the battlefield,
he doesn't have enough mana to do everything he wants though.
okay. Oh well, there you go. Dig,
No,
chip,
he
chip,
can't-
chip
he
away,
can't do that. But
and then chip away once again. So we're down to 5 ice counters here. I'm very perplexed by this.
yeah, that was a close one. Cause
Why would
if he had
Julian
another
not
Rishon Port-
activate the Thespian stage here?
because now Damien has a white mana up.
So in just removing those ice counters, oh, he's a wasteland. This is interesting.
So he has only 2 white mana up, but now Damien is not gonna make the same mistake again.
Okay. So from here on out, essentially, those angels are staying back.
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah.
I think like not keeping the Snapcaster Mage. I don't know what happened.
Yeah, I'm not sure.
I missed
That seemed odd.
I missed that play. But drawing the Snapcaster Mage was like he had to keep it like as low as possible. Then just not move. He has 20 minutes. He just pass
Yeah.
until his opponent's dead.
Just put a rock on his F6 button.
Yeah, you have to discard at some point.
Oh, that's true.
You can't just go away and come
Go
back.
and go and hit up the gym.
Yeah.
Yeah, go and do some curls.
So you press F6, you go away,
Yeah.
and then you time out, and you come back only 1 turn
Yeah.
past, or like 4 turns till he gets 8 cards.
Okay, Rishon Port number 1. So with the flooded strand though, Parasamso has another white source. So yeah, and there's no attack here, so you can see that
Yeah.
Parasamso is on that. He's on the same thing. So yeah, he's on your level.
Yeah, and there's no top anymore. I don't know why the top is gone.
Because Parasamso shuffled it away.
Yeah, well, I don't know why he shuffled it away.
Well, because he activated the tap ability, which means you have to put it on top of your library
Oh,
before you draw a card.
thank you very
So
much.
that was why it got shuffled away, because
Yeah,
he used
okay.
to fetch land
Yeah,
after.
but why did he put it on top? To draw a card, okay.
To draw a card, you have to. Yeah, you can't choose to do that.
Okay, I'm gonna stop here.
You missing something or what?
Yeah, I'm.
Jeez.
Like, why?
World
why do you
record
wanna draw a
holder of
card?
pro points you are, apparently.
Why do you want to draw a card? Okay, that's a lot of removal. But
Yeah.
Another 3 angels. So unless it's a ratchet bomb coming up.
Okay, down to 3.
Hmm.
So in this situation, why don't you activate Thespian Stage?
Oh, that's a card he wanted to have long ago. Very long ago.
What's that? Exploration.
Exploration, yeah.
There it is.
Here's the
time.
4th.
But I still don't understand. I'm missing something pretty fundamental here, obviously.
Well, what are you missing?
Why doesn't Julien just activate the Thespian Sage?
Because he would lose both of them. He would lose the depth.
Okay, so he wants to keep that around.
And he wants to keep one of them.
Okay, Tabernacle at Pendrell Vale, another land here. There's Exploration.
It would be interesting to know how many cards there are left in Julien's deck. How many times he can loam his Dark Depth again.
Mm. I mean, I'm going to spitball at less than 20. Fewer than 20.
Oh, it's a lot less than 20. Yeah, you can say more less than 30.
Yeah.
That would be right as well.
I would say fewer than 60 cards
Yeah.
are in his library.
Okay.
Is that helpful? Is that a helpful comment? I was trying to be helpful.
Yeah. Maybe.
Well, how many do you think then? 15? 10?
I think it's closer to 10 than
All right. Okay.
even less. Like they're.
Okay. Here's Snapcaster Mage. And a blue card.
I counted 49 cards. What's predict? Predict.
I'll predict, yeah. Punishing Fire on the Snapcaster Mage.
I think he has 11 cards left in his deck, or something like that.
Let's have a look at Predict here. Card that might be unfamiliar to some.
Ooh, well, yeah, that doesn't do anything.
Okay, so the Punishing Fire taking care of Snapcaster here with an Entreat the Angels.
I
It looks like an
understand why
Entreat the
you
Angels on top here.
Now that Demi does not have.
How's this? Entreat the Angels.
Oh yeah, the angels are dead. This guy's dead. Oh, that's
Oh, yuck. Oops. Yeah, because Damia went to his draw step without paying for the Tabernacle. So in they come now. We've got 6.
you.
Yeah. All right. Seems like a little bit of an upgrade.
Yeah, but now he has a 2020. It's indestructible. So he's gonna have 5 next turn.
Mm-hmm.
Actually, can he kill all of them? How many? He has all 4.
All for Punishing Fire.
Yeah. Well, I don't know. I don't know if he can kill all of them, but
Okay, and we're going to see. Is this going to be activated the hard way? I've never seen this happen in a sanctioned game of Magic.
No. Now he's getting back the punishing fires. It's actually super interesting that this game has been going like.
Yeah, it's gone all over the place, hasn't
crazy.
it? It's had everything.
I
It's
think
had everything.
There was one point where Damien just shuffled his Snapcaster away from
Yeah.
top of the from what I thought was a hard lock,
Mm.
and I missed 1 minute of game.
I think it was less than that.
That's why.
I think it was close to like 5 seconds, to be honest.
5
There was a
seconds.
very confusing little play there.
Because you were messing around. I had to keep you in check.
Not true.
And I missed what happened. And now,
So there's Predict.
it's on the it's on the top. No, it's in the graveyard, right?
Yeah, no, it was already used. The
Okay,
Predict already
yeah,
been
yeah.
used, yeah.
I thought it was on top. So is
So the Dark Depth's down to 2 here. But this game really has had it all. We've had ups and downs. We've had smiles and frowns. There's been laughs. There's been tears.
not tears, not yet.
We've run the whole gamut of emotions. Punishing Fire, targeting your angel.
die.
Oh, jeez, look at this. What a nightmare. Let's see. Blind hit.
Terminus.
Terminus.
Okay, that doesn't do anything. All right, another. So an angel is dead.
Okay, and here is the next one. Yep.
All right. So upkeep. Not forgetting this
So,
time.
yes, paying 5. And we're going to see Richard and Port taking care of the other white sources here. Wow. Julian has just he's refusing to back down, huh?
Just a reminder, he's tapping his Maze of Fifth,
Yeah.
Dark Depth, the Tabernacle.
The Tabernacle.
And
It's not a Tabernacle.
Thanks to Riftstone Portal
Yeah.
in his graveyard.
Yeah, which of course gives all of his lands the ability to tap for green or white. Let's get that up on the screen. Have a look.
Riftstone Portal.
Riftstone Portal.
Riftstone.
Rifts.
Stone
Yeah.
Portal.
They're really putting you through the ringer, aren't they, Raphaël, Levy? Yeah, pretty key piece of the puzzle here to really open up the board states like this. With I mean, at the moment, Riftstone Portal giving Julian access to 4 extra mana return.
So what's the plan here? Can
There
he
it is
kill
now.
3 angels? I don't think so. 3 angels means you need 12 mana. And no, you need too much mana.
So-
Oh, and these guys, they're all untapped, so...
Yeah, Parasemso attacked with those 2 angels, only to have them mazed out like that. Man, it's getting close. I really thought we were going to have a result nice and quick here.
Yeah,
Well,
same.
I say nice and quickly. For Miracles, nice and quick. It was blinding pace of play before, but this is really turning into a huge grind fest. Man.
So what's happening now?
6 minutes left for these guys to find a result. I really hope we don't end up with a Franz Kafka-like ending where just the game finishes halfway through, ends in the middle of a sentence. So we can find here. Punishing Fire is giving Julien a lot of play here. Here's Life from the Loam.
Look at this Life from the Loam. Putting it on your counter.
On your counterbalance. Yeah. That's a very
Okay,
aggressive. That's a very aggressive permanent placement there.
Okay, is that fine? Is there any trigger? No?
No.
I thought so. There's nothing that triggers anyway. Okay, I'm gonna resolve that guy. Did he even do it?
He is. He's just waiting for the targets to be announced.
Okay.
This is how it's gone. This is a little dance they're playing.
The little dance.
Little dance they're doing. That's it.
He saw it.
Trigger. Yeah.
Oh, a brainstorm.
And a brainstorm.
Okay.
Wow. Okay, so Life from the Loam hits the bin, and three lands are returned to Julien's hand. Looks like a Dark Depths is amongst them. Wasteland amongst it too, and here comes the Wasteland. It's going to take care of this Volk. Man, what an insane game.
Yeah, 5 minutes is gonna be tough.
Yeah.
I think what I'm more worried about is
Yeah.
for Julien is his actual cards in his deck.
Yeah.
I don't think he has enough cards to pull it out.
So tapping 5 here. 1, 2, 3, 4.
Tapping the blue. He needs to tap the blue now.
He has to well, he's got a brainstorm on top.
Yay, that's why he needs to tap the blue. No. Okay, now I think it's over.
Because he needs to keep up double white for his 2 swords. Does he?
No.
No?
No, because now he's gonna have oh no, because he doesn't have the top anymore.
Yeah.
Never mind. Oh,
Yeah.
this game.
This game.
This game.
This game, huh? And away goes all the mana that's available to Damia Pero here. He does have a brainstorm over, so he can put that snip snap back on top. We're going to see a brainstorm here, almost for certain. Yes, indeed, there it is. Be very, very worried if brainstorm wasn't cast there. 1, 2, 3, ponder, swords, and something.
Is there a land that gives an unblockable?
Rogue's Passage.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, that would be sweet.
That'd be tight.
Oh, that would be insane.
That'd be really good. Rogue's Passage, the latest tech in the Legacy land deck. Jeez, all right.
Is there anything else? Rook's Pass? No, I think Rook's
No. Rogue's Passage, I think, is more or less where we're at here.
That's Rook's Passage for the win.
Yeah. Alright, we're going to see 2 cards put back on top. And a Council's Judgment discarded. Okay. So you'd have to imagine that Snapcaster is on the top of Parasamso's library here.
This board is a little messy. See that exploration on top? On
Yeah.
the top? That's actually in play. The rest is not in play.
Yeah, the rest is the
This is
lands
a little
are.
messy here.
But yeah, this graveyard is sort of encroaching, isn't it? Nice little,
He's gonna
nice
just
little
like
frame.
circle around the.
Live from the loam, the draw here for Julien.
He's gonna circle around the.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's gonna end up having to
As
move.
intended.
Yeah,
Like
exactly.
lands in the front.
Yeah.
Creatures in the back.
Graveyard
all
everywhere
around.
else, yeah.
Everywhere around.
That's how it's done. All right, here we go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 mana. Pay for my angels. And port you
Is that how
says
you call your girlfriends?
for my angels.
Yeah, you pay for them.
Oh, I wish.
No.
Okay, away goes the plains, and we're going to see another Richard and Port. Look at that one lonely ice counter there on that Dark Depths. Man.
It's like
All
the
right.
cloud goes away from the sun and
Yeah,
melts down.
It
You have
melts it down.
220.
Yeah, just a few more of those rays.
Oh, here
There
we go.
is a. Is this a concession or is it just an
I think
ordering?
it's an ordering.
It's doing a bit of
Oh, it's
gardening here
ordering.
with the lands. Yep. Okay. Oh, much nicer. Look at that. Beautiful. We're gonna see the fan. Oh, now this is something to take note of. It's very, very rarely relevant, but Julien Medici actually cannot rearrange the order of the cards in his
Oh
graveyard.
yeah, he cannot.
Yeah, you cannot do that because of cards like Death Spark.
Yep.
Or Nether Shadow.
Yep.
Yep.
Do
Yep.
you have any more?
Yep.
Ashen Ghoul.
Ashen Ghoul. I was just about to say. It's 2 to 1, man. You do another one, then I'll do a third. Yeah, that's what I thought.
I think this is Shapeshifter as well. It's something like as long as the top card of your graveyard is
Shallow
creature.
Grave.
Oh, Shallow Grave and Corpse Dance.
Yeah. Yeah.
I
I'm
think
still winning, man. It's
this
4 to
is
2.
Doppelganger. I don't remember.
Oh
the name.
well. Okay.
Is in the what's his name?
I mean,
Volrath-
I don't have to
Volrath-
contribute anything else to this
Volrath
discussion.
Doppelganger.
I'm
I think
I'm
is
already
as long as
ahead.
the top creature is a top card in the graveyard. is
I'm already
creature.
ahead of the game. All right. 2 minutes left on the clock here. Julien Medici with his graveyard very scrupulously kept in order. I love to see this.
I think you can rearrange if you don't have any
You
cards.
seriously can't. You actually seriously can't in a legacy tournament like this.
Yep, Volrath Shapeshifter.
Yeah, there you go.
Yeah, I
okay,
think
it's
I'm
okay.
ahead now.
Okay, 4-3. I'm still winning.
For me.
No, for me. I'm crushing you. I play too much Mental Magic not to know these cards.
Yeah, because Death Spark is definitely a very good.
Death
Magic card.
Spark is insane in Mental Magic.
Yeah, it's nuts. So back to this game. I don't know how Julien can win this game.
Yeah,
Too many blockers.
yeah. There's too much stuff going on here. Although this,
And a draw would be bad for both players. I
Yeah.
think X, like 6-0-2 would be fine.
6-0-2, 6-1-1.
6-0-2.
But these guys have
They
picked up a loss.
Okay.
So 6-1-1.
I think that's what he should have been. That's what he should have been
And
doing.
look at this. Yeah, you can
Oh,
see. So
yes,
Samso has actually brainstormed to put 2 drops on top of his library.
Yeah.
He drew the counterbalance last turn. He's put another one on top. So Julien, really, you can see the light going out in his eyes.
I think it was time to make the dude and like start attacking.
Just get in there.
Yeah.
All right. Well, right now we're going to see Richard and Port, another Richard and Port activation. That
Yeah,
Tabernacle
make 2020, man.
2020.
Do it.
Time to get Brad Hodge on the case. Smash some boundaries. I don't think anyone outside of Australia would have got that reference. I'm sorry to our international viewers.
So nothing enough turn.
Man, this endgame redundancy is just not getting it done, and we're seeing punishing fire. Hell,
I think
this is a
I
very
should let it resolve.
okay. All right.
Should let it resolve. If he knew he had a 2-drop,
Yeah.
should let it resolve and let him
Wait for the other one, but
wait
yeah,
for the
he
other
doesn't
one
know
to be
anymore.
played,
So
yeah.
we're going to see another thing. Look at Samso's life total. He's gained so much life from these punishing fires.
Yeah. So now the one hit is not lethal anymore.
Okay, we're into extra turns. Whether we can find a result for this monumental, this marathon game 1 within the next 5 turns, I'm skeptical. I'll be honest.
Well, it depends how many cards are in his deck.
Yeah. Oh, that's true. Yeah.
Like
See if
he
we can
needs
find out
3
how many.
more.
See if we can
Maybe
find
he
out the size
drives-
of his library.
Oh, a Snapcaster Magic Predict. Oh. That would be sweet. Because Predict actually mills.
Yeah. Milli for 1. Getcha.
It mills for 1, right?
Yeah. Yeah. Mills for 1. Yeah.
Oh, that would be so
Even
sweet.
sweeter for you. There we go. There's turn 1. Judge doing some scrupulous bookkeeping here. Okay. It looks like that Thespian Stage ability has been activated. I'm not sure what it is, but it seems to be something that isn't a Thespian Stage. And now, we going to see the final ice counter chipped away? 3 mana? No. Yes. No. Maybe. No. It is.
I have no idea what his plan is right now.
Okay.
I think he should.
Goes
That's
back
what,
to
that's what
punishing
he should have
fires.
done a long time ago.
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm.
Oh, very important. Volcanic Island. We never seen that one before. Thanks to our
Thanks to our tech man, Jean-Julien
man,
Zeal
yeah.
here, giving us all the cards we need to know.
Volcanic Island,
Volcanic Island.
Island and Mountain. Thank you.
Yeah. Here's a punishing fire. At least it's funny for us. Then the other one here as well. Maze of Ith once again. How much mana have these mazes produced? Thanks to Riftstone Portal here. And away goes Angel number 4.
Ith would be proud.
Ith would be very proud.
I loved when they brought him back.
Yeah, as the High Arcanist.
Yeah, I like it.
Yeah. And look at all those Rishadan ports lined up there.
You know what people were saying about him? It was amazing.
Was he very good? Was he a very good card?
Amazing, yeah.
Amazing. It was an amazing card.
Ith.
Oh, Ith.
Yeah, yeah. Never mind.
I got it, by
Yeah.
the way. I did get it. I just wasn't going to give you the credit for it, mate. All right. So, 10 million cards in the hands of Pero Samso. He's going to play the...
Come on, Snapcaster on Predict. That would be so good.
instead, it's going to be
That
a
would
pond.
be so
So it's
sweet.
going to be a ponder. 1, 2, 3 cards. Let's have a look at these. See if he likes what he sees. Taking his time with them as well. Oh, and look at that. Like a bloody blackjack player. And draws. Okay. I don't think you changed the order either. So, just...
Ooh.
Oh, there you go. Sensei's Divining Top.
He's on 24, so
Mm.
he needs 2 hits. Oh, not 2 hits, like 1 hit plus some punishing fire.
Look, there it is. Ladies and gentlemen, you saw it here first. Dark Depths has been fully chipped away by hand. That is artisanal ice removal services to have this Merit Lodge come into play. There she is, the 2020 Flying Indestructible token. Turn 3. If Julien can kill all of these angels and attack twice, there's another Dark Depths. With 10 ice counters on it. We're back at it.
How many funny there was? What's this card name? Mirror Gallery.
Mirror Gallery. Oh yeah, so they could have
Make
2 out.
more Merit Lages.
Yeah. Okay. I'll block with this angel. Angel valiantly throwing herself in the way there. And there she is, Merit Lage.
There she is, because yeah, that looks like a chick.
It is.
Yeah.
I've read enough Uncharted Realms to know.
Huh?
I've read enough Uncharted Realms to know.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Is it a chick?
I think it actually is, yeah. So, Julien with enough lands to almost get rid of all of those ice counters again.
in one
in one fell swoop here. Only at the bargain price of 30 mana, you too can have a 2020 Flying Indestructible.
Call now.
Call now! our
Toll
people
free,
are waiting by the phones.
Toll free.
Yeah. Richardson Port targeting the planes. How many times has that plane's been ported? And another one. Jeez. Okay. And I don't think Parasamso has any more white sources, seeing as he was fetching Volks before with his polluted deltas. Swords to Plowshares.
Oh, that's very surprising.
Is it? He's had it in his hand the whole time.
Is it?
What a surprise! I can't believe you
Is
had
it?
it. You've had 40 turns to find the answer to this, and so lucky. Some people, so lucky. So Julien Medici up to 57. That is not a... Do not adjust your set. These pictures are coming to you live and uninterrupted from Madrid, Spain. Riley Knight in the booth alongside Raphaël Levy, the Pro Tour Hall of Famer. And it is now...
So last turn. I know how he's going to sneak in. That Rogue's Passage, man.
The Rogue's Passage would have just not done anything because he had a Swords to Plowshares. But it would have been sweet.
No, at some point it would have won.
Yeah?
At some point it would have won,
Yeah? Oh, yeah, when he was porting down all the white sources, for sure. Okay, alright. So, Are we going to see a Dark Depths sacrificed again to make another one? Okay. No, back comes the 4 copies of Punishing Fire. Once again, that graveyard staying immaculately in order. Just like to give some mad props to Giulio Medici there, because that is technical precision at its finest. And here we have the Thespian Stage ability being activated. Or are we just going to go manually? Oh no, look at that, taking the shortcut. There you go. Get out the power drill. Yeah, get out the Bosch power drills. Down it goes.
Leave that to professionals.
Yeah, that's
you
it.
can't call for that.
None of this handwork stuff. So we've got another Merit Large. That's Merit Large number 2. Giulio Medici has 1 turn to figure out how he's going to get past this. Will he remember his Tabernacle of Pendril Vale trigger?
What does it do? No, creature is destroyed. Doesn't have to pay.
Oh, well, no. Has it been errated to sacrifice?
I don't know.
Potentially.
It has?
Let's find out.
No, we have to check the
We'll have to check
10th edition Tabernacle.
The Oracle. No, it still destroys them. Okay. So let's see if Pero Samso insists on him paying 1 mana or not.
I forgot to pay.
Oh, I forgot to pay.
Nah, never mind.
It's indestructible.
That's a cheap.
Oh, look at this. Oh no, look at this.
What?
The judge just reached for the Tabernacle of Pendril Vale. Oh, and then swiftly pulled his hand back.
Oh,
like a toddler with his hand in the cookie jar. Swiftly removed it.
That's a cheap chick. Merit late. You don't have to pay for her. Actually, it's better.
You do have to pay a lot. You have to pay 30 mana.
Oh yeah. But after that, she
after
can do
that,
it.
Yeah. All right, here we go. Punishing Fire.
Okay. So hit for 20
Punishing Fire.
if you can.
Let's see. Oh, actual literal counterspell with different art to the first one. Attack?
Just in case.
I'll block. I will block.
Okay.
Oh, and there's the handshake. Oh, look at that. It went out with a whimper rather than a bang, ladies and gentlemen. Once again, thank you for your company through this marathon. Look at that. Still had all these, says Damio Perez Samso. Acceptable under the circumstance, I think, sitting behind so many forces of will and whatever else. There you go. We're going to bring it back to the booth very briefly. Look at that. You can see the tired lines etched into our faces, ladies and gentlemen. What an effort that was. My goodness me.
It's like a marathon, and both guys just stumbled and finished right before the finish line.
And just finished. Nah, we're done. That's it. We're going home. See you later.
You don't get the little medal.
No, there's no. They don't even get. They don't even
medal.
get the participation award. No, that's right. All they get is a draw after their thing. So those guys go to 4-1-1. We've still got 1 undefeated player, ladies and gentlemen. We'll be hoping to bring you a live coverage of that before very much longer. Raphaël, Levy, time for you to step out, have a breather. Me, however, a constitution of iron. They call me. They call me Iron Constitution Riley. They do. You should see that. That's my Twitter handle, actually.
That's cool.
It isn't. But anyway, my friends, I hope you can stick around because Joel Larsson, the Pro Tour champion, the Swedish superstar himself, is going to be sitting next to me for the next round. So I'm looking forward to your company. I'm going to get some fluids into me, and then we'll see you back here at Bazaar of Moxen before very much longer. Don't go anywhere. Live coverage of GP, nothing. It's live coverage of Bazaar of Moxen. I knew I was going to make that mistake one point or another. Bazaar of Moxen, Madrid, my friends. Great pleasure to have your company once again, Riley Knight, alongside Joel Larsson. You can tell I'm a little bit frazzled, my friend, after a marathon miracle match there.
A game.
Game. Sorry, excuse me. Yeah, I know.
Yeah,
it was something else, wasn't it? Yeah, I know that you were watching from the sidelines and not
sure.
even able to finish there. But I tell you what, it's time for more fast-paced action right now. We're going to head down to the feature match area. We've got an Eldrazi deck lined up and ready to go. So let's head down there right now, and we're going to have the expert guidance, the gentle hands of the Pro Tour champion sitting to my right to talk to us about this match here. Now, of course, you've already seen some of the stuff that this Eldrazi deck can do.
This is actually not Eldrazi.
Oh no, this is the Death and Taxes one.
Yeah,
that's right.
they are in the second feature match, I believe.
I'm sure we'll get a chance to check in with them because the Eldrazi they are finding their way to Legacy. The top tables are Legacy.
For sure.
Absolutely.
They're all over the top tables. And to the left, we see kind of a weird deck. I think we previewed it before, and it's the Show and Moat deck.
The Show and Moat.
Has been doing fairly well.
Yeah, the Legacy All Stars.
Yeah.
Exactly. Yeah.
So the idea is it plays moats, the actual moat.
Actual literal moat.
Yeah. Show and Tell. It plays crop rotation and Glimmer Post lands, like 12 posts.
Yep.
I think I saw some Jaces in there too, and Brainstorm.
Yeah.
Swords to Plowshares. It's quite the conjunction. And
so it looks like Carlos Parra de Santana has gone, okay, Legacy, but Bazaar of Moxen, Madrid, can't believe my luck. I'm going to build a Legacy deck. He's gone to his trade binder. He's turned it upside down and given it a shake, and then gone on Moto and clicked Suggest Lands, and that's how he's done it. And that is the way to build a deck. He's at 5-1, so it's obviously worked pretty well.
Yeah.
Death and Taxes on the other side, of course. 3 things certain in life, and we all know what they are. Stoneforge Mystic being one of them. Going to search out that. That's a more or less ideal start. Mum into the Stoneforge, into Batterskull at instant speed next turn. So I can imagine that Gonzalo happy to be off on the start.
For sure. I had the chance to see Roberto on the floor to surround play some, and he plays an interesting tech in this deck. I saw him playing Eldrazi Displacer in this deck.
Ah, yes.
And what I think he plays is he plays Mangara of the Corondor. Nice combo there.
Yep.
Can exile all the permanents. You can always blink Stoneforge Mystic for another equipment. You can blink Flick Wisp to blink your Batterskull or stuff like that.
Yeah, for sure, absolutely. I mean, that card is an absolute nightmare to play against.
Definitely.
You know, a repeatable Restoration Angel that also hits really hard. A 3/3 for 3.
Definitely.
I mean, it's taking no prisoners.
Well-sized body.
Yeah, absolutely. Sure. Yeah, for sure. Got a mint rig, and here is Sensei's Divining Top for Carlos Parra de Santana. And it looks like we're going to see a Wasteland activation.
Yeah. In response, Spinner top.
Let's have a look. See a Council's Judgment hanging out there, I think.
I think this matchup is going to be interesting in the way that it might be hard to beat a moat if you don't have the Flick Wisp.
That's very true.
Especially in the main deck. We don't see a moat here right now. But we do see a Terminus in the hand.
Yeah, another card that could...
So we got to find a Brainstorm to put that on the top. And here we have a Candelabra.
Candelabra of Tornos, a card that has seen sort of fringe play in Legacy. Gonzalo's going to have a quick read of that one. Basically what it does, you can pay X and then untap X lands. So if your lands produce more than 1 mana, for example, Cloudpost, you're going to be rolling in mana.
And what's weird here that we talked about earlier is that this rule 6 is from the old Candelabra, and it says 1 artifact, which means you can use it once per turn. Which is pretty much tapping in these days.
Yeah. Yeah, so it doesn't have that ability written on the card, but that is more or less how it goes.
Yeah.
And here is the Batterskull, and the classic attack afterwards is always, of course, the... We're going to send in the Mother of Runes as well. I don't think we are. No, there's the classic attack. In comes the 4/4 and the 1/2.
Yes.
Any Legacy player worth his or her salt will be very familiar with that feeling.
And this is fine, because, he doesn't know how many removals Carlos plays or whatever for his mon to be effective untapped, but it doesn't change the clock anyways.
Yeah, that's a very good point. I think that's key here. We're going to see Rishon and Port tap down that Cloudpost, but I think the conservative line here is the better one. That 1 life point likely to be irrelevant.
And here, Rishon and Port, you might think that it taps down 2 mana, but it actually just taps down 1. If Carlos does this correctly, which I do not believe he saw that line, but. You can spin your top, and then you can use the 2nd mana to untap the Cloudpost again.
Yes, but the Cloudpost at this stage, the Cloudpost isn't making 2 mana as that Vesuva is copying the planes. But yeah, that's a very important interaction because
when you find a Glim Void or another Vesuva or a Cloudpost,
it's not as effective as you might think.
No, definitely not.
So
Right.
Carlos Pardo de Santanea, I can see the Terminus, we've talked about that, but there's a show and tell sitting in his hand as well. At this stage, nothing to really abuse with it.
Yeah, this is also a problem playing a kind of a hybrid of different decks, that sometimes you just draw the wrong parts of the deck. You have a show and tell, you have a Cloudpost, but you don't have a Vesuva or a Glimmer Void, Glimmer Post. And you have a show and tell, but you don't have a creature, and we're seeing some different parts here. We have a Terminus, but we don't have a Brainstorm.
Is that a Primeval Titan? No, certainly not.
Yeah, he is playing Primeval Titan in this deck. I
But
saw
I
him
mean,
play earlier.
is there any way that you
But
wouldn't?
But he does have crop rotation in his hand. I think that's
That's the green card. Okay, sure. Yeah, so what looked like a green card there.
Yeah.
Looks like we're going to see a draw for
Yeah,
Divining Top.
Roberto Gonzalez plays his Friction Revoker here, so to not leave his top dead here, he wants to draw a card off of it first. Doesn't really matter though. That much. It seems like he stacked it correctly in the way that he put the trigger with top on the stack, and then he shows the draw first, so he can put his top as low as possible.
As low as possible. That's right. Yeah.
If he chooses to name Sense Divine Top with Phyrexian Revoker.
Looks like Candelabra of Tornos is the name though for the Phyrexian Revoker here. So that 2/1 shutting off that mono artifact. You can see it there once again on your screen. A really huge role player in the High Tide deck that I know we saw earlier.
It can be. You don't have to play it, but some versions of it definitely do, like the one we watched earlier. And here we have a Bujuka Bog. So many ingredients in this deck.
Yeah.
Delightful.
Just emptying out that that pantry, huh? Let's put it all in.
Definitely. So the important part here for Carlos is to at least maybe find a Brainstorm to be able to Terminus away this board.
Yep.
And then he's pretty much in the clear to do whatever he wants, at least for a turn or two.
Yeah, I think that's going to really take the pressure off. He's on 10, so there's a couple of draw steps that he can use, and the top's certainly going to help in that regard. Flagstones of Trocaire, the play for Roberto.
Now it seems that he has 2 Flagstones in play at the same time, so we're gonna... Oh, okay, the players themselves notice it. And this is the new Legend rule, so you can't sacrifice both. You have to choose one to give. But he will get some kind of planes out of that Flagstones in the meantime. And I presume he's going to bash in for 7, putting Carlos at 3. Then we're going to see if he has an additional play here.
I mean, at this stage, do you even make an additional play?
I'm not sure. It depends on what you're playing around. What he's seeing right now is kind of weird, you know. he usually Cloudpost players doesn't play that many wrath effects.
No, that's right.
And he might have seen him playing on the floor and seen his deck and so on, and know he has a Terminus.
But maybe you saw him playing Cloudpost into Primeval Titan and wasn't on the right side of the page. So who knows?
Yeah. So we're gonna see what Carlos can come up with here, and we're gonna have a shot on port activations and upkeep, tapping that Cloudpost in case it will make more mana.
So Carlos Pardo de Santanea drawing another card, but I don't think that he's got
that's an
what he needs. An Eye of Ugin in there as well, of course.
Of course. All the decks.
Yeah. Carlos Pardo de Santanea, you're playing Rare's I Own in Legacy.
It's working out so far.
Yeah, it's done alright, 5-1.
Maybe not in this game.
No, not quite. I don't think the pieces have really come together here. I think this deck is a little bit all over the place if you don't draw, again, the pieces that sort of work in conjunction with each other.
Definitely.
Tap down your Tundra.
And move into attacks. To try to secure the win, I would assume.
Yeah. Another another top activation here.
Yeah, and I think we're going to have a concession quite soon here from Carlos Pardo de Santanea. And he doesn't seem to have any green mana either to be able to use his crop rotation.
Rotate them crops, yeah, look at that. As soon as we see those creatures turn sideways, that is that for Carlos Pardo de Santanea. He's going to hit the sideboard, as is Roberto Gonzalez. Yes, indeed. So these guys having a look and seeing how de Santanea can update his All the Decks deck with Gonzalez on a more traditional Death and Taxes.
Yeah.
Let's head over to our second match.
And here I believe we're gonna see the Eldrazi.
The
deck
Eldrazi.
in
Now,
action,
y'all, I
and
know I've been all over you about this. Just, I mean, in a general sense, but I mean more specifically,
And
if
we
we
even
want to
have
talk
the
about
mirror.
this. Here we go. This is what I wanted to talk to you about. We sat down at the beginning of this tournament at 9 o'clock this morning, and you said Eldrazi are in a position to move into Legacy.
Yes, that's what I thought at least.
That's what you thought.
Yeah.
How do you feel now? 5-1 decks, an Eldrazi mirror. What are you
They're
thinking?
all over the top tables here.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm kind of happy that I was right.
Yeah. I mean,
but I'm also a little bit unhappy that people thought about it.
yeah.
It's not too hard of a transition to go over to modern and play, 16 sol lands as you call it. And yeah, here we are.
Endless
Indeed.
One, Thought Not Seer, and Reality Smasher all making appearances here, in addition to Thorn of Amethyst, which I think is a very well chosen card. And I mean, the card that you were the most hyped about is Trinisphere in these
Yes,
decks. What are your thoughts there? Too good not to play, right?
Yeah, exactly. I mean, especially when you play Simian Spirit Guides, a turn 1 Trinisphere in Legacy, it's so devastating to so many decks. So many decks can't beat it at all.
Yep.
So I really like that. And as you can see here with Form Manifest and play, most of these decks play a kind of a prison deck, or I would almost say
like a light
workshop deck.
a light splashing of stacks. That's right.
Yeah, exactly.
It's not stacks; it's stack.
Yeah,
Just one.
it's just a stack.
As one stack.
Yeah. In the way that they usually play from Amethyst, Trinisphere, as we talked about before. Chalice of the Void is a common inclusion.
Yeah.
We have Zero Resistance at some points. And we also see another card that's really nice in Legacy, and that's Warping Veil.
Warping Wild. Yeah, you like this card. I know that
Yeah.
I know that Raphaël Levy was talking about it as well. I've seen this card as very, as giving you a wide range of options.
Yes.
If you can choose one of three ways to do absolutely nothing. But in Legacy, it actually does a fair bit, right?
Yeah, it does for sure, because not in this deck, obviously, but most of the creatures has 1 power and 1 toughness. in
Yeah,
Legacy.
Death Shaman, Delver of
There's
Secrets,
Mother Runes,
Young
there's
Pyromancer.
Vendilion Clique,
Yeah, man.
Young Pyromancer.
Mhm.
I mean, I can probably name 20 on top of my head, but I won't.
Mhm.
And also, countering a sorcery is quite good. I mean, there's Show and Tell, Natural Order, whatnot.
There's a lot of stuff
Terminus.
going on. Yeah, for sure.
And here we see
A hard
hard-costed ape.
A hard
You
cast
can do
Simian
that
Spirit
too.
Guide. There you go. Off a Cavern of Souls there, so no counter spells here.
And he might seem irrelevant here, but it gives Matthew one more turn here, because this means he can't really attack with the Photossphere this turn.
No.
Because if he would do that alongside the Endless One, he would just put his Reality Smasher on the Photossphere, Simian Spirit Guide on the Endless One, and you effectively trade Simian Spirit Guide against Photossphere. And the card.
And a card, of course, yeah.
Which
'cause
is
he's
not
drawing a
great.
card as well. So,
But here I will assume that Matthew will have to trade his Reality Smasher against this Endless One. I don't like jumping, because
No.
then it's dead on board. And he
just
has to draw
doesn't-
something.
it doesn't improve the situation whatsoever. I mean, Matthew's playing off the top of his deck here anyway.
Exactly.
Carlos
So-
with 1 card in hand, yeah, and there we go. We see the trade offered and accepted. So the 2/5/5 Eldrazi's are both hitting the bin here. This is the new face of things, huh? And we've got
So-
another Endless One. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. There we go.
Slightly bigger, I would say.
9 even.
Yeah, it's a 9/9.
It's a 9/9. There we go. So how about
I'm
that?
not sure if Matthew
2,
can top
4,
this in
6.
any way. It's nice if he draws Matter Reshaper into other cards, then it's good. Oh, here we go.
All right. Matter Reshaper,
All right.
just like the Doctor ordered. Dr. Larsson's
hope.
prognosis, thumbs up. Here we go.
Problematic enough, though, is that he still will have to jump to Photossphere 2.
Yeah.
So there will have to be a wild array of cards on the top of his library to get out of this one.
So it looks like Carlos did just float 9 mana and then only spend 8 of it. Or not quite. Oh,
yeah.
an Ancient Tomb. Just what you want when you're on 2 life.
Not exactly, but he does have an Uberg in play.
Mm-hmm.
But I agree with you. Not the card he wanted, for sure. And that's right. He did have 7 mana, so
Or perhaps he
maybe
did,
he chose not
to activate the Ancient Tomb, yeah.
exactly.
that might have
Maybe he
been it.
chose to use the black mana from Uberg instead,
There you go.
which is a fine play when it's low on life total.
Yeah, for sure. Okay, well, there you go. The 2 Eldrazi decks hitting the sideboards here. With an interesting take on the format. I wonder. You're mentioning how Delver decks seem pretty cold.
Yeah.
2 Eldrazi decks.
I don't know this for a fact, but
No, if you imagine it, I mean, there could be something to
Yeah,
that, and that's certainly
and
a huge feather in the cap of the Eldrazi decks there.
yeah, I think so, because Delver's creatures are just smaller than Eldrazi's. The removals, it's gonna be hard to adapt to the bodies that Eldrazi produce, and yeah, it's gonna be very hard to just deal with these big creatures that comes in the same pace as yours.
Yeah.
And they also have like Chalice on 1, and they can play Trinisphere, which shuts off your entire deck almost, and you know. And they have 2 mana spending lands to pay for all these daces.
Yeah, and a much wider range of them. You know, we talk about in Modern these the Eldrazi deck sort of being underpowered if it doesn't have access to these lands, but with 16 of them, you're going to have a much better chance of getting them, right?
Definitely. You're completely right here.
So Padre de Santanaia off to another slow start. The Tabernacle in his hand, in addition to a bunch of blue cards, and Gonzalez off to a nice start here with Richard Port, Flagstones of Trocaire, Revoker, and Ethervile. So we're going to have a look at the Tabernacle here.
And then we're going to have a Tabernacle. And Roberto seems quite surprised, as I was the first time I saw this card as well.
No worries.
In this deck, but it makes sense since it has crop rotation and so on.
Show and Tell also in the hand of Padre de Santanaia. Ethervile's going to go up to 2.
Yes. So Santanaia is really looking for here is some kind of creatures to put into play with Show and Tell. But it's kind of scary against Stefan Taxis because they kind of have ways to deal with that. Like he can put a Mangara of the Corondor into play, for example, against any big creature or permanent whatsoever. And it does seem like Phyrexian Revoker named Senses Divine in top.
Yeah.
So there will be no more of that, at least a little while.
Ethervile up to 2 here.
Definitely. And I think what the players were discussing was which trigger happens first.
Yeah.
Whether it was Pendril of
The
Tabernacle.
Tabernacle, a Pendril Vale going first, which is, of course, because of the he's the non-active player. In comes the 2-1. It's going to take Santanaia down to 19 after gaining 1 from that the land he played first.
And Roberto's start is quite good here because he has Ethervile in combination with lands that lock down lands.
Yeah.
So while he locked down his opponent's mana, his Ethervile does the business of casting his cards.
Yeah, so he's still effectively gaining mana per turn. For each turn he activates the Ethervile.
Definitely.
Yeah.
Here I'm a little bit unsure why he tapped the Glimmer Void. It will never produce more than 1 mana.
No.
How much he even does with it.
I mean,
and Tropical Island has to be stripped better, but I'm not sure.
I'm not exactly sure about that. No, it doesn't seem to do any difference. The Tabernacle of Pendril Vale there doesn't produce mana, as you can see on your screen. This is going to keep Pallas de Santanaia off of Show and Tell for another turn.
Yes, but it doesn't once more seem to have anything to put into play.
No, it's got double Show and Tell,
which was the problem last game as well. Seems to be coming back to haunt him. This Show and Tell.
It's a recurring nightmare almost.
And Roberto, he's putting the pressure on quite high.
Yeah, absolutely.
With,
Look at this.
Stoneforge Mystic fetching
Speed.
what I presume is a Battle Skull, which is what we see.
The old GP promo there.
Yep.
And an instant speed Stoneforge Mystic, meaning that, as you mentioned, Gonzalez is still developing his board while also denying his opponent mana.
Yes, definitely.
So this is exactly what the Death and Taxes deckers are trying to do.
He's going to have an interesting choice next turn whether he wants to leave 2 mana up for putting Battle Skull into play or if he wants to lock down his opponent's lands further.
Yeah.
Depending on whether he has a land or not, of course. And
So
he has to pay first for the...
Okay, so leaving the other Vile on 2 here, paying the cost of the Tabernacle of Pendril Vale.
Yes.
And with an untapped land, of course, that Battle Skull can still enter the battlefield.
And as he didn't tap his Flagstones of Trocaire, it seems like he wants to put Battle Skull into play rather than locking down his opponent's mana for this turn.
Yeah. So the land for the turn is a Plains. Beautiful one from Unhinged there.
Definitely. I think it's unglued, actually.
Might be unglued, actually, you're right.
I'm pretty sure, even. Alright, so...
It was 50-50, to be honest. For me. That's my perspective.
For you,
that's
baby.
What I was saying.
For you.
Me, it was 50-50, man. I just flipped that coin. I went right ahead and flipped that sucker.
Alright, so let's see if Carlos can find something here. It seems like he drew a Cloud Post, if I'm not mistaken. And he's gonna try
let's
to
get
add a
Savannah here.
white to this board.
I'm very confused with the identity of the that card there in his hand. I think it's a white card.
Yeah, it's a terminus, I believe.
Is it a Terminus? I wouldn't be
Yeah.
surprised to see something like a Monastery Mentor here.
The last piece of the puzzle.
Exactly, yeah. That's
Where's
what,
the chain lightning?
that's what
Where's
ties
the ball
the,
lightning?
it's the rug that ties the whole room together. Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah.
Where's the hymn to Taurus?
Yeah, exactly,
Where's the
yeah.
Charlotte agent? Something along those lines. And we're gonna have a bad skull at the turn.
Yeah, how about that?
But Tabernacle is starting to hurt a little bit
Yeah.
here. I presume though he can sacrifice his Stoneforge Mystic because it kind of did its job.
It's
now.
done. She's done what she needs to do, and it might be time for her to hit the bench. That's right.
What I like about
Interesting to
Roberto's
see
hand is
no
he does have Cataclysm in his hand.
Cataclysm
Yeah,
in Roberto's hand.
that's right.
Oh, I see. Okay, so that's sort of
I like that how you assumed that all the deck would
Yeah,
play
would
Cataclysm,
play
because
Cataclysm.
why not?
yeah, exactly.
Why not?
Just have that as well. Another little angle there.
And question is, since he has that, what does he want to pay for? So he pays for
I
the
think
germ
he's
token for
just
the
paying
base
for the
goal.
germ token. Okay.
Sacrifice the other two,
Mhm.
playing another land, play Cataclysm. Or maybe not. I guess we pay for everything.
Okay, all right. Interesting to say that the Either Vial didn't go up and also wasn't activated. So
That probably means that Roberto doesn't have many
Creat-
more creatures
yeah.
in his hand.
Yeah.
And if that's the case, he most likely has more 2-drops than 3-drops to draw on top of it.
that's right. You can see there's a Stoneforge Mystic in hand there for Gonzalez.
As well as that Cataclysm. The rest of the cards quite unknown.
Might be a Council's Judgment hiding away in there. I don't know. There's Cataclysm.
Yeah, that's Cataclysm. And as we see, each player chooses from among their permanents 1 artifact, 1 creature, 1 land, I believe.
And sacrifices
Uh,
everything
and
else.
Sacrifices the rest and reducing and an enchantment.
Oh, and an enchantment. Okay.
And if that happens, Santanaya will be reduced to 1 mana. And he hasn't been able to play anything with 5 mana or 4
No.
mana. Which is a bit problematic.
Slightly problematic, but having said that, he's not being punished too severely for it, to be honest.
No.
Many games would just be beyond over at this
Yeah,
point.
the Tabernacle of Pendrell Vale
Yeah.
is his only saving grace here.
Right.
You can almost count that as a spell. And here all the creatures go. I presume Carlos will be kind of surprised about this.
I'm surprised about it as well. I'm not exactly sure what's behind that.
That means he
there.
probably doesn't have another land
And wants to play the Cataclysm.
and wants to play the Cataclysm. And this is something else. And yet again, I have no idea what this card is.
Foiled by the newer card
Is that a
printings here.
commander card or? We're gonna get this card up on
It
the
is,
screen.
it is a recent card. It's recent enough for Carlos Punta de Santanaya to want to read it. It might be a recent printing of Cataclysm.
Might be.
It is indeed. Yes. I knew that. I was just saying it as a question, just to
Oh,
to drive
Sure.
to drive interest.
Sure.
Yeah. So Carlos Punta de Santanaya having a good old
Yeah.
read of that one.
So he does have another Cataclysm in his hand.
Double Cataclysm.
Yeah, because I saw the old version,
Uh-huh.
and I know how
And
the
you know-
old
you know
version
the old
looks
version.
like. Yeah.
So that's gonna leave Gonzalez in a pretty good spot here because with the Flagstones of Trocaire. Oh, there it is. There's Cataclysm. That is from
Yeah.
from the vaults.
Oh yeah,
From
it's
the vaults.
Annihilation.
Annihilation. That's right. Yeah. Not, can I make an observation here?
Yeah, go
Not
ahead.
much of a cataclysm. It's just a guy on a horse.
Yeah, that's kind of weird.
It's not really a cataclysm.
What?
Like
What is the
I
things
mean, I'm
happening
sure
around
that horse and that guy having a pretty bad time.
Yeah.
But in
I
terms
mean,
of,
does the ship on the other picture make it more of a cataclysm?
it doesn't really know. But that was
I mean,
like
ship
connected
or
to a
horse?
story,
is that
wasn't
what's
it?
the best line?
Well, I mean, definitely losing a horse is not as big a disaster as losing a ship. But I'm just saying, I mean, I'm sure
What if the horse was really good
I'm sure in the
friend?
mind of that horse, if that horse could describe its surroundings as a cataclysm, I'm sure it would be doing so, right?
Sure.
But I don't think, from an objective standpoint, if we're really going to be honest here, Joel, I mean, we're, you and I, we're friends. I think we can talk honestly to one another.
Sure. Go
I
ahead.
don't think I would call that situation a cataclysm. Here's Vesuva.
Fair enough. I'll give you this one for
Okay,
now.
For now. All right. Well, we can revisit this. Ethervile and Vesuva, the only... Ethervile, the only non-land permanent left in play. And Vesuva coming down to copy the
And
points.
here we're
gonna
gonna
see-
have another Stoneforge Mystic.
No, we're going to have an Ethersworn Canonist,
Oh.
actually.
Wow. Surprising.
Mm-hmm. Going to pay for that bad one now.
where did that Batterskull go? Oh yeah, he sacrificed it
With
to keep his
Cataclysm.
Ada Vial.
Hmm.
So he kind of sacrificed all of his permanents, almost,
Hmm.
to set his opponent back to the Stone Ages. pretty much. And Santanai had an interesting situation where either he had to choose to keep his tabernacle or keeping a colored source. And it seems like he chose to keep the tabernacle to stem the bleeding a little bit, but it doesn't really evolve his game plan in any way. And now we have a Grand Abolisher.
Grand Abolisher as well. So we've got the rule of law is being very, very heavily enforced here. Of course, there's a rare from M12.
This is all the hate in the world.
Exactly. Yes, very, very hateful bears indeed. You're seeing here.
But I believe rule of law isn't that you can't play spells on your turn or something like that.
Rule of law is players can't play more than one spell per turn.
Yeah, that I know. But Grand Abolisher.
Grand Abolisher is you can't play spells on your opponents. Oh yeah, you can't play spells if it's not your turn.
Yeah,
yes,
exactly.
Yes.
Yeah, that's what I thought.
No, I was speaking obliquely. I'm sorry. I'll try to be more.
All right. So, does Carlos have anything to do here? He has played one spell this game, so it's not going too well for him.
Candelabra of Tonos. There it is, the Grand Abolisher. Oh, so it's just your opponent.
Yeah.
Oh, that's rather one-sided.
I must say so. Alright, so the bears are attacking.
Yeah, and we're going to see...
And they're kind of doing the job too.
We're going to see Thalia here.
Alright.
So Gonzalo's still sandbagging that Stoneforge Mystic. Maybe he doesn't have anything else to get out. And that Thalia also under the protection of Caracas here.
Yes, definitely. I think maybe the other... He feels like the other creatures are just more important to get into play.
It's a tight line that Gonzalo's took here, though.
Yeah, resetting the board.
Yeah, and then just sort of coming out the gates like this.
Definitely. The flagstones definitely helped.
Yeah, of course.
For sure.
But I just think it was pretty canny. He realised his opponent was doing nothing, obviously waiting for the right time to, with a lot of mana, to do something absurd. And Gonzalo's just like, no, I'm not having any of that. There you can see the WMC qualifier version of Thalia, Guardian of Thraben.
Nice picture.
Yeah, real close up there. That is a very in-depth rapier she has there. A lot of stuff going on there. You wouldn't want to pick that up on a Dark Knight.
Very nice.
End up speared through your heart. Yeah, through your hand. Look at that.
Kind of gonna have to be careful handling that weapon.
Yeah, exactly.
Point
pick it up
in
the wrong
every
way.
direction.
In every direction. That's right.
All right. So bears are attacking.
In they come.
As they do.
As they do. Yeah, they tend
this
to do
is
that.
legacy.
Yeah.
And lands are being played on the other side.
Yeah.
And yeah, that's pretty much it. So we're gonna have to pay for this tabernacle. You might think that the greedy land has got enough mana by this time, but it has not.
Oh no.
And there we go.
And there we go, 6 life, there you go, just like that. So, Carlos Pardo de Santanaya, not even, playing one spell that turn with a handful of air, really. Show and tell, a very powerful magic card, but only if you can back it up. And unfortunately, for Carlos, not able to do it. Roberto Gonzalez, however, attacking with his mighty army of 2/2s and 2/1s. And
exactly.
that is all she wrote, sports fans. We're going to head back over to our other table there. You can see the relieved face of Gonzalez. Pretty happy to pick up that W there. Putting him in real contention, or in a very strong spot to snag a top 8 slot there.
And here we have the Eldrazi match once more. Eldrazi Mirror.
Eldrazi Mirror. That's what we all tuned in to see. We've got the Reality Smasher versus the 2 Eldrazi Mimics. Of course, these are the huge cards from Oath of the Gatewatch. That, well, if we're going to speak honestly, it's not these cards that they are merely the enablers.
Yeah,
no
it's Ivugan and Eldrazi Temple.
Those are the
ones.
But
those have always been there, though. So it's definitely the 2 last sets that has provided the powerful Eldrazi that are kind of undercosted. If you compare with the older Eldrazi that all costed $500,000.
Yeah, that's right. And
it makes it so much more absurd.
The Artisan knocking 2 mana off Artisan of Kozilek was never breaking any format, but you knock 2 mana off a 2 mana creature, and all of a sudden you're in biz nasty.
Exactly. Couldn't have said it better myself. Alright, so we have Smasher attacking a little bit here. And it seems like we have 7 life against 6. It's quite a close race here.
Once again, you can see Dismembers and Ancient Tombs all over the place. So both these players riding roughshod with their life totals here.
Yeah, for sure. And we have an option here from Matteo whether he wants to cast a Fortnite Seer or not. And the painful thing about it is that he has to tap his Ancient Tomb to do so, putting him at 5, meaning he has to jump away 4 of the damage from Reality Smasher coming next turn. But if he does it, he proposes a lethal attack, which means that Carlos has to jump this turn. which makes it all more interesting.
This is very interesting. So we're seeing 4 mana. So Mathieu drops down to 5 here, and these Eldrazi mimics are going to become huge.
And I think this is the correct play, because if he just stays back, there's no way he's going to actually try to win this game. And I think the only pick here that really matters is the second Reality Smasher.
Yeah, that Reality Smasher.
Because it's just lethal.
Yeah. Well, actually, at this stage, Badio wouldn't be able to cast it because he's going down to 2.
That's true.
So
yeah, I completely missed that for a second.
So, but it is the Smasher anyway.
Yeah. I mean, he can rip a 2-mana land.
Yeah, I think that's the biggest concern. I mean, there are 16 of them in the deck. Yeah, that's right.
But only 2 of them that actually works, right? Another Ivogin wouldn't help,
that's
or
true.
Another Asian Tomb. So there's that.
We're all learning today. It's a big learning experience. We're all just all helping each other out. There's the Endless One chumping away that Mimic.
So we're
and Badio down to 2.
This is a real close game.
Yeah, man, this is very interesting.
This draw is quite important. And he drew Eldrazi Temple, it seems like.
So there you go. Very, very well chosen Thought Not Seer in hindsight.
Definitely. And now he only has Warping Whale and 2 Friction Revokers, I believe. So I think the only out here for Carlos is to attack with his Reality Smashers to draw yet another card, because all the creatures on the upside side of the board is lethal anyways, which means that Reality Smasher can really just block one of them anyway, so you might as well have one of them jump.
In for 5. Matt, you saw it. He did manage to block.
Yeah.
He saw it, yeah.
Yeah, but he gets to draw a card out of this at least. And it has to be something spectacular, because he can't tap his Ancient Tomb. And he only has 2 mana or 3 mana for...
Is it a matter reshaper?
Eldrazi spells.
What is it? I can't say. Is it Eldrazi Skyspawn?
I think it's Eldrazi Mimic, maybe.
Okay, well...
That actually saves him here. That's the only card he can draw.
So instead it's Revoker here.
If he has it, he would probably have played it by now.
So...
I think the only card he can actually have is Eldrazi Mimic here, because it's actually free to cast.
Of course.
So without that, he can't cast anything with his Ancient Tomb, and both of the Eldrazi Mimics, as 2/1s, are lethal on the board anyways.
So Revoker stuck in hand here. The first one cast off the Temple and the Cavern.
Yes.
And it's back to Mathieu here.
And he did draw another.
Oh, look at that slow roll. Look at that the slowest of slow rolls. Really had to think about it. Should I play a blocker to prevent my opponent's lethal attack?
But it does seem like he has Warping Whale in his hand.
Warping Whale's going to take care of it.
Mathieu has the Warping Whale to seal the deal here. I don't see any cards being castled. That's Ancient Tomb, and I don't see any.
There we go. So packing it up. So these guys equalise at 1-1. The Eldrazi mirror match will play on into a third game, Joel Larsson.
Seems that way.
So how can I ask you a question? I want to ask you now. How does the taste of Vindication? What is the taste of Vindication? How does it feel to be right, my friend? It's got to be a good feeling, right?
Yeah. I mean, it was one of my friends who showed me a version of Eldrazi a couple of weeks ago. I believe it was Olorade.
Yeah.
From our team and
Proto Hall of Famer all around.
Proto Hall of Famer.
Proto Hall of Famer, European.
And I looked at it and I'm like, yeah, this deck looks insane. It basically looks insane. There's been versions of similar decks roaming around Legacy with less success, but some amount of success. With the mono red version that tried to play Blood Moon in turn 1, and stuff like Chalice, and the creatures to play was like Rakdos Pit Dragon, and not very great cards, but this deck is the same thing, but times 2.
Yeah.
You get double the amount of soul lands, and the creatures are double as good.
Yeah, you get double the fun, and of course double the salt from your opponent as well. So you're really just doubling down on everything here. It's the way to go. This may really be putting a kink in Legacy. I think at this stage it may be a little bit premature to suggest that this is sort of going to reinvent the Legacy format or have a huge. I mean, these waters are enormously stagnant. Not stagnant, but they're enormously sort of thick and set. Compared to modern, where we may or almost certainly will see a banning in the near future. But in Legacy, I think there's a lot more room for the format to expand and contract.
Sure, that's very true, of course. It's going to be interesting to see how Legacy changes with the Eldrazi Menace coming in.
Yeah, I mean these decks are putting up good numbers. You've said, wow, look at the way that they cut their decks in almost perfect with perfect
Synchronization.
synchronicity.
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 Oh yeah. So lucky to have English as your native language.
I'm so I can barely speak it.
All right, so here we have.
They completely distracted me. I was in the middle of some kind of like reasonably valid point, but then the way they cut their decks like at the same time was completely.
Yeah,
I was
that
like
happens sometimes.
like a kid with a shiny object. Jeez. Here's
So we
Eldrazi
see
Temple.
the classical Ivy in turn 1 into Eldrazi Mimic.
Oh,
We've
sorry,
all seen this
Ivy.
before in various formats,
Mm-hmm.
meaningly 2 formats.
Yeah.
And we have an Ivy on the other side, so without the Mimic though. And here we have 4 mana.
Here we go. Just
And-
like this. Thought not see it?
Thought not same maybe?
Yeah, getcha.
And yeah, it is. Well, this kind of a hand is quite hard to beat.
So we can see.
He kind of puts the City of Traders on top. Doesn't really want to reveal anything else.
No.
Hopefully he won't find him.
Oh my
But it
God.
seems like he almost only has lands and Spatial Conjuration, which is the
Spatial contortion, yeah.
Spatial Contortion, which does +3 -3
Yeah.
for 1 generic mana and 1 colorless.
So it can take care of the mimic, but it's that's a bit of a
Yeah.
swing in tempo, really.
Definitely. It's going to be very hard to draw out of this game.
I don't see how this works out well for our hero
No.
here on the left.
Kind of interesting why he played Ivy Ugin on turn 1. I would have liked playing Eldrazi Temple on turn 1
Mhm.
because it gets closer to actually playing that Spatial Contortion. And so it's kind of weird. He won't be able to play it this turn if he doesn't play his City of Traders, which he doesn't really want, but his saving grace is drawing a Thought Not Seer anyway. So
Thought not see exiling a revoker here.
and now it seems like Matthew has the upper hand in the amount of spells in his hand, at least.
Just a little bit, yeah. This is the thing.
Yeah.
You sort of look at the way that this is panned out. You see a
And it seems
waste
like
there.
Carlos is playing the white version of this deck, which is interesting because they're playing Eldrazi Displacer as
I think
well.
this card is really, really good.
Yeah,
I think it's
I like it a lot too.
so good, especially with something like Thought Not Seer, where you can continue to pick apart their hand. You know, I don't know, man. I think that card's in a very good
Yeah.
position.
That's great. It's something great. Alright, so this next drop from Carlos is quite important. If he draws something that's a good threat, like Reality Smasher, obviously, but there is more to it. He might just run away with this game. But we're gonna see what he draws here. Seems like he drew a Cavern of Souls, if I'm not mistaken. Which means his turn is probably gonna just be about wastelanding. Guess this attack is interesting because he gets to draw his card, or he gets to use his card that he draws first,
Yeah.
which is why I like this attack.
Yeah, I think it
We
is
have a
offering the trade. It's a quite tempting offer, and yeah, I think both of these players drawing a card, it gives Carlos Fernandez-Badia more options because he has the initiative here. Yeah,
Definitely. And it seems like he draws another wasteland with that card, which is most likely going to use because he doesn't want Matthew to be able to use the cards he drew, obviously.
Yeah. So we see Matthew now drawing another card here, stuck just with his Eye of Ugin. And
this
we
really
know that
comes down
he's
to-
not sitting on a bunch of action
Yeah.
here.
It really comes down to the interesting part where he didn't cast Eldrazi Temple in turn 1. I think that might have changed things, but here we are. And it seems like Carlos drew a Relic of Progenitus. Interesting card in this matchup.
I'm not sure about that.
I'm not sure what it's gonna remove.
No, I don't know what
or
it's. I don't know what
interact
that's.
with
I don't know
in
what it's
any
trying to
way.
achieve here.
No, me neither.
Okay, so just the
Maybe there is something that we don't know.
it's the old
about that?
Mind Stone activation here, more or less, and
Very
finds
much.
another temple. Jeez, all right.
Yeah. So we're all lands here,
It's all lands off all day. 2 Eldrazi decks flooding out pretty severely here.
which means Carlos probably will have 2 wasteland once more to keep Matthew off of mana.
But
Before he draws another threat.
But what do you
pretty much.
wasteland here? You wasteland the eye with the second one in your opponent's hand, or what do you do?
I believe he should wasteland the eye. If Matthew has drawn,
He knows it.
say that he has a Reality Smasher in hand, it's going to be pretty dangerous. And I don't think you can keep Matthew off 2 mana too long, because he has ways to deal with this Eldrazi Mimic sooner or later. And here we have it.
Exactly the line
here's
that you
re-
predicted, yeah. So no
Exactly.
wasteland means that we have City of Traders into Reality Smasher, a situation that Carlos Fernandez-Badia could have avoided.
Definitely,
Yeah.
definitely. So I don't like that line of play in any way.
The 5/5 trample haste
And-
making no hesitation in.
And he
Hammering
also has
across.
an endless one in his hand, Matthew. So,
Oh, okay.
so there was even more to add to that board. And it seems like Carlos draws Warping Whale, which we just praised for how good it was at killing creatures in this format.
Yeah.
But not Reality Smasher.
No. Doesn't
this-
do a lot
Not
here.
this bad guy.
Once again, giving you 3 options as to how exactly you want to do absolutely nothing.
Exactly.
In comes the 2/1. Eldrazi Mimic coming in for 2, and Matthew is more or less forced to take it here.
And this game is slipping out quite quickly from Carlos.
Okay, and again, no Wasteland.
Yeah, this is gonna mean a very, very, very big guy coming down.
Yeah, of course.
Or I'm not even sure if it has a gender. They're pretty unclear, these Eldrazi.
Yeah, they're not exactly sure what's going on with that. Here comes the 5/5 once again, smashing across with trample.
And Ivugan also works here as another soul land, actually, that we haven't mentioned. Urborg.
With Urborg, that's
yeah,
right.
with Urborg.
Yeah.
Which means that Ivugan can tap for black mana. It seems like we're gonna see something. We're gonna see Okay, so
Okay.
he taps mana first, since his Seal of Traders dies when he plays a land, or it's
Okay.
destroyed, or sacrificed, or whatever. And
It enters
so
the graveyard in some form.
in some form. So he takes mana there first and plays an endless one. And here I believe Carlos will make a 1/1 Scion.
Mm-hmm.
And not the most impactful way
No.
to go onto this board, but at least it chumps endless one for a turn. Drawing Eldrazi Displacer here would have been great. Look at this board.
Yeah.
You can bounce the endless one,
Yeah.
coming back as a 0/0. Then you
Yeah.
can start holding off the Reality Smasher by bouncing it indefinitely too.
And he has Caracas as well, so we'd be able to activate the ability for sure. So
Yes.
that would have been tight, but instead it is Thought Not Seer. Not a bad one. Still.
Not a bad one. Not great on this board, unfortunately. It's a little bit too little, too late.
Too little, too late. Away goes the. Is that a displacer up there?
No, that's a spatial contortion.
Oh, the special contortion, of course. Yeah, we've already seen that one.
And here's a little bit too late Wasteland, in my
Mhm.
opinion.
Yeah, I think that Wasteland should have been deployed much earlier, especially after we saw the City of Traders play, because that would have meant that Matthew was really cut off from mana in a huge way.
Yes, definitely.
But instead, no.
And I mean, this is really well cut out for Matthew. I mean, it's just very easy to just attack with both here.
Yeah.
The worst thing that can happen is that you trade 2 creatures against Reality Smasher.
Well, I mean, the worst
And
thing
then
that
he
happens is
draws
like
a card.
meteor falling on the table.
Sure.
That's pretty bad.
Right. Fair enough. If you want to take it that far,
But within the context
my
of the
guest.
game,
yes.
we've got an Eldrazi Mimic chumping, and then the attempted trade for the so the Warping Whale, getting
Yep.
it done.
A little bit.
Getting
yeah,
it done. Warping Whale beats Eldrazi, the Reality Smasher.
Oh, well, that's a stretch, my friend.
No, I'm not sure. I think that's I think it's more or less an accurate assessment here. So the 7/7, the only creature left standing when the dust settles.
So Eldrazi Displacer is actually still a real draw here, I would say. And I believe Matthew drew a Matter Shape before his draw step. I'm not sure. There we have that. And I'm not sure what he drew from Thought Not Seer. So we'll see if he adds something more to this board, making it even more harder for Carlos to come back.
So good old think
in this
about
game.
it. Urborg, all right.
Uberg and pass. I'm not sure about casting Uberg here. I don't like that. It gives your opponent the option to use his Ivogin to not take damage from HN2, but it doesn't matter in the
No,
end.
there we go. So Jitter left in the hands of Carlos Fernando Baglio as he concedes, and that is all she wrote for round number 7. Twist ending. Eldrazi wins the mirror match there, like that. So the Eldrazi Menace continues to make its name here in the top tables of Bazaar of Moxen Madrid today, and something that you, I think, were anticipating, Joel.
Yeah, I had the feeling that this deck was going to show up for sure. And it certainly did, with flying colors.
Yeah. Well,
that.
flying colourless. Even that was a stretch. I do
hope you will
apologise for
get
that.
one.
Absolutely. So to give you a sort of a brief snapshot before we get into round 8, at the top tables we've got Burn. We've got
Yes.
Dark Depths is pretty heavily represented. We've had a huge number of Punishing Fire decks today. A lot of green decks around, not necessarily around, but the sort of the Sylvan Library type decks.
We have a lot of Sultai decks.
A lot. I was going to say blue has not been been heavily represented
No.
today. Simply more or less outside of these, the Shardless BUG decks. We haven't seen a lot of Delver. It's
No.
not been a good day for Miracles, really. I mean, we've seen
No.
a few around the top tables, but largely speaking, I think green has been the dominant color today.
Definitely. Different kind of land slash punish fire decks.
Yeah.
As you said,
Yeah.
Sultai and Eldrazi.
Yeah, we've seen a lot of
Eldrazi
decks
all over.
being grinding the game out into the dust, and other ones just smashing face. So
And I actually like the idea of playing a land stack here. I mean, that seems great against Eldrazi.
yeah, it does
I
actually.
mean,
Yeah,
I mean,
Maze
come
of
on.
Maze of
Maze
Ith.
of Ith
Yeah.
and all of that.
Just ways to sort of I mean the Tabernacle, all that sort of
Tabernacle
stuff.
is also great because then the Solens doesn't become a Sol anymore.
No, that's
at least
it.
not half of them.
Yeah, that's right. No, that's of course that's a great observation. So there we go. Round number 8's coming your way very soon. Time for me to step out of the booth. You're going to be joined by the Pro Tour Hall of Famer Raphaël Levy, in addition to the Pro Tour champion to my right. So stick around. More action coming your way, hot and fresh out the kitchen here from Bazaar of Moxen, Madrid. Thanks for your company. We'll see you soon.
Hello and welcome back to this live coverage of Bazaar of Moxen Madrid. We are playing the 8th and last round
That's
of the Legacy main event. So we have 3 players at 19 points. They are mostly in. We can say they're in.
Yeah.
Whether they lose, draw, or play and win, play for the first seeded,
Yep.
they're in. Then we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 players at 18 points. Most of them are in. 2 or 3 of them, not so sure. Because right behind them, one plays at 17, the other one's at 16.
Yeah.
That might be a lot of information right now, but let me sum it up for you. The 17 and 16 point players, they're going to play each other.
Mhm.
Winner is in. Then, if all the 18 pointers draw, one of
Yep.
them is going to be out.
Yep.
So probably one match has to be played.
Exactly.
So
That's right.
among them we have one Dark Depth player.
Yeah.
The one of the players we
And
haven't.
not lands.
Not the land decks. Not the
No.
land deck with the Life from the Loam. It's a Vampire Hex Mage.
Inquisitional Castleic, stuff like that.
Okay, we haven't seen that one. He's at 19 points. He's first seeded so far. I think they probably drew last round.
Yeah.
They drew last round to secure the top 8. Then we have at least 2 Death and Taxes.
Hmm.
Rodrigo Togores, the local
Home champion.
home champion. He's playing Ad Nauseam.
Yep.
We saw him in one match. He played it masterfully. That was a
very
great
good.
match.
Impressive.
He's in. He's at 19 points. He drew last round. Then we have some Eldrazi's, a number of Eldrazi between 1, 2, and more.
Yeah.
I don't know exactly how many. And David, that we featured, who we featured a couple rounds ago with Mono Red deck.
Yep.
He was 12-1, like in total over the weekend. Unfortunately, he lost his last 2 rounds, so no
Yeah.
burn deck in the top 8.
So he's out. And it seems like we have information that 6 tables drew.
Four tables.
4 tables drew, maybe.
Okay.
And only table 5 is going to be on camera.
So what that means, folks, 8 players are at 19 or more,
Hmm.
and the table number 5 is playing for the 8th place.
Yeah.
Well, one player is playing for the 8th place. One player is playing who has 17 points. He's playing for 4th place.
Mm.
So one player can, if that sounds complicated. Sorry about that, guys.
Yeah, it is a little bit
If number
complicated.
10 wins, his tiebreaker is very low.
Yeah.
He has, he's at 5-1-1. Is that right? Yes, 5-1-1. He's at 16 points. If he wins, he gets to 19 points and then ties up with the other 18 pointers.
That's correct.
But since his tiebreakers are pretty low, it's likely he's not making it. However, if his opponent wins at 17
Yeah.
points, he goes on top of all the 18 pointers who get to 19 points.
Exactly.
And one of the players who drew is now making
Definitely.
it.
He might be fighting against one of the bottom tier 18 pointers.
No, he's playing against the 16 point.
Oh yeah.
So the 16 point, this is the match.
Yeah.
Damien
for sure.
Perrault Samson is playing Nicolas Tolans.
And I'm thinking that Giacomo Matthew has 53 tiebreakers. Will go up to 19 points if they.
He's
a
drawing.
draw.
He's drawing. We know
Yeah.
that.
So he doesn't have too much of a tiebreaker either.
So,
So
I would have played if I was him. I would
Yeah,
keep my
me too.
my fate in my hands, and see if he can hold up.
Hmm.
And no, he decided to draw. This is everyone's decision. He
Yeah.
has let's
It's
say
a
he
tough
has
decision. It's
yeah,
close.
he has a 50% chance to make it whatever happens.
Yeah, for sure.
Well,
so
a little less, maybe a little less because maybe
he definitely has some chance at least.
he has some chances. Yeah. However, if Damien wins, then his chances are very low.
Yeah, they're abysmal.
Yeah, yeah. So what do you do? Do you take your coin flip, your 50% chance, or you play and you
I will
think
play.
you
I will play my match for sure.
you have more chances
That's
to
more to me.
play and win? You have more chances to play and win than to
I like
flip.
playing and win.
Yeah. That's
like
magic.
that.
You want
Yeah.
to play. You don't want to flip coins.
I came to play.
You come to play, yeah.
Exactly. As they say.
So I think they are actually shuffling, and
We're
we
gonna
can
be
go, we
ready
can
to
go.
come into the feature match.
yeah.
Alright, so this is Damia Sanzo versus...
Nicolas Tolons. I think he's French, so I'm just gonna say Nicolas Tolons. He looks French too. He might be Spanish. I don't know, but
Well, you're better at pronouncing those names than I am.
I don't know.
Hopefully.
Nicolas Tolons. No, I don't. I think he's French.
It does make sense.
Okay, so if Nicolas wins, he's in for sure.
Yeah.
If Damia wins, he will be.
He has chances to get in.
Yeah, it's probably
It's quite low, but he has chances.
Is it the other way around? I think it's.
Oh yeah, it's no, sorry, we were incorrect. It's Damia that has the highest chances to get in if he wins. He's in for sure, if he wins. It's Tolans.
Oh yeah,
Nicolas Tolans.
the scores are wrong on the board.
Oh yeah, that's right.
Yeah. Okay, so Nicola has a. Well, maybe it's gonna be corrected very soon.
Yeah, we have Damia at 5-1-1 and Nicolas Tolans is at 5-2.
Yeah.
Coming into this.
If we ever get the score changed, wink, wink, wink. Now we. Okay, I'll say that again just for the managers too. Is that right? Oh, am I wrong? No, I think.
I mean,
No.
Tolans has 16 points, which doesn't
Oh,
divide by
the 2
3.
is the draws. Sorry.
Yeah.
So it's 5. Okay. So it's 2, not 2 losses, 2 draws. Never mind. That was my fault. Okay.
Oh well.
Fine.
Now
That's
when
fine.
we
That's
have that
fine.
settled,
That's fine. That's
we're
fine.
gonna head into mulligan right away in the game, and Nicolas Tolans seems to be keeping his hand. I think I saw a Force Will in there, as well as a Volcanic Island, if I'm not mistaken. We shall see what our players has brewed up here.
And we don't know what else. We don't really know what they're playing for sure. Like
No.
we haven't seen. We've seen Damia earlier, but I don't quite remember what he's playing.
So we're gonna have that up soon when our players are joining their mulligan hands.
Is he
We're
playing
gonna
Bug?
have it on the way.
He might
I
be
mean,
playing
I
Bug.
did see some. I did see Force Will.
Okay.
So there's that. We're not playing Eldrazi of some sort, at least.
Yeah, Bug is a popular deck, but I don't know. Like so far, I don't remember any of these guys, any of the top 8 players, having played the Bug. Maybe I'm forgetting one of them. I don't remember. We featured Jorge. He's sitting at
18
5th.
points,
Yeah.
and he already drew.
So
We're gonna see in a moment's notice what
Yeah.
they're playing, I'm sure. Sorry for the confusion, but we're not 100% sure what they're playing. Oh.
Oh, that's Terminus. So now we know.
So
Now
we know.
So we know.
Well, it could be the all in the same deck, but we can also see some Entreat Angels, so it's definitely miracles here. And this hand seems kind of loose. I would want to ship this to you. He was considering keeping a hand of Entreat Angels, Terminus, Brainstorm, Plains, Jace.
What's the
and
land?
something else.
What's the land?
A Plains. So
Yeah,
couldn't even cast Brainstorm.
no,
So definitely a ship there. To
On
slow
the
on
draw.
the
On
hand.
the draw.
Yeah, I think you have to.
You have to.
Yeah, even with the Scry, if he draws an island, the rest of his hands isn't great. I mean, Entreat Angels, not great. Kind of has to draw an island and a fetch land to make his hand
Or 2 fetch.
playable again.
Or 2 fetch.
Yeah, for sure. 2 fetch works also wonders.
One thing with miracles, especially when you have to win, you usually don't spend that much time shuffling. I usually like to, you shuffle as fast as you can. You don't waste any time shuffling and Bluffing with your opponent. You do that after the game when you won.
Yeah, you.
Otherwise, just leave. You don't even. You just go.
Well, your clock, as Miracles, as most of you guys know already, isn't particularly fast. So you don't want to spend too much time shuffling, because every minute is precious if you want to win with this deck. And it seems like Damia is gonna mulligan down to 4, reducing his chances quite a lot by winning this game. Unfortunately, we're gonna see if we can measure something together, but it's gonna be tough. Something along the lines of top counterbalance 2 lands, maybe.
Yeah,
He
we
can
still
win
don't know what
games.
Nicholas is playing. I just want to know what he's playing.
Yeah.
In the meantime, the last round of standard is being played, so I think by the time this finishes, we might have the quarterfinals of the standard tournament that will start. So we'll try to cover that as well. So to give
Trying
you
to give you guys as much magic as possible,
Yeah.
obviously.
Yeah, someone in the chat said, "No wonder why this guy has 2 draws." Yeah, well, first he's playing Miracles, and that's a slow deck already. But yeah, taking so much time is
Pre-game.
not helping the strategy.
Definitely not. You have to know what you're doing when you're playing Miracles and play rather quickly. And
Oh, that's a pretty cool.
This is a
pretty
keep.
cool hand. Yeah.
I mean, if Jace gets there, he can definitely unmulligan you a couple of times. So and that's some glimmer of hope at least. So we'll see what he can set up here and what also Tolerance is playing. It seems like we have.
Seed of the Synod. Is
No,
that?
I think that was a snow-covered
No,
island.
it is. It is.
Seed of Xenon. It is.
Is that
Now I'm getting interested here.
Trinket Mage kind of stuff?
Yeah. Might it be Painter
Oh, is
Servant?
that Great Furnace as well?
Yeah, I think so.
Oh,
Yeah,
yeah,
it is.
It is.
It seems like Painter
Oh,
Servant.
Painter Servant. Here we go.
Here we go.
Yeah, so Trinket Mage.
Painter
Painter
Servant, Grindstone,
Okay.
Force of Will. So not mono-red version we have seen sometimes with Painter Servant, but rather the blue-red version.
Yeah, the mono red version usually relies on silver bullets like Blood Moon, Magus of the Moon,
Yeah.
Syrian Spirit Guide to fuel the turn 1 bullets. Also, Painter Servant actually pretty good against Eldrazi's.
Yeah. I mean, it's good against Ivugan and Eldrazi Temple. And
Yeah.
definitely Eldrazi Mimic too.
Because these lands allow you to cast colorless Eldrazi's.
Yeah.
And since the Painter Servant, well,
Makes them colored.
it makes them colored.
All of that changes. So does Eldrazi Mimic say. It's whenever you colorless Eldrazi creature comes into play, it gets a copy of that creature. So Painter Servant doesn't only block the 2/1 Eldrazi Mimic, but it also shuts off its ability to change its colors, so to say. And we have a Brainstorm interface with a shuffle, removing some cards that it wasn't interesting. And what I can see, I think I see a Tesseract, Agent of Bolas, in Nicholas' hand. So this is a really sweet Painter's deck. We have black as well in this color conjunction. And we have Miracle's best card, Senses Divine top. Most important card in their whole game plan. So there might actually be a game out of this. So we have Brainstorm.
Brainstorm on Nicholas' side.
Here we have
What
the
happened
Mighty Tesseract.
What happened to that guy? He looked so nice back in.
I remember playing in a block.
Shards.
I played in a block Pro Tour back in Nagoya.
Oh,
You also played a really sweet deck at
this
that
guy,
tournament,
yeah.
right? I remember that.
Mono red splash,
Yeah.
blue and black, splash blue for
Yeah, that's what I played too.
splash Sphinx.
I played. Yeah, or I played black and red splash blue, only for Tesseract. the good old coffin Tesseract deck. And free main deck into the core. Yeah, that was a sweet deck. So Nicholas finishes resolving his Brainstorm, ending it with the classical fetch land to get away those cards that it's not very interested in. And Damia seems to have quite a reactive hand. He has Snapcaster Mage, Counterspell, and Force of Will in hand. So you can definitely stop anything that's
Well-
too crazy out of his opponent.
Well, like, Nicholas is only 1 mana away to kill him if he has a Grindstone in his hand.
Yeah.
So Demi cannot really
Tap out here.
tap out. Yeah, if he has canners, then he can't really tap out. Oh, he has to.
One thing he can play against is trying to get a Jace. It seems like they shuffle away his Jace with his Brainstorm. But what he could have done is get a Jace, play it, bounce the Painter Servant, and have Force of Will backup at the same time. But it's kind of the long shot here. He doesn't really mind taking one for a couple of turns while he tries to set up his hand with Senses Divine on top.
So yeah, the Painter 7 is probably on blue. I can only assume it's on blue, since Nicholas is running a Pyroblast main deck.
Yeah.
I wouldn't see any other color being called.
And also, if you run Pyroblast main deck, Painter Servant also makes the lands into colored cards, which means you can Pyroblast, for example, that Tundra that just lies there. Not bad. 1 mana Stone Rain at instant speed. And here we have a
another
Pyroblast.
counter, yeah.
Here we have a Pyroblast.
And he can discard his land. Like, both players can discard their lands
Yes.
to pitch for.
Ooh, and here we have a Moxen of every color, since he has Great Furnace and Seed of Synod. Pretty sweet.
What?
He has Seed of Synod and
Yeah.
Great Furnace.
Oh yeah,
So
yeah,
this
oh, Mox
Mox-
Opal. Yeah.
So this Mox is
yeah,
pretty
yeah,
much 3,
like,
and it also
well,
has
why is he
Painter
gonna-
Servant. That's also an
yeah.
artifact. So are we gonna see Tesseract Agent of Bolas this turn, maybe? With the backup of having a red mana?
So what does it do again? Can we have the text of Tesseract
Alright,
again?
so I know exactly what it does.
So it untaps to no.
Yeah, here we go.
I'll look at the top 5.
Look at the top 5 cards of your library. You may take an artifact from out of those 5 cards, reveal it, and put it into your hand. -1 is make an artifact become a 5/5. And -4 is target player loses X life, and you gain X life, where X is twice the number of artifacts you control. Quite a potent planeswalker.
Well, the other one would have been better here, but
You mean
know-
Tesseract, the old Tesseract?
yeah. Well, he would have gotten the Grindstone right away.
Yeah, that's true. That's true.
The Tesseract,
But
The
it would have
nice
been
guy.
more effective on the board. But it costs 5, so you
Yeah,
can't
yeah,
even
yeah.
leave up Pyroblast
so
backup.
now it's gonna be a Cannon War,
Yep.
Pyroblast, and then a Force of Will backup. Backed up by Force of Will.
And it seems like
Yeah.
Dami is gonna use
Force
his
of
last
Will.
card to counter this, and we have Force of Will removing Pyroblast, which might seem weird, but remember that Painter Servant
Yeah,
makes all the
it's
cards blue, so you
exile
can
as
pitch
well.
whatever.
He pitched it. Yeah, it takes out.
You
That's
can even
sick,
pitch a land, as described earlier.
Okay, so probably is he gonna +1 or attack for 5?
Yeah, that
Probably
is the
just
question.
+1, right?
I kind of like plussing here.
Yeah.
Painter Servant is already quite a good card, since
Yeah.
it makes every grindstone lethal here. Meaning that you don't really need to make it a 5/5. Like if Damia draws a Social Plowsers, you pretty much wasted 2 cards.
Yeah.
Alright, so let's see if he finds something here with Tesseract. Seems like he
Oh,
finds
that's pretty
Sense of
good.
Divining top of his own, which
It's
is
pretty good.
quite good, as Raphaël very nicely pointed out there. He actually has lethal in 2 turns here, if he chooses to minus his Tesseract. He also has the option of minusing 4 Tesseract, which is right now a drain for 8. I don't think that's gonna happen unless he draws many more artifacts.
Yeah, but
It's 10 damage with the top in hand, so but still, I don't think that would happen here.
yeah,
so
I think
brainstorm.
That's not looking too good for Demia.
Seeing
Like
Jace.
he's
and
back
2
from
lands.
mulligan to 4, so
Yeah, this is that's something to remember, that this is still mulligan to 4. All right. Let's see what Nicholas can assemble here. I can smell the victory being quite close here for Nicholas. He opts to +1 once more to try to find yet another artifact. Looking at the top 5 of cards. And it seems to... I
No,
think I saw a grindstone in there. But Probably not, since he took the
Probably
Mox
not.
Opal.
I wouldn't see him.
Picking Mox Opal over that.
Yeah.
That makes no sense. Let's see.
Nihal Spellbomb.
And it's getting dangerously close to actually -4 Tesseract Agent of Bolas here for the win. I mean, attacks him down to 16, and then he has 6 artifacts.
So it would be
that's
12 damage.
12 damage. If he draws another one, that's 14. Probably not. And this is the Grindstone is the other key part with Painter Servant, where it continues milling your opponent as long as the cards share a color. And since Painter Servant makes all the cards in all the zones the same color, it just keeps on milling until your opponent's milled out, pretty much. So let's see what Damje can find here. He sees Jace. And land and another spell with... He deems them not to be good enough, fetching instead. Tries to find something else.
There's nothing that can save Demia here. I'm not
I don't
selling
think so
the
either.
now.
I
Not
don't
trying
think so
to be
either.
too negative here, but
Maybe Entreaty Angels?
doesn't look too good.
Making 2 4/4s, would that do something?
Well, no, I don't think it would do anything.
Probably not. But
Like,
Still
drain you
not
for
great there.
12. Is it 12? No, it's 10. Not 12. Drain you for 12. Then there's also the top.
there is
There's
Entreaty
Entreaty
Angels.
Angels, but that's still not going to do anything.
No. No, this mulligan to 4 is definitely hurting here. I'm actually... The thing I'm impressed by a little bit is how it actually becomes somewhat of a game, even though he mulligan to 4. I mean, he's definitely doing something here. So he chose to draw that Force Will, it seems like.
Yeah, not sure what happened here.
No.
They could have just made 2 tokens and hope for the best, but I don't think there's any best here.
Or put counterbalance into play
Yeah.
with the top. Trying to wait for a better time, but the clock is ticking here as Tesseract is piling up. Also, you have a Sense of Divine top to efficiently find more artifacts for the -4.
Buff.
And
12 and
now
12 is
this
the
is
right
lethal
number.
on the board.
12 is the right number.
12 is the right number. Let's see if we can play another artifact to make it even more sure that the -4 ability will be lethal here.
Yeah,
Right, so we have a concession in the spite of Tesseract here.
The ultimate ability.
The
of
ultimate
Tesseract.
ability of Tesseract.
Ultimate.
Agent of Bolas. Alright, so that concludes game 1, and Painter Servant wins that one. Quite a spicy version, I think.
Yeah, it's interesting to see. I didn't expect Seed of the Sea Knot.
No. I would expect that maybe of some weird affinity deck, but not anything else.
Would any of these lands be any good in Modern? Like, what if they unban the artifact lands? Do you think people would play them?
It's a good question.
Because you still want to play. If you play blue,
I don't think you want to play any affinity spells anyways.
if you play blue, you still want to play your island.
Yep.
Because you want to dodge. You want to be able to fetch something off
Path to Exile.
Path to Exile or Ghost Quarter. You don't want to play the Seed of Synod. And how many are you gonna play? You have so many good lands to play. You have you have
Glimmer Void, you have Blinkmont Nexus, Inkmont Nexus, Darksteel Citadel.
yeah, all the.
They could definitely change Darksteel Citadel
Oh yeah,
into a
yeah,
colored land.
yeah, definitely. Do they play the Do
I'm
they
not
all play Citadels? Yeah.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, no, okay. So then you would take out the Citadels. Yeah, so they would still be too good, right?
I'm not sure.
It would be much easier to play
Colored spells.
colored spells, yeah.
Yeah, because right now they usually play like 3 Glimmer Voids, 4 Springleaf Drum, 4 Mox Opal, and 1 Island.
Yeah, you would play 5 lands, not more than that. You would play 9 colored lands.
Yeah.
So you would play Thudcast much more easily, or Galvanic Blast. The problem is Galvanic Blast, it's hard to cast.
Yeah. Yeah, you might be right.
Yeah, would it be I don't think it would be too good.
No,
I think
but
it would be very
improve the
good.
deck. Yeah. Maybe the deck would change.
I
I
don't
mean,
know,
you could
yeah.
play stuff like Frogmite and so on.
Yeah,
Is
because
that a thing?
Ancient Grudge is just such a beating now.
Yeah.
Like if all your lands are artifact, like Ancient is already pretty bad, but if they can hit your lands as
But
well.
still, I mean, Ancient Grudge still kills 2 permanents out of the deck
Yeah,
regardless.
if they kill your lands.
Yeah,
It
but
used to be
usually you
bad.
get out of, like, you get your board out before that happens. I mean, but Stone of Silence would be even more of a blowout. But I guess they work against Darkseid Citadel too. I mean,
Unbanning cards for affinity is not exact. I'm sure it's not the priority.
no, I don't
Yeah,
think so either.
let's bring some more affinity cards just
Yeah.
in case the deck was not enough. Was not good enough.
Affinity has been doing
Yeah, it's been doing
well
well.
for quite a while.
Doesn't need help.
No. Alright. So people are in the feature match are finishing the cyber slots, neatly shuffling those into the decks, and we shall see what happens in the next game. If we don't have a mulligan to 4 this time, maybe.
Well, I would still see what happens, even if they mulligan.
Yeah, of course.
We will still see. It will be
Yeah.
a different game, but.
Definitely.
So, do we have any update on the standard tournament? I'm gonna ask. Okay, we're there. So maybe we'll give you some standard after that. The beginning of the top 8,
Standard action.
because this is the last match of Legacy. All the top tables as we told you, the first 4 tables drew.
Mm-hmm.
They are playing for maybe the 8th slot, either the 8th slot or the 3rd slot, depending on, or the 4th slot, depending on who wins this match.
Definitely. And yeah. Damia has the highest chances of getting in if he wins, as we spoke about earlier.
Well, as we're talking now, the chance of him winning are very slim, since it's
Definitely.
30 minutes left and he's still shuffling.
Yeah.
So
For sure.
chance of drawing are actually real, which wouldn't get him anywhere.
No, because all the 18 pointers drew. So that's his issue here. Alright. Can see it counts as judgment there. Alright, here we go.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 7 cartas.
Alright, let's go. Both players had their opening hand rituals, and we are ready to game. And we can see a pretty heavy Force of Will hand here. Do you like keeping Force of Will against Miracles?
Yeah.
Do you think it's a grinding matchup, or?
Oh, I mean, you mean in the sideboard?
Yeah.
I thought in your hand.
Oh no. Post sideboard.
Like if you play
close,
Painter,
right?
you play the Force of Wills. Like
Yeah.
that's your backup to protect your painters.
Yeah,
Like
definitely true.
in
but
the
that's why it's close, I think.
in the mirror, that's a different thing.
Because a lot of the times
I'm actually
you
not a big fan of Force of Will.
no,
Of the
me
card
neither.
Force of Will.
It's kind of a risky card. It gets a little bit better when you play the Penance Severance, because then you can pitch any card to it. Like you can pitch a useless
Yeah.
land or a useless Mox Opal or whatever. But still not super great here in this matchup, since like the most important cards to counter are since the Divining Top and stuff like that. You don't really want to force a will on turn 1 either, or protecting your combo. But that's still gonna be tough through all the counter spells and social plowshares and the interaction that Damien really has.
I'm really not a big fan of Force of Will. I think the card is so hyped. People talk about this card so much. Say, okay, this is the one free counter, and they never consider taking it out.
No,
I
that's
see,
true.
like when you're playing Miracles against what used to be a deck, it's not anymore because I don't know why. Against, for example, Maverick.
Yep.
Or even Death and Taxes.
Mhm.
I do not like Force of Will against
No.
Death and Taxes. They have their cards are so cheap. They can just throw them away. Like, do you want this? No, you can't. It takes 2 cards. Okay, whatever.
Yeah,
You don't
that's
want
fine.
That's fine. Yeah, it's okay.
The only card
only
you really want to counter in that
Cataclysm.
matchup is like
Cataclysm.
Passport.
Cataclysm is
Yeah, Cataclysm is the worst, but then you can have counter spell for. I'm thinking more like Aid Vial can be a problem.
it's
as well.
okay. You can still have Disenchants and Wear
True.
Tear,
Of course.
but you don't want to play Force of Will against
No.
them. That's
No, I
really
agree.
bad. And in the counter matchups, sometimes you just want more threats.
Mm.
Or more
No,
cheap stuff.
I agree.
So
Forcible is kind of the card that you want against all the people using a lot of cards to do something unfair. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
They're using their resources to do something extremely unfair, which you can't deal with, and at a very high pace. So then you want a Forcible. But when you're kind of training card for card,
Yeah.
2-for-1ing yourself, not great.
So you heard it here. Force of Will, not a good card. If you open one, just tweet Joe Larsson.
Yep.
And send him all your Force of Wills.
Yeah, that's fine.
That's okay. Yeah.
I'll put them away in a safe box so you don't have to use them.
Yeah.
ever again.
Don't use them. It's not a good card.
Alright, so tops are spinning, ponders are happening. Both players are pretty much setting up for some kind of a big turn down the line. It seems like both players has pretty solid hands.
Well, Nicholas has the top, so he's not gonna miss.
Yeah, so
I don't think
does
he's gonna-
Damir though, in his hand.
Yeah. Well.
So he's gonna try to resolve that one for sure. And it also dodges Pyro Blast. So it's a lot easier to resolve it here than any other blue spell that he will usually run out from his deck. It seems to resolve. What I saw from Damir's hand was that he had Counterspell, Wear and Tear, and 2 lands, I believe. And let's see what Nicholas Talans is working with. And that's the Scalding Tarn. He has Force of Will. I think I saw a Tesseract in there somewhere.
Who wins the waiting game in the Painter Servant Miracle matchup?
I think I'll have to put my odds on Miracles.
Huh.
Like their
I don't
Senses
know.
Divine Top is a little bit better, I think.
How is it better? He has less threats.
He has like more lands.
I don't think
he
the
has,
Miracle has more lands than Painter Servant.
No, they don't.
Well, Painter Servant has Ancient Tomb already.
That's true. But he also has threats that he can play at end of turn. So there's that as well.
Alright, so we have the final standings of the standard tournament. So we probably get the first quarterfinals on stream very soon. First seeded.
And here we have things are happening here, my friend.
First seeded Elliot Bousseau. Have you heard of Elliot Bousseau?
Yes.
Of course you did. He won a GP Prague a couple months ago, about 6 months ago.
Doing it again here at Bomb.
Well, yeah, that's not a GP, but he's still around, and he's playing Mardu with green. We saw him yesterday.
Oh yeah, that's right. And here we have actually fireworks happening in the match. We have a Tesseract Agent of Bolos entering the zone of unresolved spells, aka the stack, and I presume we're gonna have a counterspell to meet this card. And I presume Nicholas will try to Pyroblast this, or Red Elemental Blast in this case. And I think he also has Force of Will backup for this. So seems like a pretty resolved Tesseract to me. We shall see if Damir wants to fetch and spin his top in response, or whether he has a spell pierce. But I don't see many ways where he can counter this Tesseract.
Nicholas is not painting much here. Like in game 1, he just didn't paint much. He was just like, okay, play my Tesseract and attack with it.
I mean, Tesseract works.
Use the ultimate, +1/+1 ultimate.
Also not a bad card against Jace. I mean, a lot of these a lot of these counter battles usually ends up with somebody resolving something, and then the other player untaps and plays a Jace, which is usually pretty good. But against Tesseract, he can just make a 5/5 and kill it.
Yeah.
So that's not really a big issue here.
You can see, picture the Jace being hit by top by 5/5.
Top getting in there.
In the face.
As usual.
Top in the face.
Yeah. And then we'll see if the top is still spinning afterwards. Alright, so Tommy is taking a look at his top, seeing if he can find something. Only saw 2 counterbalance and a Jace. So nothing there to help him. And it seems like he is already making his top to attack. I do not actually like this line.
Yeah, because Jace will... I don't think Jace will bounce the...
Not bounce the top.
Nah.
No? I mean, there might
I
be a
don't
force
know.
will on the other side of the table,
Yeah.
but bouncing the top here with Jace is pretty good to me.
It's okay. It's not.
All right, so he did not put Jace on top, but he can still.
But yeah, but like wear tear on the top, it's pretty good.
Wear and tear on the
That's
top
why
is
it's not great. Yeah.
good as well. But no, I actually like playing Jace here because this is the one window you will get from resolving Jace, I believe. Like Jace is also unopposed for one turn, since the artifacts that Tesser makes into 5 twice doesn't get haste, so he can't really attack the Jace this turn. But Damio goes for the other option of counterbalance,
I think it's
which
good
actually
too.
plays
I
better
like-
into this match since
Yeah.
Niklas has Force Oil for a
Oh, he
potential
has
Jace.
foil. Yeah, I think I would counter that.
So here we're gonna have a wear and tear, and I believe this is something that you want to Force Oil.
Yeah.
Yeah, here we go. Force Oil being used.
Do you wanna try your chance here?
No, he knows what he has on top.
Yeah, I know,
Yes,
but he has a fetch line.
That's very true.
So he
I
can't
would definitely go for it. I would definitely try to find a Force Will on my top of
So
my
Jace
library.
is gone
Jace is gone
for now.
for now, for sure. All right. Let's see if we can find a Force Will, because a Force Will here this is kind of the point in the game where everything can change.
Well,
this
no force of will, not ever like
Yeah, if this Force Will is countered, it's
force
it's
of will
huge.
bust. I think.
Yeah.
'Cause then he's attacked for 5 more. He's going down to 6. So that means no fetch. Did you go down from 12 to 11, or did we count that?
Alright, so we see another variant here.
There's no. Oh, there's an angel, but the angel's not gonna do.
And we
it's
also
gonna
see
be
another
okay.
variant here, potentially for
for
the
the top.
Sunset Divine top next turn. But you don't really want Nicholas to untap here with a 5/5 in play and Tesseret. But with no options at hand, that's
No,
what's gonna happen.
making angels here is the best way to not die.
Definitely.
But then what is it gonna do?
I mean, he can still kill the Sunset Divine top with a wear and tear
Yeah, that's
and
true.
try to play some counterbalance
how
game,
many-
at least for a turn or two.
How many angels are you gonna make? If you want to play
At
wear
this
and tear, to
situation,
kill
he
the-
could make 3 angels.
Yeah, but then you can't play wear and tear.
No, definitely not. You have to choose your options here. Or he actually has a fetch in his hand, so he could also play. And if he has Entreat Angels on the second top, the card under the top card of his library, he can make 4 angels and his opponent upkeep or whatnot.
So grindstone. Oh, grindstone and the.
And we see wear and tear,
Wear and
and he
tear,
chooses.
okay.
This is the interesting thing with wear and tear, because you can choose either side of the card what you want to reveal with counterbalance.
Well, is he gonna play a 3 casting call spell? No, 3's fine. 3's fine. Yeah.
3 is fine. Wear and tear can either be
One
1
or
or
2.
2.
Yeah.
So that's kind of a weird interaction that you should definitely know about if you're playing Miracles yourself. Alright.
What is he getting?
So, intuition for what?
What?
Mox Opal.
Mox Opal. Okay.
Alright, so he wants some more mana, obviously. This turn. I'm not sure what he's gonna
No,
cast.
what
with
do
this
you need?
Opal.
What do you need mana for?
No, that I don't
just
know.
a big, just to have an artifact.
Yeah, he definitely wants another artifact. That's for sure.
Buff.
And the question is
Is
what he's
anything
gonna
else?
do with it, because it's not active either. So
No,
it's
he
kinda
wants
weird.
to have another 5/5 next turn. That's why.
Definitely.
And
definitely.
with the
maybe that's the
no, it's
only
good.
artifact
That's
he can
actually
get.
pretty good. He has a Pyroblast backup,
Mm-hmm.
so that's an artifact he can cast this turn with Pyroblast backup.
But if he's not weary here, or if he's not wary, this can turn out pretty sour. There can be a lot of angels in his upkeep here. 4 angels coming down. Being created.
Yeah.
And then 2 5/5s ain't gonna cut it anymore.
Yeah. How does he beat the? How does he beat the angels here?
Yeah, I don't know. I'm not sure myself. It's for sure it can't be Pyroblasted since there's no Painter Servant in play. And he will just have to spin his Tesseract and try to find something, I presume. But it's going to be very hard. With
I don't know,
only
that
the Pyroblast in
intuition,
hand.
I don't know.
Yeah, that
Feels a little.
it feels a little bit not impactful enough.
Yeah, I'm not sure about that one.
Yeah, me neither. For sure.
You're not sure.
Not sure.
For sure.
For sure.
Okay. Probably, maybe. Yeah, 100%. So what do you do here? Do you like if you damage your plan is pretty straightforward.
Yeah,
you
if
don't, you don't move, but okay. Well, I guess you do move.
If you're not scared about the counter spell, that is. And here we see Force of Will in Nicholas' top, is gonna.
Is there another blue card around here?
Yeah, that is the question. He has two cards. There's one we don't know about. One is Pyroblast that we have seen, and the other one is a little bit more unclear.
Oh, that's.
So he has Pyroblast.
No, because he has the Force of Will now.
Yep.
And he can just hardcast it.
Definitely. But does he have another mana to both cast that and Pyroblast? That would have been great.
No, but he doesn't need to.
No, but I understand. But it would have still been pretty good here, I believe. All right, so we're gonna see a Snap Custom Mage to flashback the Wear and Tear. So this was the plan all along. And Nicholas has
the Pyroblast
there.
Yeah, you would play the Pyroblast.
Question is, do you play the Force Will or the Pyroblast? I actually like casting the Force Will here because it fixes your mana much better for next turn.
Yeah, but the Force of Will can counter the. Force of Will does counter the Angels.
True, but
the other one does
he
not.
only has 5 mana available to him, and he doesn't know that Entreat Angels is on top of his library. So this is what happens.
Yeah. Okay.
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 Well,
so
still, he's gonna be
at
least be able to make 3 Angels in his draw step if he kept that Entreat of Angels on top. I presume he has Senses Divine top as well, so he's gonna take a peek if he can find something to
can
counter.
Be countered by the top, but by the counterbalance. But that would put him.
Yeah, that's
like
true.
He would have to draw. I don't know.
That's another
okay,
very good
that's
reason
okay.
to cast Force of Will.
That's okay. No, Force of Will is better. No, you're right. Force of Will is better. In every single case, Force of Will is better.
Alright, so he's probably gonna let this Force of Will resolve since he saw Jace, Entreat Angels, and a land on the top of his library with that counterbalance. And I would like for him to put Entreat Angels on top, making 3 Angels in his turn, since Nicholas is pretty much tapped out here.
Well, he can still do that during upkeep, but that doesn't change much. He would just lose his top for no reason. Because
this Snap Custom Mage is going to be countered. He's going to take 5, go down to 1. And that is
then he have
balls to the walls here.
Seed of Sea not in hand.
That I do not know. I don't think so.
Jace.
Yeah, he chose to keep the Jace instead on the
Jace
top.
is pretty good too.
Yeah, this is the line we talked about a few turns earlier.
Yeah, that's right.
To bounce the 5/5, which is the only artifact in play.
No, yeah, but now there's a lot of stuff.
Yeah.
Does he have the sit?
But it isn't as great as it was a couple of turns ago, since he's at 1 life, and Nicholas has a Pyroblast to kill the Chase in his hand, as well as he can just play the Mox Opal for free and make it a 5/5 once more.
Any Painter Servant just to bash. Just the 1/3.
The 1/3 getting in there.
2 mana 1/3.
Oh yeah, man.
Omega Mirror. It's 1/2, but it's like about the same. About the same idea.
Close enough. Who needs a grindstone when you can attack for 1?
Yeah.
That's the question.
Yeah.
Good old-fashioned attacking.
Explosives. Okay.
So what does explosive do here? Not much, right? It can kill the
an
counterbalance.
No, it's an artifact.
It's an artifact. It can also kill the counterbalance if you really
for
wishes.
how much would you do it?
He can also counter the Mox Opal here, actually, since he has a land on the top of his library. That's actually a big thing here.
Yeah.
Since lands are converted money cost 0, obviously, so you can counter anything that costs 0, like Mox Opal. And here we have.
So
This is interesting. So
for 2, but paid 4 mana.
exactly. So this means that the converted mana cost of engineered explosives is 4, but the sunburst counter is only 2, which means that for Damio to counter it, he needs to find a card that costs 4. So I believe that's why he paid 4 mana for it, which is a little bit harder than
Is it
finding a.
Stifle?
I think that's a
What's a
Vanillion click. I think that's a Vanillion click.
Could be. Stifle would have been so much better.
No, he doesn't have any mana to cast it.
Yeah, but I mean, in this
Sure.
situation, I think.
So he got it for 2 counters there. And this is also must feel a little bit like a relief for Damia, because this means
A
his
relief?
angels won't be killed for 0.
I don't think it's a relief, because now he's gonna lose his counterbalance.
Yeah, that's true, but it's
Yeah,
still
it's a tough game. This is actually a tough game. Now he can play his Mox for like
for 0. That's
for
true.
0 and kill the Jace right away.
No, it doesn't have haste, and he also +1. So he's gonna get another. He's gonna get 1 turn with Jace. Oh, it's
No,
right.
like,
The Pyroblast. The Pyroblast
He's
as
a
well.
Jace.
So we'll see if Damia puts his Entreat Angels on top of his
Entreat.
library.
No, he has to.
No, he didn't put it
he
on top
didn't.
of his library,
Okay.
but he probably has the second on top, since
Yeah,
and he has
the
Senses Divine Stop to
Yeah.
activate it in Nicholas' turn.
So
So,
now he's
this
gonna
might be a big
activate-
comeback.
No,
with
that's
that.
yeah. I think he's ahead now.
Yeah, me too. Because Nicholas only has a Seed of Synod and what I believe a Red Elemental
Attack.
Blast. And here we go. Tap the
Spin.
top, reveal Entreat Angels, make 3 4/4 Angels. Do you have anything, Nicholas? Or are we gonna have a sweet double block?
Triple block, attack with 2.
Yeah.
You're dead.
And here we go.
That's sweet.
Game kind of took a big turn here. I
The
think
ga-
he could have
those-
done this like a turn or 2 earlier.
Yeah, but that game, I don't know. It felt like Nicholas was fine, then not fine. It's hard to judge.
Yeah. I mean, it felt kind of like Damia was on the back foot all of this game, and then pretty much flashed in 12 power and just won the game
Okay, now
from nowhere.
there are 10 minutes left, and little shuffling needs to be involved.
Yes. This is
Otherwise, they're both out.
for sure. And I'm not even sure that Damia can win in 10 minutes.
Oh, he can.
He can have to play very quickly.
I played Miracle my fair share of times,
Yeah,
and I can tell you can win in 10 minutes.
sure.
You just rush the angels.
But you're a true born master,
no,
my
you
friend.
just play.
So not everybody can do what you can.
Play, say go, play, say go. Angel for 3 attack, you're dead. That's it. That's
Alright,
That's
alright.
your plan to.
If you say so. But I don't think they have any time to look through the sideboards. At least Damia thinks this, and Nicholas is taking some sideboard action here, and this is quite risky since the time they have is not that much.
Okay, well maybe we can get some standard action with the quarterfinals. That would be
Alright.
sweet as well. Joel is gonna go away, and I'm gonna get my Australian friend. Well, my Australian acquaintance. He's gonna settle down. And this is the quarterfinals of the standard main event. Elliot Busso, GP Prague winner from August 31st, or maybe August 30 of last year. He's playing against Alejandro Dupree de Lome. And we have deck lists.
We do indeed. Thanks for that illustrious introduction there, Raph. Always great to come in with a huge amount of fanfare. And hello again to you, ladies and gentlemen, around the world, wherever you are choosing to join us here, watching our coverage of Standard here. It's fantastic to have your company once again. And I do indeed have deck lists, as we mentioned before. Elliot Busson, here is his deck list, of course, Mardu, but of course it's not just, it's a real special one. We've got a couple of very interesting card selections, including
Pulse of Marissa.
Pulse of Marissa. On the other side of the table, however, we have Alejandro, who is playing, well, also Madu colours. Well, perhaps not quite Madu, I should say. It's just the Rakdos colours today. Card that I know is very close to your heart, and Flamewake Phoenix is getting up in the mix here, Raph. But
He's playing 4 Culligans, Storm Fury.
The full 4, indeed, in addition to 4 Thunderbreak Regents, a couple of Pia and Kira Nalars, 3 of those Flamewake Phoenixes, 3 Hangerback Walkers, or 4 Hangerback Walkers, I should say, and 4 Thopter Engineer.
That's very close to the deck Elliot played to win GP Prod.
Oh yeah, that's right. Wanting to take to the air, I imagine, with stuff like this. And you can see here both players doing their best to keep the deck, keep the battlefield empty in the quarterfinal of this standard standard open here. So the green splash in the Mardu deck has sort of become, par for the course. So we've got options, very powerful options, of course. Siege Rhino goes without saying, 4 of those bad boys in there. But what are your thoughts on the inclusion?
I like his deck.
I've
seen him play the deck.
Yeah,
I've seen him play the deck, and that gives the reach to Mardu that sometimes it doesn't have. I like the Rhino. I know Elliot is a big fan of Culligan's Command, and it does all sort of things with Goblin Dark Dweller.
Yeah,
which is a very a huge.
It can be an absolutely enormous swing,
deck,
and I can see a number of cards. Crackling Doom, of course, Transgress the Mind, Roast, Fiery Impulse. All of these cards are very, very good with the Dark Dwellers. Painful Truths, not quite as good.
Back in the days, like now, the standard before. Back in the days, like a couple of months ago. So Mardu had didn't have that many good 5-drops, late games.
No,
you have Sarkhan, Dragon
Sarkhan,
Speaker, but that was not.
No.
It could just die to Crackling Doom. You would play it, say, okay, well, I'm just attacking, and it would just die to Crackling Doom. And you could just kill a guy, but that's not really Stone Fury is not exactly standard. Standards.
No, that's right. It's not up to the standard of standard. That's very true. But the Goblin Dark Dwellers has a 4 of in this list.
4/4 Menace.
Yeah.
Comes into play, either kill a guy with the Culligan's Command. It
can be absolutely bananas.
Kill a small creature, get something back. Or with I've seen it with Pulse of Marasa.
Pulse Marasa as well, and I think this is the reason for an inclusion, stuff like that. Just gives more of a toolbox property to the Dark Dwellers here. As you see, Hangerback Walker hit the bin. Say again?
You can come back from tough situation where you play the Dark Dwellers, flashback the Pulse, get a Rhino.
Yeah.
So you get 9 life,
you're
for 3, get 2 big guys.
Turns. Yeah. It can be really huge. Goblin Dark Dwellers is a card that's continually impressed me, although, it does require a pretty solid level of build around. It's not just like Siege Runner where it more or less goes in every deck here. But, look at that. That is some sweet value there. Get this guy an Eldrazi Displacer going on. Now we've got a stew going. On the other side of the table, however, we can see now the Thopters in the wake of that Hangerback Walker.
Oh, these guys were from Mirrodin.
Mirrodin, yeah, man.
Yeah, they are the Thopters of Thopter. No, not Foundry. Thopter. The 5/5 guy you bounced it during upkeep.
Here are the Dark Dwellers, and we're going to see another Fiery Impulse cast for free. So a little bit of FTK action here as the 4/4 comes down. And Delome's going to check in with what he can conjure up this turn here. Both these players... Oh, there's Thopter Assembly. There it is.
Thopter Assembly. These are the little guys from this guy. The tokens made for Thopter Assembly.
Yeah. It's a very short shout out here to Jean-Julien Ziel, who's been sitting behind the computer, our little producer there. Look at his little face. Look at his little round head over there. Look at him go. He's done a great job today. Look at this. Delome's 6 cards in hand. 5 cards. With a single Goblin Dark Dweller to face down, I'd imagine he'd be able to find something here to put himself in a good position. He goes reaching for a land, thanks to that Polluted Delta, and finds, of course, one of these new battle lands, Smoldering Marsh, coming into play untapped.
Do we have News from the other table. Asking our producer.
We'll find out if there's any more legacy action going on the other side of things. People crowding around the feature match area, wanting to find out how this is going. It's been a great tournament so far, and we're very pleased to be able to give you a snapshot of the standard thing. One thing I wanted to point out, Raphaël Levy, is 6 archetypes across the top 8 of standard. We had 2 Mardu decks, but apart from that, Band Collected Company was in there. There was, of course, Abzan. I mean, that goes without saying. A Rally deck was getting amongst it, of course. And then there was, a hard Abzan control list, in addition to a Jeskai Dragons list as well, in the hands of Daniel Toledo, playing Mantis Rider, Thunderbreak Regent, and Dragonlord Ojutai. A deck that Joel Larsson was hinting at the power level earlier on in the day. But it's all about Mardu and Red-Black here, and here is a card and a half. Monastery Mentor comes down. Look at this. Soulfire Grandmaster also
And
joining.
no cards.
But no cards left in hand for Basson. But he's in a position really to take over this game with this very, very strong board
Yeah,
presence.
I'm not sure. He doesn't have a card in hand, and Alejandro has a lot.
Mm-hmm.
Like
Draconic Roar the play here from Delone.
on the Mentor.
I imagine you've just got to shoot that sucker out the sky, huh? And it's going to be... Oh, no.
Oh, yeah,
Okay, so
yeah.
with 1 damage already marked on it.
What happened?
So Draconic Roar somehow killed that
4/4.
the
Did
Goblin
he
Dark
block?
Dwellers. Not 1,000% sure exactly how that happened here. But life goes on. Here's another Smolder. Oh, no, sorry, that's a Bloodstained Mire. Monastery Mentor and Soulfire Grandmaster remaining on the play. Both of these 2/2s have the ability to overtake a game.
Yeah. Well, not so much the Grandmaster, and not so much with Elliot with no cards.
Well, imagine a Fiery Impulse off the top.
Yeah, still
It's
not
really good.
Yeah, it's okay.
It's really good.
But Callaghan is just
Colligan the Storm's Fury has something else to say about that. Bossy
Yeah.
Dragon coming in. We're going to see a dash or no? But we will see the return of the Flamewake Phoenix here.
Yeah,
And
that's a
it
lot
is
of
dash. There
damage,
you go.
yeah.
So Colligan the Storm's Fury giving everything else +1/+1, and all of a sudden Deloma smashing in for a huge amount of damage. Look at this. 10 damage just like that. Sorry, 9 damage.
just one of the reasons we're not showing you the legacy. First, this is quarterfinals of the top
Mhm.
8. The other reason is that the other players were just playing for a potential slot, so maybe none of them is going to make top 8.
Hmm.
So we'd rather,
Some high stakes magic.
we'd
Yeah.
rather have the high stake match.
Hot and heavy on this table here.
Yeah, and he knows that.
And Bussaud here in a tricky position. Another Storm's Fury, in they come. Oh, what have we got here? It's going to be
Nothing.
a Windswept Heath.
I would feel betrayed if I was
Blech.
Elliot.
That's attack and concession. There we go. So Bussaud checking in.
I would feel betrayed by my pet dragon.
Yeah.
Callaghan is Elliot's dragon.
Yeah, of course.
Like he has
And the Storm's Fury has knocked him out of the sky.
yeah.
Oh well, life goes on. Let's have a look at the sideboards here. Let's see what they're working with.
Maybe you can have a look at the other game.
Oh, we
So
can
that's
check in
2
with the
minutes?
legacy. We can check in with the legacy if we've got
that's-
time to do that.
okay,
But
what
in the
happened?
meantime, in
So-
the sideboard
yeah.
of Dupuy de Lome on the right hand side of your screen, 2 Kalitas for Transgress the Mind, a couple of extra Colligan's commands, 4 self-inflicted wounds, 1 6-drop Chandra Flamecaller, and 2 Kozilek's Return. So a couple of strong options there, but let's have a look at what Elliot Bussaud is working with. Triple Duress, another Chandra, and Transgress the Mind, 3 Radiant Flames, 2 Infinite Obliteration, obviously worried about those company decks, 4 Hallowed Moonlight, also respecting their company, and 4 Surge of Righteousness. So what are some of the cards that you'd be looking to bring in, take out in these matchups here? What are some of the things that Bussaud could be looking at here as he faces down Red-Black Dragons?
I don't think there's anything he wants to bring in, honestly.
No?
Well, I don't think Duress is very good.
No, I mean, it does hear that there's a lot of removal to be taken out by Duress, but that's not really the game you want to be playing, is it?
Not really.
No.
Transgress the Mind, I'm not sure. He already had 3 in the main.
Hmm.
Radiant Flames, I don't think that's. I don't
Well, how
think-
big are we going in this game? Do we need another Chandra Flamecaller?
He has 1 in the main, right?
One in the main.
Yeah. I don't know. It's not great against Flyers, against Callaghan, and
Mhm.
against Phoenixes.
Uh-huh. And of course, yeah, there's other things to worry about in the form of,
Maybe
Thopter Engineer
maybe
and
Obliteration.
the Infinite Obliteration.
Yeah, it could be.
Yeah? to take care of the Thunderbreak regions or the Colligans? Yeah.
Like
Okay.
if you they come down on turn 4 or 5.
Mm.
If you manage to check your opponent's hand with Duress or Tringus and mine,
Yeah.
at least you hit one,
Yeah. If you can snag one. All right.
and
Fair
then
enough.
he has
gonna
4 of each, right?
4 of each. So
Yeah,
that's gonna
yeah,
that's gonna sort of take some of the teeth out of it.
And
All right.
since he has like Draconic Roars, there's a chance he shows you he has one hand.
Yeah, of course.
So
The
you
old reveal. Oh, mate, what a mistake that would be. There we go. Well, let's have a look at Delome's
You want
sideboard
to deal 3 to me? Oh, that would be super tricky.
Oh, mate.
Duress you, I'll leave the
Yeah.
Obliteration.
Yeah.
Draconic Roar. Yeah, I don't have any dragon.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Sorry, man.
And then just miss. That would be a sweet play.
That would be very sweet. Maybe we'll see that happening.
I'm sad that we don't see that more often. Like
what?
sweet
Just
plays,
the
like
mind games.
Yeah.
The mind games, mate.
it doesn't like Magic doesn't reward these kind of plays enough.
We don't get enough of the
like the
toing and froing, the tricksy.
This is like one of the most masterful plays. Was in PT Houston in extended. I don't know. That was the ages ago. In extended, I think it was Darwin Castle. He played Vampiric Tutor for I don't know something. He got his card. The opponent said, I don't know. He discarded an instant, or like Funeral Charm or something.
Yeah.
And the card he had was another Vampiric Tutor. Like he looked for Tutor.
He VT'd for a VT.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And then during his upkeep, that was his only card or something.
Yeah.
Just that he drew the Vampiric Tutor, his opponent Funeral Charmed him.
Yeah.
So he had to discard it.
Oh,
But that was a Vampiric Tutor.
a VT for him to then draw.
So he got the card he wanted for the next turn, and he won next
that's
turn.
bonkers. That is bananas. That is completely next level.
So that's the kind of plays you want to see.
Yeah.
The not intuitive.
The counterintuitive plays that really take things to the next
Yeah.
level. All right, well, maybe we'll see some of that coming up in this match. Very quickly, having a look at Delome's sideboard, the Kalatasses. What are you thinking? What are your thoughts
I
there?
have some more stories for you later.
More stories for us
Yeah.
later. Story time. Kalatas, what do you think there? A 3/4 lifelinker? Colligan's Command, self-inflicted wound.
Against Crackling Doom, and I don't know.
Yeah.
It could be fine.
Trans-
I don't know. I'm not.
Transgress the Mind has an option to take a fair bit of gas out of the hand of Bussard.
Yeah.
like
I think that's fine against the Dark Dwellers.
Yeah, for
Like
sure.
you don't want to trade 1 for 1.
Mhm.
Like 1 for 2.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's basically a 2-for-1, isn't it? Taking away the Dark Dwellers.
Yeah.
Yeah. Flame Caller, Kozilek's Return, not really where you want to be. Self-inflicted wound
yeah,
again.
could be.
Yeah. We'll see. I mean, self-inflicted wound has a range of applications against some of the white creatures, but yeah, come on. Let's be real.
Well, if he knows Elliot is running Siege Rhinos, then
Yeah.
it might be a good option.
Yeah, but then I mean, it's just gonna eat like a. I mean, imagine if it eats like a Monastery Mentor token. Like, how bad are you gonna feel?
Yeah, but how many mentors is he playing?
Just the 2 in Bussard's list. All right, well, let's see how these players have shaken these things out. Looks like we got.
So we
Bussard's
have time
going
for
on.
another story.
We've got time for another story.
Okay,
It's time
okay.
for story time with.
This is like very old,
with
even
Grandpa Levy.
even more old school.
Pull up a rug to the fire, children.
Okay, so
Gather round.
back in the days, the rules were different too. So I think it was Finkel playing.
Mhm.
I think so. He's playing against the mono blue or blue something, blue control. He has 6 black mana, and he's opponent at 5,
Mhm.
and he has Karvik Spite.
Okay, oh, of course,
You
yes.
remember Karvik Spite?
Yes, no. Not at all.
No.
No.
It's 3 black instant. Sacrifice all your permanents. Discard your hand. Target opponent loses 5 life.
Seems strong.
Yeah, okay. So upkeep. He
Mhm.
taps 6 mana because Karvik spikes you.
Yeah.
He is like nothing else.
Mhm.
And his opponent plays Memory Lapse.
Okay, to put on top of his library.
Yeah. But back in the days,
Yeah.
you would float your mana until the end of the step. And upkeep and draw step were considered the same
Oh,
step.
one step.
So you would draw the Karvik Spite again,
Yeah,
spite him
I
again.
did it again.
Yeah.
Oh dear. Oh, that's pretty savage.
Yeah.
Oh, geez, that's what makes you into a world-class champion, though. Seeing that line. Oh, geez.
I don't know why I thought about that thing. I think it was about the draw step and tutors and
no,
putting on
definitely,
top.
man. I mean, cool story, Hansel. That was really something else. All right, here we go. Players consulting with their opening hands. Let's see what they think of what they've found here. Seems to be a reasonable mix of lands and spells on Bussard's side. And Delome also seems happy enough with his hand, so let's get underway. Still hitting the tank, maybe having a second thought or two, or even a third one. Here's Chandra Flamecaller, an important card, of course. Both players packing this card in their 75. 1 copy in the sideboard for Delhomme, and 2 copies across the sideboard and the main for Bazaar.
Do you think this card is going to be as popular as Elspeth, as a 6-mana Planeswalker?
I don't think it does all the things that Elspeth does quite as well.
This card is very
It's
powerful.
very
too.
powerful, but Elspeth was just good no matter what. Like there wasn't a single position where Elspeth was bad. Whereas Chandra, I'm not sure. I'm not sure if she's quite as sort of universally useful.
Well, the tokens don't stay to protect
Yeah, that's
Chandra.
the thing. I mean, if you really need to stabilize and you're facing off against 5 toughness creatures, I mean, even 4 toughness creatures, you're overpaying for an Anger of the Gods essentially. I don't know. It's the power level's there. I just don't. I think the Sun's Champion is just above and beyond. All right, let's see what Bazaar wants to search out here with this Windswept Heath. He's got access to all 4 colors if he wants to. We might see a.
Okay, he brought in the Surge. Oh, he's 1 Sword of Righteousness.
On Surge of
Yeah,
Righteousness,
you brought that one in for sure.
Yeah, it's gonna be a nice one. So fetching a Plains here, Bazaar. I saw a Colligan's Command in his hand, so that could come in handy as a nice little way to deal with, an errant sort of Hangerback Walker or another thing that's going on, and a Siege Rhino as well, a card that plays itself. This game is very easy. Magic the Gathering is a very easy game. Siege Rhino?
I only play Absent once,
Yeah.
and I have to say, playing Siege Rhino is very satisfying.
It's one of the easiest sort of little bumps you can get, isn't it?
When it's good, you're like, oh yeah,
Oh,
4
yeah.
mana, oh yeah,
Oh yeah.
oh yeah.
Get some.
And I remember so many times being crushed by that card, like, oh man, I wish it doesn't have such.
Yeah.
How hard can it be to have
No,
4
they
mana?
always
You
have
full
it.
5?
They always have it.
They
always have
always have them.
They always have them. Yeah.
because
yeah.
they come in.
They always
in
have
crashes.
it, and then another it after that as well. Yeah.
They come in crashes.
They come in crashes. I thought it was a flash. Is it a flash or a crash?
Crash.
It's a crash of runners. All right, there you go.
What's a flash? Is there,
I don't know.
is there a group of things?
Imagine
that's
if,
a
imagine if it had flash. Upkeep, Rhino you, getcha. Here's Transgress the Mind, so all of this Rhino talk may be for naught. Bazaar may not be living that Rhino life for very much longer. Let's see. Oh, there is the Chandra. Double Colligan's Command and Rhino as well. So a couple of lands rounding out the 6 cards in the Frenchman's hand. So we'll see what Deputy Delhomme wants to take here. I mean,
that picture is a little. I don't know.
yeah, it's not very nice, is it?
I don't like it.
It's highly unpleasant.
Yeah.
What do you like here?
It's a little disturbing.
What do you like here? What are you going to take?
I think the Rhino.
The Rhino every day?
Yeah.
All day, every day?
Yeah.
Okay, away goes the Rhino into
Like
the
Chandra
exile
is
zone.
going to come down so much later.
Yeah. And of course, as you mentioned, a little bit vulnerable to the many, many flyers in Delhomme's deck here.
Yeah.
So Bazaar not fetching for green now.
I don't think I would have kept the Chandra, to be honest.
No.
Actually, Hallowed Moonlight would not have been so bad
How so?
for the Phoenix.
So just the Phoenix?
Why not?
Just for 3 copies of it? I don't know about that, man. That's going very deep.
Just one.
Just
Yeah.
1 copy?
Yeah.
Just to get you?
Yeah.
Yeah? All right.
Like, it doesn't cost much.
No,
2
no,
mana
I'm,
cycle.
I'm picking up what you're
It's
putting down,
also
man.
pretty good with Soulfire.
Yeah. Oh, that's true.
Grandmaster.
Yeah, sure. A little cantrip action.
Yeah.
Crackling Doom's going to play a role for Bazaar here, but I bet he had a Seed Runner right now. But Crackle, I like that card against many of the powerful flyers that Delhomme is bringing to the table here. And there we see Smouldering Marsh number 3. And Delhomme down to 18 with that fetch land activation. So he'll be looking to get on the front foot here and put the game beyond reach with Bazaar, a relatively action light hand. I mean, 2 turns we've got Chandra coming down and some pretty good pieces of removal, but still,
Well, these removal don't take care of Coco. again.
Oh, Cocoligan, of course, as it's known, as it's universally nicknamed by the
Coco,
Magic community.
yeah.
Coco, of course. Here's a mountain. We're going to see Thunderbreak region here, or it might be Pierre and Killer and Nala.
Yeah, Elliot's hand is not. It's not great here.
No. It's Thunderbreak region.
Yeah, that's Crackling Doomed.
Yeah. And we're going to see the Windswept Heath join the Crackling Doom in the graveyard. I imagine we might see a green land come to
Knappy.
play. Canopy Vista, there it is. And so now it's Busud's turn to find something for this turn, but I don't know. I mean, with the 2 Colligan's commands and the Chandra,
Well, Chandra is gonna be
it's gonna be a nice one, but
it's gonna be
another
challenged by Culligan, by Coco.
Yeah.
Talked about this guy.
Yeah, and you can see the Storm's Fury hiding out there in Delome's hand, very ready to make her point. As Busud plays the land, passes the turn.
Like if he actually like plays Culligan here,
Mm.
Ilya's gonna be in trouble.
Yeah.
No, or maybe just play the. Yeah, Hangerback Walker is really good here as well.
No, it is
Yeah,
Colligan.
Culligan,
It's
yeah.
Colligan, the Storm's Fury.
Well, he knows about Chandra,
Yeah.
so that's a big problem.
Yeah, makes it very difficult for Busud to cast
Yeah.
his 3-drop here.
He doesn't
Or
have
6-drop, I should
much
say.
to kill it either.
Hmm?
He doesn't have much to kill either.
No, there's not a lot. I mean, outside of Crackling Doom, there aren't a lot of answers to the dragon here.
Well, Dark Dweller would be a good start.
Be a nice way to begin this turn here. And you can
Dark
see those
Dweller-
Duresses did come in. I saw at least 2 just then. Okay. Cinderglade. And there is the Storm's Fury on your screen there. Card that's capable of winning games out of nowhere, really, with that dash ability and of course the +1/+0. Sort of like a Goblin Bushwhacker. It's all grown up. Goblin Bush Razor. Goblin Bush Destroyer.
All right, so is that a Dark Dweller?
So, the dust is settled. Busud's going to draw. Or has already done so for the turn?
No, he isn't.
We might. I think it's considering the old shock funeral charm of.
Oh, here we go. That's
this
what
is
we
where we
call
start.
it.
Yeah,
That's
okay, look at
that's
that.
how we do it.
There we go. 8 mana worth of spells. That's huge. That's
next
enormous.
next time he wants the card, just ask me,
Yeah.
and I call it
And
on
use
top
to
of the
sort it
deck.
out.
That's how we do it.
Oh yeah.
Sorry, that's not how you say it. That's how you do it.
That's how we
That's
do
how
it.
you do it.
That's it, man. He's on that level.
Okay.
He's on that level. Here is
And
the.
then Chandra is gonna be a big problem.
Yeah.
He
Yeah, and
would-
it's funny how much that turned the board stayed around now, because Delome's really going to have to put some pressure in the air. Otherwise, this Chandra is going to get in there and get in there and get in there, and all of a sudden Delome's going to be staring down the barrel of a gun here.
Yeah,
A Chandra-shaped
he was
gun
He was drawing thin, and then
with a perfect draw.
what is
Okay.
that region?
This is Thunderbreak region, of course, the game day promo.
Of course.
Of course, naturally.
Another land. That's not good. That's not great.
All right.
Let's see. So what's now?
These Colligan's commands aren't looking fabulous here.
They're not actually so bad, because he can play both. He's gonna take 6, okay, but Alejandro is gonna discard 2 cards.
Yeah.
He's gonna be down to 1 card to deal with the 4/4 and the upcoming Chandra. So I think it's actually not so bad.
All right. All right. There is the Thunderbreak region, as you can see. Look at that, annihilating that Jeskai monastery there.
That little house.
Yeah.
Look at this hut. Why is he so angry?
Well, why are you so cross, Thunderbreak region?
I think I would do that. I think I would kill the.
What, you think you'd sit on the monk, the monastery, if you were a dragon?
No, I think I would kill the dragon and make
right.
him discard.
Mm-hmm. All right. So Hangerback Walk still hanging out in the hand of Delome here.
I think I would have done it during my turn.
Yeah.
Not waiting for Alejandro to draw like another card.
Mm. Well, especially if you want to start picking apart the hand, you don't give them more options to do it.
I don't know. I think it was good. I could see why Elliot is not doing it, but I think I like that play. Like, you don't really lose any card. You actually gain a card.
No, you gain a card. Yeah.
It takes 6 damage, sure, but
I mean, you're taking 4 from it anyway.
Yeah,
So
like,
it's. I think he's
I
going to
don't-
take
I
it.
don't like that play.
I'm on board. I'm on board with your line there, dude. I think
he's on 9. I see also what he wants to do.
Mm.
He wants to shoot him for 2. That's fine too. He's shooting for 4.
Yeah.
End of turn.
Oh,
get
yeah.
us down to 5. That could work too.
Yeah, shoot him.
Yeah,
So
that's
shoot, discard, shoot, discard.
Yeah, that's probably better.
All right.
Yeah, it's probably better.
Okay, and then we've got the flame caller to come down with the, which is, you
Yeah.
know, sort of the double hellspark elementals here.
Yeah, that's better.
You like that a little bit better?
Yeah. Oh, now he's on 8, so 8 is no.
Oh no, false. Wrong. Thing is, Deloma's seen the 2 Colligan's commands.
He's seen them? Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, there's nothing. Yeah, he could have not attacked. But not attack, that leaves Elliot with
So here we go.
Yeah. Buff. Your face.
Colligan's command, getcha.
Discard in your face.
Yeah. So, Delome considering what he's going to discard. It looks like it's Hangerback Walker. I can see Pia and Kieran Alar sitting in Delome's hand here.
Really?
That is mystifying as to why that wasn't played. What is the final card in his hand? Because that provides exactly what you need. 3 bodies
Yeah.
for the price of 1.
Yeah, that still doesn't help, though. Well, not against the 2 of the... I don't know what happened here. Is it end of turn?
Is this the end of turn?
What's happening? No, it wasn't end of turn. What? Okay, I missed something.
All right, we missed something here. That was what in the combat damage step. I don't know.
He's still dead though. Oh no, he's not dead.
No. Because
no,
that Pia
he's
and
not.
Kieran Alara has changed everything. With again 3 bodies, works very well with the menace, and of course the 3
No,
ones
because
that come in.
if he kept the command, he would still kill 2 of them. And he would still be on 8.
Yeah.
But he has.
He could go.
He gets 7. He only has 7.
No, he can
No,
go
he has
smash, shock, smash, shock.
No, but it still works. It still works. Yeah, he still wins. Because he shocks him. He shocks his face end of turn. Goes
Yeah.
down to 4. Chandra for 2. Attack.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's each creature or each of your opponent's creature. Because it doesn't work if it's. Oh, no, it doesn't. Oh, damn, doesn't work. Because he's gonna to its face, Chandra for 2, but then Kia is gonna kill the.
Well, he can just make the 3 ones.
Yeah, but then he doesn't win.
No, but in
Not
this
in that turn.
situation, okay.
Oh,
so
yeah.
I'm not sure why there was that sort of premature Colligan's command.
Yeah,
there.
I'm not sure
You
about
wait,
that.
and you can either go upstairs with both of them and then attack with the Dark Dwellers. If they play the Pia and Kieran Alar, you can play Shatter, Shock. Shatter,
Oh,
Shock.
this destroy an artifact. Oh,
yeah,
I forgot that.
that's what I'm saying. Yeah,
right,
you
right,
shatter
right.
both of the
Yeah,
Thopters
right,
and go
so
upstairs
that's
with that, so there's only 1 blocker left,
okay, that's
which
good,
means
that's
that
good,
they
that's
can't
good.
block your Menace guy. I don't know. Busod seems to be all over the shop
No,
with these ones here, but
yeah.
he is killing the Pia and Kieran Alar.
Forgot about the shatter ability. Yeah.
No, but that really was the key to that puzzle for me here. And here is Chandra as well. That's so it's gonna
That's
provide,
good. That was good.
gonna show exactly what's going on there.
That
1
was
blocker
really
isn't
good.
going to be enough because of course there's going to be an attack for 10.
And this is Elliot's card. Culligan's command is Elliot's card.
Yeah.
When we were testing for the PT,
Mhm.
or the standard one, the one Milwaukee, every single of his decks had
Colligan's
Culligan's
command.
command.
Yeah, it's insane. It's hard not to get a 2-for-1 with that card. You have to work really hard not to get a 2-for-1. Siege
Oh,
as
wow.
well. Yeah, okay, sure. Just hitting it on it, hitting all the time. So not having to worry about too much here. This 4/4 I think is going to come across without too much worry, and then it's just a matter of deciding how the game wants to be finished. What is Beside playing around here? I mean, Murderous Cut gets rid of the Dark Dwellers, but I mean you just cast Chandra and go up, right?
Or do you want to play the Rhino instead? Rhino is probably a little safer.
All right, okay, here we go. In come the
Yeah.
Dark Dwellers,
Finally, I got one thing right.
and then Rhino you.
Rhino, your face.
And that's going to do it. Go to game 3 there. So that was a very confusing ending
Yeah,
to
yeah,
some
yeah.
lines that to me seem pretty clear. However, I'm not the one sitting driving. I'm just here flapping my gabber about it. So who knows what?
No,
to
that
load.
was really well played by Elliot.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm not sure, man. I don't-
Except maybe the
that
thing
that-
end of attack step. That was
yeah,
maybe
that
not the best.
was a very
The
weird
rest was
Colligan's
good.
command. That's a very strange Colligan's command indeed. So these guys are going to hit the sideboard one last time. Those duresses did come in on the side of Elliot Bussard. What do you think of that? At least 2 of them were in.
Another game.
And now 1 more.
One more. Yeah, I think actually Hallowed Moonlight might be better than you think
Mm.
because it takes care of the tokens from
From Thopter Engineer, from Pia and Kieran
Yeah.
Allah, from Flamewake Phoenix. Yeah, all right, I can see that.
and Hangerback Walker.
And Hangerback Walker
Yeah,
as well.
I think I would play them.
All right. Yeah, Hallowed Moonlight has a surprising
Yeah.
surprising level of utility against a wide proportion
It's not
of the field.
just against the Phoenix.
No, and it's not just against. I mean, if you want to speak in more broad terms, we sort of see it as an archetypal sideboard card for the rally matchup. But I mean, also it hits Collected Company, or Coco, as a very small minority of the player base call it. Most people call, of course, Colligan's command
Yeah.
Coco.
Yeah. Oh, Colligan's.
Oh, sorry,
Dragon's Fury.
Colligan herself
Yeah.
is Coco. Yeah, of course.
Because it's a she. That's right.
Mm-hmm. But I don't know about these sideboard options here, especially with the stuff that Bussard is looking at. I mean, we saw Chandra win that game more or less, but no, it was
He
Siege
works
Runner,
against
wasn't
Chandra as well. Hallowed Moonlight.
it? Oh,
Like
of course.
tokens.
Yeah.
No,
wait
sir.
till next turn
sir.
to get those 3-1s. Yeah, yeah. Yeah, Radiant Flames again, infinite obliteration, and a Surge of Righteousness is not a bad one to have, more or less, just to vindicate here. But on the side of to put it alone, however, again, I want to talk to you more about Kalitas. Not a card that you're a huge fan of here.
It's okay.
I think it.
I think it might be actually. It might be good. It's not great against Rally. It's supposed to be good against Rally, but they have so many bounce spells and tapping out 4 mana just to play it. It's pretty much saying, okay, just kill me now unless you can bounce it.
Yeah.
Oh, you can bounce it. Okay, I'm dead.
So just pushing all your chips into the middle of the table and saying, "Can you
Yeah,
deal
with a
this?"
bad hand.
Yeah, that's it. That's it. Yeah, this is a card that confuses me. I mean, the 3/4 life linking is very nice, obviously, and the fact that it does make all these 2/2s is pretty powerful. But I mean, in a situation like this, is this really where you want to be with something like that? I'm not convinced. But apart from that, I mean, yeah, what are the options here? Kozilek's return not very good. Chandra might get it done, but again, stuff like self-inflicted wound. I mean, are you bringing that in against Rhino and Monastery Mentor and Selfire Grandmaster?
On the play, maybe. On the draw now.
No. So, Elliot Bassoud answering a call of nature here as we watch some live action shuffling here.
Is that a card called Nature? I think so.
Is there a card Call of Nature?
I think so. I think it's an enchantment. Oh,
Yeah?
I'm Call 2 Nature or something.
Call to Nature is a
like
card.
I know,
Call,
like
yeah.
this is the goblin.
Call
4
of-
mana enchantment.
Call of Nature. We're receiving the big thumbs down from our producer here. The little
No.
Jean-Jean Zeal is saying, unfortunately, no.
Isn't it like the? Call of
I would be
Nature?
very surprised if they called a card Call of Nature.
Like, what's the name of the card with the goblin? And I think it's Mirage. Green and 2, and you tap 4 mana, and
Yes,
you
of
just
course.
reveal the top card, and
That
that
card.
does something. Is
Yes.
that Call of Nature?
Yep, probably. No idea. I mean, when Mirage came out, I was like in primary school, so
Okay, I was already like 30.
yeah,
Yeah, or something that.
you're already well on your way to securing your lifetime record of most pro points collected.
In Mirage, I had actually collected my first one. Mirage.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, there you go. And now look at you.
Mirage.
Got
Vision,
your own
my first
Wikipedia page, mate.
My first PT was.
I had to
Vision.
look you up on Wikipedia to find that out
Yeah,
about you,
that's
man.
good.
Did you know that?
I don't know.
And the reason I looked you up was to find out whether it said anything about you being the national kung fu champion of,
Oh, yeah.
of all of France. And it says nothing.
No, not Commune with Nature. That's not the one.
Okay.
I think it's called like what's the name of that card? Nature's Call. Is it Nature's Call?
Nature's Call?
Ah,
Okay, well that's the
could
same
be.
thing. I mean, yeah, you can answer Nature's Call.
That could be a good thing.
Okay, so I'm just gonna
He's on
tap,
the break. He's on the break, and then you show
Tap-
this card.
tap 4 mana, yeah, and play. I need to take a slash. There you go. All right,
Is that the card? Can we have it?
let's have it up
While
on the
they're
screen.
shuffling.
Nature's Call. No, it's not Nature's Call.
It's not Nature's Call.
No, we're getting the big thumbs down. Nature's Claim.
No, not Nature's
No,
Claim.
not Nature's
No,
Claim.
Not Nature's Claim.
He's doing his best. He really is. No, there's nothing there. okay.
Look up all the rares in Mirage.
Yeah,
the
look up
green
all.
ones.
Can you please go through all the green rares in Mirage? Thank you.
Yes,
Good,
please,
George,
because we know that's the only thing you do here.
Oh, to service is the reason he breathes. Look at him go. That's the only thing he does. He's sitting there. He's just clicking the mouse. Doesn't do anything else. There you go.
And the picture is a goblin, like slaying something.
That helps, doesn't it?
Yeah.
That helps. Yeah, fantastic. All right, so look at this. After this riveting action of these people shuffling, we've finally got Elliot Boussard examining the cards on his sideboard. Looks like those Monastery Mentors came out. Looks like something else going to make a mild little modification here. And I can tell you now that Raphaël Levy is currently Googling Green Enchantment Mirage MTG and clicking on images. So that's where he's at right now. That's where he's at. That's how much he's wanting to make this point.
Okay, this is I can find it.
Okay, yep, Maro. Yes, a good, yeah, there you go. That's
Abundant Growth. That's
yep.
that's the card.
Maro is not the card we're looking for, however.
Maybe it's Vision. It's Visions.
This has just got to be the most riveting viewing. This has just got to be. I mean, this is just magical stuff. I think. Preferred selection. Preferred selection is what it is.
I'm pretty sure that was.
I'm so sorry.
No, I'm
Can I
pretty
just
sure
say,
that was
just quietly, ladies and gentlemen, I'm so sorry. We've got the 8-pile shuffle here going on with Elliot Boussard. Always been a fan of the 7 myself. But just Alain, he's just mashing. He's just mashing hand over hand over hand. He goes. Where it stops, nobody knows.
Oh, come on! I can't have dreamt that card.
Man, you gotta let it go. You gotta let it go, man.
Well, we have a little time to check.
This Red-Black Dragons deck is something that is quite perplexing in the sense that it is able to win games out of nowhere. You know, with the sort of the Hangerback Walker, Thopter Engineer into Colligan. It can just do 14 out of nowhere to you with 5 open mana. But then again, I mean, you look at the individual card quality of some of the cards that are being played, and man, I'm not convinced. I still am just not convinced. I mean, it does a very efficient removal and some pretty good creatures, but you know, this is in a format with Siege Rhino. This is in a format with Mantis Rider. I don't know, man. It's Black Red Dragons deck, and we see another pile shuffle here from Elliot.
Yeah, I like Elliot's cards better. Like they are more.
Yeah.
A little more powerful.
Definitely more powerful. His shuffling technique is definitely more powerful as well. Really randomizing that deck. Go, man, go. But yeah, I think just the sort of the standard we live in, where it is just sort of pick 4 colours or pick 1 colour, don't play that colour, and mash all the best cards together. You know, this is what the mana bases are allowing us to do these days, and this is the world we live in. You know, where we're playing Maru Green, as it's called, all these sorts of things.
Okay, the card I was looking for is Call of the Wild.
Not quite the same. Not quite the same thing.
Kind of the same. Like I had the right description.
Well, no, not quite the same thing as it's not a euphemism for using a lavatory is is the point that I was making. That's the point what I was trying to make just now.
It's kind of the wild.
Under what circumstances would
the
you...
wild nature, anything.
Okay, all right. Well, maybe we can try to make fetch happen and start calling it that. I'm glad we've had this long discussion about bathroom habits on this Twitch stream. I think it's really what people have tuned in to hear.
You can talk about whatever you want about the sideboard cards. We did that already.
We've done that already. We've covered that. That's covered.
We need to cover the Call of the Wild Cup nature stuff.
Yeah, no, absolutely. Oh, look at this. We've got the Game 3 handshake going on as well. The pre-game handshake. I love that. After 6 minutes of shuffling, that's what you want to see between 2 players. So Delone is here, already down to 6. It looks like he only dealt himself 6 cards here. Or is it just the 7 then? I've miscounted. Duress in the opening hand of Boussard. This is a card that you didn't particularly like being brought in, but it looks as though he's done it.
That's still okay. Like on the draw, it's probably better than Transgress the Mind. You don't want to be too much behind. You want to have plays early.
I mean, you can snag some stuff. You can snag, there's a lot of very efficient removal you can get rid of in the hands of here. And there's Shambling Vent in the hands of Delome. See what he can find here as a Bloodstained Mire sees him go down to 19. We might see a 2-drop. It could be a Hangerback Walker. So Swamp Mountain. And we'll see what Alejandro has to bring to the party here. Scanning the list, there aren't not a lot of other stuff going on at 2, but it's going to be Transgress the Mind.
And is it a miss? Ah,
nope. It is the freshly drawn Goblin Dark Dwellers there. With double duress here, is going to tear Delome's hand apart. I'm interested to see if we can get double duress, doing some work. No option to play both duresses next turn, however.
No black fetch, so.
No. So we'll see what Busord wants to do. He's drawn a Crackling Doom.
That's
It's not a bad follow-up.
Yeah.
Let's have a look. Here's Duress. Seeing the Urza Saga one there on the screen.
that's a miss. That's
Computer says no.
unfortunate.
That's enough of that.
And the Crackling Doom is
Yeah.
Ugh.
So Thopter Engineer into Pia and Kira Nalara is going to be a pretty huge swing. Having said that, there's
Yeah.
the fallback position of the 4/4 flyer that bolts you when you touch it. So, yeah. That is, of course, contingent upon Delhomme drawing his 4th land. He's got 2 draw steps to do that. We're going to see double Shambling Vent here. And here is Thopter Engineer. Get you for 1. So this is a nice little sort of prelude to the master Thopter Engineers,
Yeah.
Pia and Kira.
Like he can't. He wants to fetch.
Mountain.
Yeah, or green red land.
Yeah, I think it has to. I mean, yeah, it depends if we want to. I mean, Delhomme's not going to play the Thunderbreak region into a Crackling Doom here,
Yeah.
especially not when the Pia and Kieran. Oh well, that's going to answer that question. So as we mentioned, he did need to hit another land, and he's failed to do so. But still, in for 3. They got double haste, man. We got some rocket powered turbo slugs going on here.
Yeah, I think.
Oh, whoa! Slow your roll, buddy. Let's see
Hold
what
on.
see what Bazaar can do here. There is a Surge of Righteousness as well, which has the option of taking care of one of those Thopter Engineers. Although that's I mean, how are you feeling about that transaction?
Like I think Elliot needs like a Siege Rhino now. Siege Rhino would be.
Oh, when don't you?
Huh?
When don't you?
Yeah.
When don't you need a Siege Rhino?
So what do you do here? Do you
Do you Surge?
Well, you're gonna search for sure, but do you kill the 1/3 with the surge? Oh, you surge.
Yeah.
I thought you search.
Search. No, you search and then you surge.
Okay,
Yeah.
that's very confusing. Here.
He's probably searching for the right answer right now to that question.
Surging. Okay.
Yeah, probably surging. Well, he's going to surge a
Oh, just
mountain.
Mountain.
Mountain's what he surged up here.
So you have the here's the green.
Maybe we'll see Boulder Salvo for the ultimate surge.
Okay. Yeah. No, I don't think that's gonna happen.
Probably not. It's not a constructed playable card, so probably not. No, you're right.
What do you know?
No, you're going to break it?
Yeah, I'm breaking it now because it only deals 4 damage. But
Here's the Surge of Righteousness. How are we going to see it play? The world holds its breath. These players taking no chances when it comes to shuffling.
he just took the damage.
Okay.
Transgress the mind. That's Oh, it's actually good if Alejandro drew an actual spell,
Yeah.
so he can chain into his dress.
Oh, sure. Yeah. Yeah. Well, Delhomme, I mean, Bazaar knows that he's not drawn lands because there's a 0% chance he wouldn't have played a
Yeah,
land
yeah.
and slammed the Thopter Engineer there.
So does he know that? Is there one card he doesn't know?
There's one card.
Yeah. Okay.
There's one card he hasn't seen.
So it's not a land.
Because Alejandro drew a second Thopter Engineer.
Yeah.
And then there's one more card he doesn't know. So,
So hopefully it's a land. It's a spell,
yeah, for Bazaar's sake anyway.
like a non-creature spell.
Yeah. But he can check. He can clear out the way with one of these, with the Transgress the Mind. And not a lot of other options here. I mean, hold up Crackling Doom is another way, but I don't know, man. Oh, says go. All right.
Oh wow.
Keno.
Okay. I think he wants to.
1, 2, and 3 mana again, missing a land drop, and it's going to be Flamewake Phoenix.
Yeah, I think that guy's okay.
It's okay, but I mean, come on, a land. A land does so much here. Besides, really thinking about this one here. That Phoenix is dead to the Crackling Doom. Crackle, crackle, says Boussard. Oh, look at this. Very clumsy
I don't
all-in
think
attack there.
he's gonna play the Crackling Doom. I think he's gonna play the Surge.
The Surge, yeah.
Because the Crackling Doom is gonna keep it for a 4/4 guy.
The Thunderbreak, yeah.
Because now the Transgress the Mind is gonna he's gonna take care of the Thunderbreak region to make sure the Phoenix is not coming back anytime soon.
That makes good sense. I mean, if your plan is to cast Crackling Doom, I mean, why don't you cast? Don't cast your S there because you're not 100% sure it's going to hit. But I mean, Bazaar's just kind of not doing anything, man.
Yeah, I think I would have played the rest last turn, but
I think so.
So
Or
he's
at
gonna-
least transgress if you know that you're going to cast Surge of Righteousness.
Yeah.
I just think...
No, no, not the duress. I would have played the transgress. That's right.
Yeah, the transgress,
Yeah,
because
yeah,
then
yeah.
if you see another duressable spell, then you snag that as
Yeah,
well.
yeah, yeah.
I think there was
he's
a
not,
lo-
he's not getting the forest.
Well, it comes into play on
Did he
tap.
take out the rhinos? Or does he
I
want to
don't know.
just activate and block? Is that
That's
is that his
another
plan?
option, yeah.
Yeah, I don't like that option too much. Doesn't do much.
No, gain 2,
He said
take...
he saves nothing. He
Mm.
saves. He takes 3 damage for no reason. I'm not sure why he takes the plane here.
Yeah.
I know. He does have a forest. Yeah, he does have a forest. Like for second time, he refuses to get a green source.
Yeah. When
Like
the
first he
option
could
was
have
available.
he could have got a
Could have got a Cinderglade for no
yeah
penalty as well.
Cineglade for almost no
No downside, no
yeah
penalty.
no downside.
Oh well, okay. Obviously he's a man with a plan, and we'll see exactly what that is. Here is the Surge to kill the Phoenix.
Because now he's not able to play a Rhino if he just
Gain
wants
2, take 4.
to drain life
Yeah.
from the loam.
That was masterful.
I had that one already. For
You've
a long
had that
time,
one, yeah. You've had you've had that. Yeah, oh, jeez, you've had that built in the chain for quite a while, haven't you?
Yeah, he like since he's not getting a forest, I don't know. He's not gonna play any Rhino. I had to take 2, just in case this game finishes first. I had
Not gonna drain life from Delome.
yeah.
Yeah, you're really looking for it. Oh man, that I mean,
I had that one
hats
ready
off,
for a
man.
while.
That was yeah, that was completely next level.
So still no transgress the mind. And now he has mana open to just kill the Shambling Ven. The Shambling Shambling is it
The
Shambling
Shambling Vent, you got it
Shambling
right
Ven,
first
yeah.
time. You nailed it, mate. So here's the Crackling Doom.
Okay. I don't know what he's doing.
Seems, yeah. Seems like an odd use of that card, especially with the Transgress in hand. Oh, and the Rhino.
What happened to that green mana?
Yeah.
He waited
it's-
as long as possible to play his duress.
So here's Duress.
Is it gonna hit? Is it gonna miss? Oh,
Ah, there we
Draconic
go.
Roar. Okay.
Draconic
Oh, that's good.
All right.
Oh, he has 2 pious.
2 Piers.
2 PS.
Yep. And also, of course, the Thunderbreak region that we've all seen before. And another card that was shuffled around pretty quick there. Is that a Colligan?
Yes. Yeah.
Okay.
It's
So-
Colligan, double Nalar family. And the big boy.
So what's the follow-up play here?
I don't know. Because the...
Transgressing, not transgressing, seems...
Yeah,
I-
you have to transgress.
yeah.
What do you...
Okay.
That's a tough one.
I think you take the one of the
Four, four,
dragons.
I don't know.
No?
Because like if he draws a red mana, he can play Crackling Doom and kill the flyer. And I think the family is gonna be a little.
Yeah, but he's got 2 of them. I mean, it's not... You get rid of one and the other one comes down. I mean, Delome's got plays for days. I think you have to take the highest impact card here.
I don't know why he got the planes. That was. That
I mean,
bothers me.
especially considering that...
Yeah.
this is
That-
very
that really
confusing.
bothers me.
That Cinderglade... there could have been the
And
Cinderglade
the 2 of
fetch,
them, he did.
and it's not as if he used all his mana that turn either.
Yeah.
And so it was
Hanger-
it
no,
was
that's the
Pier and
land,
Kieran. Okay, there's the land. All right, so now we're going to see Delome really kick into the next gear here. Yeah, a couple of weird sequencing choices there from Bazaar. Delome in no such quandary here as he snags his duel. And what are we going to see
Yeah.
entering the battlefield here? I think it's going to be the family, right?
Yeah.
Yep, Mum and Dad. Here they are. And it's 2 more Thopters. And they come.
These guys from a Thopter Foundry.
Get you for 5.
Yeah, now it's yeah, I don't think there's anything. But I don't think he boarded in the Radiant Flames.
No, I mean, I don't think you would. And in this situation, I mean, it would be very good. But there's
And that's
Colligan can come down with a land and clean things up anyway. So
Yeah.
yeah, Basad kind of played himself out of this game here, to be honest.
No, he doesn't have the green.
Doesn't have green. Doesn't
Oh,
have
is that a
green.
forest?
Is it a forest?
Oh, he drew a
He
forest.
drew a forest. A nice draw.
But I think it's still. So now he's able to do what?
He's able to play a Siege Runner, and of course, yes, the ability. Yeah, there
to
we
drain
go.
lamp
Colligan's
from
command.
Delome.
To
drain lamp from
life
Delome.
from Delome. But it's not enough, and Delome emerges victorious at the end of our quarterfinal, and will progress to the final, slaying the mighty Elliot Bassord.
Semi-finals.
This is the quarterfinal, so he'll
Yeah,
move to
yeah,
the
yeah,
semi-finals.
semi-finals, yeah.
I'm sorry about that. Yes, of course, that's my mistake. Moving to the semis, and hopefully, of course, for him, move into the finals. Raphaël, Levy, thanks so much for your company.
Okay, okay, you're welcome.
It's been fantastic to hang out with you, and we do have a strict upgrade coming in. We have the
What do you mean
strictly
you go-
better.
what do you
Joel
mean you're
Larsson
going
coming
away?
in. No, mate, no, mate. Take a breather on the bench, my man, because it's time to welcome the Swedish superstar Joel Larsson into the seat next to me. Joel's got some exciting news, of course. I know we've had our Legacy Top 8 announced, photographed, and they've already got underway. You can see here on your screen. So, Joel, what news?
Okay, so the news are we have a quarterfinals here that we're gonna watch, and we're gonna have Eldrazi versus ANT, the Storm deck.
Ad nauseum tendrils.
Ad nauseam Tendrils versus Eldrazi.
Yeah.
So it should be a very quick matchup. Eldrazi trying to raise the Storm deck, while Storm is trying to Storm before it basically dies.
Before
with
it
the Eldrazi
dies,
creatures.
essentially, yeah.
But the Eldrazi list in this case has some quite good cards in the main deck. It has 4 Shadows of the Void and 4 Form of Amethyst in its main deck.
Yeah, right, here we go.
And post-board, it also has 2 Trinisphere,
Mhm.
2 Sphere Resistance, Pity Needle, not sure that's great. Thomas Crypt might come in, but probably not. And yeah.
I imagine if we see something like a Past in Flames, then that Tormod script is going to be pretty spicy. But
Yeah.
not an auto include in these Storm lists in Legacy.
No, definitely not. And here we have the match. So
already the Reality Shaper has turned the Eldrazi Mimic into a 3/2 and got in for some damage here.
alright, we're gonna get the life totals and names corrected in just a second here.
And we're going to start things off now with a Ponder.
That's right. So last time we saw a Hercus recall on Shadows of the Void for 0, as well as I think there was some other artifact in play there, but I must say I missed it there.
Very good reason for that, of course, being that Lion's Eye Diamond is hiding out in the hands of Rodrigo here,
Yeah,
as well as a Lotus Petal. So he'll want that Chalice off the table. And now
it seems like he has what he needs
he's
in
got
his hand here.
This is a very good start. This is really if you could pick 5 cards to start your Storm sequence, these would be amongst them. Here is the Lotus Petal, and here is the Lion's Eye Diamond.
Yes. So he also has Cabal Ritual, which means he will net 5 mana off of that.
Mm-hmm.
And he also has
hardly active, yeah.
definitely active. And he also has Infernal Tutor. And in response to the Infernal Tutor, he will obviously sacrifice the Lion's Eye Diamond for mana, making Infernal Tutor into a Demonic Tutor, and go off from there, I presume.
I mean, his hand would be empty anyway because he can play the Polluted Delta, but yeah, that is more or less the sequencing that we see in these Storm decks.
Definitely.
Infernal Tutor turns into just actual literal DT here. And you can see Rodrigo going through the motions, counting things up, and this is something you've got to be able to do when you're playing Storm.
I think so too. You really need to know what's in your deck and what you can get with these tutors, how the best line of play is for the most likeliness of you winning this exact turn.
Here we see Infernal Tutor, so the card from the original Ravnica block.
Yeah,
And
from Dissension, I believe.
from Dissension, it's been subject to abuse at the hands of Storm players in Legacy for more or less since it's
for
printed.
long. Yeah, definitely.
And we see this is the Polluted Delta fetching out of Volcanic Island.
Yes, that's correct.
So I think Rodrigo here is in a good spot to storm off. He'll be counting how many spells he's cast. It's already 2.
Yes, and let's see here. He's gonna cast his third spell in Cabal Ritual, and then no wait, he actually casted 3 spells already, right?
The third one being the Ponder, of course. Yes.
Yes.
Yep. So here we have the Cabal Ritual.
So that makes the 4th spell, and then we're gonna have an Infernal Tutor of what I believe is gonna be an ad nauseam. I would assume so.
Ad nauseam would be a yeah.
Could be Past in Flames, if he feels like his graveyard is good enough to just cast enough spells and then cast an Infernal Tutor for a Tendrils of Agony.
So here we see the Fairy Rogue is taking care of how much black mana we have, and that die to the right is, oh, there we go, fantastic stuff from the judges there,
Good
taking
stuff.
care of business. And the other die there to the bottom of your screen is, of course, the Storm Count. So you can see 3 red,
Exactly.
3 black, and the Storm Count at 5.
That is completely correct.
And away goes the Infernal Tutor. And you can see this is obviously Togura's Rodrigo is a man who is
So
very, very accustomed to playing Storm. Almost
Definitely.
his entire deck is foiled.
So he goes for the Past in Flame plan. Most likely has already counted out that he has enough spells in his graveyard and enough mana to both get up a Storm Count up to 10 or 9 and cast Infernal Tutor for Tendrils of Agony.
That's right. Past in Flames doing a very good impression of Yawgmoth's Will here, from, of course, porting from the vintage Storm decks, and will give Rodrigo a host of options here. And you can see he's already knows what he's doing with this Infernal Tutor.
And this is most likely going to be the Tendrils of Agony finishing the game in a short fashion here.
Yeah.
He also has Lotus Petal to cast a Ponder or whatever he chooses to play, and obviously sequence it correctly so he plays the Infernal Tutor first before drawing a card with any kind of cantrip, if he draws a card that he can't really cast.
Yeah.
Because otherwise the Infernal Tutor would just copy the card in his hand, and that would be miserable.
Pretty miserable, that's right, yeah. So you can see that more or less the point at which the game turns around is that is the Infernal Tutor for whatever it is. And that can be Ad Nauseam, that can be Past in Flames, but essentially what that card is doing is drawing a bunch of cards.
Definitely.
In the case of Ad Nauseam, it's taking them off the top of the library. In the case of Past in Flames, it's giving you a graveyard flashback. And if you play Vintage, then obviously you'll know that Yawgmoth's Will does the same thing at a reduced cost. So that's how Storm goes, essentially. It's not a deck that is sort of the most intuitive.
No.
You don't look at it immediately and go, oh, I see how this all comes together. But it's a deck that based on a raw power level and just a lack of real available interaction from many decks, it can be hugely unstoppable, as we saw.
Definitely. It's just praise on these decks that has the wrong reactive answers or not a clock that's fast enough to really stop them before they have 100% sure to go off.
Well, it's interesting you mentioned the percentage chance here, because I want to ask you now, what is the sort of, what numbers are we looking at here? What are we playing with when we think of a Storm deck? How many turns can they wait until they try to go off? What do they have to do to sculpt the perfect hand?
Sure.
How often, I guess my question is, how often does the deck die to itself?
It's a very tricky question. Since I think most of the times the Storm decks go very confidently in turn 3 in Legacy, and depending on how much pressure your opponent's putting on you, cards like Ad Nauseam is going to give you less cards. I mean, if you're on 8, it's a huge difference from being at 15, since you're going to get so many more cards.
I mean, that's up to 5-6 cards.
Exactly, at least, so that differs every time. But you can definitely win on turn 2. You can win on turn 1 even, if that's the case. If you have the perfect hand.
The perfect hand, you can get it done.
So it's quite one of the most unfair decks in this format, I believe, and you just gotta have the right tools to beat it, and I believe actually Matthew really does have the right tools to beat it.
Yeah, let's talk about some of the tools here. So we've already mentioned things like Trinisphere. I mean, Trinisphere, Sphere of Resistance. That's just almost an auto concede,
Definitely.
right?
Yes, as we mentioned earlier with the comparison to Vintage, in the same way that Stacks decks tries to win against the Storm in Vintage. In this Legacy format, you play the same cards pretty much.
Yeah.
Because playing mono, no colored, it's pretty hard to get in discarding counter spells besides from Photon's here into your deck. So you gotta try to disrupt them in some other way.
Yeah, that's right.
As you see on the screen, Sphere of the Resistance is a good example of this.
Sphere of Resistance, these cards that attack the mana of the, and not the mana base, just the mana production of decks like Storm, that are relying on cheap or free spells, Gitaxian Probe, Ponder, that sort of stuff to get through their decks.
And if you're playing a lot of spells that cost 1, 0, or 2, And here we have one of them. We have a Semi-Spirit Guide Eldrazi Temple in form of Amethyst turn 1.
Yeah, and that's exactly what you want to be doing, especially with
Yeah.
something like a Simian Spirit Guide. You want to be, you want to be putting out these really aggressively hateful cards to put your opponent on the back
Definitely.
foot straight away. And Tugger's Rodrigo, even from this point here,
Yeah.
is hugely unfavored.
Yeah, definitely. And as we talked about, or as Riley said earlier, is that the deck plays a lot of very cheap cards, which is definitely afflicted by this form of Amethyst or Transfer or whatever. But you can definitely play its cards, that's not the problem. The problem is when you try to play 10 or 15 cards the same turn.
Yeah.
That is quite a lot harder when it costs one more for each spell.
Just a little bit. Like we
Yeah,
saw the
let's get an extra mana.
The
you have to
Gitaxian
produce.
Probe was still able to be cast there, but look at this. Rodrigo has already spent double the amount of mana he would normally
Yes.
on Gitaxian Probe and on Ponder. So already Thorn of Amethyst pulling a huge amount of weight here.
Maybe not double on the Gitaxian Pro.
Well,
But one more.
he spent 2 more mana than he would normally to cast those two spells.
Not Gitaxian Pro. 2 life and 1 mana.
Sure.
To be harsh.
He spent 2. Well, no, technically correct is the best kind of correct. You're right.
All right. And what I like about Matthew's hand is that he also has pressure alongside this.
Yeah.
He has a free turn clock here. Not something to be.
No, not to be sneezed at. Absolutely, that's
not
very
at all.
really, really important. Of course, when you because Storm, as unlikely as it is to go off through the Amethyst,
Yeah.
or the Thorn, I should say, cards like Hercule's Recall, cards that get these off the table, as we saw last game, untap, smash your face in.
Exactly. And each turn that Togoris is spending to try to find a card against form, which we see in Abrupt Decay here, his chances is getting lower and lower because Ad Nauseam gets. Not only does he have less turns to set up his hand, but also he will have less life to deal with Ad Nauseam. And here we see actually
Wow.
he's going for it.
This
the
is
same
really
turn.
this is huge. So we saw with the 3 mana. Oh, look at this! So this is just all in here. So
But this is very scary actually because Ad Nauseam with 11 life, he already played his lands, and he doesn't have any additional Lion's Eye Diamond or Lotus Petals in his hand.
Nope.
So this has a
Missed
very
it.
high chance to
Ooh.
break, especially when he hits passive.
Oh, look at that double pass in
All
flames.
right,
That is
I'm gonna call a game over on this match already.
That's a real spanking there. Take 8 off the first 3 cards. I mean, he's
yeah,
got to
this
keep
is
going.
almost no way that he's gonna prevail, and that's the
There
game.
you go. That's that dying to ad nauseum in a very, very flavourful fashion. But unfortunately for the Storm player, it's good that we got to see, I think, both sides of the coin with that game there.
I think
with that
so too.
match, yeah.
I think so too. And being on the play is usually different here.
Mhm.
Playing a form Amethyst on turn 1 or a Trinsphere on turn 1 is just so much better than turn
Yeah.
2.
Yeah, absolutely. And,
Or turn 1 on the draw, that is.
I just think that was a real sort of a quite a good tour of the way that the Storm deck operates. We saw the Hercule's Recall into the immediately going off and crushing his enemies, and then we saw the turn 1 Thorn
Yeah.
into basically unwinnable. And I really like the fact that example backed up the point you made, Yol, about the amount of pressure.
Yes.
Because double passed in flames off the top with an ad nauseam.
Yeah.
I mean,
change everything.
that's huge. But if you're on 20 life, if you're on 18, 19 life,
That's fine.
yeah, it's
not fine,
It's not
but-
ideal, but you might be able to get through it.
Definitely.
And so
definitely.
that was a nice little way to supplement the stuff that you were saying about this matchup and the way that it
Yeah.
works, because we definitely saw both sides of the
For
coin
sure,
there.
for sure. And,
So-
and it's not unlikely that he casts it on turn 1 either. He has so many ways
Yeah.
to get there.
I mean, so many soul lands,
So,
and then
so
also
I would actually favor the Eldrazi player in this current matchup.
purely
Uh,
on the power of the disruption.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah, especially since he plays 8 hard disruptions main deck
Mhm.
and adds 4 more from sideboard.
Bit of a glass cannon, the Storm deck. However, it was able to come up to the top 8 of this legacy
Definitely.
event, and we've seen
Definitely.
I mean, we talk about Eldrazi, and I know it's getting
Mhm.
a lot of attention, being the sort of the new kid on the block. But this has been a very interesting day for Legacy. It hasn't just been Miracle and Delver and
Mhm.
all that sort of stuff. We've seen Life from the Loam, we've seen Punishing Fire, we've seen Reality Smasher.
We've seen some miracles in the end too.
That's right. That's right. It's
Getting
been,
up there in the latter rounds, I would
Mhm.
say. So we have seen. It's not like Modern, where it's
No.
Eldrazi versus the rest.
Yeah, that's
pretty much.
It's kind of the way it goes.
But the new kid on the block, as you said, definitely a role player.
Mm.
Definitely a role player.
Yeah, really
That's-
making its name stamping its authority very, very clearly over, I mean, 3 of the most popular formats really in competitive Magic. Interesting to see vintages on the targets next.
All right, so we're gonna watch the game 3 of the other quarterfinals here. It's gonna be GODDIK, Hans Jakob, which sounds very German to me.
Sounds rather German, doesn't it?
I
Hans
think
Jakob.
Hans I mean, there's a lot of Swedes that's called Hans and Jakob too, but not GODDIK, not as common.
No, GODDIK, yeah. And Tom Kellock, which sounds rather English to me. Thomas Kellock. So we'll see if this is how things are going to get on this table.
For sure.
We've got the 7-pile shuffle. How many piles do you shuffle your cards in, your Larsson? Pro Tour
8
champion?
actually.
8 for you, is it?
Yeah.
Yeah, very interesting. All right.
I don't even know why.
No,
I think I remember. As a kid, I didn't like the fact that it was hard to count whether you had 60 cards in your deck or not, because I always forgot where the last card should end up.
I see.
So I just started doing as the Japanese players.
The 8.
8.
Yeah.
And how they shuffle them, and that worked much better for me.
All right.
Still a reason, but
okay.
it has stuck with me.
I go for the 7, and again, I don't know why. I don't know why. And I
It's
always
the
know
most
that if I've
classic
got
way to
60,
do
it ends up on the fourth pile if I've got 60.
Yeah,
I know that, so.
yeah, exactly. That is definitely correct.
Cool story, bro.
Cool story.
It was a very cool story.
All right, so we're gonna see if we can find what these players are playing.
See if we can snag these deck lists here. I can see Hans at the this one here. So let's see what he's looking at here. I can see that this is in fact a Delver of Secrets deck. We mentioned that they haven't been hugely prevalent this weekend, y'all, but nonetheless, 4 Deathrite, 4 Delver, 3 Tarmogoyf, and we're kicking it old school today because it is 2 Tombstalkers.
Oh!
Enough of this Tasiga nonsense. Enough of these zombie fishes.
I haven't seen that guy in a while.
Yeah, he's sort of pushed off the side here, but maybe Hans Jakob GODDIK is, he knows what he wants. He knows what he wants to do, and it's going to be the Tombstalker. In addition to V-Click, Liliana, and a couple of Ponders rounding out the... well, I suppose there are more sort of pretty typical legacy spells. Abrupt Decay, Hymn to Turak, Force, Daze, Brainstorm. I mean, yeah, this is really a mainstay of the format.
Yeah, for sure. And he's going to face up against Tom Kellock, who's on lands today. Exploration, Monobond, try to get out as many lands as possible as early as possible. Back them up with Punishing Fires, Gamble to assemble it all, Life from the Loam to get everything back, Mox Diamond to accelerate your mana even more, and you have Crop Rotation to basically tutor for any land in your deck, because the rest of the cards are all lands. That's why it's called lands.
It's a very well-named deck, in fact, and we see Exploration on turn 1, which is a very good start for the lands deck.
Yes.
And you mentioned before, of course, stuff like Gamble, stuff like Crop Rotation, searching out some of these lands. Things like Glacial Chasm, things like the Tabernacle.
Tabernacle, Plunder of Veil.
Very, very high impact cards that can be searched out at a very low cost here.
So the game plan of the land deck is, as we said, try to get all of these lands out as quick as possible with help of Exploration and so on. And then in the end, you win either by pinging your opponent slowly down with Punish Fires, or in the most of the cases, you copy Dark Depths with Thespian Sage, and because of the new Legend rule, you get to sacrifice the Sage, and you get a Martel Age token into play. So that's also why all the tutors is here for, because there's a lot of utility lands into this deck, like Richard on Port, that can deny your opponent's mana. There's Wasteland, Tabernacle, as you mentioned earlier, Glacial Chasm, and so on. So and also Maze of Ith.
Maze of Ith is another
big role player.
Yeah, and I think something that's going to be pretty important if GODDIK looks to be on that beatdown plan. Delver not flipping for him, unfortunately, and I think we're going to see Richard and Port playing a role here as that Underground Sea is tapped down.
Seems like a tap the Underground Sea in his upkeep. And something that's interesting with this is that GODDIK is not running any kind of True Name Nemesis. It's quite common, but it's a bit troublesome if Tom Kellock gets to assemble the combination of Grove of the Burn Willows together with Punishing Fires, because most of his creatures kind of weak to that. There is only Tombstalker and Tarmogoyf that really survives this, and those can be dealt with Maze of Ith and similar other cards.
It's interesting looking over the list that GODDIK is playing actually, because apart from the 2 Toxic Deluges in the sideboard, nothing is newer than Death Road Shaman and Abrupt Decay. So this is legacy from a couple of years ago. There aren't any True Name Nemesises. There aren't any of
Blast
the new
from the
cards.
past. Yeah, I can see that. That's for sure.
Obviously, Toxic Deluge just too good not to play.
Yeah, great mass removal for all the black decks in Legacy, that's for sure. Just so efficient when it costs 3 instead of 4 for Damnation.
And of course, killing things like True Name Nemesis
there's also that.
on the cheap as well, and is crucial. So, so that Delver, sadly doing an impression of the non-flying man.
Exactly, staying a non-insect for now. And we're gonna see what Tom Kellick will play this turn. Which land will he play? Because I'm sure he'll play land.
Yeah, he does look a little flooded.
See what you did there?
You should play Momia
Oh,
with me,
Ghost
man. I make that joke every time.
Oh yeah,
every
and
time.
we do have a gamble. What do you think he will get here? If it resolves, of course.
I mean, if there's not a loam in his hand, I could see that would be a pretty appetizing sort of thing to pick up here.
You got to remember also that this Ghost Quarter is pretty good against Delver overall because they don't really usually run any basic lands.
And
so that's basically a strip mine or wasteland or whatever have you.
Actual strip mine, literal strip mine in the form of Ghost Quarter here, yes. And GODDIK not playing a single basic here.
Which also makes Life from the Loam a more interesting target for this gamble.
Yeah.
That's for sure.
Yeah, I mean, Life from the Loam, one of the huge engine cards of this deck, and I think with Kellick having the exploration, I think he's going to want to do something like that. Gamble, I've said this a couple of times today on the stream already, so you'll have to forgive me if you've heard me say it again, but this card has been described by Lance players as a demonic tutor, essentially, because of how little heed the deck plays to the position of its cards. With stuff like Life from the Loam, with this sort of thing going on, it doesn't matter where the card is. If it's in the battlefield or on the graveyard, they're going to have access to it. So
and together with crop rotation, that almost makes it 8 DTs, as you usually say.
Yeah.
So you're completely right there. All right, so we have the classical die roll. See which card is discarded. Dark Depths. I think it's very much fine with that. I don't believe that Kellick is looking to finish this game quickly.
No, and that activation of Rishon and Port is another indication of that, and not under a huge amount of pressure, really.
No, I mean, taking 1 or potentially 3 this turn is nothing you should be too scared about, especially when you're at 19.
So let's have a look. No reveal again. Oh, that is unlucky.
Yeah, 2 reveals, no mana. Oh, I guess he played a Ponder already, so that's kind of unlucky, actually.
So the Delver as a lonely 1/1 really here. This is a card that turned Legacy on its head a few years ago, of course, and has never really stepped out of the sun.
Yeah, I remember the huge surge of all the different Delver decks when it came out. That's for sure. And this is really hurting Hans because it's quite important to put pressure upon your opponent, especially when they're, because you could say that Lance is kind of a control deck, wouldn't you? I wouldn't say it's a combo deck. It's trying to control its opponent and lock them down in a more prison fashion.
It's a more prison deck than a control deck, I would say. Yeah, but
prison control, what have you.
But what we're seeing here in this situation, what GODDIK is doing, and obviously he's not doing it advertently, but he's giving Kellick the time he needs to set up.
Yeah.
And we're going to see Life from the Loam. We're going to see all of these things come into play that are going to slowly run the game away from GODDIK, because this is not a deck with staying power.
No.
Delver deck.
No.
It's playing things like Daze. It's playing things like
Hymn to Torek, not a great top deck at all.
No, I mean even Liliana of the Veil doesn't become particularly threatening after a time.
Especially not in this matchup either.
I mean, no, Punishing Fire. Thank you very much. I will put that in the graveyard. Thank you for asking.
So it doesn't seem like Tom has any green mana here, which is huge because the newly played Death Shaman can really threaten to start removing all these lands he has coming into the graveyard for his Life from the Loam.
Not sure where that exploration ended up. It may have been removed by something.
No, I believe the exploration was Force of Will on turn 1 though.
Ah, I see, okay. That would explain the days there, of course, yeah.
Yes.
Alright.
Right, so in response to the Richardson port activation, Hans Jakob floats a bit of mana and casts a Vendilion Click in his upkeep.
This is the other side of Death Threat Shaman that is actually really doing work,
Yeah.
and I didn't even consider this until just
That's-
now. It
that's why
exiles
I-
lands.
That's what I said.
Yeah.
For a life from loan, it's
Yeah.
super relevant here. And now he also gets the time, if he wants, to remove that life from loan. So this is definitely problematic. But another card that's very dangerous here is Crop Rotation.
Mm.
I mean, Crop Rotation can easily fetch up Tabernacle,
Tabernacle
at moment's notice, and Hans Jakob is playing a Delver deck, and they don't usually run that many lands.
No.
So trying to pay for the Death Threat Shaman, the Delver Series, and the Vanilla Click is going to be troublesome if he wants to continue casting spells that in.
But this is pressure. This is pressure from GODDIK. I mean, especially if this Delver flips, that's 6 in the air, plus the Death Rite pecking away here and there as well. So, this is the game is rather delicately poised at this point.
Mm-hmm. No, this is turning out to be a close game, I think. Especially with the second miss of it, too. He's going to be able to, remove attackers from combats all over. Okay, so Hans takes the line where he doesn't take anything, which is also a line for sure.
Always a good feeling to do that.
Yeah, because he doesn't want Tom to draw a green source for either of his very powerful 2 green cards. So there's that. And Hans is definitely just going to hope that Tom doesn't draw a green source here. And if he doesn't, he's probably poised pretty well positioned.
Exploration, the draw.
Yeah. Seems like exploration.
It's double maze now for Kellock.
Yeah, double mace is also good though. I mean, as we mentioned earlier, Tom is not under a huge amount of pressure with double mace. I believe that Hans picked up a wasteland last turn, so he's gonna at least be able to remove one of them as it stands right now.
We're gonna see an activation of Polluted Delta here.
And after Hans sees the top of his library with Delver Seekers, he basically used it as a top activation of his top
As a
card.
scry, yeah. Did he look at the top card?
He did look at the top card
did,
with Delver,
okay.
so he missed once again, which doesn't really matter when his opponent has 2 maces of it. If it doesn't wasteland one of them, that is. So he didn't see anything he was looking for, most likely a land on the top, and chose to shuffle that away, drawing a fresh card off of the top.
So in your upkeep, port the Underground Sea.
Sure, that's fine.
And
I wonder, it's
draws.
interesting that he didn't port the only green source. I mean, besides from Death Threat Shaman.
ooh, and a Wasteland.
And here we have the Wasteland that Hans drew last turn. Being able to attack for 1 here, because it doesn't feel great, but you gotta start pressuring your opponent here.
Wasteland also the draw for Kellock.
Alright. So I presume we're gonna see a Wasteland maybe on the Underground Sea if he wants to lock down the black mana, as he earlier poised with tapping down the Underground Sea in his upkeep. Or he's gonna remove the only green source.
And that Death Ray
Tough one.
Shaman is still just hanging out there, though, and threatening to wreak havoc with Kellock's graveyard.
Definitely.
But here's the Wasteland.
I think it's interesting that he taps the Underground Sea in his
Mm.
upkeep, because I believe that he thinks that he doesn't really care about he does care about Tarmogoyf,
Yeah.
but I mean the amount of there's only 4 Tarmogoyfs or 3 Tarmogoyfs even in the deck, and the other black cards are much more threatening. Like you have Liliana, Him to Torque is actually starting to be a real card since it doesn't have any green mana.
I was going to say, like, Him to Turek, ordinarily, you're like, yeah, sure, I'll discard these 2, I don't care. But in this situation,
It definitely has
it's
some
got-
game to
yeah,
it.
that's it.
Definitely. And we also had Tubin Stalker. So tapping down the black mana is not as bad as it seems here.
Yeah, I don't think Kellock is worried about something like Abrupt Decay. And something like a Tarmogoyf could be troublesome, but certainly by locking down the double black, is
Yes.
turning GODDIK off more cards, I guess.
Yeah, I think so
Tombstalker,
too.
Liliana, and Him to Turek.
Yes, for sure. So I presume he will Wasteland the Underground Sea, tapping down the Underground Sea in his upkeep, and continue to try to wreck Hans' mana, while still trying to find any kind of lands.
Oh, and here's a submerge. That's going to flip
Here's
the
a
Delver.
Submerge. And remember, this is the first game of this match, so Submerge came in from the sideboard. And the reason why you brought in Submerge is just some way to deal with a more large token. And so that's what we see here. So we're gonna tap an Underground Sea in the upkeep. And then we go into attacks. I'm actually surprised that it doesn't use the Ghost Quarter here. I would have liked to use it on the Underground Sea. It might be that it wants another land to sacrifice to a crop rotation if it draws a green source, but I just like cutting that off. Right, I think we have a forest there. Is that a forest?
Forest or a bayou?
Right, that works too.
That works too.
That's fine
I
by
don't
me.
think it'll be a bayou, would it? No bayou in the list.
No, I don't.
So
It's basically a red-green deck, right?
yeah, it could be a tiger.
Could be a Taiga. Could be it might be a Vernon Catacombs.
Okay, so Wasteland, your
It was something kind of dark green, right? I believe so. Wasteland, your drop. So he's dividing from that plan of shutting off the black mana, which is interesting. We're gonna have a Ghost Quarter activation on a Underground Sea here, I believe.
Probably.
Yeah.
Probably going to hit an Underground Sea here.
I mean, you never know, you know. And
Okay,
it's
so
interesting
GODDIK
because
taking the
all
opportunity
of
to
this
shuffle his
time,
library.
Tom has had an option to Ghost Quarter himself because he actually does play a Mending Forest in
Basic
his deck.
forest, yeah.
So he could have had access to all of these green spells all of this time, but chose not to go for that, I presume, or just didn't see the line. We'll never know.
We'll never know. He's a long way behind here, though. Not just sort of dead, but hasn't been able to do what he needs to do.
Oh.
And GODDIK is sitting on, I think, is that 3 or 4 cards in his hand?
Yeah, I think I saw Liliana in there and something else.
Forest.
Probably and here we have the forest. Probably a Force of Will. So this is most likely gonna be Force of Will.
Yeah.
I mean, there's not much to counter in this matchup, and this is definitely
it's
one of the cards that does something,
more
you
or
know.
less it, right? Yeah.
It's gonna be really hard to Force of Will those lands coming into play. So
So it is Life from the Loam here, the play, and GODDIK thinking about it. So that's why we saw the activation of Wasteland and Ghost Quarter just
definitely,
now.
and now Tom definitely knows he has a Force of Will. If it takes another photo, this
It's like on
because
Moto.
you have been thinking for far too long for this to resolve.
Yeah, it's like on Moto when you cast something and you see your opponent's life reduced by 1 and then goes back up.
Oh
You know,
yeah,
they've clicked on cast
Yeah.
Force of Will, but then not chosen what to exile.
for sure.
It's the tell, man. You get the
It is
sickest
the
reads.
tell.
Kallik has that read, or GODDIK maybe is next leveling him.
Who knows?
Who knows?
It's a game of cat and mouse, right?
It's a game of cat and mouse. Oh, it resolves. There we go.
It does resolve. Interesting.
Life from the Loam is.
You can't cast any more lands this turn because there's no exploration of any sort in play.
And that could be the last time that he cast that Life from the Loam, thanks to the Shaman. And yes, indeed, it is the
Yeah.
way it goes.
So this
So-
is what happening.
Getcha.
And he's gonna miss with one of the attackers, taking efficiently 5 this turn. But I do like Tom's spot here, actually.
Yeah.
Because he's very... I mean, he's not far away from... He has a Wasteland in hand and a Ghost Quarter. So you can shut off Hans off of his mana, besides from the Death Shaman. Then it's only 1 lock card away from locking down the second creature, and we're all good to go.
Good to go. Here we go. It's a forest now tapping for green. Are we going to see a crop rotation here?
I think we're going to see an exploration here. I think that's the card you want to lean with, especially if you have 2 or more lands in your hand. And that's what we're actually going to see. We shall see also if Hans is going to have a Force of Will
5
here.
cards in hand, man. He's got to have something.
He does have Liliana, I've seen. I think he has Submerge that we have seen
Yeah, of
on
course,
the
he's got
Delver.
Submerge and Liliana.
And
But
the
that looks
Force
like
of-
that's
and
resolving.
That's
Wow.
resolving too, wow.
All right, 1 and 2 lands. So that's a wooded foothill. So another
I wonder what Hans is waiting for
and a wasteland.
with this Force of Will. Is it only the crop rotation
Check this
he's
out,
waiting
though.
for?
Check this out. A crop rotation for Tabernacle
If it resolves.
if it resolves.
Yeah, that'd be great.
That would be insano.
Yeah, then it's game over. Good night.
Yeah.
And
Thanks for coming.
thanks for coming, pretty much.
I think this is what he's going to have to go for. Here's the tiger.
Yeah.
What do you
it seems that
sacrifice?
way.
The
Sacrifice the forest, I presume.
Sacrifice the forest.
Yeah, I think so.
I mean, it doesn't matter. You've got life from the loam anyway. Oh no, you don't have life from the loam.
Not anymore.
Oh, Death Rat Shaman, curse you!
Because if you draw Punish Fire, you really want to kill that Death Rat Shaman. Being the only mono producer in
Yeah, I mean,
play for
you're
GODDIK.
not getting punished too badly. But although GODDIK does play 4 Wasteland.
And he has utilized at least 2 of them, I believe. I think I'm seeing 2 in his graveyard there.
So has GODDIK got the Soul Read?
Or doesn't he?
Tune in next week.
Let's leave you with a cliffhanger. That seems appropriate.
I love that. That'd be great.
He can actually he can just sacrifice the Richard on port 2. I think that's actually the right play. Because that doesn't really do anything here.
Okay.
And here we're gonna see a Force of Will for sure.
Yeah, there we go. Force of Will. So for the crop rotation. All right. So
kind of patient there to wait until the crop rotation. And I'm not even sure it was correct to wait for it, but
you might have fired that sucker off a little earlier, huh?
Yeah, against Life from the Loam potentially, because then he would still have lands in play. But
so there is Wasteland. You can see the Eternal Masters version of it, rather neatly
coming out soon, right?
Coming up soon. That's right. Little plug there for Wizards. You can see one thing I like about the Wasteland. I pointed this out earlier. It's actually the City of Brass. Yeah.
Being wasted down.
Yeah, being wasted. I like that.
Yeah, it's a nice
City of
picture.
Brass, like the main, one of the main pictures in the Modern Masters expansion, and so now, nice little bit of symmetry there. I'm a big fan. Big fan.
For
also,
sure.
that new Force of Will. Goddamn.
Good stuff. Good stuff. I do like the old one though a little bit more.
Yeah.
It's just very hard to.
I think it's just one of those things. If you're
here we have another.
If you're connected to it.
Here we have another Death Rat Shaman removing another land from Tom's graveyard. So Tom has to find something quickly.
Yep. Yeah, because as it stands now,
I mean, you kind of want to Tabernacle here, straight out.
That's more or less that's it.
Yeah, Mace of it will save you 3 turns, I think. Alright, so here's 2 lands that doesn't do much.
Scored a Wasteland go. Ugh. Oh dear, Tom Kellock.
I think this is all she wrote, because if he had a crop rotation, he would have played it at this point.
Yeah, look at this, the absolute.
Here is just reaching for his card as quickly as he can, and I think we're gonna have the hand here.
And
we have the hand. And I believe Hans will sigh out a long relief.
Yeah, that was a game.
The relief sigh of eternity.
That was a game that was poised on a knife's edge, and
definitely.
Tom Kellock strayed just but a little, and he fell after.
You don't see it happening often, but Tom definitely fizzled.
He did
with lands.
That's it. He definitely fizzled.
That's very interesting.
He went ritual, will.
Oh yeah, only colorless mana left.
Never mind. There you go. So that's the way it goes. As we bring it back to the booth, ladies and gentlemen, and I'm very pleased to have again a nice diverse. Sort of offering to show people of what's going on here in our Legacy top 8. We've got all sorts of lands.
It's been great.
A hallmark of the Legacy format, in fairness.
Yeah, and we have a new kid on the block, so it's not just the same old.
No, that's right.
And it's diverse. We see Delver list just winning against lands, which is I'm not sure, but it doesn't look like a great matchup for me.
On paper, certainly not.
No, and he plays a very old list, so we really have like. The oldest of the decks and the newest of the format.
It's got some pleasing symmetry to it, I have to say. That's right.
Definitely.
So we're going to find out what's lined up for you next here on our Bazaar of Moxen Madrid stream. But once again, I'd like to thank you for choosing to join us today. It's been fantastic to have your company. We've had a great response to the coverage today, and it's been a great event that Bazaar of Moxen have put on, really supporting the Legacy format at a high level, which is great to see.
Oh yeah, you love it.
I mean, I can't get enough of it. It's fantastic to see players come out and and again with these old decks that they've been sitting on for years and years and years, a lot of time, a lot of effort, foiling them out, making them look good. It is fantastic, and there's been a great atmosphere today in the room, and indeed on the chat as well. It's been fantastic to read some of the comments people are making, and I
haven't seen such a well-behaved chat in a long time.
I know it's almost as if we were encouraging civilized and enlightened discussion. I don't know how. Given who you're sharing company with, but still, we'll take it. But there'll be more Magic coming your way before very much longer, of course. We've still got the semis, the rest of the top 8, both Standard and Legacy coming away.
Yeah, so it's going to be a mixed format coming up here.
And speaking of mixed formats, let's talk about tomorrow.
Yeah.
We got Modern.
We got Modern.
We got Sealed.
we got sealed.
We got sealed like that. So it's a little smorgasbord for your enjoyment, ladies and gentlemen, from around the worlds of Magic.
Possibly we're
formats.
gonna have some cube picks.
We might get some cube as well.
Yeah, if
know,
we're lucky.
I know that was a sort of pretty a very fun thing, and hopefully we'll be drafting the cube later on tonight. You can teach me a thing or two, your Larsson,
I'm sure
about losing gracefully to a.
I can show you how to draft Wildfire instead of Liliana.
Yeah, perhaps like that. But I'm sure you'll learn a thing or two about losing to a scrub.
Oh,
absolutely, mate. I'll learn you.
Challenge accepted.
What are your thoughts moving into Modern tomorrow? Are we gonna see a field swamped by reality smashes and thought not seeds?
Yeah, I do believe tomorrow is gonna be all about, is there a way to beat Eldrazi consistently?
Mm-hmm.
And some people are gonna take on that challenge, and some people will not. Some people will join the dark side.
Yeah,
so
that's as the saying goes.
And that's what it's all gonna be about tomorrow.
And what's your level 1 response to beating an Eldrazi deck?
It's very tough.
Like
I mean,
Supreme Verdict.
Supreme Verdict is great. Thoughtseize is great. I mean, discard spells, trying to remove the threats. There's trying to combo them out quickly before they can kill you. But problem with that is still loses to the nuts draws. and
what about a deck like Jund though? A Jund deck that is attempting to trade 1 for 1 until the game. Because
sure,
the Eldrazi deck isn't always ripping live.
No. Definitely not.
And they've got no draw spells, they've got nowhere to recharge, the card quality is very
Jund
good.
definitely has game against the deck.
Yeah,
I wouldn't say it's particularly favored.
No,
but
surprisingly.
But it's a combination of all cards, Sometimes Liliana is great and it's going to win you a game, and sometimes it's going to be killed by Reality Smasher, or your opponent has a Eldrazi Sky Spawner or whatever, And yeah, I mean, Eldrazi has really great top decks in his deck. I mean, Reality Smasher is just so insanely powerful when it comes off the top of the library, and that's something that Jund has a problem dealing with. I mean, they can remove the cards from their hand, they can kill their creatures, and try to put pressure on them, but when you top deck good cards,
yeah,
it's not going to matter,
when there is a stream of sort of 5/5 hate, and they always have it. They always have Reality Smasher. It's just every now and again these cards get printed. Siege Rhino, Reality Smasher. They just. Like Hero's Downfall was another one of these ones.
Sure,
they just always have it. So I don't know what it is about putting those cards in your deck that means that you draw them more often. But I mean, a difficult.
Bitter Blossom is an old one too.
Bitter Blossoms, I mean, before my time, but certainly they always had the Bitter Blossom, did they?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, I usually always have.
That's how you do it, isn't it? You can't beat them, you join them, and that's the way that it goes. But all the same, it'll be interested to navigate the turgid waters of the modern format. And I mean, your Larsson, I'm interested to hear your perspective. I'm sure it's going to be pretty straightforward. What's coming in April? A ban?
I think so.
Yeah.
I think they're gonna ban it. I mean, it will depend on this event, and it's gonna depend on the Modern Grand Prix coming up next week.
Yeah, we've got
gonna settle all the dust.
Yeah.
If Eldrazi is still being very oppressive and being somewhat of like 50% of day 2, as we saw in Star City game in Louisville, where, for example, 20 decks in the top 32. If it continues like that, we're gonna see a ban. But if the format diverses, where Eldrazi starts to lose win percentage, it might change.
Yeah. I think
they might keep Eldrazi, but I don't think so. It's very unlikely that we'll keep it around.
I don't think at this level of dominance it's sustainable to keep it around the format.
No.
One thing that perplexes me is the people picking up the pitchforks and hollering for an emergency ban, which just to me doesn't make any sense.
I mean, I'm usually one of those guys who tries to pick up the pitchfork.
Yeah.
Sometimes successful, sometimes not. I will try for sure my best before the next coming up Grand Prix to test a few decks and see if my ideas will deliver for me. But there's a high chance that I will have to be one of the mobs.
The dark side.
Yeah,
sure.
the dark side.
The dark side. That's it. But I think that people do tend to get a little bit panicked, and I mean you've got to see it as an opportunity to broaden your portfolio, try to beat a deck that, or indeed try your hand at something new and bring a new modern deck to the table. I mean, this is the nature of the modular sort of components of this
Yeah.
game. Things change, and you have to adapt to it. And wanting things to always stay the same way is, I think, a
And
little
that's
bit
what makes it
but
so interesting too, right?
That's
I
it.
mean, that's why Magic has survived for millions of years.
Yeah, it's
is what
because
I
of cards
was
like
was
Treasure
about to
Cruise.
say. No, it's that it always changes,
Yeah.
right? And as long as Wizards keep the formats healthy and updated, it's gonna be interesting in. I mean, as
Yeah.
long as I can
Well,
foresee,
our
you know.
sons will be playing. Our sons and daughters will be
Exactly.
slinging spells across the table at each
Exactly.
other. When
Oh,
we're
they're
old,
gonna be
toothless men.
masters. They're gonna be masters.
Well, speak for yourself, okay? All right, mate. Mine, I don't know about that. I mean, come on. Anyway, I want to tell you now. I want to give you an update, though. We do have more matches coming from Standard and Legacy. The top 4 of both of these, the semi-finals, are going to be coming away. We're going to be showing them concurrently as well, so it's going to be Standard on one side, Legacy on the other. I know that a lot of people have been wanting to see what's been going on with the Standard Standard tournament that's gone on today, and while we've been very, very happy to bring you coverage of Legacy, it'll be interesting to see some of the stuff in Standard. And as well, I was saying to Raph about this, a very, very diverse Standard top 8.
Yes. It seems like all the pillars that we talked about earlier has showed up.
We got Rally.
We got Rally.
We got
had
Bad
the-
Collector Company.
Yeah, we have the Collector Company decks.
We've got red Black Dragons.
Yep.
And then we've got the ones where they've gone, well.
Oh, all my binaries.
Oh, yes, exactly. Empty out the binder, shake them
Exactly.
together, and put them.
Oh, do you have all the lands for these colors? Oh, you do?
Oh,
okay,
yeah,
okay.
yeah,
So I'll put these rares here.
Yeah. And that's, I
Pretty
mean,
much.
that's deck building 2016.
Yeah,
really.
I think what Standard usually comes down to is if you're not playing a deck like Red Black Dragons, which is a very uncommon case, you either play. I think there's 3 big pillars, and it's a pillar of playing Sergo or something like that, or it's playing Collector Company, or it's playing Chandra.
Yeah.
I think that's like 3 directions to go, and whether you play all colors but blue or all colors, 4 color Chandra, Ramp Chandra, or whatever, it doesn't differ that much. But taking aside which place you want to be is important here.
That's true, and I mean, identifying the direction you want to go in with these decks. We sort of joke about it is just all the best cards sort of slammed into one deck, but I mean, there's a little bit more finesse to that. I think the Mardu decks recently have shown that with the numbers of things like Goblin Dark Dwellers, with Chandra, with some of the more interesting. I mean, so we play 4 Siege Runner, we play 4 Jace. That's just the way it goes. But some of the more intricate inclusions in some of these decks. I mean, Elliot Boussard was playing Pulse of Marasa.
Oh yeah, that's a great addition.
Yeah.
That's been talked about a lot recently, where especially if you play Soulfire Grandmaster too. I mean, with a fetch land, you don't even need a creature. If the game is a bit, if it is a stalemate of any sort, you can just start kind of crucibling every turn with Pulse of Marasa, gaining 6 life every turn as well, losing 1 to the fetch land.
Yeah.
And then you can start fetching out all your lands, and your draws is going to be significantly better. And that's like the gimmicky part. And when you start returning Siege Shrine or 2, I mean, you know what can happen then.
Yeah, that's right. And I think the interaction there with Goblin Dark Dwellers as well is huge, of course.
Also great. Obviously, one of the main reasons why we see this inclusion in Pulse of Marasa is that it can be returned with Goblin Dark Dwellers, for sure.
Yeah, does a lot of work there as well. Be interesting to see if it's picked up any other green decks. Of course, one of the green decks that's dominating Standard at the moment, I saw the numbers on MTG Goldfish, above 10, I think pushing 15% of the modern of the Standard online metagame is the Bank Company deck.
Yeah. I know you're a big fan of
I
this
love
deck.
this deck. I love this deck so much. It's fantastic.
I also like it. If I'm gonna completely honest.
I'm interested to pick your brain though on a couple of different points though, and we haven't talked about this actually, but I wanted to hear what you have to say about some of the cards that are put in there. I'm not a fan of the Eldrazi Sky Spawner. I don't see what it does. And Warden of the First Tree is often included as this sort of random one-of that I think is sort of designed to be there for the ramp decks. I'm not exactly sure. What are your perspectives on those 2 cards?
It's very hard to say because I haven't played too many games with the deck yet. But I like the option to have flyers in your deck in this format. We talked a little bit earlier this morning, I believe, or if it was yesterday, about how flyers can definitely play a huge factor in this format, where a lot of the green decks kind of shore up the ground. And that's also a reason why Red Black Dragons has such a big success.
Yeah, because it's like air superiority. It's like Britain in 1939.
I mean, sure, you're good at blocking up the ground, but what about these guys who start picking at you? And Sky Spawner can definitely be a part of that
just
conclusion.
as a 2-1 that does, it doesn't rumble with Mantis Rider.
No,
in any language.
it does not. We do not see a lot of Manstride right now, though. But definitely a card that could be poised to see a comeback.
Yeah. Yeah, it's interesting. I mean, with all of these 4-color good stuff decks, I sort of want to start hitting Mantis Riders off of a collective company.
Exactly.
Yeah, it's kind of where that's kind of where I want to be. But
yeah, that makes sense. I mean, Mantis Rider seems great in the format right now. I don't want to speculate too much because my head is a lot into modern as it is. Proteus wasn't too long ago, and we have a modern Grand Prix coming up, and we have this event that we're definitely commentating on.
Yeah.
So when I head into standard, I'm gonna see if my speculations are correct, but I feel like big and angry flyers are a very good way to attack the metagame right now.
And especially the fact that they do play offense and defense equally well. I think a 3/3 is in a good spot. They put a lot of pressure on the rally decks. I mean, rally decks are just never wanting to see Mantis Rider on turn 3.
No, that's horrible. And also you have the Ram decks. It's super good there too.
Yeah, of course.
And it's oh come on, it's Mantis Rider.
I mean,
it's a great value card. So even in matchups where it's not particularly that insane, it's still good, you know.
We're going to head back to the feature match area right now because it is time to check in with some standard and, of course, some legacy. We're into the semi-finals here, and you can see on your screen our players that'll be going at it here. Hammer and Tongs, these two. Mario Shika, a guy I caught up with earlier on. He's playing Dark Depths. He's playing the Vampire Hexmate version.
Yes.
Yeah.
And this is an interesting deck. We haven't seen it too much about it from the feature match, but he's playing Hexmage in the old school way from Extended before it got banned, and we're gonna look up his deck list here and see
and
where we can bring
Hans Jakob, of course, we're going to fix up that name there because it's not Hans Jakob Mario. That was the player that we just saw winning with the Delver list, of course, the traditional old school Delver. And so he, of course, is on that list that we only saw just moments ago. But let's have a look and see exactly what Mario Shika is up to here with his Turbo Land deck, as he likes to call it. You can see a lot of stuff going on here, of course. The crop rotations, as you'd expect, Sylvan Scrying. But then some stuff like this. Look at this. Not of This World. That's getting amongst it.
Not of This World, wow.
All sorts of things going on here. I mean, stuff like Mox Diamond you might expect as well. But a very, very interesting take on this one.
Definitely. It seems like a bug Dark Depths list with, as you said, crop rotation, Brainstorm, Sylvan Scrying to retrieve his Dark Depths, I presume. Not of This World, as said earlier. We'll see if we can get that up on the screen. And you also have
Sylvan Libraries up in the mix, Inquisition of Kozilek. And and of course the classic toolbox approach to the mana base. There's Sajiri Step. There's all sorts of other stuff going on. So some interesting choices here to make with things like the crop rotations and
definitely.
the Sylvan Scrying.
So the main plan is pretty much assembling a Martlark Shogun. Which is a fine plan.
It's a fine plan.
And I think he is the player we have seen that has the most ways of obtaining this. I mean, we've all seen crop rotation and Dark Depths and so on, but he has, in his deck, he's currently playing 61 cards.
61 cards. It's the 61
that was
cards
not my
special.
point, but I just got that pointed out to me. But he does play, let's see how many Dark Depths we are seeing here.
Dark Depths, 4 Dark Depths.
4 Dark Depths, 4 Thespian Stage, 4 crop rotation, 3 Sylvan Scrying, 4 Vampire Hexmage. So we're all about making 2020s.
We living that 2020 life, taking it merit large. Here we go. So Mario Shika consulting 6 cards. He's going to consider if he wants these, and yes, it is. And here is this the Tabernacle?
No, this is City of Brass.
City of Brass.
This is old and beautiful City of Brass.
Old and beautiful City of Brass. There you go.
Like you.
Old and beautiful. Thank you very much. Here we have Delver of Secrets.
Right, so...
And
this is a spicy brainstorm.
Yeah, look at that brainstorm's been fiddled with a little bit.
I can see that. Alright, so brainstorm at the end of turn. A little bit surprised that he chose to play it at the end of the turn. Because this leaves up the option for getting dazed or something of that sort. and maybe it's baiting a daze here. That's the sole reason I can see why you would like to play it at the end of turn. Maybe he wants to play a 2-mana spell in the next turn, and really wants that to resolve. We shall see.
3 cards.
But nevertheless, Brainstorm resolves, and Shika is supposed to put 2 cards back.
He puts back the 2 cards that he drew in the same order that he drew them.
Well,
perfect.
Doesn't sound very effective for a Brainstorm.
No,
hopefully the third card was really good.
And let's see, it is a Verdant Catacombs now.
Right, so he doesn't need to draw those cards against, or at least not one of them.
And based on the way he moved his hand while sacrificing that Verdant Catacombs, I wouldn't be surprised if we saw a crop rotation.
Yep, that might be happening. I'm not sure what it would retrieve here, though. It's kind of far away from actually assembling the combo of Vespin, Sage, and Dark Depths.
There's no Tabernacle as well in this list, but
no, not that we know about.
Okay.
So we're not going to see that. We're going to see a Sylvan Library. Alright, so this might be the card that we really wanted to resolve. And we are probably going to see a Daze here, or at least Hans is thinking about it, or bluffing that he has it.
Oh, we know he's got the sick bluffs.
Definitely.
He's bluffing on 2 or 3 layers.
He's patient too. We have seen that before.
Stalking his prey.
Stalking his prey.
Like
Stalking his crop rotations.
Like the mighty big cats of the African savannah. That's
exactly.
Right. But no, he's alright with the Sylvan Library.
And unfortunately for Hans, once more, his Delver is a little bit slow on flipping. Draws a Tarmogoyf, so there is additional pressure in his hand.
Sylvan Library, a card that I can't really look at without seeing a weird kind of elephant, to be honest.
Weird elephant?
Yeah, a weird elephant. If we can get the Sylvan Library back up on the screen, I'm just going to put this image in your mind so you can't ever not see it.
I've been thinking a monkey or something.
No, it's this weird kind of...
Have you listened to Gorillaz before?
Gorillaz? No.
The band?
No, I haven't.
Alright. They have a song where they sing about a monkey's eye or whatever.
Oh, I see. So
and I'm thinking about that.
Yeah.
It seems like a monkey mountain with the eye in there. But well, there's that.
Elephant or monkey, it's in the graveyard now, thanks to that Rupture K. The unflipped Delver getting across for 1. Hans-Jakob GODDIK, I think he needs to work on his Delver flipping game.
Yes, for sure.
Yeah.
Just peel that card like a boss.
Yeah, he's really not bringing the thunder when it comes to getting the Insectile Aberration online here.
But he has more chances. The game's not over yet. And it's interesting to see that he chose to Abrupt Decay this turn instead of playing a Tarmogoyf. Playing a Tarmogoyf would put so much more pressure onto Mario Shika. And here we have the Daze that we talked about earlier, and he hasn't drawn it. He has had it since his starting hand because Delver hasn't flipped.
Because Delver hasn't flipped, and Mario Shika not too proud to play the post-Daze land. No, I love it. I love the stones on him. He's able to go, no, I'm not too proud to play it.
But I guess I'll have to.
And here comes the biggest, baddest thumper in Magic. It is Tarmogoyf. Vampire Hexmage, of course, part of the puzzle.
For sure.
She can remove all the counters from a Dark Depths to get Marit Lage online. But not when she's in the graveyard.
No. Alright, so here we have the combo already.
Okay.
This is quite hard to deal with for Hans, especially pre-board. I don't think he has any ways to kill it.
No, the 3
besides from Liliana of the Veil.
The 3 Submerge in the bin here, in the sideboard, are going to play a role next game. But I think right now this 2020 might be here for the.
So Hans' only hope here is first you can flip your Delver to be able to chump this.
Nope, doesn't do that again.
And if it doesn't do that, which we didn't see, he can either play a Tombstalker or a Vendilion Click to chump. And while doing so, he kind of has to raise the 2020. And as you guys might hear, doesn't sound like a very easy thing to do.
No, so we're going to take 1 point, Mario Shika, from his City of Brass. It's already done about 5 damage to him, and going to activate the ability of Thespian Stage.
And copying them.
Away they go, and here comes a Marit Lage token. Does Mario Shika have the token itself? He does not.
He does not.
He does not.
But that is Balrog, I guess.
The Balrog, yes.
So that will have the suit. And we'll see if we can get a more large token over there before the game actually ends.
In comes the 2020, and no, that'll do it.
No.
Oh, Jeremy Dezani throwing himself over the barrier into the feature match area, but not making it in time. So sorry, you'll see his hand into the screen momentarily as he hands the Marit large token to the Mario Chica there, but unfortunately not in time for the 2020
not in time
to get it done. So Chica goes up.
Second time Hans has to deal with this Marit Lich tokens. That's interesting.
Yeah, he's
Poor soul.
The poor soul. This 2020 just won't leave him alone.
No.
It's flying in his face all day, every day.
Exactly, and they're always cheating
They're
to get it out.
Yeah,
too.
they're never playing. They're never,
No,
never paying 30 mana, are they?
No.
Oh, unbelievable
Although
stuff
we
here.
did get to see a guy playing earlier that actually paid all of his mana. Do you remember
We
that?
did, yeah. That was
The game between Miracles and Lance.
that was a real highlight.
Yeah, that was sweet stuff. So here we are with Standard.
Back to standard here.
Back to Standard. We know it's quick and confusing, but this is how we lay it up. We have two topics at the same time, and the players are playing what seems to be 4-color Rally versus a deck. I'm not really sure what it is.
I think this is so. There are two Abzan decks in the top 8, and one of them
this is the Abzan deck.
This is an Abzan control deck, I think. If this
right.
If this is a copy of Sorin there on the battlefield, I'll be able to give you exactly what's going on here.
There's a Nissa on the battlefield.
Well, that's
already.
a Nissa. Okay,
That's
so
a
here,
Nissa.
I've got the list in front of me here, and look at those one-offs. This
Oh,
main deck.
jeez.
This main deck takes up more or less the entire one half of the deck list. The space
I don't
available.
think we can name all of the cards here before
Nisavas
this
would
match
say it.
finishes, actually.
Anoffense of the Foremost, Kalitas Trader of Ghent, Silk Wrap, Ultimate Price, Stasis Snare, Utter End Languish, Tragic Arrogance. There we go.
That's
Hello,
a
July
blast
2015.
Yeah, this is a blast from the past.
Murderous Cut and Other Nissa Voice of Zendikar, Sorum Solon Visitor, Ob Nixilus Reignited.
Do we see any Hangabex walkers in here?
Those are all the one-offs.
Oh, right.
Those are all the one-offs. There's also Gideon, Secure the Waste, Duress, Ruinous Path, Abzan Charm, Grasp of Darkness, Den Protector, Siege Rhino.
All right.
So the answer to your question is no.
No. Okay, so Tragic Arrogance, very interesting
I
card.
love this
include.
card. I love this
I
card.
love it too. Very good one.
But right now it looks like the Voice of Zendikar is powering out these plant tokens, and what I imagine is a Den Protector there.
Yes. As most. But it's kind of weird though, because he didn't leave any green mana untapped, which means he's poised to have some other kind of removal, which is most likely Grasp of Darkness. Otherwise, there's no reason to keep that kind of mana up. Not afraid about losing his Den Protector here, and because of this, we're most likely gonna see a bounce of that Den Protector. Not gonna be able to retrieve anything from the graveyard.
So it must be, yes. Grasp of Darkness is what you'd think that Ricardo Silva is sitting on here.
Yeah, definitely. There's no way, if he just didn't slip, that he has any other card here. No, I don't think so. Alright, so we're gonna see an attack from Daniel, and we're gonna see how he's gonna put his attacker. So Reflector Mage seems to be attacking Ricardo, and we're gonna have a Cyan and two 2/3s attacking Nissa.
Yeah, the Ilia Eternal Pilgrim along with the Cataclysm Sifter and his little mate coming along there.
Yeah, so here Ricardo, if he has a Grasp of Darkness, which we think he does, he can choose to either save his Nissa or kill the Reflector Mage, not taking two. He chooses to do neither, deeming all the creatures not to be valuable enough to just kill.
Okay.
Pretty much. That's what it seems like, at least. We're going to see if he has a good response to this situation here.
Ob Nixilus off the top here.
Not bad. You can play no Obnixilis and +1 Tragic Arrogance would have been pretty sweet here.
Indeed.
Letting Daniel keep whatever creature he doesn't care about, and Ricardo keeping a Mighty Plant Token.
Mighty, a 0/1 plant token. Here's Ilia Eternal Pilgrim. This is a card that is really given another, I mean, along with the Reflector Mage you see on your screen there, this is another, these 2/3s have really made the Rally the Ancestors deck, even more of a force to be reckoned with.
Definitely. And here we have the menace of Standard for a very long time. This good old Siege Rhino making an appearance.
And Reflector Mage there, an absolute all-star in limited and constructed. I really, really like this card. It's just everything that I want to do.
So yeah, it's really taken a great hold of standard, and we're gonna see a collected company in the main phase, trying to with the off chance to find something that impacts the board right away. And we see 4 lands, rally dancers, and
Sidisi's Faithful.
yeah, that's not a great
But
hit.
as close to whiffing as you can get there.
Yeah, I think so too. And I mean, bouncing Siege Shriner with Reflect Image, that's fine.
Yeah.
I mean, it's gonna attack for a bunch of damage, and that's where you wanna be. But bouncing it only with
Sidisi's Faithful.
not great.
Blah.
Yeah.
Yeah, not sure about that one.
So we're gonna see a sacrifice of
Ooh.
the, and we still go for it because
you
he's
go.
gonna net us Scry. He's gonna lock up at least 4 of Silva's mana if she replay the Siege Rhino for the next turn. And he's also gonna get in there for 7 damage.
Yeah. So that's sort of going to be at least a little bit undone by the Siege Rider coming back down. But as you say, a strong tempo play. Well, I'm not going to say strong. A tempo play.
8 tempo play. 4
tempo
mana.
play,
4
yes.
mana, Cities is Faithful.
Yeah.
Not a strong play, but you take what you can get when you
Mm.
look at top 6 cards. And I don't see why not you don't cast a Siege Shriner here. And in Daniel's hand is consisting of multiple Soulport Cutthroat, if I was seeing correctly. And I also saw a Natuka Husk there. But he's only working with 1 black mana, so he can't really play any of these black cards more than 1 a turn, which is a bit problematic here because he would really like to deploy the cards in his hand.
And Sandstep Citadel here, preventing Silver from also redeploying his Den Protector.
As you can see, there's really only black cards plus Rally the Ancestors in Daniel's hand, and he could sacrifice the Eldrazi Scion to morph the Grim Horror specs. Not a great way to go about things, and play a Soulport Cutthroat the same turn.
With only 1 black source?
Yeah, he
Oh,
can
to
morph
morph it.
you
Sure,
can morph
I
it.
understand.
You can morph it.
Yeah.
It's not great, but he's just gonna place the Grim Horror specs face up instead. Most likely staying on the defensive here, as it realizes there's no good attacks here.
No, not a lot going on here, and I think Silver now is in a position to just breathe out a little bit, and
Yeah, definitely.
and start to maybe ratchet up the pressure. I can see Abzan Charm in his hand. We know we've got the Den Protector as well. I think 2 copies of that even. He may have drawn a second.
Yeah, two Den Protectors, Absent Charm is what I've seen in Silva's hand, and there's quite a lot of attrition. Hopefully that's something you can keep up, because what it really needs here is pressure. I mean, Den Protector is fine and all. It's not a huge amount of pressure, but it's actually unblockable almost against Daniel's team, besides the Grim Horror specs being able to block it. But taking the aggressive approach here is also going to be difficult, even if that's what he wants. It's going to be difficult because Daniel has Ailey, the
Eternal Pilgrim, yeah.
the Eternal Pilgrim in play, which can all of a sudden just start getting him huge amounts of life. So it's going to be hard for Silva to take to find a course to take here where he can find a path to victory, I think.
Den Protector playing face down here, and no attacks from the Siege Rhino, as you might expect. Rally the Ancestors, a deck that we continually see your Larsson to be able to attack its opponent on any angle, really.
Yes.
They can play the beatdown sort of tempo-y role, they can sit back, make trades, even just chump, and then all of a sudden combo you out. This is a deck that is, I mean, as you've said, exceedingly difficult to play, but but also very rewarding for the player who puts in the reps.
If you can master it, it's definitely one of the strongest decks in the format, as we have seen. I think we have seen a lot of decks warping around the deck and can't play too slow, or not good enough reacted cards against the deck, or not have a hateful sideboard enough. I mean, you see Infinite Obliterations and Hallowed Moonlights all over standard right now, majorly because of this deck, but also other collected company decks, obviously.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, Hallowed Moonlight, a card that is pretty impactful against many decks, and a collected company, the card that's on the stack right now, is one of these.
Great draw, also. This, if it hits 2 creatures, is a way to play 2 creatures for Daniel in the same turn. Something he has been lacking.
He's got a little
earlier,
trouble doing it right now, that's
since
true.
he's been constricted on only 1 black mana. So in response to the collected company, Ricardo Silva can target his Absent Charm at the Grim Haruspex in the fear of any kind of sacrifice outlets that doesn't cost mana, I believe. And in response to that, Daniel will sacrifice his Scion, Scry ones, and most likely using his Eily to sacrifice either a creature drawing a card with Grim Haruspex or sacrificing the actual Grim Haruspex. And I believe we're going to sacrifice Grim Haruspex.
Yeah, you definitely don't want that sucker exiled when you've got a Rally of the Ancestors in hand.
No, exactly. That's completely right. So when the dust settles, we still have a collected company on sack, and we're gonna see what that hits.
Okay, Visionary.
So we have 2 hits already.
Yeah.
That's a good
Reflector
start.
Mage.
I'm not actually sure that Reflective Mage is the way to go here. I kind of like Visionary better because there's no real good targets to bounce. I mean, bouncing a Morph is not great.
No, the Den Protector can still be replayed, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
As far as I know. I'm actually not 100%, but
It's going to be Reflector Mage though on the Siege Rhino.
yeah. This also means an attack though.
Yeah.
For Daniel. But Ricardo being at 18, I don't think he cares that much about this taking 6.
Can take 6 here.
So I presume we're gonna take 6 because all of a sudden the plant token has much higher value being able to block a Nantuka Husk. But it seems like we're gonna jump right now.
Yep. Okay.
It's
there you go.
interesting.
Your expectations defied. The plant token cashed in there for 2 life.
Yep. Seems like it.
And it's back to silver.
Drawing a Tragic Arrogance here. Oof. 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 Good stuff.
Yeah, that would be.
It would have been good, but
sadly.
But I'm not even sure if it would have been good enough. I'm not even sure what he's going to draw.
Ancestors in Carl's hand as well.
Rally the Ancestors, you get to scry 4 times, and most likely finding a land off of that 4 scries and playing Rally the Ancestors the very next turn. It's quite punishing here for any kind of mass removal. So Silva has to find a way to kind of stabilize the board while not being grinded out, and in some ways start attacking. And I'm not even sure how he's going to do that.
No, this is what really perplexes me about this this Rally of the Ancestors deck. I don't know how you beat it in a situation like this. They've got too much of a board presence. They've built up their graveyard. They can happily get through a Wrath because that Rally of the Ancestors is going to. I mean, as long as there's a Zulaport Cutthroat or something coming along like that, they're going to be able to do. You know, they're going to be able to get something done.
Yeah, for sure. And there's also a problem for these slower decks like Absan, which is, I mean, this is not an Absan aggressive deck. This is kind of an Absan control mid-range deck. And then you let him set up all this time to these big boards, big graveyards, as you mentioned earlier, where they can just start attacking on you, and if you deal with it, they just win. Pretty much.
Yeah, they can just get through. They get there straight through it. So it puts you in a tricky position. So Ricardo Silva having to think about what he wants to do with his turn here. So he's going to attack.
Did I see a Warden in his hand? That might be a way to come back. If you level up the Warden, if you have it, but it doesn't seem like you have it. I think I mistook it for a Omnix. So he plays a Temp Protector face up.
Okay.
Vanilla. Interesting.
So looking to perhaps flashback the Abzan Charm with the Den Protector here.
Yeah, and Daniel draws yet another collected company. I mean,
good card.
Very good card.
Really good card.
I mean, drawing another Swamp here is also almost lethal. I mean, he has multiple Zulaport Cutthroat in the hand, waiting for him to deploy them at the same time.
At the opportune time, that's right.
Yeah. And if he gets to that, it's just over right away. And but he doesn't seem to find another black source yet. But in the meantime, I guess he will have to set up a collected company.
Yeah. Well, no.
Oh no! Poor Daniel.
Oh, no.
Already ahead and has to cast collected company. What do we do now?
What a life, huh?
Yeah.
He's hitting the tank though as well. Look at that, smacking into it like a blind goldfish. What's he up to?
Alright, so we're gonna see a deployment of
the Cutthroat.
this line is also fine, I think, because it just gets you closer to actually just winning the game. I mean, it's like collect company is great, but this leads him, instead of having to hope for another black source of playing them at the same turn. He can play them in 2 turns instead and attack with the team here.
So here's the attack, in with everything.
Yep. And I actually like blocking Nantuko Husk with the Dam Protector here.
Yeah.
What do you think about that?
I think you kind of have to block the husk.
Yeah, you definitely do, but he also has the Dam Protector morphed down, so he can take up that Absent Charm if he chooses to sacrifice a creature to the Nantuko Husk.
Yeah.
So I mean,
and that's exactly the zone you want your opponent's Nantuko Husks
definitely.
in the
and you want
zone.
to kill the other sacrifice outlet as well here, I believe, being Eiley. I mean, it's kind of a 2/3 that does more than the other 2/3, so it makes sense from the get-go. But it's kind of important to not let them have their sacrifice outlets in play.
I don't think Silver is going to be able to get that husk into the exile zone, of course, because of the Eiley is just going to be able to sacrifice it at instant speed.
Yes.
So away goes the Reflector Mage. That's pumping up the husk.
Getting a scry,
one.
draining for 1.
It's staying on top. It's staying on top too.
Staying on top, so might be black source.
Might be black source.
Or any source that might be enough rally. So here we're gonna see unmorph of the Dam Protector, retrieving that Absent Charm that we talked about earlier, trying to remove Husk from the game, which will not happen, of course.
No.
But at least it deals with it this turn, and we have forced it to become a 4/4. So that's one step in the right direction.
And it saves the Den Protector as well.
Yeah. So he's gonna sacrifice Husk, gain 4 life, gain another from Salapat's Frost Cutthroat, dealing 1 to Silva, and also scrying once. But doesn't really matter since he already kept it on top.
So Eiley is also going to hit the bin here.
Yes, correct.
Trading off against the Den Protector, and Silver takes a further 4 damage on top of the 3 lost life from the Zulaport Cutthroat. Now, Querol's board is looking a little less imposing here, but of course we know that Rally of the Ancestors is pretty red hot at the moment.
It's red hot indeed. Almost couldn't get us red hot as
couldn't get it hotter.
The only problem is the only one Zulaport Cutthroat, but who gives?
Who gives?
I mean,
so Siege Rhinoceros.
We have seen this card being played before. I think that all of the damage being dealt to Daniel has been dealt by Siege Rhino. And he has gained quite a lot of life this match too. So Siege Rhino has been jumping up and down quite a few times here. I think it's the 4th Siege Rhino, maybe?
There's a tap dancing Siege Rhino. I think it's definitely number 3. Could be number 4.
I think actually in this format something has changed. And that is the amount of times you have to cast Siege Rhino to actually win
the game. Used to
before,
be.
when the 4th Siege Rhino was cast, when the 4th Siege Rhino was casted, you won the game.
That was it. Yeah.
Usually it only took 3.
Yeah.
Sometimes 2 as well. So that has definitely changed.
Kids with their combo decks. Now, interestingly, Ricardo Silva had and still does have Obnixilis in hand.
Yeah.
He did have the option of going Obnixilis, go up, draw an untapped land,
try to find something,
play Rhino.
Yeah.
Is that too greedy for you?
No, I think that's probably right. I mean, Daniel has been stuck on lands for a long time, and he kept a card on top. So this happening this turn is you shouldn't be surprised whatsoever, I think. And then if you know you're probably gonna lose, as we see of the concession here, you kind of have to be greedy, you know. Yeah, if you know that Siege Rhino is not gonna be enough, you gotta go for something else.
That is the way it goes, and unfortunately for Silver, the Abzan control list succumbing in game number 1 to Rally the Ancestors here.
Seems like it.
So we might, looks like we might check in with our legacy game now as we move over. These guys are just about to start their next match, or their next game here, I should say. Of course, Hans Jakob GODDIK on the left-hand side of your screen playing Bug Delver, and Mario Chica on the right-hand side playing Dark Depths. Vampire Hexmage.
Dark Depths.
Dark Depths, indeed. No Dark Confidence in his list?
I don't think so. It's not like the good old extended Dark Depths.
No, not quite.
Not quite. And we have that regime on turn 1. No turn 1 play for Chica. And it seems like Hans has equalized this into 1-1.
Yeah. So game number 3 here.
Game number 3.
Game number 3.
I think I see a Hymns to Torak in Hans' hand. Is that an Abrupt Decay maybe too? We'll see what Chica has in store for us here with cracking his flash lance first, though. There could be something like Sylvan Library. There could be something like Abrupt Decay. There's a lot of options here.
A lot of stuff going on in Chica's deck when it comes to fast mana. 3 Lotus Petal, 3 Mox Diamond.
What are we gonna try to oppose this Delver with? It is Sylvan Library.
Yeah, there it is. So you're going to get
The
a
Eye
chance
of the
to
Monkey.
The eye of the monkey, the trunk of the elephant. You're going to go. You're about to see it here as it comes up on the screen. And have a good look, because after you've seen an elephant here in this art, you're never ever going to see anything else.
Right.
Quick before it gets abrupt decay, let's have a quick look at that one there.
Like in the first game.
Just like in the first game. There you go. GODDIK not taking any risks. Abrupt decay.
Insists on Abrupt Decay.
There it is there. So if you have a very close look, that blinking, that little light on the right hand side in the eye thing, and then the trunk is coming down from the left of that little ladder there, and then a weird sort of like claw thing just above those 3 people.
I mean, I can see where you're getting at, but when you're describing it like that, it just looks like Cthulhu to me.
Yeah, that's actually, now I'm thinking about it, it's more like a flying spaghetti monster the more I think
Isn't
about
it?
Yeah.
Isn't it Cthulhu?
I don't know, man. I still just think it's got an elephantine quality to it, you know.
Oh yeah, but I mean, some versions of that guy looks like an elephant, right?
Not a very popular library, by the way. 3 people, and they don't even seem to want to go in.
No, that's.
Should we go? I don't know, man. I'm not really
no.
into it.
I mean, it doesn't seem to have been dusted in quite a while.
No.
I mean, it's being decayed all over, right?
it's not. It hasn't been very well looked after.
Right, so here we have the combo assembled.
Just like that. Simple. This game's very easy.
Yeah,
This
I
game's
mean,
very easy.
Dark Depths remove the counters
Yeah.
in some fashion which you
Yeah,
don't usually do it.
Doesn't really matter how you do it.
And hope that.
Pay 30 mana, sacrifice a Vampire Hexmage, activate a Thespian Stage.
I mean,
come
it's
on.
all the same.
It's all the same, really.
Yeah.
It comes down to it. Come on.
So the real question is whether Hans has a submerge in his hand, which we know he has 3 of in this sideboard, and he has ways to deal with the Marlage token at sorcery speed if it's already in play. With Liliana of the Veil in the sideboard, he has Sour Temptation as well, which I don't think is going to go in here because it's a little bit too slow. But besides from that, he's really put it on the test here.
Well, the Dark Depths combo has really made its presence felt this weekend across all sorts of decks. We've had of course the.
It's the undefeated player from the Swiss as well.
Oh, there you go.
He got to
Chica.
join the last round, if I'm not mistaken.
Oh, there you go. This guy knows what's up. I mean, again,
Yeah.
we've said it once. We'll say it once more. The game is very easy. The game is very easy, but not for Hans Jakob GODDIK right now, because he is facing down the potential energy of a 2020 flying indestructible Merit large token.
And I think was that a submerge?
He
No,
just draws submerge.
it's a ponder.
It's a ponder.
The waves in the water. They're too similar. All right, so
Ponder's going to get him. Let him look at up to 4 more
what
cards.
does he have there? What's that second card to
That's
left?
what I'm looking at as well. The second.
That
second
might
card
be a
from the top.
submerge actually. I can see a Force of Will.
Ponder. Well, we
And,
already know that Hans Jakob GODDIK is an international man of mystery. We know that he is playing that long con. He might be in the tank. He might be going, oh man, I'm going to get done by this Merit large token. Mario Chica, resting on his laurels, is just going to go, well, here it is, and then bam, submerge it.
Yes, exactly. And
Right back under the ice.
And he gets another land, which if he doesn't have submerge in his hand, it's gonna enable him to cast Brainstorm here, and as well using his Death Shaman since there was no lands in his graveyard. So this nets him 2 mana.
I think it is a submerge.
3
I
more
really
cards.
do think it's a submerge.
I
in
do
this
think
hand.
so too.
Yeah.
It kind of looks like that old border
Yeah.
from Stronghold,
Yeah.
or
And
not.
you can
Wait,
see, like,
hold
the
on, not Strong. Is that Judgment?
Yes.
It's Judgment, right?
No. it's the axe one.
I think it's Stronghold or
It's
Judgment. I'm not sure.
Oath of the Axe.
I mean, it was almost
Fighting.
printed before I was born, so you gotta give me some credit.
Return to yes, but you're much better at this than me. That's the other thing. I'll give
Alright,
you all the
fair
credit you
enough.
want, mate.
So are you trying to say that I'm the undisputed limited, or I mean,
What I'm
Metal
trying
Master?
to say, your Larsson, you young whippersnapper, what I'm trying to say is that there will come a point in your life when the people that you admire and the people that you look up to and the people who are much better at the things that you love, right, start to become younger than you. And it is a very, very difficult pill to swallow, my man. I mean, we're talking about me not being able to get over it when my younger brother, first beat me in Mario Kart.
Uh-oh.
And now the captain of the Australian cricket team was born 6 weeks after I was. How do you think that makes me feel?
Can't be good. Yeah, I think you're completely right about that submerge, by the way.
I think it is.
Yeah, yeah.
I'm good for some things.
Those Hawkeyes of
not
yours.
Much, not
those
much, but
Hawkeyes of
something.
yours.
Sitting
Seeing
next
the
to
old borders from miles apart.
18-year-old who's won a pro tour.
Whoa. Whoa.
Well, sorry. I mean, you just turned 19, didn't you? Sorry, buddy.
Oh, okay. Enough with the daggers now. Alright, so we do see surgical extraction on the stack. Wonder what it's targeting. I'm not even sure what it's targeting here.
No, I mean, Abrupt Decay, Ponder, and Verdant Catacombs amongst the options here. But, yeah, interesting to see that. I don't know. It's a very aggressive surgical extraction.
Yeah, it is. I wonder what is in oh, yeah, it's... Of course. Sorry. It's obviously in response to activating the Death Achievement on the Verdant Catacombs, trying to net a mana out of it.
Oh, I see. Because,
so
of course, then it's not able to... Yeah, because exiling is not part of the cost, is it? No, it's part of the resolution.
And I think the reason why Hans Joko thought so much about it, he doesn't really need the mana, because he already has Submerge in his hand, which is free, but he was very afraid about revealing the information that he had Submerge in his hand, because for now, Sheikah just has to wait until he has either another setup of Martial Age or some kind of counter backup to get that card into play. And it's going to be really difficult because Hans has Forcible backup for his Submerge. And so this is a tall order.
The only counterspell that I can see that Sheikah is playing is Spell Pierce out of the board.
Yeah, which is starting to fall out of really... starting to be less and less effective as the game goes on.
Is really diminishing very quickly, you're right.
Yeah, he does have Flusterstorm in the sideboard too, though. As I can see.
He does too, sorry, I missed that.
So yeah, we're gonna see that. Alright, so surgical extraction seems to have resolved.
Snagged some of those Verdant Catacombs.
He's gonna miss his mana from Death Achievement. And I believe Hans is just going to pass here because he can't really do much with his bio in play. Which is what he does. And Sheikah, as he has seen Hans' hand, he doesn't see a real reason to go for the Martial Shogun. As you know, it will just be submerged. And losing 2 cards here is not great. So the thing Hans is looking to do here is he needs to put on some pressure. Because he has Sheikah's combo kind of well underway as it is, but he just needs to put pressure on him before he draws more tools to assemble what he's trying to do. And as we can see, Vampire Hexmage is not just sacrifice. It actually can attack for 2.
You can do other stuff as well. It does everything. Slices and dices and gets in for 2. I mean, this card is the real deal.
Crazy stuff. And here we see Hymn-Tutoric. Removing the 2 last cards and also netting 2 lands for Hans to use with his Death Shaman. Meaning he can either play another Death Shaman or play a Delver's Secrets, which I think is going to be the card he's going to prompt to play out here. So as it is now, she gets out of cards. He knows what he has. And Hans can just, if he keeps the board as it is, and has to merge for the Martial Shogun with Force of Will backup, he's very content with what's happening.
He doesn't have to do anything.
No, pretty much. So he's always going to keep that Brainstorm as a pitch card for Forcible if he doesn't draw another blue card. So I think that's what we're going to see from Hans here. And Sheikah is quite far behind.
Yeah, he's going to have to find. We've gone from lambasting how just how easy it is to win with a 2020 to poor old Mario Sheikah being in a bit of a bad way here. Of course, the winner of this game will go on to the final, so this is very much an all-or-nothing situation for both these players.
Definitely.
And we see Brainstorm here.
And here we do see Brainstorm. And he does find another blue card and another Submerge.
Okay, well there you go. That might be one of the very last nails in this particular coffin here, because it's going to be very difficult for Mario Sheikah to connect with a 2020 through 2 free removal spells.
Yes, definitely. This is looking very grim for Sheikah.
Submerge generally is a card. I mean, where else? What's its other role in Legacy? Is it a tempo play against the Tarmogoyfs of the world?
Yeah, that's what I believe. It's mostly a way to deal with Tarmogoyf, where I don't know, Abrupt Decay is better somewhere else. I mean, It's very unclear. I don't see very many reasons why submerges would be great right now, but it's definitely doing some work for Hans here.
Certainly a
Maybe
card
it's
you don't want having
the-
three of.
Maybe there has been some local uprising of the Martel Age tokens all over it. I mean, we saw a lot of lands decks and like Jund, Loam decks, and we see these Dark Depths decks in the semi-finals as well.
Maybe that's how they do in Madrid.
Yeah,
That's just how they do, man, in Spain.
it seems like it. And then if you can sniff that out, I
Yeah.
mean, Submerge is great. So there you have it.
Yeah. That might
Maybe
be it,
you
honestly,
saw the
that might
meta
be it.
game coming,
You
yeah.
see if you can sniff out regional variations in the meta
Yeah.
game and prepare yourself adequately.
Mhm.
Yeah, for sure.
And then it's very impressive. I'm gonna have to ask Hans afterwards if it's
Yeah.
a stroke of genius or just a sense of playing the oldest legacy deck in the format and just keeping the same list, because his list isn't what we would call updated.
No, it's not exactly
It's-
at the bleeding edge of.
We talked
legacy
about it
technology.
earlier, where the newest card in the entire deck list.
Is the Toxic Deluge? Yeah, for
Exactly,
sure.
and that's, I mean, it's not the newest card ever, and so it might be that Hans just took the deck he had played for forever and just kept the 75 as it is, since this is what he's most comfortable with, and hasn't had as much time testing the format, and randomly, luckily,
Yeah.
found the perfect match for its submerges that otherwise isn't great in this current metagame. So
I mean, Submerge plays a role. Someone on chat pointed out that it's quite good against Infect as well, the Overmaster.
That's
I mean,
true.
that's why this guy's called the
Yep.
Overmaster.
that's
He figures-
true.
Figures that sort of
We
stuff
have.
out.
I saw some effect players in this format, but unfortunately for them, they have kind of crumbled off very quickly. I'm not sure why, but it might be the Eldrazi Menace. I mean,
So crop rotation here very quickly is sacrificing a land, but it's going to
Oh,
be
wow.
it's going to be forced pitching a Submerge.
oh wow, this is giving up two of your very most powerful cards in this matchup. This is very, very.
So, Larsson, what is so critical about that crop rotation that's,
Alright.
that's forced Hans's hand?
I'm not sure if I'm sure. So to say. I'm gonna have to actually look at the deck list to see what's so scary about the crop rotation. If I missed something,
I mean, it can't really go and get another Dark Depths. That's
No.
not going to work, seeing as Dark Depths is legendary, as we see the Delver flip in addition to those triple
that's
Death Ray
interesting
Shamans there.
actually, because it might be that Hans is playing his bluffing game here once more, because he
that's what I was
only
gonna
saw
say.
one submerge.
Is he trying to make it seem like the coast is clear? Is Mario going to come?
No.
I mean, you don't rise to the bait there, do you?
No, I mean it feels a little bit far too obvious. I mean, he has to have something.
Yeah.
Because I mean, Mario's combo is on the board, and
Yeah.
he already lost to it once, so I don't think he will fall into a trap like that easy.
No.
And yeah,
I'm really unsure about that. I mean, that crop rotation, what's the threatening thing? I mean, it can get a Sajiri step, which doesn't really do that much. No, I mean, I just don't see it.
no, I'm not sure.
I just don't see
We're
it.
gonna see what this Piffy Needle is on. I believe it's on Death Ray Shaman.
Yeah, I
that
think
would
so.
make the most sense, since there are 3 of them on the board right now. So someone pointed out in the chat that that's definitely what it's on. Yeah, that's a really interesting force as well. I can't really
No, I
agree with it
can't quite fathom it
whatsoever.
here.
I mean, he doesn't have a Tabernacle in this deck,
And the players
and
in this situation, I mean, really, as we say, this is very much all or nothing Magic, and I'm not sure that a decision like that. I don't know what was behind it. It'll be interesting to pick the
No.
brains of Hans later on to see exactly
yeah,
what
it
went
might be
by
a straight bluff, but that's really, I mean, that's quite cocky.
That's very deep. Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
That's maybe a bit too deep, and
Yeah.
and it's not too hard to sniff out if you just think logically about this.
Tarmogoyf coming down as well to join the party.
Yes, yes indeed.
Pretty mighty Tarmogoyf as well.
So as it seems, a 2/1 first strike is holding up triple 1/2s.
Mhm.
Classical limit situation.
Yep, the eager cadets there, not
Yeah.
not quite in the best position.
No, Squire is not doing their thing here. So now that we have Death Shaman out of the way, we only have one Submerge to deal with. Mario might be poised to make a comeback if he draws the correct cards, obviously.
He's going to have to find something here. So the Tamagotchi has a 5/6 here. Is certainly dominating the board in addition to that Insectile Aberration. And with Mario on 12...
Yeah, that's right. He also doesn't have... He also doesn't have a blue mana here. Which is problematic because... He kind of wants to draw a counterspell of some sort here. Spell Pierce or Flusterstorm that are both in his sideboard. To be able to make a Martlade Shogun or, I mean, protect it some way. I guess that's not even enough that either because he can just play Submerge in his own turn.
Well, that's the thing. I mean, if you draw Spell Pierce right now, it doesn't. It of course doesn't do anything because it doesn't have blue. But even if he was able to sort of defend it with a Spell Pierce, I mean, GODDIK just waits. Yeah,
definitely. So what's his way to win this game? I'm not even sure. I can't think of anything actually.
So the line has finally been pointed out here by a member of the chat who is much wiser than I. So, with the Needle on Deathrite Shaman, GODDIK can't hardcast Submerge, right?
No.
So if Mario wastes his own Bayou, then it can't be cast for free.
Sure, but in crop rotation is as addition to cast crop rotation. He already sacrificed the land to crop rotation. So that means he still have a forest in play, which also means that he can cast it for free, right?
But if he gets... So he sacrifices... I'm not sure what the land it was that he sacrificed.
He sacrificed a Savannah, or was it...
Okay, so he gets a Wasteland and Wastelands himself. But that isn't going to be how it is here, because we have a concession. The Tamagotchi and the Delver of Secrets, best friends for life, managed to get there, and there's another crop rotation. So you can see Mario Shika was playing for that crop rotation, and I think that was perhaps a path to victory there in turning off the Submerge. Unfortunately, Mario Shika's tournament life comes to an end, but just for today, because of course there's plenty more stuff for him to be involved in tomorrow. But a very good run for him, undefeated in the Swiss, able to draw into the top 8, and made a very, very strong run. But you can see that Daniel Querel, very happy to be making his way into the final of Bazaar of Moxen Legacy Madrid.
So definitely. So Shika, Mario's first loss in this tournament, in the semifinals.
In the semifinals. Not a bad spot to be in. Yeah, congratulations to him. Certainly, he can go home with a smile on his face. And look at he's a bit of an axe as well. So I'm sure he's in a good spot here to recover himself.
Yep.
Dust the modern deck off. And crush his foes again tomorrow. Back to standard now.
Back to standard, we have Rally of the Ancestors versus Absent Control, a deck we haven't seen in a long while.
No.
And just out of the sound of it, I do not like the chances for Absent, really.
No.
And we're going to take a look at the deck list and see if he has anything great to board in here.
Having said that, the Rally of the Ancestors player here is on 1 life.
Yeah. So the Absent deck has a few relevant cards. There's Triangle Mine, which is not bad, removing a card from your opponent's hand, especially Collective Company or Natuka Husk. He also has Statecrap, which can remove cards on the board. 2 Hello Moonlight, which is definitely for this matchup. The Starter Snare, which is in play. You get Painful Drifts, which enables you to go a little bit longer. And I think that's about it. A potential other end, but the impact is not too great there.
So Querel on 1.
Alright.
And it's going to be Kalitas. So this is a card again that has been received.
This is a good card.
Yeah, a fair bit of hype against the Rally of the Ancestors deck.
Definitely.
You mentioned before that you were worried it was a little bit too sort of tap it on turn 4 and just immediately die. But in this situation,
with your back against the wall, Kalitas gets really hard to beat all of a sudden, and that's what we're seeing here. He does have Eily though, which can gain life, and the question is whether he wants to do it in response. But reducing his own board here, I don't know how great that is. I mean, there's still blockers for his opponent creatures.
So there's Cletus, the Trader of Get, as a 3/4 lifelinker, and I mean, I hope I'm not the only person who immediately assumed it had flying as well.
Yeah.
Kind of looks like it.
I think the old Kalitas didn't have flying either.
No?
No.
Okay, well there you go. Well that's
obviously
7
mana one.
Hasn't quite been chucked up into the air with his defection to the cause of the Eldrazi here.
Might be the suckiest vampire on Earth, not being able to fly.
No, I
both
mean,
in now and in the past.
Now in the past as well.
Kind of embarrassing. Couldn't he have learned under this long time?
Yeah, he Just, mate, take to the skies. That's how you're going to win.
Yeah,
games
this is the old Kalidas.
See
And
one.
I don't know if you guys can see this at home, but
Yeah.
I will say from playing from this time, this card was not as impactful as the current Kalidas.
No, sure.
Believe it or not.
Believe it or not.
Believe it or not.
7 mana 5/5 with an expensive activated ability. Well, it's good to see they've kept up the tradition of printing rubbish 7-drop vampires with Defiant Bloodlord being making the. I mean,
Yeah.
I've seen that. Oh, jeez, I've seen that card wheel so many drafts.
Oh yeah, the card is not great. I mean, it's a super late game bomb. Doesn't do anything when it comes to the play in a format which is all about 2-drops. That
Yeah.
and it's really hard to block too in that
Yeah.
format. So you I mean,
No, I mean,
I don't even know.
No, I mean, I'd rather play the Nirkana Assassin or whatever it is.
Yeah.
The 2/3. with
Oh,
no
you
abilities.
mean Vampire Nighthawk?
Oh, you really like this card, do you?
Vampire Nighthawk?
No, the 2/3 with no abilities, like with the that has Rally for Death Touch.
Oh yeah.
Yeah,
Sure.
Nirkana Assassin.
Yeah.
Oh,
no.
Vampire Nighthawk. Oh,
Ooh,
mate, you don't
that-
talk about that card. Me
Oof.
and that card have a long history.
Oof.
Oh, mate.
Oh, what a good old
Oh,
friend.
What a good friend. I know.
Yeah.
Always reliable. Always does exactly what you want it to do.
Didn't like it in constructing that much, but when you casted it
Oh,
on
mate,
limited,
come on. How are you ever losing that game? Jeez. All right. Quirrell up to 2 now.
it's for those people who haven't played the old Zendikar format, it's kind of the lingering souls of Zendikar Limited,
Yeah, for sure.
and that's saying a lot.
I'm a little
All right.
confused here because we saw the Husk block the Siege Rhino, and then was sacrificed. No.
I'm not really sure what's happening
Because
here either.
if any trample damage went over, then Korra was dead. I'm not sure what happened there.
Yeah, maybe they didn't sacrifice it, maybe they didn't, and
Must have sacrificed it, gained life, and then lost life from the trample. That must have been the way that it went. I don't know,
Yeah.
because that was a confusing little interaction there.
definitely. It seems like, as we can see in the graveyard, since we missed the earlier parts of this game, we can see a most likely very well timed Tragic Arrogance in Daniel's graveyard. As we can see, the graveyard is huge in Daniel's graveyard. I mean the amount of creatures there. So there's definitely been some kind of blowout with the combination of pressure with Tragic Arrogance.
Yeah, but there's a Rally of the Ancestors 2 actually hiding away in Quirrell's hand here, and he's able to, if he's able to leverage that for any kind of material gain, he's going to be in a good spot. Having said that, facing down this board,
I mean, I think it's possible. I believe he has Reflector Mage in his graveyard, doesn't he?
that's definitely going to have to be part of it because that Kalitas shuts off the all the death triggers.
So it doesn't seem like...
It's
Maybe
gonna
I
be
missed
Coco
something,
instead.
but he's gonna play Collected Company instead. This is interesting
Well,
to
it's
say the
Reflector
very least.
Mage.
That's Reflector Mage,
first
but
piece of the
one
puzzle.
Reflector Mage is not enough here. Not that I believe. So what would his blocks be here? This is interesting because you kind of get... You need to get rid of Kalitas in some way, but Siege Trample and problematic. And okay, so we figured out the reason why we didn't go for Rally of the Ancestors,
Lacking double white.
lacking double white, and it's not as obvious as it might seem, but Daniel has chosen only to play one Prairie Stream
Oh,
in
I
a
see.
7
Yeah,
to
that's why
5.
because that
That's polluted Delta
Delta
can
isn't going to go and get one.
not
Alright.
get another one,
Okay.
and
makes things a little clearer there because that was a
yeah.
tad
Otherwise, I was very confused
Mm.
why not playing Rally of the Ancestors here.
So the Reflector Mage is bouncing the Kalitas here.
And we see another Siege Runner on the other side of the table, making Daniel having to move, sacrificing the Reflector Mage, getting 4 life and dealing 1 to Ricardo, but I'm not really sure that's gonna be enough. Ricardo has an attack force of 8 power. If Daniel makes the absolutely correct blocks where he chops away as much damage as possible, he will still take 3 damage here.
So as you
So
say,
if he puts
Quirrell-
Eiley on the Siege Rhino,
Yeah.
blocking with 3 damage, and the Cutthroat on the 2/2 Zombie, he takes 1 trample damage from Siege Rhino and 2 damage from Dam Protector, which is very much lethal.
Yeah. So is that going to be game number 2? Attack with these.
I believe so.
Up they go. Of course, Querol gaining 4
And we
life.
can see 2 more Siege Riders hiding in
Oh.
Ricardo's hand. What is it with these Alpson players?
Oh, they just
drawing
always
their
have it.
per-
It's just
the,
one of
the
those
best
cards.
card they
Yeah.
have. So many copies of it every game too.
Yeah, they have it. And there you go. There's a concession for game number 2. So
All right.
Daniel Martinez Querol is going to have to pull something out for game number 3 as Ricardo Silva evens things up at 1 and
Yeah.
1. at
More
the
white
end.
mana next time.
Yeah, I would say that's a piece of the puzzle. Yeah, Querol has had a few mana issues. We saw
Yeah.
in game 1 he was unable to find the second black mana. I mean, that's what happens when you play these 4-color decks with some pretty stringent mana requirements. You know, the Relic of the Ancestors is more or less with the addition of Reflector Mage, it used to be the only white card more or less that they'd play, and a double white card
Yeah.
as well on the splash.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, sometimes the 4 mana, color mana base doesn't work out, and that's what we saw happen there.
So for game number 3, ladies and gentlemen, if you thought it couldn't get any better, well, I tell you what, you're absolutely wrong. I'm going to step out of the booth. You're going to be joined by the Pro Tour Hall of Famer, Raphaël Levy. He'll be sitting across from the Pro Tour champion, Larsson. An absolutely stacked booth, my friends, for you to enjoy. I'll catch up with you later on. Once again, thanks for joining us today, and I'm leaving you now in the very capable hands of these 2 stalwarts of the European game.
Hello, Mr. Raphaël Levy.
Hi.
Alright, so jumping into standard right away.
Right away. Like this is what happens. Right away. Now, aren't we watching some?
Shuffling.
Some Legacy.
Yeah, we just saw.
Because this Bug Delver is not. That's not.
No. That's the wrong deck. Being up there. There should.
No, I think they're.
Oh yeah,
We
they're switching
haven't
back to lazy. Sorry,
final
I missed
Legacy.
that.
That's what I've been called over.
Oh
I don't care
The
about
legacy expert
I don't
is
care
here.
about
Is
the
that what you're trying to say?
semi-final standard. Yeah, I'm just here for the big guys.
All right, fair enough. So we see Hans being back with our Bug Delver list, playing against Alain
Alain Martin.
Martin. Is that how you pronounce it?
Alain Martin. Yes.
Okay. Well, you're the French guy.
Was he? Was Hans playing against the?
Dark
heck-
Dipsic.
Yeah. What happened? I saw. I just had a glimpse. I don't know. Why didn't he sacrifice his Hex Mage?
So he had earlier in the game target Verdant Catacombs with surgical distraction, seeing Hans having Submerge in his hand.
Oh, submerge. Okay.
So even
Okay,
if
I
he
see.
would have sacrificed it and getting a
Okay.
token,
Okay.
it would have been
I
removed
didn't
right
know
away.
about the submerge.
Yeah.
I just said there's a big screen in the room,
Mhm.
and I could see Hans being tapped out,
Yeah.
and his opponent with the Hex Mage and Dark
Tw-
Death,
and you're like,
and like
wait,
okay,
what is
tap and
happening?
tap, like, okay, well I'm missing something.
that you
Okay,
were.
now I get it.
All right, so we're gonna get Martin's deck up here in a moment, and see what we're playing against here as the Bug Delver, and this is the finals of Legacy.
We've seen Alain earlier today,
Yep, that we have.
and he's playing.
I'm gonna
Do you have
look
deck
it up.
list? You
Hold
have the
on.
deck list.
I do
Come
have
on.
the deck list.
Come on, it's late, but you have the deck list.
Oh,
Oh, you don't. I'm sure you do. This is standard.
hold on, I'll find them. I'll find them.
Thalia is not standard. Oh, that's the one.
This is the one.
All right.
All right.
Deathrite Shaman. Tarmogoyf. Baleful Strix. Shardless Agent. Okay. Well,
Alright,
I think
so-
we are.
Shardless BUG, which has been quite the force here in the Legacy main event at the Bomb Madrid. We have seen a lot of BUG, and there's going to be a BUG finals. One more aggressive approach on the deck, and one more, what do you say, mid-range, more value-wise deck with Shardless Agent and Ancestral Visions.
Bring the bug spray. Oh, I'm glad someone laughed at that. That was unexpected.
Yeah, for sure.
All right, so
Seems like
Hans beat Depth, and Alain beat what did he beat in the semis?
I'm not sure actually. We didn't cover that side of the top 8 bracket. I do not know. I presume at least one Eldrazi deck has to have beaten that.
Okay.
All right. We might get confirmation on that later with our great coverage team here in the back. All right, so let's get this started. Let's see if we can have a hand here from Martin that suits him. But first, let's bring up the playmat.
It's very
he's just
important.
teasing me now.
It's a part of the ritual, okay?
Yeah.
First, you bring your deck. You sit down. You shuffle a long time because
Yeah.
they
because
like
it is on time.
they
I mean,
like to
it
shuffle a lot.
is on time, so might as well have a good shuffle.
And then you take out your playmat. It's
Yeah.
very important ritual, part of the ritual.
Are we gonna have the life pad coming up here in a second too, or is
Yeah.
that already
That's
placed?
right after burning the incense.
Oh yeah.
Yeah,
Okay.
that's right after putting up the
Yeah,
playmat.
that does make sense actually. All right, so we're gonna have a mulligan here from Martin, and didn't find what I was looking for. So Hans definitely has the edge already in this game before it even started.
Yeah, I'm glad I've been called over. This is some good action. I'm very happy.
Yeah,
You pulled me from my well-deserved rest to witness.
a great deal of shuffling.
Okay, that's
Okay,
fine.
this is a
That's
hand
it.
I guess we will have to deal with. It has a land and spells, so I guess that's it, and also Death Achievement. So it's not a terrible bit. The worst thing about this hand is that it has Forcible. You don't really want to have Forcible on a mulligan 5 if your opponent is not trying to like cast Charbelcher or something. So it is already a 2-for-1 against yourself or an efficient mulligan or whatever. What we're really looking for here is something as lucky as casting Charlotte's Agent into Ancestral Visions.
Liliana is pretty good here.
Liliana is also pretty
Turn
good
to
here.
Liliana.
Do we have a Daze? Do we have a Forcible? That is the question we have to ask GODDIK here. It doesn't seem like it.
It's pretty
Ooh.
hard to kill. No, it's
And that's
on the
a
line.
1.
Yeah. There's no
Alright,
minus 1.
alright.
on
Good
Liliana.
try though. Good try though. Alright, so Martin is left with a Forcible and what I believe is to be a Sylvan Library. Maybe it's kind of hard to see and to speculate here.
Yeah, I think him to Turak would be a good start.
For
Just to make-
Hans, you mean? Yeah,
Yeah.
just to make sure nothing else is gonna
Yeah.
spit out of
No,
that man's hand.
not yet. Not.
Alright, so Hans is thinking about whether he should fetch or not, or which land he should get. We can see multiple wasteland in Hans' hand here, but it doesn't seem right to play them before trying to develop his board himself.
I think like starting with him to Turak is right.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, taking the 2 last cards out of Martin's hand is... What can I say?
No, that
Sounds good.
I think that's the play. There's no better
Yeah.
better window for that. He can start hitting the lands next turn.
Yeah, definitely. And
Like killing one land, like destroying one land now is not gonna keep Alain, not keep Alain to play a Tarmogoyf, for example.
no, it
But-
will not.
Having it, not having any card in hand like that might just do
You
it.
got a Shardless Agent too? Not bad. I mean, Shardless Agent
what is
is
it?
potentially very dangerous.
Oh, Baleful Strix,
Yes.
okay.
Ooh, not bad. It's kind of a 2-for-1 here. I mean, the body definitely does matter with this Death Touch and Flying.
Yeah.
I mean, come on,
Kinda,
Ref.
kinda.
Come on, Ref. Give it to the man. Give it to the
Kinda,
man.
kinda.
So,
And nothing from
Liliana, which means
Yeah,
he
no.
probably has something that he really wants to keep in his hand. Not a land, since he would just have played it. And most likely a spell of... That's better than most spells.
I don't know, what kind of
let's see.
spell is that to keep it?
It can be Sylvan Library, can be a Shardless Agent. A Tarmogoyf would be fine too, I think,
Yeah.
to keep. And it is a
That's-
Shardless
Shardless
Agent coming out.
Yeah.
So let's see what we're gonna hit here. Mason Pulse is a no-go. Not Shardless Agent is a miss
Yeah.
too.
Brainstorm. That's a pretty good mulligan to 5.
Yeah.
that's a very good draw for a mulligan to 5.
This Liliana on turn 2 has really put Hans back on his tracks here. I mean, really
So what you do
kill
here, you
this.
keep like bad cards and you
Start discarding with Liliana.
yeah. I think
It
I
does
would
make
do that.
sense. I mean,
You want to have Liliana at 2.
mm.
You don't want to face
or a land or a card that costs 1, like another Death Achievement. That would have been the optimal way. but that also means shuffling away the other 2 cards. I think I'm seeing Force of Will
I
here.
think I would
Which he
keep the
doesn't
Force
really
of Will
want.
and discard the Force of Will.
Yeah,
I don't
I mean
think
that's an
he's
option.
never gonna have 2 cards in his hand.
No. Alright, so he has the Force of Will on top of his library. Maybe he found a fetch land and something to play with that. It does seem like he's gonna discard a land and play a fetch land here instead. Which basically removes the Force of Will as well, but it still puts it in his deck. I think a land would maybe have been better in his deck than the Force of Will.
I don't know. Well, it's very, very similar here.
Yeah, I mean the difference is not huge
Yeah.
whatsoever, so I don't think that will come back to haunt him. And we see a Vadilla click at the end of turn, waiting for that Baleful Strix to attack so we can kill the Liliana.
Yeah,
It's not bad.
attacking with the Strix was not great.
No, I mean
Like now he's just losing his Liliana for well, he may not have seen it coming, but at 3 mana tapped end of turn.
yeah.
I don't know. This is pretty. It's a little obvious.
Like he might get to kill Liliana anyways because he might have a Abrupt Decay or some other kind of removal for the Strix, but at
Yeah,
least
but
he has
at
to spend a
least-
card on it and his turn.
Yeah.
Now he can kill
Just
Liliana
free
and continue
Liliana.
to develop his board,
Yeah.
waiting for a better time to kill that Baleful Strix. And here we have it.
Tombstalker.
That's exactly what happened. Now he can play a Tombstalker, and on the
of
following
turn?
turn he can just kill the
wait.
Baleful
Oh no,
Strix.
is he drawing his Force of Will?
No, oh yeah, I believe he
He
is.
just forgot to fetch end of turn.
Oh wow.
So that Force of Will is not gonna do much unless it's not a Force of Will. But I'm
Yeah,
pretty
it
sure
might
it's
be
one.
another card. I definitely hope it's another card because keeping a Force of Will here, not great. Doesn't really do anything. Alright, so here we have one of the older Delve cards,
Oh no, okay,
Tombstalkers.
that's
This makes
that
more
was
sense.
that was a brainstorm. That was not the Force of Will. That was Force of Will and brainstorm.
And Tombstalker, one of the older Delve cards we haven't seen in a while. Not playing Tasigur here, since he most likely won't have that much mana, which actually does right now, but it's not as uncommon for the Delver decks to have an abundance of mana to use for their Tasigurs. Rather want to have a 5/5 flyer, which is Hans chose to go with. Alright, and we found a
Tarmogoyf.
Tarmogoyf
Okay.
with the Brainstorm. Not that exciting when Hans has an
Well,
pretty
that's okay.
susceptible
Well,
Air
I
Force.
think that's pretty exciting.
You think
Not
so?
against Abrupt Decay, but
No, I mean I think if Hans has an Abrupt Decay, which we know he does,
yeah,
he
but still,
will
what's he
just
gonna do?
Abrupt
He's
Decay the Baleful Strix and
gonna-
attack
yeah,
for
but then
8 in the air.
Tarmogoyf is it's pretty sweet.
Yeah, I think Tarmogoyf is gonna be like a 6/7 or something, right?
Yeah.
Artifact, creature, instant, planeswalker, land.
6/7.
Is there a sorcery though in the graveyard? I don't think so. So that is a 6/7.
yeah.
It does seem to be a 6/7. Oh yeah, him to Torek.
Yeah.
But didn't he
No,
dump that
he
away?
removed it. He exiled it.
Yeah, it is a 5/6. That's what I thought.
Okay.
Alright, so what are we gonna do about this board? Are we gonna take the less aggressive route and kill the Tarmogoyf with Abrupt Decay, or are we gonna kill the Baleful Strix?
The thing is, that's not even a 2-turn clock. It's 8. 8
Eight.
and 8 doesn't work. Even 9 and 8 would not work. 9 and 9 would not work since there's a Deathrite Shaman.
Yeah,
So if he only has one removal, that would not be enough. Like that would not
that's true.
break through.
So it might be the best way to go about this might be killing the Tarmogoyf.
King Tarmogoyf and playing the longer game, but then he's facing Deathrite Shaman.
He's also facing a deck that's more well equipped for the later game,
Yeah.
which is Shardless BUG.
This is quite the interesting game.
Yeah.
Let's
This
see.
is-
Okay, killing
Alright,
the,
so
the
she's
bird.
take the more aggressive route, hoping to draw something to go align with his aggressive plan, because
Yeah,
I only think he has a tropical island in his hand. I think that's
like
what
he's
Hans
losing
is
the
left
race
with.
here. Because he's not putting him in any. Oh, I
That's-
see. Next. Oh no. I
No,
don't see
no,
that.
no,
I
wait,
don't see
hold
that.
on. So, Machan can attack for 7 here, and then he can shoot another 2 damage with the Deathrite Shaman,
Yeah.
which means he's winning next turn if Hans would be attacking, which I presume he won't.
Oh no,
but
he's attacking. He's only attacking with the Tombstalker. No, that's not the. If he only attacks with Tombstalker,
and blocking the Shardless Agent.
and then it still doesn't work.
No, it doesn't work because of
No, so
Deathrite
he's still-
Shaman.
he's
He
still
can still
losing.
start getting life.
Yeah,
I mean,
he's still losing the race here.
yeah. So killing this Baleful Strix was probably not the correct line of play here.
So he takes 7. Next turn he's not dead. Ents is not dead next turn.
Yeah, he uses Death Shaman,
Oh wait.
put him down to 8, and then he attacks for 7
yeah,
again,
no, he
and
attacks
2 more
for-
damage.
He attacks for 8.
Yeah.
Next turn he attacks for 8.
Yeah, he can attack for 7, and that will still be enough. He will be at 8 here if he removes a card, but it seems like he wants to play a spell. Has to be pretty good.
Shardless Agent.
Oh, Toxic Deluge.
What? For
Yeah,
1?
wait, for 5, I believe.
Oh, yeah. Oh,
5 or 1.
what does it
And
do again?
you can pay X life when you play Toxic Deluge as addition to its cost, and it gives minus X for the amount of life you pay for it. And this time he paid a total of 5 life, which killed Tombstalker, but not the Tarmogoyf, since it has an additional toughness. Do you think he should have done it in 1 or for 5? Kind of like
What?
doing it at 5.
Wasn't 1 better?
Maybe. I mean, it's essentially trading 4 life, a Death Shaman, and a Shardless Agent against a Tombstalker. Yeah, it does sound better when you say it.
I think
Yeah.
for 1 it was better.
Yeah, I kind of agree with you.
Okay, well,
All right. Well,
that was a good
Good game,
mulligan
good.
to 5.
yeah.
Liliana on turn 2 proved to be
all
very
he
efficient.
needed, yeah. All he needed to get that early game edge to later in the game just have more efficient cards to win the game with. And to Hans' defense, he kind of flooded out a little bit.
Yeah. Well,
He had like 7 lands with Delver,
Mhm.
which is not great for him. Would have needed more ponders and brainstorms of that similar sort to dig out of that.
I'm thinking about the situation again. See if he plays it for 1
Mm-hmm.
and
Pays 1 life.
he pays 1 life. He goes down to 9.
Yeah.
But then he cannot gain life, but it doesn't matter.
Yeah, he can still gain life because Death Shim doesn't die, right?
No, because he doesn't have the mana to play too. He taps out that turn.
Sure.
Actually, what I think he should have done was not do anything. Keep the Toxic Deluge. And then I'm pretty sure Hans would have attacked with the. I don't know. It's just complicated, man.
It is complicated. I kind of like taking the line of
No,
just doing one.
his line definitely worked.
Yeah,
It
for
worked
sure.
out not in a way that he played it and he was behind after he played it. That was definitely a good line.
Yeah,
But
yeah,
I'm
for
thinking
sure.
about the other line that might have been
The other lines, even.
the other
I mean,
lines. Yeah, there were a
there
lot
were
of ways to
multiple.
play that
there were
that
multiple
turn.
lines. Or mainly 3 lines, right?
Yeah, there was.
Don't play it at all.
Don't play it. Played for 1, played for 5.
Yeah, exactly. Interesting.
Yeah, I'm still thinking. Well, it's much harder now that the cards
It's
are not in
difficult
play,
because you gotta think about what the players can draw to, right? Is it better to leave your opponent without any creatures and killing some of your own? Is that worth 4 life, or is it not? And stuff like that.
Well, I like the fact that he could still play the next turn.
Yeah, sure.
Like he
but
could have-
but it ups the chances of him drawing like a Daze or
If he draws a Daze, he's
a
dead.
Spell Pierce
He's
or
dead.
whatever. Yeah, that's true. Well, but after it attacks,
Yeah.
Hans,
Like
he plays something that affects the board in such a way that Martin is not winning the race anymore. And then he has to play the
How?
Toxic Deluge.
what? Which card? What do you have in mind?
That I haven't thought about yet. Hold on. I'll get a
No,
look
like
at the
if he
deck
play-
list.
if he draws
I'm
a
just
Tarmogoyf-
talking
If he
theoretically
draws a
here.
Tarmogoyf,
Yeah.
keeping the Deluge is better.
To do it on 6, you mean? Killing
No,
everything?
just
or
for 1.
Alright. Yeah. But that also means he will take another 8
Yeah, no,
damage.
you're probably dead. If he draws Tarmogoyf, you're just dead, I think. Like if you played for 5 and then he just Tarmogoyf. Oh no, you're not actually dead.
But no. Because if he doesn't play it that turn, he takes another 8 in the air, correct?
If he attacks. 'Cause maybe
If he draws some Tarmogoyf, he will attack,
yeah,
right?
if just Tarmogoyf, he attacks.
And
then you're dead. Yeah.
Then you're dead.
Yeah, if you don't play it, if you just Tarmogoyf, you're dead.
I mean, you're not dead, but it's
you
gonna be a Tarmogoyf standoff after all the dust settles.
No, because you're dead, because you took 8 and you can't play the Toxic Deluge. In the case you haven't played it before.
Oh, sure. Yeah, that makes sense.
So
Yeah,
if you
so
don't
playing
play
it-
it, if you don't play it, if you just Tarmogoyf, you lose. If you play it, if you just Tarmogoyf, it's a standoff, and you get to draw first. But you
So
only have 2 lands, and he has 4. But you get to draw first. I don't know. This is complicated. I think his line was good.
But there are other defendable
yeah.
lines as well. This
You have
is
to
also
run
what
the
makes Magic
numbers.
so interesting, right?
Yeah, we have
There's
to
so
run the
many
numbers
like
to figure
hard lines, right?
That's right.
And sometimes there's not enough time to figure them all out, and you just have to go with your gut in a sense, right?
Yeah, you have to go with your brains first, and then your gut.
Obviously,
when you don't,
obviously,
when you don't know,
obviously.
you go with your guts. but-
Yeah. I mean, it's kind of like chess in a way, that there's this thing in chess where you say there's luck in chess because it's so hard to figure out what line will pay off in the end because it's so many turns forward
Yeah, I think.
that you just have to choose one of them.
Yeah,
because
I
it's
don't
impossible
think,
for
I don't
you
think
to
it's
figure it
luck.
out.
That's not luck.
Okay, well, I mean,
that's not
it's a
luck.
discussion.
Anything but luck.
come on, it's a discussion in the chess game. Just give me this one, all right? And this is kind of similar, right?
Okay.
Where there are multiple lines that you have thought about earlier, and you can't figure out which one is the best one.
You
And
just
then you
think-
kind of have to go with your gut about what's going to be
Yeah,
the best
okay.
one. Right, so we have the second game here. Hans starting with a Ponder, and Alain Martin following it up with a Death Chain of his own. And then Hans plays quite a tempo play, putting that Death Chain on the top of Martin's library and playing a Tarmogoyf the very same turn.
I love this card. I love Submerge.
Yeah, it's great. It's great. It's kind of what has put him here as well. He has
Yeah.
played against 2 decks trying to utilize Martlage, and Submerge has been the only way he can deal with it.
Oh, he played against lands in the
Yeah.
quarters? Okay.
Yeah, he played against John Lands or Red Green Lands, what I think. All right, so we have multiple ways of controlling his library for Hans. First one is gonna be Brainstorm, and he draws some more lands. He's definitely gonna be wanting to put away some of those lands, which is Brainstorm is an excellent way of doing that. Put away some lands, fetches, to not draw them again, hopefully. And we're gonna see what he's gonna do with his mana. He has Abrupt Decay as well, and another Brainstorm.
Decay on one of the Death Ray Shaman. This is 4/5,
Yep.
attack for 4.
This is quite the pressure as well. But Martin is definitely not out of the woods here. I mean, one Liliana here, and I think Martin is good to go. He's a huge favorite to win this game. Doesn't seem like he has one. I think he would have slammed it if he had one.
No, what?
Liliana.
Oh no, he doesn't have that.
No, he does have a Toxic Deluge. He has a Tarmogoyf of his own.
That's a terrible card.
I'm not even sure.
What? Why would you board that in?
I'm not even sure if he can hit anything worse than that. Actually, that's.
This is very. This is low. Why don't you play it? I would just play it. I don't want this card in my deck.
Oh, fair enough.
I would hate to draw this card. Fetch and you draw Golgari Charm. Blah. Just take it out of your deck. Regenerate all your guys. Do something, but don't
enough.
keep it in your deck.
Fair enough. Yeah, this kind of weird. Why does he have that? Against what?
Maybe
What
against
what are we
Sylvan
missing
Library?
here? Sylvan Library is definitely a thing. Not sure what else that would be.
Just to kill Delver maybe, but that's still very bad.
Kind of inefficient, right?
Yeah.
Let's see what he has. He has Vendilion Click as well, I guess.
Yeah. Great.
Maybe he doesn't know about the deck list. I mean, there could be a True Name Nemesis in his deck.
Yeah. Nah.
Yeah.
Nah. Okay.
As you can see, ladies and gentlemen,
Not
Raphaël
impressed,
Levy
yeah.
is not impressed by this.
Yeah, not impressed. Yeah, I understand how good it could be against True Name Nemesis, but when you don't see one and you're up a game, that's typically the thing I would not do if I'm up a game.
Yeah. Alright.
If I'm down a game, I might consider it if I'm really afraid of True Name Nemesis. If I'm up a game, I take the risk. Like, okay, maybe he doesn't have one.
In this sense, why does up a game or down a game changes anything?
Yeah, huh?
Does it change anything that you're up or
I
down a
think
game?
so, yeah. I think you take like less risks. Like, you don't take less risks, but you think about more cards when you're down a game. You don't want to be blown out by Silver Bullet. Like, Silver Bullet, one card could end your tournament, and you can't do that. You can't afford that. Even if it's like, consider
But
drawing
isn't
a
that
card
all
less efficient.
Isn't that all psychology though? That doesn't
It's
make
not.
any sense to me.
It's not.
Alright.
Because you have another chance to see your opponent's deck, even if you lose. If you lose, you have a chance to board it in.
Yeah, for sure.
This time, if he was down a game, he has the option to bring in the.
If you see it, it obviously changes everything.
Yeah.
But
But if you don't, like, there's a chance he
Yep.
has it and he doesn't see it. So
Alright.
boarding it wouldn't make a difference.
yeah, that's a fair point. I'm not so sure whether I would wait or not.
It's in the case you don't have the information. If you
Yeah.
have the information, of course you board it in. If you
Yeah.
don't have the information, you have more chances
to get the information.
to get to like get away without the card.
Mm-hmm.
With him like not drawing it or not having it in his deck at all. Then like bringing it in for like almost no reason. Like you haven't seen game one, you don't even know if he has it. So you're gonna draw it and it's not gonna do anything. So you have a dead card. You have a potential dead card in your deck.
Sure, I see where you're getting at. I definitely see where you're getting at. Right, so we do have a Jace in play from the Delver deck.
Yeah. Well.
Pretty good here.
at least you know you're gonna draw a sorcery, right?
Yeah, so this looks quite good for Hans here, and we see Vendilion click from the Shardless BUG deck. So they kind of switch roles here. One guy trying to play Planeswalkers and another one trying to kill it with the Vendilion click. We'll see if it works as good as it did last time. But Hans definitely have some more defensive routes here, and he's gonna get to daze that Vendilion click. Not bad after turn 2 and 3, getting to daze a free drop. So daze resolves, and Hans gonna start his turn out with a Ponder before using Jace. And
What
looks
happened
to
to the
be-
land? Oh yeah, the land
He
dazed.
dazed it,
Yeah,
yeah.
dazed. Never mind.
Whatever.
Yeah, I was just like, wait. Oh yeah, there's a daze. Like, what would he daze? What would he ponder in response to a daze? Oh, yeah, that's his turn. Yeah. Oh yeah. Wait. What? Okay, he shuffled a draw. Okay, I get it. This is not his draw step.
Yeah.
I kind of phased out for a second. I'm back.
All right. Are you back? Are you sure?
You got me back.
All right. Good stuff. So, whenever somebody gets on top with Jason Mind Sculptor,
It means trouble. Usually means trouble.
for his opponent at least,
Yeah.
that's for sure. And he's also untapping it in a position where the board is almost on parity without it, which means he's up quite a lot here.
Yeah,
This
he's-
Jace is gonna run away with the game faster than you can blink your eyes, and
It's gonna take a little longer than that.
okay, fair enough.
It's gonna take
You
a
get the
little
point,
longer.
my friend.
This is legacy. There's no shuffling involved. It's gonna take longer than that.
Fair enough. But we do have a Jace, and
It's a
the advantage
3/4
is
now.
creating for Hans every turn here is just so much that it's gonna be hard to overcome.
Yeah, instant and creatures, so it's a 2/3.
Yeah. Without a Maelstrom pulse very soon, or some way to get to that Jace, I think that this is just game over.
That's a scooper.
Yeah.
That
This is the
doesn't
funny
look
thing.
good. That
In the
doesn't look
Swiss,
good.
I would have scooped at this point.
Nah, you play till the end. It's like 2 more turns.
I
It is
don't
a
know.
scooper, but like in a few, like in a turn, you just finished the game. You just finished the game.
This is a scooper for me already, but I'm not sure about you.
I can, yeah.
I mean, even his board is better. Come on. Come on. This is
It's gonna take like 2 turns. What would you scoop now?
oh
You
yeah.
see, just like a little bit. Maybe another brainstorm, another fate seal.
Having your opponent Fate Seal and putting some cards on top.
It's fine. You can keep it. Every time someone did that, it'd be like,
yeah.
oh, I hope he messed up. I hope that's a good one.
And they never do.
No, that's
No,
just a
they
bad
never
one.
do. If you're lucky, there might be a Festland on top.
I think the worst.
That's the
I think the worst is when they do it. They like think for a while, like, is that good? I don't know. It's and then you check your card, it's still land.
yeah, pretty
Was it
much.
Toxic Deluge?
It seems like it.
Okay,
So Martin has a Toxic Deluge. Wait, all the creatures when his opponent has a Jace, which is this is where I would scoop again.
No, he has no cards.
Martin?
No, Ounce. He has nothing in play except for Jace.
Except for Jace. Let's not forget about that card, should we?
Okay, so back to where we were with a huge advantage on.
Except now Martin doesn't have
On the
any
bug
creatures on the
corner.
battlefield. Alright, Brainstorm number
Get
357.
Another wasteland.
Another
That's
wasteland, Liliana, Jace. She's gonna cut him off of blue and black mana, leaving him with only green to stop a Jace. Not a great
Okay,
spot to be,
that's
and
enough.
we have seen enough.
That's enough.
Good prediction though. I think that was exactly 2 turns. Good job, Raphaël. Good job.
All right, so we down to one game, the final game.
Final game of the Legacy event for this Bazaar of Moxen. Exciting! And we have 2 bug decks which we have seen a lot of in this tournament, so we're gonna see which one is the better one for this finals. Is it gonna be the more mid-range versions in Shardless, or is it gonna be the Delver version with more tempo plays?
Big advantage for Alain right now because he's on the play.
Yeah.
And big on the play with potential Liliana turn 2.
Also, Death Shaman, yeah.
Shardless.
Just Death Shaman turn 1 on the play is ridiculously strong against any deck with Days, Wastelands, and any kind of disruption that tends to strangle you out of your cards early on. And being on the play here, very important. For sure. So we see kind of a big sideboard here for Hans. Maybe he realized.
No, I think you sideboard differently when you're on
Yeah.
the play on the draw. The
Definitely.
Vandalion Click was good. I think it's
Yeah.
okay on the play. It's not as good on the draw.
I
don't
think
know.
also Jace is a little bit worse on
Yeah.
the draw.
A little bit,
but
I think it's a lot worse on
It's
the
a
draw.
lot worse, but I'm still not sure whether it's like good enough or not to keep in this matchup, because Martin is actually trying to play some kind of attrition game, right? And with that in mind, Jace is pretty good against all the decks that
Yeah.
are trying to do that. So it might still not
Yeah,
be
the
good
attrition
enough.
game
but
is very fast. Like, it's not that slow. Like the attrition, he's not dragging the games very long.
No, he's not trying to cast Sphinx's Revelation here,
Yeah.
boys and girls, but he's kind of winning by incremental advantage and also affecting the board in the same time. So because this is Legacy, you don't have time to mess around too much, and we'll see how that happens. But it's a tough call. I do kind of like Jace against this mid-range deck, so I might keep it. I would most likely keep it. I think.
Chase.
Yeah, I think so.
What about Vandalion Click? You keep it,
Yeah, that's a tough call.
especially against Baleful Strix.
Yeah, it is so bad against Strix. It's just
Like it's not a good blocker. It doesn't block.
no.
It doesn't block Termogoyf.
It's not
doesn't
great
block
against
Shardless
Toxic
Agent.
Deluge.
It's not good against Deluge. Yeah, I'm not sure.
No,
And Baleful Strix is definitely not a good card to play against.
no. I think this is more likely gonna be closer and closer after the post-board games. It's gonna be more of almost like a Jan mirror, where they try to just clash their cards together. The amount of interaction is gonna go on post-board is not gonna be that much. I mean, maybe you can get some with a days or two and outplay him that way, but there's gonna be a big attrition battle here, I think. No, I actually like Jace. Vidal Click, I get your point there.
I don't know. Maybe he doesn't have anything better, or like he has more. I think Force of Will is not great.
No, the Force of Will is the first card to go out for me in this matchup.
I would not play Force of Will against Shardless Agent.
No,
that's for sure.
it's just terrible. This game is not gonna pan out in that way where he can.
Like what you do if you play Shardless Agent and he He catches him to Turak. What do? You counter, you force of will him to Turak. It's still not good.
I mean,
You're still
no.
losing 2 cards. You choose.
No, I
that's
mean,
not
no,
great.
I completely agree with you.
Just for the sake of arguing. I know you do. I know you do. Oh, you should. If you don't, I think you should. But it's just.
Then
it's
I know
just
where
to
the door
argue.
is, or that's what you're trying to say. Yeah, no, I do agree. Like me and Raphael talked about earlier, where neither of us is a big fan of forcible post-board games. We understand it's a necessity of this format to kind of combat the very unfair decks, but as soon as your opponent is not trying to do something insanely powerful and unfair, using a lot of resources to get there, we don't want to do that. And here we see another cyber card from Hans in his hand, being Sour Temptation.
Self-temptation. Oh, I don't know about that one.
Dude, I like it a lot.
You like self-temptation?
Yeah, it's great against Liliana, doesn't get hit by Abrupt Decay. Dude, I like it.
Okay. Yeah.
Yeah, for sure.
Okay. Oh, yeah, I can see that. Yeah, you don't want to play Force of Will against not Spell Snare, Spell Pierce.
Yeah.
You don't want to play against Spell Pierce on days. That's
No.
terrible. It feels so bad.
That's also makes it even more worse.
Yeah.
Even without those cards,
It's
I'm not even sure I would
worser.
have played it
Worser.
regardless.
Makes it worser.
Worse.
Yeah, worser. Yeah, you don't want to play that against cheap counter spells.
No. Or in any kind of attrition matchup, as we talked about earlier. Alright, so we see a Ponder versus an Ancestral Vision, so people are trying to set up their hands for later. And this Ancestral Vision is kind of imposing. I mean, if they both play kind of similar threats and kind of bounce off each other, this Ancestral Vision is going to pose a huge danger. And here Martin plays another 2-for-1 in Baleful Strike, so he's already started to run away with this game.
Come on. This is a 1/1 flyer. A Tarmogoyf Levy is so much better.
I mean, it does have Death Touch.
Oh, okay. So
You didn't know that?
okay. So
Uh-oh.
then it's different. Then he's definitely ahead.
That is a card. I mean,
No,
either you
I
have to
know,
deal
but
with it
like,
and trade with it.
it would be a Tarmogoyf Levy, obviously much better. But,
Yeah,
it's not like.
I mean,
that-
Tarmogoyf is good and all in this matchup, but it's still a 1-for-1 here, and Baleful Strix will always be a 2-for-1.
When your opponent taps 2 mana, when he plays Shardless Bug and he plays the Strix, that's probably the best thing he can do for you. Like him to Turak would be worse. Tarmogoyf would be worse. That's
I'm not
arguably like the worst.
I can agree
card.
with him to Torque, but I'm not sure about the Tarmogoyf. Ugh.
Attack for 1 or instead of attacking for 2 or 3.
Yeah, well, it's not that easy really, and you know it. Oh well. Well,
He's not blocking anything right now.
we'll agree to disagree.
We should agree.
Alright, so Fairland is a wasteland with the option of being able to keep Hans down on his mana, which is a thing I kind of like here, because he didn't play anything last turn, and wastelanding this turn might keep him off playing something too powerful.
Oh no,
Making
no,
him-
you shouldn't do that.
No,
That's
no, no.
not, you should not when the
I
spell's
know.
on the
I also
stack.
know. I
Not
also
when the
know.
spell on this. Like now he could have just
Daze.
fetched,
Yeah.
dazed his on Brainstorm and pay and save his land.
And he
That's
didn't
a-
have a daze.
That's a little trick. That's a trick for you at home that you can
Yeah.
do with your friends.
If something like that happens,
something like that happened, don't wasteland when you not wasteland an island.
Yeah.
When you resolve a spell, that's usually a bad idea. Well, no, it's not bad. It's not super bad.
we
It's
had
not great.
had a kind of funny moment here in the booth where both of me and Raph looked at each other at the same time, and we both instantly knew what we were thinking of. It's like, if he has a daze here, this is not great. But
Well,
he didn't have a daze, and so the wasteland successfully kills the land, as it seems.
well, maybe he wanted him to actually use the days. In that case, that's like another level.
Yeah, I don't
Like
think so.
maybe he actually does not want to play the days, and he has enough lands in hand, and would rather keep the days for something else.
But what I'm seeing from Marty's hand here is that he has an Abrupt Decay, and that doesn't really care about days as it is. And he has another land too. 2 more lands even. I think that's an him to is that an him to Toric plus an Abrupt Decay? Plus a 5th card? That's what I believe. Alright. Baleful Strix getting in for 1 once more.
Oh yeah, you're right. That's the mess. that's the thread right there.
And Hans obviously doesn't want to kill this card because then he has officially made it a 2-for-1. And it's trying to, what I presume, try to set up for combat this
Oh wow, that's
this is hurting my eyes.
that's the dream.
This is the dream. This is why we play Ancestral Visions and Shardless Angel.
3 mana, draw 3 cards, and I would have a 2/2.
Yeah. So Hans will need a serious setup of good spells in his hand to be able to combat both this Ancestral Visions and the next one. And it seems like it resolves. Uh-oh. So not only is Martin ahead on the board in land count, but now he's also up on a ton of cards.
Yeah.
Being up on even more cards the next turn. So this is not great for Hans GODDIK here. So we're gonna see some kind of spell at the end of the turn here. In almost a desperation move from Hans. We finally get the Strix down. And we have some pressure for Hans when he draws a Tarmogoyf, which he opts not to play. And here's the second Ancestral Visions resolving,
see the
and
game
it resolves.
slowly slipping away.
Yeah, this is drawing 6 extra cards in a game.
I think he has another agent too, so...
Yeah. I mean, everybody who plays Standard a lot and doesn't play Legos a lot knows how good it feels sometimes to be ahead on the board and casting out Painful Truths. This is even better. This costs Martin 4 mana total, and he also got a 2/2 and didn't have to pay any life. And here's another Shardless Angel into a Tarmogoyf, which is possibly the best amount of pressure he can put on his opponent. Just digging the hole deeper and deeper and deeper for Hans to ever recover from this game. So here we have the Vendilion Clique that we talked about earlier.
Sure. Okay.
Seems like he kept them into his deck.
Well, that's... I mean, it's fine. It's just
No,
not
I mean,
doing much here.
No, I agree. I mean, it was just close whether he would board him out or not, but he seems to have kept him in. And he's going to take a peek at somebody's hand. Let's see who. Alright. So it seems like it targets Martin. He has an abundance of removals and lands. And that's it. Not a great hand for drawing 6 extra cards, but
that's still okay.
but it's still 6 extra cards.
That's still okay. That's 6 that you don't get to draw, so...
Yeah, exactly. I mean, he still has 4 very efficient removals against Hans, which are usually trying to play the more aggressive role in this matchup. And he can just start picking off all the creatures that Hans presents, meaning that it will be very hard to come back. What do you think about taking the Dismember here? Since Hans has, we know he has the Sour Temptation in his hand, which means if he takes the Dismember, he can gain control of the Tarmogoyf, attack with 3, and neither of the Abrupticates can target the Sour, but he has to deluge for 2.
Yeah, so I think that's the play.
Yeah, and that means he has to kill his own 2 of his own Shardless Angels, only leaving himself with a Tarmogoyf.
He would still attack for 2 next turn.
Yeah, so I think that's definitely the play here. Alright, so we'll see if Hans sees this.
There's another play too, which is just killing the Tarmogoyf with Abrupticate and attacking.
Sure.
That's probably not as good because then he loses the Tarmogoyf.
He doesn't lose. He doesn't win the race, and he can just Abrupticate the Vendilion Clique, and he will almost be in the same position as last time. So it does seem like he takes the Dismember, and
he has to discard. He has too many cards. Too many cards.
And I don't think he cares too much about discarding some of his lands here.
But he just drew the forest, right?
For the Vendilion Clique.
Huh?
For the Vendilion Clique trigger.
Yeah, he drew the forest. Why would he discard the forest now?
For
just to show that he drew the forest?
Oh yeah, right. Yeah, that's what you meant. Yeah, I agree.
So he has.
I wouldn't have done that either.
He has so many other cards to discard. Why would he discard the forest?
Definitely. So it seems like Hans is gonna take the exact line that I was talking earlier about. Also casting the Sour Temptation being very effective here. I'm not sure how many cards that would do the same thing here. Maybe a Wrath would have been better, but that's
Well, he's
about
still
it.
taking 2 and he loses the...
Vanilla click.
Yeah.
So effectively, what this sour does is that it takes the deluge out of his hand and it does 2 tomorrowing and kills both of his Charlotte engines pretty much. But it loses a
he's
Vanilla
gonna
click
play
too.
around... he can't play around Force of Will. He has to attack here. In the worst case, he loses a Shardless agent.
Yeah, I definitely like attacking
Like,
here.
there's no reason not to attack here.
Yeah, because what is Hans gonna do? Is he gonna block both? No, of course not.
No,
Because
he's probably just gonna block 1. He's gonna take 2.
yeah,
Because
if Hans blocks both, there's no reason for Martin to even play the Toxic Deluge if he doesn't want to kill
no,
the
but
Vanilla
he's not
click on
blocking
it.
with the Sour. That would make no sense.
Yeah. No, it does.
He's
it
forcing
doesn't.
Alain to play the Toxic Deluge.
Yes. Yeah. This is a good attack, as Ref mentioned earlier, and it nets him another 2 damage. And now I believe we're gonna see a Toxic Deluge for 2.
Yes.
Alright. Here we go. Toxic Deluge for 2.
In the worst case, you just
Lose a Shardless agent, pretty much.
abrupt decay the Tarmogoyf.
Yep.
That's the worst case scenario.
Alright, so what we described
Late
earlier has
base
just
works.
occurred, and I think that's it for Martin's turn. Let's see. Okay, so Hans managed to climb a little bit more back into this game. If you compare with a turn or 2 ago. Are we gonna see a freshly drawn card here? Oh, it's a Baleful Strix.
No, we've seen this one.
Not bad, not bad. Hans draws an Abrupt Decay to go along with his Wasteland.
So
with
Wasteland, the
others.
Creeping
Creeping Tar Pit.
Tarpit, Abrupt Decay, the Tarmogoyf.
And play a Tarmogoyf of your own.
Yeah.
But he doesn't have double green, so he can't play.
Oh, he's not. Oh, yeah.
So he's just gonna Abrupt Decay the Tarmogoyf here. Also, there's no haste in casting the Tarmogoyf because he knows that Martin is
Yeah.
almost flooded with removals for that Tarmogoyf in his hand.
Flooded with removal. Sorry, I have too many removal. Too many of them.
It has happened before. But yeah, that's what's happening here, and instead he has Abrupt Decays the Tarmogoyf, and Martin plays a Deathrat Shaman and passes. And we have a Jace being drawn, and Martin plays a Vendilion click in his draw phase. It's quite an opportunity to play a Vendilion click, I would say.
I would not draw this
wow,
card.
I would not
I
take
would
anything
not
here.
do that.
No, me neither.
I don't think I would actually take it.
No.
Would you actually take anything?
What is it? What? No, not at all. What is he gonna do? Is he gonna
Yeah, but
gonna cast Jace, bounce
no,
Vanilla
is he
click,
gonna,
or brainstorm?
Yeah, I would have
or?
left the Jace.
No, definitely not.
This is just like a brainstorm.
Yeah.
I think I would take it.
I
would
agree.
left it.
Instead, he gets to draw a fresh new card, and which was the Delver of Secrets. So here he's gonna fetch another green swords, and then play out his entire hand, being 2 Tarmogoyfs and a Delver of Secrets. He has hope that Martin doesn't have enough removals or extra gas to run him over. Oof, closely tapping the wrong land there. Goyfs. Right.
Alright, so 10 life and 4 in flying.
Is that a Maelstrom Pulse?
Is it the Maelstrom Pulse?
No, it can't be,
Yeah.
since he attacked first. Or, I guess he's gonna keep his...
Still work. No.
No, it was...
Well,
it was a Golgari Charm.
He's still dead next turn.
Isn't that your favorite card?
Which one?
Golgari Charm?
Oh yeah.
That was a
Oh,
card
is that
that you...
Gary Charm? Oh yeah, that's perfect.
At least he can kill a Delver here, but it would also kill his Baleful Strix and Vanilla Click, so yeah.
That's
Yeah, it doesn't do much here. At most it can counter removal from Hans, but I mean that seems kinda loose. Alright, so he's gonna start out his turn with a Brainstorm. And as me and my friend usually says, every good turn starts out with a Brainstorm.
okay.
So he's gonna start out his new good turn here.
Okay. Well, he wins next turn.
Yeah.
So what can Hans draw if
If anything, I have no idea actually. If I'm gonna be completely honest, Martin also has an abrupt decay for one of
Like
these time waves.
he takes.
Raysum is a good start, as we said earlier.
Yeah, like he needs to kill both of his flight. A Gold Gary Charm would be good.
Yeah,
Like,
on the Hans side,
Yeah.
there's an.
Like, yeah, that's not enough.
Yeah, unfortunately, he didn't have an extra
Actually,
card.
there's nothing that could have saved him.
No,
him. He's
I
2
think
to
so,
right
yeah.
shaman, so that's 6 direct damage plus 4 flying damage.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, he would have needed a Toxic Deluge on his own for 2. That
Yeah.
would have been sweet here.
Yeah, that would have been much better.
Then he would
And
have been
Gold Gary Charm.
on effectively 1 here, but
Yeah, and also he has Toxic Deluge. He doesn't care about the true name nemesis. Never
Yeah.
mind. Let's not go back to that story. Okay, so double attack.
and we've seen some tapping of the mana here.
He has abrupt decay.
Abrupt decay to start off
Yeah.
and take 5, I guess.
5, yeah.
That's fine.
There's 1 card that doesn't do anything. 7 life is way enough. End of turn. Ping you for 4. Yeah, it's okay.
And we have an
Well,
abrupt decay on that, but it's
now full
shouldn't matter
full
whatsoever.
information.
Full information, just attacking the air, and we should have a winner here of the legacy.
I think so
event.
too.
If he sees the line of attacking with
And
the
that's
team,
game.
and that's game.
Alain Martin wins
Wins.
the legacy main event
Yeah,
of
we have
the
our
bomb in Madrid.
we have our first winner here,
First winner. I think we're gonna have him over to the booth
and there you
talk
see
to him
his
a little bit.
face and his finalist opponent, GODDIK. Put up a great fight, I think.
That was actually
There was
a
some
great
really
match,
good
yeah.
games, and
Some
they were
good
all interesting. I
decisions,
think.
some cool stuff.
Yeah, I mean, even we didn't agree about some lines,
Yeah.
which makes them.
Well, you
complicated,
didn't
I think.
agree with my lines, which were good. That's okay.
Fair enough. You can call it what you
We've
want.
seen Eldrazi's, we've seen Miracles, we've seen a lot of stuff that were expected, but in
Lands, Dark Depths in many different
Dark Depths,
shapes and
the
forms.
end, lands, and in the end, Bug got it all. They were, I think, the Bug was the most played deck though.
Yeah.
In all shapes of bugs, but
Bug
the Shardless
Delver.
one was the one that came out on top.
Yeah, it seems that way. Alright, so we're gonna see if we can get a interview with the legacy winner here from the main event, and I believe Mr.
Levy, that's me.
Levy is gonna take care of this
I'm
interview
gonna
for
take
me.
care of that. That's a job I can definitely do.
Right. So I will leave you here, and
No,
we will
no
get
interview. No English.
we
No-
will get
no
Martin.
no English. Okay, so we're not gonna have an interview with the winner of the legacy
Oh,
of
okay,
the bomb
that's too bad.
main event. So I guess we're gonna get the camera on us because we look very good, especially Riley, but he's not here, so we have to do without him.
Yeah, I guess so. Or we go back to.
What is? Oh, maybe not
standard
us.
event.
Maybe we check the finals of the standard. Is that what we're doing?
I'm not sure actually. Yeah, it seems like it. Wow, jumping into one finals from another.
Okay, well, I think they're catching up on life totals and stuff.
Yeah, so it's very hard to speculate on what's going on in this game. For
So it's
I can say though that Toledo's deck is kinda. Have you seen the cards, the versions?
No, I haven't. Oh, they're pretty pimped.
Pretty pimped.
That's something I don't think we are allowed to say that on the
Yeah.
WotC coverage.
No,
But,
I wasn't sure. That's why I waited
but
for
we
you
can say
whether
that
I
here.
could say it or not.
It's okay.
But
It's a little more
but-
laid
but-
back.
yeah,
But
but
not
but
saying
it's-
not saying the WotC coverage is bad. It's also
Yeah.
good. Yeah, well, because you know.
I
But
know.
this one is cool too.
But his deck seems very pimped. There's
Yeah.
expeditions. Is that old Guru? No, what is that? No, that's the Therese Nielsen basic lands, I think.
I don't even know what.
I mean,
they're
they're super expensive. We have foil Jays.
I mean, winning
Not
the
bad.
winning the main event is not gonna pay for after that.
No. All right, so now I think we have the life totals and the games corrected, and we have, I believe we have Jeskai Dragons versus Rally the Ancestors, and this is a deck I talked to Riley about. My friend Martin Miller brewed up and won the Mox event
Oh yeah.
last week with.
Okay, so
Yeah.
that's just.
And now we see it here in the finals of the bomb main event. Wow, this deck is really breaking some ground in the new standard metagame. A deck that is fairly new and hasn't been seen
Jeskai? Yeah,
before.
no one knows Jeskai. Never seen Jeskai before.
I mean,
It's not Jeskai. Okay, I get it.
all right. So this Jeskai Dragons list, as we don't have the we can see if we have the full list here. Hold on, let's see how comparable it is. I know the other list, but I'm not sure about this one. Let's see if we can find it. There's Red Black Dragons. Yeah, here we have it. So it's basically a Jeskai list. 26 lands, 14 creatures. The creatures are 2 Dragon Lord Ogisai, 4 Jace, 4 Menace Rhino, 4 Thunderbreak Regent. And the spells are 4 Dig for Time, 4 Draconic Roar, 4 Jeskai Charm, 4 Silvergrass or Scorn, 2 Roast, and 2 Dispel. So it's basically the exact same deck that Martin Miller played.
Okay,
to win
well
the
at
box.
least we know where it comes from.
Yeah.
So it's 1-1, and we have one more game, and I think we'll be done for the day.
Yeah. So last game in the standard main event, last game of both main events for the Saturday lineup, and it's gonna be between Jeskai Dragons and Rally the Ancestors. And what me and Riley talked about earlier before this standard portion is how to attack the new metagame, and playing big flyers, big angry flyers in combination to some good counter spells and other good spells to back it up is kind of a way to go here. I tried to speculate about it earlier, but I didn't want to go out on a leash too much because I haven't played the standard format that much, so I wouldn't say it for certainty. But here we see it in the finals. I'm glad to see it.
Yeah. So Daniel, I was gonna say Daniel is on the play. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, obviously. He's also on the draw.
Daniel is on the draw since he won this game.
Yeah, they're both called
Yeah.
Daniel. They're both called Daniel. That's
Oh,
that's
right.
why.
Yeah, this is getting late for your dear old casters here. We have casted for you all day. So this is the last game, and hopefully we can make it go through. All right.
And
So-
then we'll get ready for tomorrow. We're not gonna sleep. We're gonna get ready for
For modern and sealed. It's gonna be our two.
Modern Seal. Yeah, that's tomorrow.
That's
There's
our two
also
main
this,
events for tomorrow.
Our PTQ tomorrow.
That's right. All right. So we have the shuffling. How many piles do you shuffle when you pile shuffle?
5.
5.
Yeah.
All right.
It's much easier to count the cards.
Yeah, that's what I think about using 8 piles.
Why would
Because
you
I know they will end in one corner.
Like 5 is easy. 5
Yeah.
you know when something's wrong.
Yeah, I could say the same for my 8s, but
I've
it doesn't
always
really
done
matter.
five. I've always done 5.
Do whatever you're comfortable, guys. Don't listen to us.
5 it's exactly 15 piles every time. What? Yeah, for my 75 card decks.
All right, all right. It seems like we have shuffled enough, and we're gonna draw our first 7s here. Do you have any predictions about this game?
Not really,
No.
because
Okay.
I don't know the rally deck so well. Like not his version.
All right.
I've seen some. I've seen Sorin.
Yep.
I've seen some
Wow,
maybe
oh yeah.
unorthodox cards.
That's very true. What I think about this matchup is that I think that Dragons is specifically built to win against this kind of collected company decks. The
Okay.
Jeskai Dragons list, that is. But the mana is usually a little bit shaky in the deck. Because you play Jason turn 2, Man Strider on 3, Thunderbreak Region 4. There's a lot of intensive cards already. Then you have 4 Silumgar Scorn in the deck and 4 Dig for Time. Plus Jeskai Charm. So there's a lot of colors being divided all over the place here. And which means that if he gets his mana the way he wants it, I think he has an edge here.
And he's not running black. Usually Jeskai tends to
Splash
play a little
back.
black
Mm-hmm.
for I don't know what, for Crackling Doom
Yeah, doesn't seem great in this format at the
and
current
it's
point.
not as good as it used to be.
No, no, but we can see that he is playing 2 black cards in his sideboard. 2 painful truths.
2 painful truths, yes.
Yeah, because
Radiant Flame, yeah.
regardless of whether you, yeah, and also Radiant Flames, but that doesn't really matter because they can usually cast it for
and
3
exert
anyways.
influence.
Because the thing is with these standard mana bases is that the 4th color, why so many
Yeah.
people are playing 4th colors, is that it's close to being 3.
Mhm.
Because you want the right amount of targets for a fetch land to get all the colors you want in your already 3 color mana base. So 4 color usually is 3. Right, so we have a mulligan from the Reality Ancestors deck. Finding,
That's a good hand.
yeah, I'm not.
that's an
yeah,
okay
yeah,
hand.
it's an okay hand. 2 lands, Elvish Visionary, Reality Ancestors, Reflector Mage, and Catacomb Sifter. Yeah, I don't think he can mulligan this hand. It's probably almost as good as it gets. He wants Jace and Collected Company. That's his most powerful cards, but this is quite solid for being a 6-card hand. And he's gonna have to do some work until that Reality Ancestors actually does anything for him. And Toledo leads with a Smoldering Marsh.
No fetch. No fetch turn 1?
Alright, so he scryed and did not fetch on turn 1.
No, and he scored bottom.
He scryed bottom and no
Yeah.
fetch? Oh wow.
That's why I'm not sure I understand what he.
So he doesn't play a 2-drop either. It seems like he's very worried about hitting his land drops and when he probably wants more information to what to fetch before he fetches. But I still like trying to stay on curve and playing that Elvish
play the-
Visionary.
Visionary, yeah.
Yeah. Alright, interesting choice here. I would have liked to actually fetch on turn 1 as well. Getting a jewel land.
Yeah, that's what I.
The idea here, the ideal way to go with this rally deck is usually getting a Sunken Hollow into a forest or plains, regarding on what you have.
I'm not sure why he did that. He came in if draw. I don't know what his plan was. He needed to hit land like right away.
Yeah, maybe yeah. So it seems like he goes for double jewel land here, and the reason for that is probably because now he can draw any land in his deck, and it's gonna complement his hand well enough.
Well, unless it's tap land.
True, but then it can
Okay,
still
now he
play the
wants to
Elvish
draw-
Visionary
is it
this turn.
plains? Okay, that's good.
Alright,
Now he's probably gonna bounce the Jace.
that's most likely what we're gonna see happening here. Well, you wanna, or do you think it's gonna save it for a Man Strider and opt to play a Catacomb Sifter instead this turn? That's also a line of play, I think.
I think I would bounce it.
You're pretty far away from flipping Jace as it is, so
Yeah, maybe.
keeping it off. I mean,
that's
waiting one
okay
extra
too.
turn is not too
Yeah.
bad. Yeah, so he's
That's-
gonna
yeah,
go
that's
with
okay.
he's gonna go with the Catacomb Sifter line and keep his Reflector Mage in hand. And I do believe actually the Jessica Dragon's player do have a turn 3
No,
Mana
I don't
Strider.
think so. No, I had to bounce the Jace.
All right.
Just because of this play. Because now he's gonna have to bounce something. Maybe he's gonna bounce the Mantis Rider, but Jace's still gonna be around.
True.
That's not what you want.
I do think though he will kind of mass a board around this Jace, so it's not obvious that it's
I
which
don't
one to
know.
bounce. That's a tough call, I think. Alright, so activating Jace at the end of his turn, finding a Silumgar Scorn, the second one in his hand, and I don't believe he has a dragon yet. I haven't. Or is that a Thunderbreak Regent? Yeah, I believe that is a Thunderbreak Regent. Alright, but he probably doesn't have any more lands in his hand. Yeah, so he discards the second Silumgar Scorn, thinking that this will not be great in multiples, especially since that I don't have too many more
That's a
lands.
land.
That is a land.
No, he does have
He
lands.
does have lands. He does have a Mystic Monastery. Is that a Polluted Delta as well? What I'm seeing? No, it's a Bloodstained Mire.
I don't think it's a foil one.
It is a foil one.
Oh, okay.
It's an old foil one,
That's
of
fine.
course.
That's fine then. It's all expeditions too.
Yeah,
Wow.
expeditions or foils.
This deck.
Wait.
This deck is nice.
Is that Silumgar Scorn not foil?
No, I think it is. It is because.
I'm a little bit unsure. It's hard to see from this screen, but I believe it's not foil.
I
That's
don't know.
interesting.
No, it is. It is.
So what I like about Silumgar Scorn really in this deck is that because the mana base is a little bit shaky, you get to play these very powerful cards that cost 2 and 4 and so on. So to assemble your mana base, you have to sometimes play a tap land, and having 2 mana spells that are as powerful as possible helps you regain that tempo that you already lost from playing a tap land on turn 3, for example. So you can go like Jace, and then you can play Draconic Roar or Silmgar Scorn, which is most likely gonna take care of your opponent's entire turn, meaning that the tempo deficit that you already lost can be regained for sure here. Right. So we see an activation of Jace, post blockers. Interesting to see that. Right, so he's gonna. This makes sense. So he's gonna Draconic Roar the Catacomb Sifter
Not
after
showing me.
using Jace, because he doesn't want to flip Jace. In the sense that he still has mana for Silmgar Scorn this turn, meaning that if Daniel has something that he wants to counter in the combat, he doesn't want Jace to flip in the end. So he wants to get yet
It's very
another loot.
unlikely he has something to counter during combat, though.
Probably.
A pump spell
Yeah, I don't know.
in rally? I'm not
I
sure.
mean, it makes sense for me. Here we're gonna have a Silmgar Scorn. Netting both an Eldrazi Scion and an Nantukas. Not bad.
And Ojutai. What do you want to do here? Like, now the rally is not going to do much. Like,
No.
rally doesn't actually do anything here.
No, I think this is a very steep hill for Daniel to walk up on.
Which one?
Yeah,
I think they're
I
called
always
the
forget
last
that
name.
they're both called Daniel, but Martinez. I think Martinez is gonna have a very hard time here.
Coming back?
Yeah, coming back. His opponent's gonna have a flip Jace, soon to have an Ojutai in play, and Daniel has no real way of killing that Ojutai or attacking through it. So Daniel's gonna still a lot of very difficult questions to answer here to Martinez. Or sorry, Toledo's gonna pose some very hard to answer questions for Martinez. So we're gonna fetch that beautiful Bloodsim Mire of Toledo's into a Smoldering Marsh, and I believe we're gonna see an Ojutai here. And this is certainly very crippling as well, because I think I saw another Silmgar's command in Toledo's hand, meaning that it's kind of locking away this hand.
No, it doesn't have
quickly.
it.
Are you sure?
Yeah.
Alright.
It's a fiery,
Fire Impulse,
fiery impulse.
Wandering Tomarole. That's the 1/4 blue-red
Yeah,
mana.
land and the Mantis Rider.
Oh yeah, oh right. You're completely correct, of course. Which means with that Mantis Rider, he has a two-turn clock here.
Yep.
Attack for 8 in there, and this is why these big flyers are so good against rally,
Yeah.
because it's really good at stocking up the ground by blocking and jumping and trading. But when it comes to flyers, it doesn't really have much.
That's what we. That's what. In my absent deck, I used to play blue
Mm-hmm.
for Skyrider Elves.
Oh right, yeah, I
Yes.
remember that.
That was actually pretty good against rally. 'Cause
Yeah.
they would just like block the ground forever. You would just play 4/4 flyer or 5/5 flyer, and you would just attack.
Yeah.
And just keep some like disruption for their combo.
Do you play like the 1 mana counter spell as well?
No,
Stop and Denial?
I didn't play the denial. I played what did I play? The
The
disdainful
one with
stroke.
Ferocious?
Yeah, disdainful stroke.
The Sinful Stroke,
Yeah.
sure. Yeah, that works too. Alright, so Daniel is thinking whether he should do something before combat, whether he should play Man's Rider, use Jace or whatever. It seems like he's gonna opt to play a Draconic Roar here, pre-combat, on Nantuka Husk. So it's interesting, because he can just sacrifice this.
Oh, we still
this,
take 3.
You still take 3, that's true. And then we're gonna see a Fire Impulse as well, I believe, on this Nantuka Husk.
Looks to be a little mucho.
Posing the second question, dealing 6 damage to Nantuka Husk.
It's a little mucho damage here.
A little bit too much damage.
Too mucho.
So we're gonna see Nantuka Husk go into the graveyard here, I presume, very quickly.
Like even if he draws his lands, rally for 3 is not gonna do anything. This is not.
No,
He doesn't have a Zula port in his
it's just
graveyard.
too little too late. The big flyers are posing too big of a question
And
for
he hasn't
Daniel
played
to
his
answer.
land yet. Yeah. So he can play land Mantis Rider.
Yeah. Because not only does the rally deck not have enough ways to block flyers, they also doesn't run a lot of removals in their deck.
Yeah.
So
They're like
the
sometimes
flyers are
one or
just gonna
two
keep attacking, and it's gonna go
murderous
quick.
cuts
Yeah.
sometimes.
Like sometimes one Murderous Cat in main, but definitely some more in the board. But you're usually just relying on on Silumgar's what's it called?
The faithful.
Yeah, the faithful to bounce creatures, and of course the new haymaker in Reflector Mage.
These both dead guys. Yeah, probably 2. Yeah,
So he's gonna respond by sacrificing this to Natukask
and
Which
everything
is cool.
dies.
to be able to regain it with Rally the next turn.
Okay, has he played land this turn? Oh, he wants to. Oh yeah, okay.
Okay.
He wants to keep mana open. He's gonna kill him next turn anyway.
Yeah,
So
he
that
doesn't need
was-
to
that
play
was
Mad
actually
Strider
well
since
played.
he still take 3 damage, and this is a nice play. I mean,
Yeah, that's good.
I kind
Even
of
if
like
he
it.
draws a land.
Yeah, so he does draw land, which means he's, with almost all certainty, gonna play the Rally to try to bounce the Dojitai, which is gonna be met with the spell and a Mantis Rider.
Yeah.
So I think we're looking at the end of the standard portion of Bomb here.
Yeah, I think should be game. And
And
Daniel
that's the
Toledo
handshake.
takes the title of the main event in standard of the bomb in Madrid. Jeskai Dragons wins over Rally the Ancestors. Daniel Toledo takes it home. And that was our last game of the day.
Definitely. Great game choice by Daniel Toledo. And managed to take it all home. We're going to see
Okay,
if
so,
we can...
yeah, so we're going to get back to the booth with Joel and myself. No Riley, because he's too far away now. He's probably...
long gone.
he's long gone. He was a little bit jealous of your hair. He's in the room.
Oh, yeah.
He's trying to fix it a little bit.
That must be the case.
We had 2 long tournaments.
Yeah. Been a
Many
long day.
games. Many hours of covering, of watching and commenting games. I had fun.
Yeah, me too.
Did
me
you
too.
have fun?
I
That's
definitely
good.
did.
That's very good.
First time I've been commentating, my kind of commentating debut.
Did you enjoy it?
Yeah, I did,
Well,
for sure.
good, because tomorrow is the same thing. So
Glad
tomorrow
to hear
we
it.
have Modern and Seal Deck. So if you enjoyed it, I hope you did, because we did. Come back tomorrow. Tell everybody you know to come and have fun with us. We're going to be off for now. And
Yep.
we wish you good evening, good night. And see you tomorrow around.